Haiyuan calendar year 1492. On a bustling street in the kingdom of Megaluo. Poor Bobby was kneeling before his elder brother, sobbing uncontrollably, looking like a 200-plus-pound child in grief. To be fair, Bobby really did weigh over 200 pounds and had been born only 3.5 years ago. On the bustling street, Bobby's gigantic body was like a sunshade blocking the blazing noonday light for his elder brother, who had suddenly fainted and lay sprawled on the ground. Just 5 minutes earlier, Bobby and his elder brother had been out together purchasing supplies for the upcoming 9th of December. Yet after taking a single bite of a strange plum with a zipper-like stem, his dearest brother had collapsed, foaming at the mouth. 5 minutes had passed, 5 whole minutes during which his brother had not scolded or berated him. Panic flooded Bobby's heart. From the moment Bobby could remember, his elder brother had always taken care of him, largely because of Bobby's unusual physique. He would often inadvertently destroy people or objects around him, so aside from the hours of rest, his brother was constantly scolding and correcting him. Pain. Terrible pain. From the nape of my neck all the way to the back of my head. A moment earlier, an older single man named Vanku had sampled an expired plum and been utterly overwhelmed by its flavor that seemed to shoot straight up to his skull. Vanku immediately toppled backward in a flat butt-first fall, smashing the back of his head into his computer desk at point-blank range. After a bout of vertigo in which heaven and earth spun together, the searing pain mingled with distant wails and sobs. Vanku forced his eyes open. In the next heartbeat, the world fell eerily silent. In that instant, Vanku could no longer feel the pain. Was that not absurd? One moment he had been slumped at his computer desk pretending to work. The next he was standing in a patch of shadows staring at a gigantic weeping figure. Anyone else would have forgotten their pain as well. So I passed out right after taking a bite of that strange plum. A breeze brushed past, yet Vanku could still feel a hint of heat. The plum in his hand had clearly been bitten once. Could it be that by eating plums in parallel worlds at the same time his soul had crossed over? Was fate really so casual? Yes, Onaikin. It really scared me. You lay on the ground, without moving for a full 5 minutes. Bobby struggled to control his emotions so he could properly answer Vanku's questions. After all, he was only 3 years old. Then why does my neck and the back of my head hurt so much? Didn't I fall face down after I fainted? Looking at the little brother turned mountain before him, Vanku wondered if he had truly transmigrated. It certainly seemed that way. Oh, Onaikin, after you bit into the plum your expression was so pained. I thought you were choking, so I patted you on the back, and then you just lay there without moving. As he spoke, Bobby seemed to realize something. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. I killed you with that slap. You idiot of an Otudo. While Vanku was still stunned, a translucent boy of about 6 drifted up from the crown of his head, a soul in the shape of a child. Time seemed to pause. Everything around them froze in place, leaving only Vanku, whose eyes could still move, and the boy before him. You can hear me, right? I don't know who you are. If you can't hear, then blink, you bastard. Vanku stared at the little boy in shock and blinked. Why did this kid's face look so comically haggard with urgency? He was already in his 30s and didn't look half as worn out. I must have been slapped to death by my idiotic Otudo. Damn it, what kind of monster is he? He's only 3, yet his body is like steel and his strength is monstrous. I'm his older brother. Why am I just an ordinary person? Damn it, this stupid little brother. I've told him countless times, don't use your strength recklessly. Oh, as long as I'm here, I'll handle everything. And now look, father and mother are gone, and even his only Onaikin is dead. You bastard, you're only 3. How are you supposed to live on your own? Facing his brother, the boy's emotions shifted from calm to rage to unwillingness. At last he turned away, tears streaming down his face, and began punching and kicking at Bobby. Yet in his soul state, he could not touch him at all. No one knew how much time passed, only that it was a very, very long while. Eventually, the boy's grief ebbed. He turned back to face Vanku. I can maintain this time-stop state for a long time. So long that I don't want it anymore. After a long silence, the child suddenly spoke again. Vanku's eyes, sore from blinking alone for so long in this frozen world, stung with fatigue. Vanku slowly accepted that his soul had crossed into another body, yet the situation before him only left him more confused. Whenever everything stops, I can come out, but my range of movement is only 3 meters. It's unbearably dull. Until you appeared, I could feel myself about to disappear. Look, my soul is being absorbed back into the body. The boy kept talking to himself, and Vanku now noticed the motes of light blooming on the surface of his soul. Like fireflies in the dark, the lights quietly drifted away from the boy and sank into Vanku's body, where they vanished without a trace. My name is Kelly Vanku. Remember it, you bastard who's taken over my body. The dumb giant behind you is my little brother. Because I scold him so often, he's a bit timid, but he listens well and respects me as his own Onaikin. Since you've taken my body, you'll take care of him from now on. Otherwise, I won't spare you even as a ghost. If you understand, then blink for me, you bastard. What a brat. His face was anxious and his temper was just as explosive. Vanku silently complained in his heart. All right, you can stop blinking. I can feel my memories fading along with my soul. And it seems my talents are going too. As expected, I'm a gifted genius. What a pity, I won't be able to use them anymore. Something about boxing, what? My devil fruit development talent is actually negative. What kind of talent is that? If it's negative, don't even let me know, damn it. The hot-tempered boy launched into another round of muttering to himself, who after all Vanku couldn't respond to him verbally. Vanku could feel a flood of memories pouring into his mind, Kelly's memories. Yet as for the talents the boy mentioned, he sensed nothing at all. Hey, bastard, did you receive them, my memories and my talents? Faced with this interrogation, Vanku almost wanted to roll his eyes. He had indeed received the memories, but as for talents he felt nothing at all. What's with that look in your eyes? Are you calling me short? You bastard. As if provoked, the fiery boy swung a punch at Vanku's face, only for his fist to pass straight through. What? My soul is being absorbed by yours. Why is your soul so powerful? And what are all these talents? Who in the world are you? In the moment his fist pierced Vanku's cheek, the boy glimpsed fragments of this transmigrator's soul, and his own spirit turned almost see-through. Damn it, I'm out of time, aren't I? I shouldn't have touched you. I've already been absorbed this much. Please look after my little brother. Bobby, farewell. After a brief moment of shock, the fiery boy, having once more received Vanku's wordless assent, turned to gaze one last time at the frozen Bobby. Then, without hesitation, his transparent soul plunged into the body that no longer belonged to him and vanished. Time began to flow once more. Huff, huff. Vanku lay prone on the ground, gasping violently for breath. He had been trapped in that frozen state for far too long. During that time, only his eyes could move and his ears could hear. He could do nothing else, not even breathe. Onaiken, are you unable to catch your breath? Let me pat you. Seeing his brother suddenly collapse again and pant heavily, Bobby kindly extended his right hand and slapped Vanku on the back. Vanku was promptly knocked unconscious. He fell into a long, long dream. In the dream, he recalled the manga One Piece he had followed for 20 years. When his memories reached the arc involving Doflamingo, a surge of anger welled up in Vanku's heart. Everyone was a side character, so why was it that others knew how to repay kindness, yet that pair of assassin brothers chose betrayal instead? Ugly in appearance and twisted in deeds, especially the elder brother. Was that supposed to be a joke? Touted as a powerful killer, yet weak as could be useful only as a jacket draped over his younger brother's body. Normally, it was just an anime, there was no need to take it so seriously. The problem was that those brothers were named Vanku as well. His own name was also Vanku. That was what truly grated on him. The longer the dream went on, the angrier he became, and the angrier he grew the more the dream continued, until scenes of the brothers' childhood lives began to appear. And all of it, he thought dimly, was the fault of that expired plum. I'm so mad I could explode. Vanku jolted awake from his own fury, completely oblivious to the fact that he was lying in a shabby, dilapidated bedroom. Big brother, you're awake. At that moment, Bobby appeared in the doorway carrying a steaming iron pot in his hands. Hearing that voice, Vanku's brain promptly crashed. Then realization dawned on him. His soul had transmigrated. Vanku, my poor brother. Tisk tisk, no wonder even his dreams could wake him up in rage. With a crisp crack, Bobby, too excited, squeezed the handle of the pot out of shape with his bare hand. That sharp sound snapped Vanku back to his senses, and he looked at Bobby, who was now kneeling beside the bed. You're 3 years old this year, right? Looking at Bobby, who was kneeling by the bed, yet still half a head taller than him, the corner of Vanku's mouth twitched. 3 years old, and already 1.80 meters, and he had just deformed an iron pot with his bare hands. Who would believe that? Yes, I was born in 1489, and now it's 1492, so I'm 3 years old. Big brother was born in 1486, so you should be 6. Tomorrow is December 9th, it's Big brother's birthday. Bobby, who had been counting on his fingers, grew more and more excited as he spoke, almost knocking over the iron pot beside him. All right, don't get so worked up. I get it. I just woke up and I'm a bit tired. Go out for a bit, I want to rest a while longer. Vanku felt his thoughts were a mess and needed time to sort them out. Okay then, Anakin, this is the soup I made for you. You haven't eaten all day, remember to drink it. Bobby stood up and left, reluctantly pointing at the iron pot by the bed before going out. All right, I know. Thank you, my dear little brother. Vanku waved his hand, answering a bit perfunctorily. Alone in the bedroom, he walked up to the mirror and gazed at the completely new self reflected within. Looking closely at his current appearance, he really was in a hurry to grow up. He could already see hints of how he would look at 36 like in the original story. Before long, fragments of Kelly's memories surfaced. Bits and pieces of Vanku's memories appeared naturally in his mind. His father had been a famous boxer in the eastern district of the Mogoro Kingdom, known as the Unbreakable Fist. His mother was a commoner from the Polydyancy Kingdom, a devoted fan of his father. Kelly had inherited his father's talent for boxing, but shortly after he began training, tragedy struck. 2 years ago, his parents died on a passenger ship bound for the Polydyancy Kingdom, reportedly in a shipwreck. With no means of livelihood, Kelly soon could only survive by selling off the inheritance his parents had left behind. Seriously, did a famous boxer's family not have any savings at all? Why did he have to start by selling off everything in the house? Van Koo muttered helplessly. He did not know how long had passed. After roughly sorting through the memories in his mind, Van Koo opened the bedroom door. Whoa, you scared me half to death. Bobby, how long have you been squatting here? Startled by the burly 3-year-old crouching right outside the door, Van Koo nearly burst into curses. Bobby, squatting with his arms wrapped around his knees, lifted his head with an innocent expression. Anakin, have you rested well? I've been obedient, you know. I didn't break anything, and I didn't go more than 3 meters away from you. I measured it. The doorway is exactly 3 meters from you. What an adorable and obedient child. If he hadn't accidentally slapped his real big brother to death, he probably would have marched straight toward an early grave all the same. Looking at Bobby, who was almost taller than himself, even while squatting, Van Koo felt a ripple in his heart. Well, then he had picked up a good little brother for free. From now on, Big Brother would just rely on him. After all, in the original story, he himself was utterly useless in a fight. Good boy. Tomorrow is Big Brother's birthday. Let's continue with our preparations. He reached out and ruffled Bobby's fluffy hair. From that moment on, Van Koo truly began his life in the world of pirates. Anakin. Bobby replied happily, and when he stood up, his sheer height once again left Van Koo shaken. 3 years old, and already 1 meter 80, only in the pirate world could this happen. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Looks like there's no system, no special powers, nothing. Life is going to be tough from here on out. At this moment, Van Koo was sitting on the front steps of their house, his left forearm wrapped in a thick plaster cast. A large shadow loomed from behind, blocking out most of the sunlight. I'm sorry, Anakin. I'll be more careful next time. Bobby's voice came from above his head, cautious and subdued. After all, during yesterday's rehearsal, Bobby had accidentally broken his big brother's arm. You don't need to say sorry, you idiot, you. His train of thought interrupted. Van Koo's temper flared out of control, but just as he began to scold, he fell silent again. It seemed his personality and emotions were being influenced by the original owner of this body. He himself had never been a short-tempered person. Van Koo thought to himself that before transmigrating, he had been a single man in his 30s who neither smoked nor drank. The harshest phrase he ever used was, damn, and his temperament had been gentle to a fault. Ahem, it's fine, my dear little brother. By the way, how are the sunglasses and fake mustache I asked you to prepare coming along? Clearing his throat, Van Koo asked in a gentle tone. They're ready, Anakin. Look. Bobby opened his hands to reveal a pair of small round sunglasses and a fake mustache of unknown material. Come on, squat down by the steps, I'll put them on for you. After 15 minutes of effort, Van Koo finally glued on the fake mustache for Bobby, set the little sunglasses on his nose, and styled his hair to resemble that of an adult. All right, from now on, don't say a word. Just follow my cues. You only need to nod or shake your head. If you understand, give me a nod. Hearing this, Bobby nodded vigorously. Good. Try not to show any expression. Come over and hold my right hand. Remember, no matter what, don't use any strength. Be gentle. Your dear big brother already has one left hand broken by you. Van Koo said, lifting his face to Bobby with a pleading expression. His small eyes were enough to move anyone to pity. Bobby said nothing, only nodding awkwardly as his hand unconsciously scratched the back of his head. A moment later, a 1-meter-80 hulk of a man was walking down a broad street, holding the hand of a little boy. They stopped in front of a shop. It had no particularly luxurious decoration, yet it exuded a certain understated grandeur. Broker house. So this is one of the specialty businesses in the pirate world. A place said to buy and sell anything as long as you have the money. Van Koo glanced at the unremarkable shop front. Was there some hidden mystery within? It didn't look all that big to him. Casting a glance at Bobby, the two of them stepped inside. Aurora. Honored guests, welcome to our establishment. What service might you require? A strange laugh echoed as a figure came toward them the moment they crossed the threshold. A man with a tiny H-shaped mustache, shifty features, and a smile plastered on his face. Bobby stood motionless, expressionless, without a sound. May I ask, honored guest, are you here to patronize our humble shop? The man stepped closer, rubbing his hands together with a practiced smile. Noticing the man's unusually long arms, Van Koo was taken aback. An arm span of over 2.5 meters with 2 elbow joints. Was this a member of the long-arm tribe? Hello, sir. My father isn't good with words, so I'll be speaking with you on his behalf. Seeing the long-arm tribesman tiptoeing in an effort to meet Bobby's eyes, Van Koo hurriedly stepped forward and spoke up. I see. Hello, little friend. I am the owner of this shop, Morgan. Whatever service you require, whatever transaction you seek, our establishment can handle it. Seeing Bobby give a silent, expressionless nod, Morgan immediately crouched down, smiling broadly at Van Koo. We'd like to sell a house on the East District's Luxury Avenue and purchase a house on Mariel Street in the West District. And we also wish to purchase a female slave. So you intend to move from the Nobles' Quarter to the Commoners' District? Morgan asked, somewhat puzzled, glancing up at Bobby. Questions that should not be asked, please do not pry. Van Ku cut him off with a hint of anger, and Bobby also gave a wordless nod. My deepest apologies, I was being nosy. Ararara. As for the house, there will naturally be no problem. We will secure a price that satisfies you. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands, and two ordinary-looking staff members walked out from behind Morgan. You two accompany our guests to inspect the house in a while. Make sure to offer them the best possible price, understood? The two staff members nodded silently. Through their collars, iron slave collars could be seen around their necks. Indeed, they were slaves. After 2 months of living here, Van Ku had discovered something horrifying. The Mogaro Kingdom, a powerful nation in the new world of the Grand Line, was actually a place where slavery flourished. Inside the 6-year-old body of Van Ku resided a man in his 30s from Earth. The way people in the pirate world wore their hearts plainly on their faces made him acutely aware of the dangers around him. That danger came from their neighbor, a noble old man who was secretly plotting to seize the inheritance left by their father. Worse yet, that despicable noble plan to sell Bobby to the neighboring Polodiancy kingdom, where boxing and brawling were all the rage. The time set for this scheme to be carried out was on Bobby's 4th birthday, 10 days from now, on February 19th. Excuse me, female slave, do you have any special requests? Character, appearance, or age? After arranging the staff's work, Morgan waved them away and turned to rub his hands again, asking, I am 6 years old this year. My father wants to find a slave who can teach me to read and write since he is very busy and has no time to teach me. Oh, what a visionary and caring father. A female slave is not only weak, but also capable of taking care of the young master's daily needs. She is indeed suitable to be a companion in the household. Morgan flattered enthusiastically and took out a small booklet from his pocket. I must say you are really lucky. We just happen to have a very suitable product. Please follow me. As Van Ku and the others followed, a long dark corridor appeared before their eyes. Please follow me, guest. After walking more than 20 steps into the corridor, an iron door appeared on the right side. Morgan reached out to push the door open and led the way inside. What came into view was a row of iron cages, each containing an ordinary human, both male and female, with fear and confusion written all over their faces. Taking a deep breath, trying to calm his discomfort, Van Ku signaled Bobby to continue following him. Guest, look, this is a female we acquired 6 months ago, appearing to be around 14 years old. It is said she comes from O'Hara in the West Sea, which is an incredible place gathering the world's most scholars. Even 3-year-old children can read newspapers. Morgan exaggeratedly waved his arms, nearly hitting the edge of the cage with his long arms, clearly making an effort to promote this product. Oh, father, be gentle. It's going to break, you bastard. A cry for mercy accompanied by an angry shout suddenly interrupted Morgan's introduction. After all, at the age of 3, Van Ku took a month to teach Bobby to write his father's name, Yongdu Van Ku. While others could already read newspapers, it's no wonder Bobby felt stimulated and clenched his fist. Morgan looked puzzled at this strange father-son duo, contemplating whether to show concern. It's fine, you step back for now. Let us take a closer look at this slave. We will give you an answer soon. Enduring the sharp pain in his right hand, Van Ku hurriedly interrupted Morgan before he could say more, as saying too much could lead to mistakes. All right, if you like it, just let me know. I will give you a 10 discount. After saying this, Morgan disappeared at the door. As an excellent businessman, he never dawdled. With short orange hair, large eyes that have lost anger, and a height of 1.50 meters, she wore only a tattered linen dress besides the iron chains on her feet. Can you really read and write? Van Ku took a couple of steps closer and asked the girl in the cage. 6-year-old Van Ku and 3-year-old Bobby together could hardly recognize 15 characters. The watchful gaze of the nobleman also made the two reluctant to seek help from those around them. After thinking it over, Van Ku decided to buy a slave to teach him to read and write. The girl looked at Van Ku and Bobby with her emotionless big eyes, and after a long consideration gently nodded. Teach me to read and write, you just need to do simple household chores. If you don't run away, you won't be harmed. Are you willing? Looking at Van Ku's clear eyes, the girl hesitated for 3 seconds and still gently nodded. Tell me, what is your name? Van Ku muttered, a bit wondering if she was mute. Just nodding. What's that? Nod for Y, yes, shake for an O. Ing. Tylee. Jesse. English transliteration of intelligence and information. Did she just spell a word for me? Is it intelligence? What does it mean, intelligence or information? Why is she even using English? Ing Tylee Jesse. Seeing that Van Ku did not respond, the girl raised her voice a little, saying her name word by word. Oh, little Ing got it. Van Ku realized, clenching his right fist and tapping his open left hand. Hey, please call me by my full name. What is little Ing? Besides, isn't this our first meeting? Be more formal with me. Hearing Van Ku's words, little Ing instantly turned into a shark mouth from a cartoon, leaning against the cage and roaring. Oh, I'm very sorry, Ms. Ing. Tylee. Jesse. For the first time in 2 months, Fan Ku saw a shark-toothy grin that only appeared in cartoons and was a bit taken aback, instinctively apologizing. It's fine, just remember to be more formal next time. Little Ing returned to her emotionless demeanor. No wonder she is from the pirate world. Even as a slave, she has such personality. At this moment, Fan Ku realized and silently mocked in his heart. Are you really from the West Sea, O'Hara? Have you seen the Tree of Knowledge? Who is the current librarian? How did you end up here? A series of questions flowed from Fan Ku's lips, causing a hint of surprise to appear on Little Ying's face. I indeed come from O'Hara and have seen the Tree of Knowledge. Before I left O'Hara, the current librarian was Dr. Clover. As for how I got here, as you can see, I was sold here by a human trafficker. The air fell silent again as Fan Ku contemplated whether to buy Little Ing. Little Ing, however, drifted into her memories from a year ago due to Fan Ku's questions. Ha ha ha. Truly, I am the daughter of Tai Li. Tony, I was about to become the youngest math doctor in O'Hara's history. In March of the year 1492 of the Ocean Circle calendar, on a scholar's ship sailing out of Dressrosa, a father's praise for his daughter echoed. Please be more formal, father. I missed the assessment by 2 points. Huh. Don't be so formal. You are only 10 years old. After this study tour, you will definitely pass the assessment. Yes. Yes. And Little Ing is the best navigator on our ship. Isn't that right? A scholar's voice chimed in. The best navigator. Let us celebrate the best navigator Little Ing with a banquet. Scholar A quickly followed up with the idea of throwing a banquet, which was soon agreed upon by the scholars on board. Please be more formal. My name is Jesse. The voice of Ing. Tai Li. Jesse roaring echoed again on the ship. Little Ying's mother, I want to eat Scholar Hot Pot, please. Alright, Anata, Little Ing, you come help too. Kazan, why are you doing this too? Ha ha ha, and the laughter accompanied by the sound of the waves pushed the ship, filled with O'Hara scholars, gradually away. Do you have something on your mind? Want to share? Maybe I can help you. Fan Ku's voice interrupted Little Ying's memories as she looked at the 1-meter-tall boy in front of her and the silent but robust father beside him. Little Ing suddenly felt hopeful about being bought, as she had had enough of life in the cage. It's nothing, but I'll let you in on a secret. I almost became the youngest doctor in O'Hara's history. Buying me is definitely worth it. This sentence was directed at Bobby, as she didn't believe that a 6-year-old child would understand the worth of a doctorate. Wasn't the youngest doctor in history Nico Robin? She wondered if Robin had been born by now. Fan Ku thought of Robin, but still wanted to praise her, as both he and Bobby were nearly illiterate. Sigwai, we want this sister. She will definitely help with my studies. Isn't that right? In fact, being 14 and almost becoming a doctor is already at the peak in a world where 99 are illiterate pirates. Fan Ku decided to hurry up and acquire her. This was clearly a human-shaped cheat. Bobby said nothing but silently nodded in understanding of the hint. Hello, we have decided to take this slave. Please help us check out. Fan Ku immediately shouted towards the big iron door. Alright, the original price is 2800 berries, and with a 10 discount, it's 25. 5 million berries. Thank you for your patronage. Morgan rubbed his hands and walked out from the shadows. Clearly, he had not gone far. 10 off is 25200 berries. Please be more formal. The weak voice of Little Ing came from the cage. Oh, what a lucky choice you made. Morgan awkwardly laughed, having been exposed, fearing that this deal would be spoiled. Alright, I got it. Pay up. Let's check out. Let her confirm her purchase contract. Let's see if she really has the skills. We only handle the payment, the signing. After another round of fuss, it finally came time to pay. Fan Ku reached into Bobby's long pants pocket. Jacket. Zipper space. Inside the invisible pocket, a 15-centimeter zipper appeared on Bobby's robust thigh. Fan Ku secretly activated his fruit ability, opened the zipper, and took out the money. Jacket. Zipper space is an ability Fan Ku unexpectedly developed a month ago after sensing a crisis around him. It allows him to treat a marked object as a jacket with a zipper through which he can place any item, but cannot exceed the volume of the marked object. As a seasoned transmigrator, I had almost given up hope on developing the devil fruit. After all, this is the jacket fruit. In its debut in the manga, it instantly seized the top spot for the most useless devil fruit in the pirate world. But, as the saying goes, there's always a but. Recalling that the original owner Kelly claimed his talent for developing his fruit was negative, Fan Ku immediately regained his confidence. Yes, the jacket fruit's uselessness was definitely due to Kelly's trash talent. It had nothing to do with the fruit itself. Thus, Fan Ku diligently worked on developing the fruit's abilities for 2 months, hardly stepping outside. According to his insights from these 2 months, the development of the fruit can be roughly divided into 2 directions. One is strength. This is tied to the user's physical strength. For example, Fan Ku can now transform himself into a jacket, just like Kelly in the original story, allowing Bobby to wear him and control Bobby's body. However, controlling Bobby's body felt like maneuvering a mech missing oil. It was incredibly strenuous. Within 3 minutes, Fan Ku was exhausted and detached from Bobby's body. The second aspect is creativity. This likely relates to the user's urgent expectations and mental strength. For instance, during the first month, Fan Ku struggled to develop any other abilities of the jacket fruit influenced by his preconceived notions. He was entirely at a loss and genuinely believed that this fruit had no other functions. It wasn't until he sensed the crisis from the noble elder and planned to abscond with Bobby's money that things changed. Lost in thought about where to hide the money so it wouldn't be easily discovered, Fan Ku suddenly felt a wave of mental exhaustion wash over him. The feeling reminded him of those lonely nights before his transmigration, training alone until his body was drained. In a moment of desperation, Fan Ku yanked at his right hand, resting on Bobby to prevent himself from collapsing to the ground. Ryup! Thud! He still ended up kneeling, but in his hand was a zipper pull. He looked up in confusion. From Bobby's back to his thighs, it resembled an open jacket that Fan Ku had pulled apart, revealing an unknown-sized space inside. Thus, the zipper space was developed. In response, Fan Ku could only exclaim, "Preconceived notions are detrimental." All those comics and transmigration novels he read before crossing over had truly gone to waste. Who said the jacket fruit couldn't possess spatial abilities? To think that some would genuinely believe the jacket fruit could only transform into a leather jacket to be worn by others, they should be dragged out and shot for 5 minutes. It's such a disgrace to all transmigrators. In the following month, Fan Ku's mind ran wild as he firmly believed he was unparalleled under heaven. The bolder the person, the greater the harvest. He devoted himself to developing new functions for the jacket fruit. Back to the present, Fan Ku had already taken out the prepared money and handed it to the overly eager Morgan. "All right, the money is all here. People, well, just take them." As Fan Ku spoke, he thought of his efforts over the past month, realizing that he truly had worked for nothing, having developed no new functions at all. "Great, thank you so much. Now my 2 subordinates will accompany you to handle the house issue." At this moment, the 3 of them returned to the store entrance, and Morgan waved to call out the previous 2 slave workers. "Okay, Odosa, we're going home. Xiaoing, keep up. Please be more precise. Ing is my surname. You can call me Jessie." At this point, Xiaoing had removed the shackles from her feet and was wearing a delicate collar around her neck. As the 5 of them walked, 3 remained silent, with only Fan Ku occasionally breaking the silence, and Xiaoing correcting him now and then. 3 months later, "Xiaoing, quickly help me check what this newspaper says." At that moment, inside a common 3-story building on Moria Street, Fan Ku held a newspaper he had just obtained in front of Xiaoing. "Young master, my name is Jessie. Please be more precise." After 3 months of interaction, Xiaoing had understood the situation of the 2 brothers. They were not a father and son, rather they were biological brothers who looked nothing alike. Also, it was more accurate to say she was a sister bought than a slave. The 2 brothers had lost their parents, were illiterate. One was 6, and the other 3, and they had to rely on themselves for many things. "Young master, this is a summary of major events compiled by the agency from last year to this year. It includes last year the West Seas 8 Treasure Navy's Pillar Qing Jiao was defeated by Vice Admiral Karp in a direct confrontation and escaped. The Navy headquarters once again recruited monster-level cadet Kazan, among others. Of course, none of this has anything to do with us. The only news that is somewhat related is that a powerful swordsman who achieved 100 consecutive wins in arena duels has appeared in the neighboring country of Dressrosa. It is said he is only 15 years old." Xiaoing briefly scanned the newspaper and explained while internally curious about where Fan Ku had gotten the newspaper, as it was a rare item. "It must be Cyrus Wright, being so formidable at just 15 years old. Previously, I felt nothing when reading the comics, but after having been here for over half a year and experiencing it firsthand, I realized just how impressive Cyrus is. It seems he also has a record of 3,000 consecutive wins." Fan Ku thought to himself that if he were to be recruited by the Navy headquarters for training, he would surely be an elite vice admiral. There's also a piece of information of uncertain authenticity stating that the editor-in-chief of the agency, Morgans, will establish a new organization called the World Economic News Agency. He promised that future news would no longer be limited to the nobility, but would be accessible to everyone with a price of only 100 berries. Seeing that Fan Ku remained silent, Xiaoing continued to interpret the contents of the newspaper. Could this be the future underground King Morgans making big news? This newly established news agency, I thought it was a hereditary business like a few other underground kings. Fan Ku couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "Xiaoing, do you know about the agency?" Fan Ku suddenly asked. "I heard from my father that the agency is the largest grassroots underworld organization in the world. Its operations include the trade of goods, people, and information, as well as shipping across various islands." This time, Xiaoing did not fuss over the name issue and responded thoughtfully. "Wow. So the agency is that powerful." Bobby appeared behind him, having grown another 20 centimeters in half a year, now standing at 2 meters. Indeed, if it weren't for the world government suddenly cracking down on the agency 7 years ago, which was said to be related to the sudden disappearance of the Rocks pirates. Xiaoying recalled. Bobby, have you prepared what I asked you to prepare? Yes, Anakin. Jesse's sister hasn't noticed. Bobby confidently replied. Please be more precise, second young master. The person involved is still present. So what is it, young master? Idiot Udo. Fan Ku lost control of his temper again, angrily kicking Bobby, only to end up with a sore toe for a long time. I'm sorry, Anakin. I promise next time. Bobby quickly crouched down to support his foot, which was in a golden rooster, standing on one-leg position. All right, it's fine now. Oh, just be careful next time. The recovering Fan Ku signaled to Bobby not to worry. I will definitely be more careful next time. Since you've already discovered it. Bobby. At this moment, Fan Ku crossed his arms and gave him a glance. Since you sincerely asked, we will graciously let you know. Bobby took a step back and said, for the peace of the world. Fan Ku smirked. For the harmony of the family. Bobby took out a rose from behind and sniffed it. To embody love and true feelings. The charming and delightful Brother Fan Ku. Brother Fan Ku. Brother Bobby. We are the messengers guarding the sweet smiles of girls. Fan Ku signaled Bobby to kneel on one knee while he jumped onto the leg, supporting him, snatching the rose and offering it to Xiaoying. At this moment, the air fell silent, and the two brothers waited for a long time without receiving a response from Xiaoying. Anakin, my leg's gone numb, I can't hold on any longer. Thud. With Bobby's mumble, the two brothers collapsed to the ground. So what exactly is going on here? Young master, weren't you called Kelly? Please be more precise. Xiaoying looked at the goofy brothers and was momentarily speechless, but couldn't help but correct them. Mind your own business. From now on, I will be called Fan Ku, not Kelly. Remember that. Fan Ku jumped angrily toward Xiaoying, but was held back by Bobby. Sister Jessie, I heard from Anakin that today is your birthday, so we wanted to give you a surprise. The cake was secretly ordered from the best bakery in the East District this morning. And there are gifts Anakin said you would definitely love them, at least to the point of being moved to tears. Bobby quickly explained, feeling that the brothers' performance just now had already been quite impressive. How could there be a more likable gift? All right, let go, Ododo. I'm calm now. Xiaoying, today is your birthday, and my brother and I have prepared a birthday banquet for you. Come quickly. After breaking free from Bobby, Fan Ku gently took Xiaoying's hand and walked towards the dining room. Xiaoying's beautiful face was slightly flushed. For some reason, she always felt that the little boy in front of her housed the soul of an adult, like a gentle big brother. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. A birthday song from the Blue Star came out of Bobby's mouth, while he held a massive birthday cake ready to place it on the dining table. The three of them took their seats, and Fan Ku pulled out an envelope from behind, signaling Xiaoying to open it and take a look. Xiaoying curiously opened the envelope, and inside was a collar key and a slave contract inscribed with the name, Ing Tai Li. Jessie. In an instant, Xiaoying understood the meaning of the Fan Ku brothers, and she immediately burst into tears, realizing she was truly free. 10 minutes later, Xiaoying, held in Fan Ku's arms, had quieted her cries a bit, and the slave collar that had once been around her neck was already removed and thrown on the ground. Thank you for taking care of us over the past 3 months. Now you are free. However, I still want to invite you to become part of our family. Oh, we need you. Gently stroking Xiaoying's soft orange-yellow short hair, Fan Ku said tenderly, while internally lamenting that his current body was indeed small, feeling a bit suffocated by Xiaoying's embrace. I promise you, today is actually my 12th birthday, and I will never forget it. Thank you. Xiaoying lifted her head from Fan Ku's small embrace, playfully sticking out her tongue to indicate she had previously lied about her age. Oh yeah. Welcome, Jia, to become part of our family. Let's hurry up and start eating the cake. Bobby is almost starving. After holding back for so long, Bobby finally seized the opportunity. All right, let's get started. Xiaoying smiled through her tears, leaving Fan Ku alone in sorrow. 12 years old. In these 3 months, Xiaoying seemed to have grown taller, almost reaching 1.6 meters. What happened to the promised 15th birthday? Deceit. Fine, it seems I never seriously asked Xiaoying how old she was, only that scheming merchant mentioned she was around 14. How annoying, I was deceived. Thinking about my own height of 1 meter, I don't know when Fan Ku started worrying about his height. It must have been influenced by the original owner's feelings. Damn original owner, I will not share the same fate as betrayal. Thanks to the inheritance left by the Fan Ku brothers' father, although there was no cash bailey, they had pawned nearly 30 million in assets, allowing the three to live comfortably in the commoner district. 1 year later, in the Fan Ku brothers' residence on Marl Street, at the dining table. It's abnormal. It's abnormal. There must be something wrong. Why hasn't my height changed much? Please be precise, haven't you already grown 4 centimeters? You are only 7 years old, why the urgency? Xiaoying calmly replied, already nearing 1.7 meters at 13 years old. Younger brother Bobby seemed to show no noticeable change, but if measured carefully, he had grown over 10 centimeters. It was just that his original height was too large to notice. At least for Fan Ku, who had just crossed 1 meter. Both 2 meters and 2.2 meters were beings that required effort to look up to. It's all right, brother. In my heart, you are a giant super huge. Bobby comforted. All right, let's not talk about this for now. This is the newspaper delivered by the Seagull last week. It is said that a scholar team from O'Hara has entered the New World. If they pass by the Maguro Kingdom, Xiaoing, would you like to go back to your homeland with them? Fan Ku took out a newspaper and said, I must say Morgan's ability is truly impressive. In just a year, he has managed to produce a weekly newspaper. It won't be long before he can achieve next-day delivery like in comics. No need, my current life is great, and I don't want to change for now. Seemingly recalling something unhappy, Xiaoing declined. All right, if you want to visit your hometown in the future, we can accompany you. Remember, we are family. Yes. Sister GSC, we are family. Understood. If I want to in the future, I will trouble you. After more than a year of getting along, Xiaoing had developed a deep bond with the two brothers. All right, let's skip this topic for now. This time, I mainly want to talk to you about our future dreams. After all, it feels like life right now is a bit dull. A month ago, Fan Ku would definitely not dare to say this, as his physical condition had not improved. Moreover, the development of the jacket fruit had also made no new progress, so no matter how boring life was, he had to endure it. Otherwise, would he believe moving even a bit could lead to a headache? The cause of Fan Ku's current inflated ego stemmed from a joke Xiaoing made while cooking. The jacket fruit. Will the new jacket have a tag stating the material and size of the jacket? Haha, young master, I'm just joking. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was indeed intentional. Stuck in a development bottleneck, Fan Ku really found Bobby, who was resting in the bedroom, to experiment. At first, Bobby showed no change until Fan Ku's right hand slid past the back of Bobby's neck and his mental energy suddenly decreased. A familiar sensation came, and with the sound of a zipper opening, a gap appeared at the back of Bobby's neck, and Fan Ku truly saw the tag inside Bobby's neck. Carefully taking out the tag, Fan Ku began to examine it closely. The tag was deep green with several prominent large characters, and behind the large characters were several rows of smaller characters, likely interpretations of the large characters. Seeing the large characters, Fan Ku's face instantly darkened. What did he see? Surprisingly, it was the 5 characters, De Ji Ti Mei Lao. This is the rhythm of becoming a good youth pirate in the new century. With a dark expression, Fan Ku looked again at the small characters behind the large ones, which read, a kind little boy, favorability 100 green, Ji, seems not very smart, can be improved intelligence development, 20 D gifted, can be improved physique development, 20 Mei, a pure man, admires men like Anakin. Underage Yaoi yet to be perfected. Mental will growth at 12. Lao, the best practice is with the battle axe, followed by hand-to-hand combat, boiling eggs, and playing the Eru. Battle Axe Development 0, Hand-to-Hand Combat Development 1, Boiling Eggs Development 9, Playing Arrow Development 0. After reading the tag, Fan Ku's first reaction was, oh no, the golden finger has arrived. Thinking about it made him a bit excited. Without any preparation or worry, it just appeared like that, bringing me surprises in my world. Ahem, sorry, thinking about playing the Arrow made me want to sing a sad song. Quickly zipping it back up, he slapped Bobby on the back of his head to bring him back to his senses. Bobby, in a bit, I will pull out a tag from the back of your head, and you help me transcribe it exactly, as it is not a single word wrong, understand? The tag string was too short, and Bobby couldn't recognize all the characters, while the key person Xiaoing could not be trusted completely. Fan Ku could only have Bobby copy it down for his own viewing. After Bobby exerted a tremendous effort, Fan Ku finally saw the content of his tag as he wished. Though an irritable, kind little fake boy, favorability 100 green. G, rarely seen, high intelligence, can be improved intelligence development 70. T, gifted, can be improved physique development 1. May, a pure man, likes all kinds of beauties regardless of age, skin color, height, or race, deeply influenced by the two-dimensional culture. Mental will integration at 60. Lao, the best practice is with hand-to-hand combat, followed by swordsmanship, almost indistinguishable from hand-to-hand combat. Recommended to practice simultaneously. Charm techniques and navigation. Hand-to-hand combat development 0, a swordsmanship development 0, a charm techniques development 0, a navigation development 0. Fan Ku could not only understand the other content, but was also quite pleased. However, what the hell is this charm technique? Bobby, did you see these 3 characters? Are you sure these 3 characters are not copied incorrectly? Fan Ku pointed at the 3 characters for charm techniques, looking at Bobby with an expression of, are you kidding me? How could that be? I copied it stroke by stroke, it absolutely wouldn't be wrong. If you don't believe me, you can call Sister GSC in to take a look. Alright, no need to call. I believe you. You go play and don't let Xiaoing know about this for now. Fan Ku waved his hand, signaling Bobby could leave while he continued to stare at the 3 characters for charm techniques, lost in thought. No matter how one puts it, the newly developed fruit ability seems to respond to the unease that has lingered in Fan Ku's heart since his crossing over a year ago. Unlike the peaceful world of his past life, the pirate world is undoubtedly filled with unknown risks for Fan Ku, who has traveled here. With the physical qualities of an ordinary passerby and a pure gaze, but with a brother whose lethality is off the charts and a worthless devil fruit ability. After exhausting all means, he summoned a system or golden finger that hadn't appeared in over a year along with the slave-dominated Morgero kingdom. To be honest, if it weren't for the countless types of transmigration novels Fan Ku had read before crossing over and his own age now being over 30 and more stable, any passionate young man who came here would likely suffer a mental breakdown or end up self-destructing in a short time. In this familiar yet strange world, the gap in individual abilities between people is vast. This has made the uneasy Fan Ku explore the surrounding world very little over the past year. The only time he ventured far was after rehearsing with Bobby for a month, when he bought showing from an agency. For this, Fan Ku's arm was broken by Bobby. It's simply unimaginable, too much to bear. Virtue should represent the attitude of others towards me, and the nature of others. A wisdom is about the level of intelligence. Speaking of which, Xiao Ying's intelligence development must be quite high. Body refers to physical talent. Is my physique really that good? Why can't I feel it at all? Beauty actually involves mental willpower. Why is mine different from Bobby's? This last labor is truly impressive. It marks the skill with the highest potential. In the original work, Bobby was known to be unarmed and claimed to have never fought since birth. His strongest talent is actually a battle axe. Fan Ku was having a brainstorming session alone in his bedroom, pondering repeatedly, and ultimately came to a conclusion. This is not the arrival of a golden finger, but rather a response from the devil fruit ability due to his strong inner desire. Because of his longing for the existence of a golden finger or system, did he develop a similar fruit ability. No wonder in the pirate world the Navy's devil fruit abilities are developed in a standardized manner, focusing on strength. In contrast, the devil fruit abilities of pirates are bizarre and varied. The Navy only needs to enhance strength to maintain so-called justice, so their fruit development is solely aimed at improving combat power. The situation for pirates is much more complex. They have all sorts of circumstances. Different circumstances lead to various inner desires. Of course, the developed fruit abilities can not only aim to enhance combat power, but must also align with current needs. The most prominent example is the bounce fruit, which can bounce people or objects and perform long-distance transportation because the ability user Kuma had a strong desire to save others at that time. For instance, the cosmetic effect of the slip fruit or the hand-rubbing magic of the steam fruit, etc. It is precisely due to such insights that Fan Ku feels that his body in the pirate world and the obtained fruit ability still have great potential. Back to the main topic, at this moment Fan Ku's gaze first turned to Bobby, and his younger brother must be given face to speak first. As long as I can live with my older brother, that's enough. If we're talking about dreams, then it's to live together with Anakin forever. Bobby politely raised his right hand to speak, although it was just empty words. Bobby is so good, your dream will definitely come true. How about this? In a couple of days Anakin will give you a gift. Fan Ku gently responded to Bobby, turning to Xiao Ying beside him, waiting for her to speak. As for me, I currently have no dreams. I am very satisfied with my life. Young master, do you have any dreams? If you do, we can accompany you to achieve them. This is troublesome. I currently don't have any dreams either. You can't expect me to dream of becoming the Pirate King, right? Becoming the Pirate King. That sounds incredible, but it might mean facing the Navy's pursuit. In extreme cases, we might even have to face the test of life and death. The first time hearing the title of Pirate King, Xiao Ying appeared quite curious and began to analyze and speculate seriously. Bobby doesn't want to be apart from Anakin. Absolutely not. Bobby firmly opposed. Second, young master, please be serious. It's not as simple as just saying you don't want to. If necessary, you might have to abandon me first. Xiao Ying looked very serious about this. I also don't want to leave Annie's sister. Duong. Bobby couldn't stand Xiao Ying's serious words and decisively lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum, alternately pounding his hands on the floor. The poor floor kept making loud duong sounds while Bobby also began to cry. Bobby, stop it. The house will collapse. You brat. Hurry up and stop. In his urgency, Fan Ku felt a surge of anger. I'm sorry, brother. I'll definitely stop next time. Bobby immediately stopped and knelt down, deeply bowing to Fan Ku in apology. Sigh. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference from a salted fish? Fan Ku covered his face, obviously feeling inflated, unwilling to endure any longer, wanting to reclaim the dignity of a transmigrator. How about this? Traveling the world. My dream is to travel the world. To visit every beautiful place in the world, taste every delicious food, flirt with every beautiful girl in the world. Ugh. That doesn't count. Damn, it has my thinking started to be assimilated by the pirate world. Even my speech is losing control, Fan Ku secretly complained. Aside from flirting with beautiful girls, I can accompany the young master to achieve everything else. Humph. Xiaoying responded without any expression, secretly disdainful. Hmm. Bobby also wants to travel the world with Anakin. Bobby, sitting on the floor, looked equally excited. Great. Then it's settled. Fan Ku ignored the sarcasm in Xiao Ying's words and quickly made a decision. Bobby, you are the strongest among us three. I'll buy you an axe later. Work hard to train and become stronger. Your safety in the future will be entrusted to you. Of course, I will also train with you. Xiaoying, you are the only one among us three who has been to sea, so please study navigation. That stuff is difficult. The two of us brothers haven't even learned all the characters yet, so we might not be able to help you. Don't worry, I will be very diligent. Xiaoying waved her hand, appearing indifferent, but her tightly clenched left hand betrayed her inner feelings. Fan Ku saw this, but said nothing. After all, everyone has a past they don't want others to know, don't they? All right, then I will wait for the two of you to rise, and then accompany me to travel the world. What reliable family. Oh, huh. Anakin, aren't we setting off tomorrow? Bobby innocently asked. Brother, you're only 5 years old. The eldest Xiaoying is only 13. Let's train hard first, and when we grow up a bit we'll set off. All right, then I'll listen to you, Anakin. Xiaoying, come to my bedroom for a bit. My jacket fruit has developed an interesting new ability. Let me show you. After the family meeting, Fan Ku said to Xiaoying. Oh, okay, young master. Xiaoying seemed to think of something and blushed. Fan Ku's new ability had been developed for a month. He had already learned the gist from Bobby's mouth. The rest was nothing special, but the interpretation of beauty might involve someone he likes. This made Xiaoying feel a bit flustered. She secretly glanced at Fan Ku, and seeing he hadn't noticed, hurriedly tidied her mood and followed him into the bedroom. Jacket tailor-made activated a new ability against the back of Xiaoying's neck. With a gentle movement of his right hand, he opened up the inner world of the little girl. Virtue, a kind-hearted little girl who remains good even after experiencing darkness. Favorability 100 green. Wisdom, a peerless genius. Compared to me, everyone here is just a small fry. Can be enhanced. Intelligence development 72. Body far surpassing ordinary people. Can be enhanced. Physical development 20. Beauty, a little girl just starting to develop feelings, troubled by whether she has a thing for younger boys. Mental willpower is increasing at 60. Labor, the most suitable practice is navigation, followed by mathematics, housework, and shooting. Navigation development 65. Mathematics development 91. Housework development 40. Shooting development 0. These splendid talent values made Fan Ku exclaim that he stumbled upon a treasure. Mathematics isn't even Xiaoying's strong suit. Navigation is truly her destiny. But what on earth is a younger boy lover? Where did Xiaoying come across that? Could it be that Xiaoying likes her younger brother Bobby? Why, young master, please help me copy one out. I want to see it myself. Xiaoying's voice came with a hint of shyness. Recovering from his surprise, Fan Ku quickly replied, Oh, okay. Right away. He immediately took out the prepared paper and pen and began to copy. Hey Xiaoying, do you like Bobby? But he's still so young. Maybe we should wait a few years. Fan Ku watched the flush rise on her cheek, and with a mild heat above his head felt compelled to remind her earnestly. No, it's not Bobby at all. Fan Kuzenbaka. Fury ignited, the note in Xiaoying's hand flared as if a flame, and she turned instantly into a snapping shark of a child. Bang, bang. The first sound was Fan Ku being ejected from the bedroom. The second was the heavy slam of Xiao in closing the door. So it's not Bobby. That's a relief. After all, pirate tales are boyish blood and fire stories, no room for reckless whims. Then who could it be? Fan Ku sat before the bedroom door, lost in thought. 3 days later. Brother, what's this? A hammer. A wooden hammer. Bobby scratched the back of his head, holding an oversized instrument that looked like a crude eru, and peered down at Fan Ku to ask. This is an eru, a musical instrument. You can tinker with it yourself. They'll show you the basics later. There's also a bow. I asked Uncle Ram to make it, and he'll bring it soon. Looking at the eru in Bobby's hands, a ripple stirred in Fan Ku's heart. In his previous life, his only cousin had once studied the eru for a few years. She had lacked talent and eventually given it up. There likely were no heirs in the pirate world. This instrument was Fan Ku's small token of memory from his former life. Oh, good brother. Crack. Bobby obediently tried to follow Fan Ku's instructions, but fumbled, snapping the heiress' neck into 2 pieces. My cousin, no? Wait, my eru. Do you know how long it took me to make this? Be gentle, Baka. Fan Ku lost control once more, imagining 3 days of sleepless labor undone by a careless hand kindled an unnamed fury in his chest. I'm sorry, brother. He'll be careful next time. Bobby dropped to his knees and practiced apology. Half an hour later, they were on Malier Street, inside Rom's workshop. Rom examined the eru, now split in 2 with a craftsman's eye. Is this the instrument you said you wanted to make the other day? What a fanciful idea. But these materials are for furniture, not instruments. You wasted 2 of my best strings. The craftsman Rum assessed the clumsy, oversized eru in his hands. How was I to know? In my last life, I learned the strings A and D when accompanying my cousin, so that's what I asked for. Fan Ku grumbled inwardly. Uncle Rum, please, could you make another just like this, but sized for Bobby? No problem. It will be ready by tomorrow. Also, the one-handed axe and the double-edged short sword you ordered are finished. They're hefty enough, but I'm not a weaponsmith. Treat them as everyday tools, not true arms. Ram set down the eru and went into the back room, returning shortly with the finished axe and short sword. Rum was one of the main reasons Fan Ku chose to move to Malia Street. Tata Rum, an old friend of their father and once the leader of his fan club, now ran a workshop that turned out all sorts of handiwork. Never professional, but good enough for ordinary household use. In the years after the original owner's parents perished, Ram had cared for the 2 Fan brothers more than most. He was almost the only adult they could trust. Thank you so much, Uncle Ram. You're as dependable as ever. I'm very pleased with these 2 pieces. Fan Ku gestured for Bobby to take the weapons without even glancing. Flattery, first, questions later. Gaha. Being praised by the son of my idol warms the heart. Tell me you lads never considered taking up Yongda's mantle. Bobby's build is even more exaggerated than Yongda's was at his age, you know. Rum laughed heartily. His broad frame towered half a head over Bobby. Truly like attracts like. Differences in build never stopped them from becoming childhood friends. What a pity Yongdu insisted on keeping that appointment back then. Otherwise, he and your mother might not have been lost at sea. You've both suffered so much, little ones. Ram's thoughts turned to the Fan parents. He patted Fan Ku's head with affection. Having remained unmarried for years, Ram intended to treat the Fan brothers as his own sons. Oh, and he mentioned a daughter named Xiaoying. Fan Ku, of course, had no idea had just been informally adopted. He only noticed Ram's peculiar look and felt slightly uneasy. Uncle Ram, we'll head back for now. We'll come by tomorrow evening to collect the eru. After a polite farewell, Fan Ku led Bobby out of the workshop. Kylie has certainly grown. So much more sensible than 2 years ago. Yongdu, how could a man like you perish in a mere shipwreck? Didn't you say you would pass on your techniques and make them shine? Ram idly fondled a finely crafted wooden box beside him as he stared at the mismatched pair. Back home, the 2 brothers called for Xiaoying, who was reading. Bobby, hurry. Put our weapons on the table so we can admire them together. Fan Ku urged the moment she appeared. Clang. With a great sound, a 1-meter single-handed great axe landed on the table. Beside it lay a double-edged short sword measuring 60 centimeters. I must say Uncle Ram's craftsmanship is truly fine. Fan Ku lifted the short sword and praised it sincerely. The short sword was modeled after a Hanjian style. Fan Ku had sketched dozens of drafts from memory before requesting Ram to forge it. Regardless of quality, the short sword's form was perfect. It weighed just over a pound. Fan Ku was pleased. He then eyed the one-handed great axe, a long haft, a single broad blade 50 centimeters across, a 20-centimeter spear tip at the haft's end, and a 20-centimeter spiked guard at the grip. TSK. Entirely forged from metal, the great axe weighed 80 dujin, as heavy as the legendary uncle's blade in the tales. Bobby lifted it with one hand and feel its balance. Be gentle with the movement. Fan Ku hurriedly instructed. At his cue, Bobby took the axe in one hand and swung it once or twice. He nearly lost his grip and almost flung it away. Onaikin, it's kinda heavy. Bobby turned to the 2 who had shrunk back against the wall. Ahem. Fan Ku released Xiaoying from their embrace and cleared his throat. It was terrifying. The thought of almost losing hold of an 80-plushan axe while swinging it sent shivers down their spines. Don't worry. In time you won't find it heavy. You're still growing, soon it'll feel light. Fan Ku resumed his seat. Xiaoying, if you need anything you can just go buy it. Books, weapons, daily goods, whatever. All right, no problem, young master. Well then maybe just call me by my name from now. Young master sounds odd. Fan Ku scratched his head. Okay, Fan Ku, young master. Forget it. Whatever makes you happy. Bobby, starting tomorrow, well trained together. Let's go to the primeval forest in the West District and chop wood first. We can sell the timber to help with living expenses. Fan Ku brightened at the thought. An axe meant for trees, training and earning at once. Okay, Onaikin. Now one more very important thing. Fan Ku's sudden seriousness fell over them like a hush. The air seemed to hold its breath. Xiaoying and Bobby watched Fan Ku holding their breaths. Together they asked, the most important thing. Exactly, especially for me and Bobby. Fan Ku clasped his hands, forearms resting on the table as he emphasized his point. Bobby swallowed nervously. Fan Ku, young master, rest assured. I will be very scrupulous about it. Xiaoying looked at him with unwavering resolve. From now on during training, Fan Ku began slowly. From now on, during training, they echoed tense and attentive. We must remember. Remember, they repeated. Yes, remember. The two waited anxiously for Fan Kuss' next words. You must give your techniques cool, flashy names. Yes, yes, cool names. Above all. Soon after, the clamor of practice, clashing and thudding, poured from the brothers' dwelling, and Fan Ku welcomed his first mixed doubles since the crossing of lives. Xiaoying, you've changed. You actually struck your most revered young master. Fan Kuss' shriek echoed through the house, accompanied by Xiao Ying's murmured reassurances. Chill, young master, hold on. He'll be gentle. And so it was the fragile little heart that carried nearly 40 years of 2 lifetimes' memories was bruised yet again. At the same moment, on Pepe Island in the West Blue Kaido, a roar brimming with fury startled a flock of birds deep within a distant forest. Moments later, a colossal figure rose slowly from the vacant lot beside blacksmith Abikiram's forge. Glancing around at his surroundings, he rested his massive right hand upon his brow and suddenly laughed. Hee hee hee. Was it a nightmare? How splendid. I've lived to see another day. Hee hee hee. Hey, giant, what are you? Why did you appear on the shore? A small, slender figure emerged from the blacksmith's shop. Hee hee hee. Did you save me, brat? The giant turned his head and asked. I found you unconscious on the beach and carried you here. You're truly enormous. I struggled mightily just to move you. Another tall figure now stepped out from the blacksmith shop. Don't be afraid, Absalom. Brother will protect you. The newcomer strolled calmly to Absalom's side, gently stroking the boy's head before locking eyes with the towering figure. Hee hee hee. I'm profoundly grateful. My name is Moonlight Moria. I shall repay your kindness without fail. Upon closer inspection, Moria bore a demonic visage, rows of sharp fangs, fierce burning eyes, and horns curling like those of a fiend. Ho 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 ho. Excellent. No repayment necessary. Though your fearsome countenance kept my younger brother Absalom awake with worry all night. By then, Absalom had already ducked behind his elder brother, peering out cautiously at this monstrous giant, whose laughter rang strangely through the air. Hee hee hee. My sincerest apologies, brat. Hee. Moria's haunting, infectious laugh resumed, unstoppable, unyielding. Your sword. I've placed it safely inside the house. Just say the word, and I'll fetch it for you. After all, at your height, you'd never fit through the doorway. Ho 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 ho. That would be an immense help indeed. Hee hee hee. 1 week later, on the eastern coastal forest of Pepe Island, standing nearly 6 meters tall, Moria gripped a katana over 3 meters long in both hands. He repeated the same cutting motion again and again, focused, unwavering, utterly absorbed. Time flowed silently, until abruptly Moria sheathed his blade with a single, fluid motion. Hee hee hee. You've arrived, Absalom. Do you need something? Moria smiled as he addressed the approaching figure. Brother Moria, is your swordsmanship truly extraordinary? Absalom stood small and slight, his eyes wide with childlike wonder and eager anticipation. Moria burst into hearty laughter once more. Of course, it's only natural. I am a sword master, and soon I shall ascend to the rank of Grand Sword Master. His confident mirth resonated deeply within Absalom's young heart, sparking genuine awe. Master Moria, you're truly magnificent. When I grow up, I want to be just like Master Moria. He'll wield the strength of a bear and ape the resilience of an elephant and the majesty of a lion. As he spoke, Absalom wildly swung his frail arms, as if confronting a mighty foe looming before him. Hee hee hee. What an astonishing aspiration, yet it demands relentless, unceasing effort. Observing Absalom's scrawny frame, Moria offered no discouragement, only quiet, thoughtful encouragement. Yes, Master Moria, I will strive without rest. I beg you, teach me the way of the sword. With that, Absalom eagerly pulled a rusted shovel from behind his back and struck a clumsy kendo stance, pleading earnestly toward Moria. Hee hee hee. Let's not rush such matters. Just now I happen to have something fascinating to show you. Clearly Moria believed Absalom needed nourishment and growth long before swordsmanship. What is this wondrous thing? I can't wait. A child's heart shifts its focus in an instant, captivated by novelty. Then watch closely. Shadow fruit. Scattering bats. With one decisive step, Moria's shadow peeled away from the ground, transforming into a swirling flock of bats that circled above them both. Beneath Absalom's gaze, filled with pure curiosity and reverence, Moria began his explanation. This is my latest treasure, the devil fruit I acquired in my homeland, the shadow fruit, one of the ocean's most fabled treasures. Sugoi, can such powerful devil fruits still grow in Master Moria's homeland? I want one too. Could you pluck one for me? Stars shimmered in Absalom's eyes. My homeland. It has vanished from every map, razed to ruins by bands of uninvited ruffians. Nothing remains but ash and silence. In Moria's mind, wild maniacal laughter echoed. Oro korokoro. Mama mama. Gehaha. And beneath it all, the deafening roar of cannon fire interwoven with the anguished cries of kin and enslaved souls. At its center stood a figure gripping a massive spiked club crowned with elongated horns, the very man who had robbed Moria of his entire family. Afterward, Moria, miraculously spared, embarked on a solitary fugitive existence, drifting eastward and westward in endless concealment. Rumor held that the man had since gained the power to transform into a celestial azure dragon. How bitterly ironic. His nemesis soared freely through the heavens, while Moria, returning secretly to mourn his homeland, instead inherited power drawn from darkness itself. Master Moria, if you don't object, you may live with brother and me. We'll be your family, and Pepe Island shall be your new homeland. Hee hee hee. Fear not, brat. I'm far from fragile. Still I shall remain under your roof for a time, refining this newfound power. Comforted, Moria erupted into bright, unrestrained laughter. Yes, Master Moria, sugoi. Well then, time grows late. Let me prepare today's meat provisions. Out of the corner of his eye, Moria caught sight of a massive brown bear standing guard deep within the forest. Half a minute later, one sword-style shadow slash. A low commanding cry rang out. The Brown Bear King, one of the 3 sovereigns who had reigned over Pepe Island's eastern coastal forest for over a decade, fell vanquished. Ho 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 ho. Master Moria, you are truly formidable. Even seasoned fishermen dared not approach these woods for fear of the Bear King. Indeed, the forest borders the eastern coast, so fishing ventures have dwindled drastically these past years. Gazing upon the 10-meter-long carcass inside his forged blacksmith, Abucarum spoke with heartfelt admiration. Hee hee hee. Pathetic. Exactly. Master Moria, dispatched in a single stroke. Just like this one sword-style, shadow slash. Absalom brandished his shovel, mimicking Moria's earlier strike. His innocent, joyful mimicry sent both men into roaring laughter. Hee hee hee. Ho 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 ho. Laughter spilled joyfully across Abucaram's forge. For one tranquil year, Moria dwelled peacefully on Pepe Island. Within that brief span, he rediscovered a warmth long absent, the tender, enduring bond of family embodied by the Abucaram brothers. Yet beautiful moments passed swiftly, and soon Moria prepared once more to sail the open sea. This time, however, he would not sail alone. Hee hee hee. Abucaram, Absalom, are you certain of your decision? The sea shows no mercy to the weak. Standing on the eastern shore, Moria addressed the 2 brothers before him. Rest assured, we shall never hinder your path, Master Moria. That's right. That's right. Trust us, Master Moria. Absalom chimed in, eyes alight with excitement. From now on, brother, and I will strive tirelessly to match your pace. Hee hee hee. Then let it be so. Today the Moonlight Heroic Brigade is formally founded. Crew, set sail. Let us conquer the entire West Blue and deliver due retribution upon the greedy and corrupt. At that moment, Moria roared with triumphant exultation. Within mere years, the name Moonlight Moria echoed across every cove and harbor of the West Blue. He punished rapacious pirates, refused all collusion with the corrupt West Blue Navy, and in a sea teeming with buccaneers, syndicates, rotten admirals, and even piratron nations, the legend of Moonlight Moria, the West Blue hero, became a beacon for countless souls seeking justice and honor. Had he not witnessed that man's public execution? Had he not heard that man's final defiant declaration? Had he not been stirred, deeply irrevocably, by that man's indomitable spirit? Moria's life might well have ascended to ever greater heights across the West Blue, supported by loyal followers, fulfilling every trope of a triumphant protagonist's tale. Alas, life offers no such certainties. As Moria prepared to set sail again in the West Sea, far away in the new world of the Grand Line, Vanku was transforming into a massive red lobster. Anakin, what's wrong? Bobby knelt on the ground skillfully, his enormous body shielding Vanku from the intense afternoon sunlight. At this moment, Bobby was as anxious as he had been over 2 years ago. Oh. Vanku was seen lying on his side in the center of Merrill Street, his body contorted into a bow shape, his skin glowing red and releasing heat, while bones emitted crisp cracking sounds. Yet Vanku could only let out painful groans. The brief 5 minutes of agony felt like an entire century to him. As an unprecedented clarity spread throughout his body, a sense of joyous rebirth filled Vanku's limbs and bones. In Bobby's astonished gaze, Vanku stood up, his posture now tall and filled with an overwhelming sense of strength. "Oh, Anakin, you've grown taller." "Nanny, really?" Vanku was successfully diverted by the height comment, looking at his hands and comparing them with Bobby, who was kneeling in front of him. Indeed, he had grown taller, and by more than half a meter at once. Of Vanku should now be around 1.60 meters. "Anakin, you seem to have become more handsome." Bobby continued with surprising words. Golialu, a huge sound erupted from Vanku's body. A sudden wave of intense hunger overwhelmed him, causing him to crumple into Bobby's embrace. "Quick, I'm starving. Take me back to eat," Vanku said, forcing himself to speak into Bobby's ear. 3 hours later, at the Vanku brothers' home. Bang! A bowl was accurately thrown by Vanku into the towering pile of empty bowls beside him. Bobby and Ram, who had rushed over, looked at Vanku, who was still diligently eating, with disbelief. That should be my 32nd bowl since I arrived, right? Ram turned to Bobby, feeling as if he had gained new insight. Yes, Uncle Ram. Since I came back, it's almost 40 bowls. I'm going to clean up the empty bowls and then help Xiaoying in the kitchen. Bobby finished his sentence and prepared to go back to the kitchen to help Xiaoying with the food. Hick, a long belch escaped him. Wait, Bobby. Tell Xiaoying not to prepare anymore. Full, I will clean up later. You've all worked hard. As Vankus' words fell, his once huge belly, swollen from eating 40 people's worth of food, visibly shrank at a rapid pace. After Xiaoying came out, Vanku, sitting at the dining table, casually grabbed a toothpick and began to pick his teeth leisurely. Sorry, I worried everyone, but it's just that I've been exercising a lot recently, so I occasionally feel especially hungry. That's all. That's all. The three of them instantly displayed furious expressions, clearly dissatisfied with Vankus' perfunctory response. What else can it be? I'm not quite sure myself. I just feel refreshed and full of energy. Vanku spread his hands, indicating that he was just as perplexed. I have a discovery. At this moment, the intelligent Xiaoying indicated she had something to say, holding up 2 twisted iron spoons in her hands, displaying them to everyone. Young Master Vanku must have awakened a superhuman strength physique like young Master Bobby's. These spoons were twisted when young Master Vanku was eager to eat upon returning. Moreover, if all goes well, the indestructible physique should also have awakened. To be more rigorous, we should conduct an experiment. Saying this, she picked up Vankus' short sword, preparing to test it on him. In Vankus' incredulous gaze, Xiaoying truly swung the sword with full force at his shoulder. With a crisp snap, the short sword that had accompanied Vanku for over a year broke into 2 pieces. I mentioned before that this sword isn't a real weapon. Its quality is subpar. After all, I'm not a professional weapon craftsman. Bobby, your giant axe is the same, Ram said seriously while rubbing his chin, not forgetting to remind Bobby. Oh, I understand, Uncle Ram. Upon hearing this, Vanku felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and then his anger erupted like a volcanic eruption. Is that the point? Baka, Xiaoying, did you really intend to try to cut me with that sword? Indeed, the pirate world is far too dangerous. With an intellect worthy of a PhD, how could one think to conduct an experiment by swinging a sword at someone? Mom, I was wrong. I want to go home. This hot-blooded manga is simply terrifying. At this moment, Vanku's heart was filled with tears. Just kidding, young master. I had already tested it while you were eating. It definitely won't hurt you. I'm very rigorous. Looking at Vanku, who was in despair, Xiaoying suddenly smiled playfully and pointed at the various broken knives of different sizes in the corner. Having spent over 2 years together, Xiaoying had truly become more and more lively. After all, she was just a 14-year-old girl. It was normal to be a bit mischievous. Vanku decisively chose to forgive her not at all because of how increasingly beautiful Xiaoying had become over the past 2 years. Seeing this scene, Ram completely relaxed, murmuring in a tone only he could hear, "Has Kelly awakened your special physique too? Yongdu, if you knew, you would surely be very happy. Since that's the case, it's time to continue your legacy." Soon the three of them began to play and joke around the warm scene, making Ram the old father feel the wave of comfort. Since there's nothing else, I'll head back now. If you have any questions, feel free to find me. Uncle Ram, thank you for your concern. Take care. At this moment, Vanku was surrounded by Bobby and Xiaoying, continuing to explore his body, unable to break free, only able to bid farewell to Ram, who had already walked outside. That evening, Vanku used his fruit ability again to allow Bobby to secretly copy the content of his name tag. Though an irritable, yet kind little boy, affection, level 100 green. ZH, a rare high IQ, can be enhanced intelligence development 78. T, astonishingly exceptional, can be enhanced physique development 15. MXXX spiritual will integrated spiritual will growth at 20. LXXX content unchanged. After reading the content, Vanku realized Vanku should have completely disappeared from this world. In the future, only the Vanku who had crossed over remained. As for the so-called awakened physique, in Vanku's view, it was more likely a benefit from the fusion of their 2 souls. After all, in the original work, Kelly was still a weakling who could only rely on his younger brother at the age of 36 without any so-called special physique. Just as Vanku was imagining how to take off relying on the benefits of being a traveler in the future, a voice from outside interrupted him. Young Master Vanku. Uncle Ram came back to find you. He's currently sitting in the living room. Quickly putting away the content of the name tag in his hands, Vanku replied and opened the door to walk towards the living room. This is something your father Yongdu asked me to keep for you. It's your father's most precious treasure, and now I'm handing it over to you. Ram spoke directly when he saw Vanku placing a delicate wooden box solemnly in Vanku's hands. Looking at the size of the exquisite wooden box, Vanku asked in confusion, "The most precious treasure of my father. Could it be a treasure from the sea?" That's not wrong, Ram affirmed. No way could it really be. Vanku eagerly opened the wooden box. That's right. This is it. Ram gave another confirming look. Vanku, a devil fruit. From the inheritance of the unbreakable fist. Suddenly the air fell into silence. Vanku's toes were so awkward they could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment from the floor. Cough. Cough. Is it really my father's inheritance? It's indeed a treasure. I will definitely treasure it well. Vanku took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. Don't underestimate your father's inheritance. Yongda's unbreakable fist can withstand a punch from Elizabello II Hedon. Oh really? It can withstand someone else's punch Hedon. After hearing this, Vanku seemed less interested. Isn't it impressive to take a punch from someone? After all, I just used my shoulder to break a short sword. Do I look proud? That's a super destructive punch known to be able to penetrate enemy fortresses with just one hit. The King's Fist. What? Is that the King's Fist which is said to be able to kill even the 4 emperors if hit Hedon? Right, Vanku suddenly remembered that Elizabello II is the current king of the neighboring country Perdanes. What 4 emperors? I've never heard of them. However, the legendary hero of the Navy Master Garp has personally admitted that in terms of the power of a single punch, he is ashamed. At this time, there were no so-called 4 emperors. The most authoritative combat power on the sea was the legendary hero Garp, as promoted by the Navy. Vanku's heart was filled with anticipation, thinking, here it comes, Bim about to get a buff. Just received a red buff and now a blue buff. I can't help but take off. On Merrill Street, in the independent 3-story building of the Vanka brothers, Xiaoying was alone in the study reading a book. The young master talked in his sleep again last night. What does buff arrived mean? Holding the latest nautical journal, she murmured about Vanku's dreams from last night. Xiaoying had been in this home for over 2 years. From the initial tension and restraint to now freely controlling the economic power. Everything happened so naturally, and the greatest contributor was Vanku, the older brother among the 2 siblings. As she pondered, Xiaoying fell into memories. Xiaoying, from now on this place is your home. Don't be afraid, no one will treat you like a slave. This was Vanku's comfort to her on the 2nd day after Xiaoying arrived at this home. The more than half a year of confinement and slave training had made Xiaoying very sensitive, a sensitivity she hid well, so that ordinary people would hardly notice. Vanku sensed it the next day, which is why he offered that reassurance. He remarked, it's not that I'm exceptional. It's just that people in the pirate world are too easy to understand. You say that in the 24 hours since you came to my house, you've trembled 8 times from speaking and forced yourself to kneel 7 times while working. Anyone from Earth could see that you are scared and repressed. As a promising youth of the new century, how could you endure such a situation? Let's have a heart-to-heart. In the days that followed, Xiaoying was the first to get up every day to do housework and prepare breakfast. In the morning, she taught the Vanka brothers to read and write, and in the afternoon, she occasionally accompanied Bobby to shop, while in the evening, she could freely move about in her own bedroom. From Xiaoying's observation, Vanku was a very smart and patient child, occasionally speaking in a mature manner. He was particularly courteous to her, as if he really did not treat her as a slave. During one dinner, the 3 of them sat at the dining table, chatting, and Vanku started again. In this world, the strong are revered. Bobby, train hard and grow up quickly. Whether Anakin will be bullied in the future depends on you. Oh, I understand. Anakin, however, knowledge can change fate. Xiaoying, whether we can change our destiny depends on you. All right, young master. I will teach rigorously. If one has no dreams, what is the difference from a salted fish? My dream is to become the most idle salted fish, relying on you too. Ha. Young master, please be serious. That's not a dream, that's a parasite. Yeah, but I don't have Bobby's sturdy physique, nor do I look as smart and beautiful as you, Xiaoying. Just look at my face, how anxious it looks. I estimate that in the future I can only be a short and rich person. Vanku expressed that he had crossed over and knew the original owner's potential limit. Without any system or golden finger, he was destined to be an ordinary person. Anakin, that won't happen. You will definitely grow up to be very tall like a giant. Young master, please don't be so pessimistic. Second young master, please be gentle. You will break the table. Ha! In the midst of the chaotic sea, I am neither pleased nor afraid. Don't worry. I have come to this world with great difficulty, so I will definitely live well. Xiaoying fell silent. Vanku's sudden stunning words stirred her heart, yet behind this statement, there was always a sense of uncertainty about the future. Xiaoying, thank you for your hard work these days. Eat more. You're almost 15 and still so small. Yes. Sister Jessie, you should eat more. Anakin often tells me you are too thin and that you should be fuller to look better. Got it. Young master, second young master. Xiaoying's face flushed at the words. You jerk. Bobby, what you said will lead to misunderstandings. Vanku's anger surged as he jumped onto the dining table to cover Bobby's big mouth. 3 months later on that day, Xiaoying gained her freedom. The Vanka brothers gave her their slave contract and collar key as a birthday gift. Since realizing she was 12 years old, the Vanka brothers had become even more courteous to her. They would often help her with many things, and the mature and caring demeanor of the older brother Vanku also fascinated Xiaoying a bit. Xiaoying, it's okay, I can wash the dishes myself, you go read in your room for a while. Xiaoying, today I found a nautical journal left by another guest at Uncle Ram's place. I specifically borrowed it. Xiaoying, how can you be so careless? Come, let me take you to bandage it first today, Bobby, and I will make lunch. Xiaoying. Over 2 years countless, Xiaoying were intertwined. If it weren't for Vanku, who was just over a meter tall, with an anxious face, Xiaoying would have truly fallen for him in no time. Sigh. With a sigh, Xiaoying, who had finished reminiscing recently, had a worry. Originally Vanku's refined height and looks effectively controlled a young girl's unreasonable thoughts. However, just yesterday afternoon, Bobby brought back a different Vanku. At a height of 1.60 m with a handsome face, if Bobby hadn't confirmed that this was Vanku, Xiaoying would never have believed it. Xiaoying would never believe that someone could go out and come back looking completely different, as if they had undergone plastic surgery. Of course, this was also Xiaoying's limited perspective. Otherwise, if she knew about the slip fruit, she would understand that plastic surgery could be done in one bite. If Vanku knew how Xiaoying evaluated his appearance, he would definitely feel wronged. How could he be handsome? He was just less anxious than before, and upon closer inspection, it seemed that he had merged his appearance before crossing over with the original owner's appearance. Now Vanku truly had the face of a 9-year-old child, but he still looked more anxious than a normal 9-year-old. Additionally, what satisfied Vanku was that he had grown taller. 1.60 m. It's hopeful to grow to 2 or 3 meters in the future. After all, the original owner had a deep obsession with height. If Xiaoying thought he was handsome, it must have been a case of beauty in the eyes of the beholder, enhanced by filters. Xiaoying, we're back. Sister Jessie, we're back. The two calls interrupted Xiaoying's thoughts. Xiaoying quickly put down her book and went out to greet them. Young Master Vanku, you are back. Well, Sister Jessie. Bobby learned a new song today, and it sounds especially nice. It was taught by Anakin, called A Voice of the Vast Sea. Really? Second young master. Young Master Vanku is really knowledgeable. I've never heard of this song. Xiaoying said playfully, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Vanku. Huh. This is a song I heard my father hum before, said to be from an ancient country in the East. It's normal that you don't know. Vanku's face turned red under Xiaoying's gaze, and he quickly explained. For some reason, over the past 6 months, Xiaoying had become increasingly concerned about issues related to him. Her gaze towards him was also somewhat different, especially since yesterday. As long as he was present, Xiaoying's eyes had not moved away from him, completely ignoring Bobby, who was over 2 meters tall. Then please, young Master Vanku, sing it for me. I'm very interested. Xiaoying continued to look at Vanku with her sparkling big eyes. Sister Jessie, I can sing too. I can also play. I can sing while playing. Bobby, completely unaware of the ambiguous atmosphere, forcefully interrupted. Right? Bobby can do it too. Let him show you later. I'm all sweaty. I need to take a bath first. Ignoring Bobby's remark, Vanku hurriedly ran into the bathroom, as if escaping. Sighed. Xiaoying watched the fleeing figure disappear outside the door, deeply sighing. What was wrong with her? Since yesterday, her mind had been filled with the now handsome Vanku. Today, she couldn't even focus on her reading, which was really troubling. Vanku, soaking in the bathtub, was also very troubled. Xiaoying's increasingly charming appearance, her sparkling big eyes, and her increasingly voluptuous figure lingered in Vanku's mind. Sigh. Xiaoying has really become more and more beautiful over these past 2 years. Her figure is also getting better. Remembering the now plump Xiaoying, Vanku felt himself slipping into a mode of a pig brother. Damn it. How can I think like this? Xiaoying is only 14. That's a crime. Besides, I'm just a 9-year-old child right now. Realizing this, Vanku was filled with a sense of guilt. He decided to distract himself by singing, so he just sang. Xiaoying was about to place a clean bath towel in the basket outside the bathroom when she approached the bathroom and heard Vanku singing inside. What use is this iron rod? What does this change matter? Another song she hadn't heard before. She really didn't know where young Master Vanku got it from. Was it composed by him? Thinking of this question, Xiaoying felt another wave of worry. Clearly, the worries of people are not the same. The kingdom of Moria is located in the latter half of the Grand Line. From a bird's eye view, the islands of the kingdom resemble the shape of a bowling pin. The bottom of the pin is wide and lowly, divided into eastern and western living areas. The eastern area is the noble living zone, while the western area is for commoners. Starting from the neck of the pin, the terrain gradually rises, and the top of the pin is the royal highland of the Moria kingdom. The entire kingdom enjoys the climate of a summer island. However, the specific climatic conditions of each living area are quite different. The royal highland has a tropical rainforest climate and is rich in resources. The noble living area has a tropical savanna climate, providing a comfortable environment. In contrast, the commoner's living area experiences a tropical desert climate with scarce resources and harsh conditions. The training ground of the Vanko brothers is located at the junction between the Royal Highland and the commoner's area. To the north there are tall and dense tropical rainforests, while to the south stretches an endless desert wasteland. Heading west, there is a cliff that extends 20 kilometers beyond which lies the vast starry sea. At this moment facing the sea, it may not be springtime with blooming flowers, but you can hear someone singing. A laugh from the vast sea, the tides surge on both shores, riding the waves, remembering today's events. After finishing their training for the day, the Vanko brothers are leisurely sitting on a large rock by the cliff. Bobby accompanies with the eru while Vanko strikes the rhythm with his newly forged longsword, harmonizing his song. Singing a song that is distinctly different in style from this world, Vanko feels a sense of being a transcendent figure. Ding! Suddenly Bobby stopped his bowing. Anakin, look, there are two people floating in the sea. Bobby pointed with his right hand at the surface of the water below the cliff. Vanko looked out and saw two figures, one white and one yellow, struggling against the boat board already pushed out of sight into the blind spot beneath the cliff by the waves. Quick, Bobby, let's go down to save them. Without a moment to think, Vanko hurriedly called Bobby to climb down the cliff together to rescue the people. By the time the brothers reached the bottom of the cliff, the two individuals in the sea had already been tossed against the rocks by the waves. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold on and fell back into the water, only to be slammed against another rock by the next wave. After several repetitions, by the fifth cycle, the Vanko brothers finally arrived. Vanko, being the empowered one, could only instruct Bobby to jump into the sea to retrieve the two individuals onto the rock, thus avoiding their sixth cycle. Anakin, these two must be from the circus. Surely a world-touring circus has come nearby. I really want to see the circus performance. Bobby, excited to be on shore, spoke to Vanko, forgetting to let go of the two individuals in his hands. First, put them down, Bobby. Remember, face up, place them gently. Vanko had to patiently remind his brother, for lives are at stake. Oh, got it. Look, this is a clown uncle. And this is a big uncle with a chicken comb on his head. Bobby exclaimed excitedly as he set the two individuals down. Vanko, upon seeing the appearance of the two, felt 1,000 alpacas run through his mind. The chicken comb on that person's head was clearly a ship's rudder stuck into his skull. Oh no, this is a serious matter. Is there still time to run away? Waiting online. Urgent. Unfortunately, it's too late. The clown-like figure had already spat out 2 mouthfuls of water and sat up. The clown turned to glance at the chicken comb head beside him and suddenly stood up with a jolt. After observing the condition of the chicken comb head for a moment, he immediately walked towards the Vanko brothers. With each step the clown took, a farting sound accompanied him. Thus the scene was like this: puff, puff, puff. The clown arrived before the two. Following that was a flurry of hand gestures pointing at the chicken comb head, then at himself, drawing a big circle followed by a series of nonsensical movements. Sugu, Anakin, the clown has started performing. You must watch. Vanko looked at Bobby with a sense of speechlessness. Brother, can I call you brother? Look at these two, all injured, and the one lying on the ground has blood flowing from his head. Performing. Performing what? Performing to send your captain flying into ascension while lying on the ground. Looking at the clown before him, Vanko was even more speechless. He clearly could speak, yet was performing a mime. What? Is the life of your captain not as important as your interests and habits? In the future, when looking for a ship doctor, it is absolutely better to find one who behaves normally, even if they are slightly less skilled. Do you want me to help you carry your companion to a safe place for treatment? Vanko tried to guess what the clown was trying to convey. Nanny, you actually guessed it. The clown exclaimed in surprise, his eyes bulging. What? You didn't want me to guess? Then let your captain lie here and continue waiting for death while you keep performing here. Bobby, quickly carry this uncle with the chicken. The uncle lying on the ground. We need to go see Uncle Ram. Vanko didn't want to waste any more time with this clown and directly instructed Bobby. This time the clown fell silent again, stepping with the farting sounds, bowing to the brothers, and then continued to follow while farting. The next morning, in the bedroom of Ram's workshop. Ale, how can there be a chicken? A surprise shout rang out from the bedroom, with a crisp sound of a slap to the back of the head following right after. That person is you. The clown spoke again. At this moment in the bedroom, Vanko, with dark circles under his eyes, quietly watched the performance of the two fools before him. Just a minute ago, Vanko, who had been taking care of the chicken comb head all night, had just entered dreamland. The chicken comb head on the bed woke up and got off the bed to look in the mirror in the bedroom. Staring at his reflection, he froze for half a second before directly shouting, Ale, how can there be a chicken? Instantly awakened, Vanko felt a gust of wind pass by him. The clown, who had just been blowing bubbles in his sleep next to him, dashed over and slapped the chicken comb head on the back of his head. Keek, keek, keek. So that's how it is. Truly, I thank you for saving my life. Keek, keek, keek. The chicken comb head, having understood the whole situation, laughed heartily and thanked the crowd that had gathered. The four people opposite him had different expressions. Rom and Xiaoying, who had been informed of the situation, looked terrified and shocked respectively. Only Bobby expressed his disappointment, while Vanku, who had stayed up all night, remained the most composed. Seeing the expressions of the few people before him, the chicken comb head laughed again. Kik. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shurji. This clown beside me is my ship's doctor named Indigo. I also have a nickname known as the Sky Pirate Gold Lion. Surely some of you have heard of it. Rum, upon receiving confirmation, felt his legs go weak, almost kneeling down. The notorious name of the Sky Pirate Gold Lion was too infamous. Uncle, so you are not from the circus? I thought I could see a circus performance. Bobby asked in disappointment. Circus? Performance? Gold Lion suddenly asked with a gloomy face. A silence followed. A dead silence. Bobby's innocent remark had plunged the atmosphere into an extreme stillness. This was the merciless pirate Gold Lion Shurji. At this moment, Rom and Xiaoying felt cold sweat running down their backs, and Vanka was no longer as calm as before, as the crowd was about to crack under the pressure of the atmosphere. Kik. Since it is the expectations of my benefactors, then let us fulfill that. Indigo. Puff. The performance begins. Let our benefactors see our spirit. Saying this, Gold Lion laughed maniacally as he crouched down, slamming his right hand on the ground. As the crowd stood in confusion, everything around them began to levitate. Soon everything started to swirl around Gold Lion and Indigo while the two began to perform a hilariously comical dance. After a long time, it was uncertain who first couldn't hold back. A loud puff, followed by a burst of laughter, instantly lifting the atmosphere. At noon, in the restaurant of Rom's workshop, a group of 6 was chatting and laughing over lunch. Sugo, Uncle Gold Lion, you can actually make things float. And that chicken comb on your head, is it actually a piece of a ship's rudder? Bobby's unfiltered question echoed again, causing the air to fall silent once more. Kik. That's right. Sailing on the sea, such situations are common occurrences. Obviously, Gold Lion was momentarily stunned by the question, but didn't mind. No, having a ship's rudder stuck in your head is actually very uncommon. The ship's Dr. Indigo quickly interjected to disagree. Watching the atmosphere come alive again, Vanku couldn't help but lean closer to Xiaoying and whisper, life must be steered by oneself, but one must never let the rudder pierce their head. Puff. Xiaoying directly spat out the food she had just eaten. Bobby watched closely. The 3 horizontal marks on this tree trunk. Each differs in length. Yes, I see them on Icon. Your task is to strike from the side with your great axe, carving precise depths matching each mark. I've prepared many such marked trees. Now begin. This training aims to refine Bobby's precision with the great axe, a lesson Fan Ku had gleaned from earlier sessions. Though only 6 years old, Bobby effortlessly surpasses every physical regimen Fan Ku recalled from his past life. The great axe Bobby now wields is his 4th, the first 3 shattered under his relentless strikes. Fan Ku has thus shifted focus, no longer amplifying raw strength, but cultivating refined control. For 2 months, the brothers have adhered to this discipline, initially demanding that each tree remain standing connected by a sliver no thicker than a fingertip. Just 2 days prior, they achieved that goal, and it was during their afternoon rest that they rescued Shiki and Indigo. Whoosh, thud. A gale of wind heralds Bobby's one-handed axe swing. On the first strike, he cleaves a tree nearly a meter wide. Yet already after only 1 day, his grip falters under its recoil. Sorry, Onaikin. That was a fluke. I'll get it right next time. As the falling trunk narrowly misses Fan Ku, Bobby sheepishly scratches the back of his head. Truth be told, Fan Ku has long grown accustomed to such mishaps. Once out of habit now, because his own body could easily withstand it. Fan Ku's daily regimen is far more grounded. He trains from his late father's manual essence of the unbroken fist. Note, before adulthood, his armament haki remains suppressed due to the rigorous practice of the unbroken fist. Only upon reaching maturity and mastering the unbroken fist will his armament haki finally catch up to his observation haki. Swordsmanship remains part of his routine, though his methods mirror Bobby's, improvised entirely from intuition. Reflecting on recent progress in his fist techniques, Fan Ku decides it is time to teach Bobby. Drawing his short sword, he resolves to practice sword forms in the morning and train Bobby in fist arts in the afternoon. Yo-ho-ho, a double-edged blade and a one-handed battle axe. Rare weapons indeed. From the canopy of a colossal tree emerges a golden rooster. No, Shiki the golden lion. At the sound, Fan Ku and Bobby pause mid-motion and look upward, greeting him respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Shiki. To Mr. Shiki, has your health improved? Why not rest indoors? Yo-ho-ho, what ailment could possibly afflict me? I am Shiki the golden lion. The room grew stifling. I've come out for fresh air. His booming laughter reveals why he stands among them. Yo-ho-ho, enough of that, grateful brat. Lend me your double-edged blade. I lost my beloved swords to the sea and haven't retrieved them yet. Slowly descending from the treetop, Shiki floats down golden mane and flowing robes stirring as if stirred by an unseen wind. Truly magnificent. Oh yes, here you go. Without hesitation, Fan Ku tosses his short sword upward. Slightly short and rather shoddy in craftsmanship. Its appearance alone is passable. Shiki offers a candid appraisal upon catching the blade. Well, of course it's short. You stand over 2 meters tall. Fan Ku at just 6 meters wields a newly forged 90-centimeter blade, hardly diminutive. Had Shiki arrived earlier, he might even have tested the 60-centimeter prototype. Not bad all things considered. I scoured the area and found no other double-edged blades. This one will do for practice. As Fan Ku silently grumbles, Shiki begins his sword drills. Indeed, witnessing a grand swordmaster's practice is a rare privilege. Fan Ku swiftly pulls Bobby aside to observe intently. They watch from dawn until dusk, skipping lunch entirely. Fan Ku and Bobby watch earnestly, though Bobby grasps nothing and Fan Ku truthfully understands little either. In fact, for most of the day, Shiki performed only several elementary cuts, deliberately slow, endlessly repeated. Does it seem dull? Shiki exhales deeply, turning to Fan Ku. Fan Ku and Bobby nod solemnly. Fan Ku knows these must be profound techniques, yet comprehension remains utterly beyond him. Memorize these movements first. In time, you'll internalize their meaning, laying the foundation for your future sword intent. Thank you, truly, Mr. Shiki. I shall engrave every motion in my heart. Fan Ku rises instantly, bowing deeply in sincere gratitude. A double-edged blade differs fundamentally from conventional single-edged swords. Its forms are infinitely more intricate. Where single-edged blades favor brute simplicity, double-edged mastery demands exceptional self-discipline and innate aptitude. Sheathing his blade, Shiki speaks with quiet gravity. Please, Mr. Shiki, teach me. Fan Ku seizes the opening without delay. Yo-ho-ho. I merely find your double-edged blade intriguing. After all, my own Koku and Sakuraji are also double-edged. But to instruct you, you're hardly qualified, yet grateful brat. So he won't teach me. Then why mention it? Fan Ku had briefly imagined acquiring a grand sword master as mentor. Now he stands frozen, awkwardly speechless. Shiki can't help but chuckle at his expression. Yo-ho-ho. Though I won't instruct you directly, before departing I'll leave behind some personal insights on cultivation. Should you possess the talent, you may decipher them on your own. Don't forget, I am Shiki the Golden Lion. Yo-ho-ho. Fan Ku understands instantly. It isn't refusal, it's deliberate distance. Indeed, the calculating legendary pirate Shiki recognizes that formal mentorship would entangle the brothers with his fate. Yes, understood. Thank you so much, Mr. Shiki. I swear, I won't open your notes until you've fully departed. Yes, understood. Thank you so much, Mr. Shiki. I swear, I won't open your notes until you've fully departed. Seeing Fan Ku's mature deference, Shiki feels a fleeting impulse to recruit the pair as disciples. Yet having witnessed countless prodigies across the pirate world, he swiftly suppresses it. In his prime, ascending the pinnacle of power, he has neither time nor need for apprentices. Were Fan Ku privy to Shiki's thoughts, he'd surely retort, you dare reject me. Very well. Since our fates intersect, I in turn shall grant you guidance when the time comes. Yo-ho-ho. And you, little Bobby, 6 or 7, yet built like a titan, wielding that axe with astonishing force. When next we meet, I'll gift you a true masterpiece, 10,000 times finer than that rusted scrap you wield now. In high spirits, Shiki transforms into a generous patron of promises. Knowing the story's trajectory, Fan Ku gazes upon Shiki, laughing heartily before Bobby, and feels a pang of quiet sorrow. Indeed, just 3 days ago Shiki reigned unchallenged as the world's greatest pirate. Yet once news spreads, that title will vanish overnight. When he returns to learn his entire fleet lies in ruins, let us hope he does not perish then and there from sheer rage. By evening, having practiced no unbroken fist at all, the brothers accompany Shiki back to Ram's home. PFFFT, 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 PFFFT. An incessant, grating series of flatulent bursts echoes from outside the door. Ah, you truly possess astonishing vitality. With a ship's rudder lodged deep inside your skull, you still live. And today you even ventured out to play. Baka, are you cursing me to die? Indigo, I'll cut you down first. At his breaking point, Shiki snatches Fan Ku's short sword and lunges toward the door. After a chaotic flurry, the 6 gather once more around the dinner table. Indigo, have you contacted the others? Shiki asks calmly, slicing his steak with meticulous grace. All eyes pivot to Indigo. Uft. Setting down his knife, Indigo rises and performs a silent pantomime before the table. The face of the Golden Lion visibly displayed a series of alarm buttons, highlighting just how foul his mood was at that moment. If you can speak, then speak properly. A shadow blurred past, and Indigo was kicked against the wall. Upon closer inspection, the shadow was actually Fan Ku. Ha ha ha. Well done, dear benefactor. The golden lion was in high spirits, increasingly feeling that Fan Ku was quite to his liking. Clap, clap, clap. Indigo, sliding down from the wall, dusted himself off, clearly uninjured. We've made contact. We can arrive tomorrow morning, Captain. And everything you asked to prepare is ready. Great. Then we'll set off directly tomorrow. Having disappeared for a few days, this world must have missed me terribly. Ha ha. The others at the dining table felt a twinge of anxiety. The Golden Lion's aerial fleet was on its way. Oh, what kind of calamity would it bring to this country? Little girl, is there anything you want? Just say it, don't hold back. The Golden Lion had entered wish-granting mode once again, clearly valuing the life-saving grace of the few individuals. I would like some of the latest nautical logs and a fine firearm. The log's contents and the craftsmanship of the gun must be meticulous. Littling made her request without hesitation. Unlike the well-known storyline with Fan Ku, Little Ying's high intelligence allowed her to see through the Golden Lion's character. She was unaware of how he had been in the past. However, at this moment, the Golden Lion was genuinely sincere towards the several lifesavers present. Nautical logs. Little girl, do you wish to learn navigation? You must study diligently, or otherwise it could cost lives in the future. Fan Ku realized that this touched the Golden Lion's sensitive nerve, especially since he had just been swindled by an unreliable navigator. Of course, the Golden Lion was still unaware that his grand fleet had been lost. He merely considered this a minor setback, thinking that Roger had escaped. After all, he had logged off while the ship's helm was still embedded in his head and had not seen the scene of the grand fleet's destruction. Otherwise, mentioning navigators would have surely made him flip the table. Rest assured, Mr. Shurji, I will be meticulous and won't make any mistakes. Littling looked at the Golden Lion with determined eyes, and even someone as experienced as the Golden Lion was somewhat moved by her unwavering gaze. Huh, is that so? What an impressive little girl. Truly something to look forward to. Soon the Golden Lion brushed this matter aside and returned to eating and chatting with everyone. During the meal, he even promised to gift Rom a complete set of the best craftsperson's tools, including those for blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons, which excited Rom for quite a while. The next morning, the group of 6 arrived early at the coastal area of the Western District. Gazing toward the distant horizon, they soon spotted a massive ship appearing in their line of sight. After a while, the enormous ship sailed close to the coastline and dropped its massive anchor. Several small boats were lowered from the giant vessel, quickly making their way toward the group. Captain Shurji, Boss Golden Lion, Admiral. Various titles echoed from the small boats. A group of fierce-looking pirates jumped from the small boats, rushing to greet the Golden Lion among the 6. The pirates quickly dressed the Golden Lion in a brand new golden robe and lit a fine cigar for him. Hiss! Taking a deep drag from the cigar and exhaling a puff of smoke, the Golden Lion now exuded a formidable presence. Why are only you guys here? Upon hearing this, the lead ferocious pirate instantly broke into a cold sweat. Captain Shurji, they encountered some issues and can't come for now, but we've come to take you back first. Your personal ship's doctor is already here and will definitely heal your injuries. Clearly, the Golden Lion sensed an unusual emotion in the words, but decided not to probe further as family matters shouldn't be aired in public. All right, have you prepared everything I asked for? The Golden Lion continued, asking his subordinates. It's ready, I'll have someone fetch it right now. Seeing that the topic had shifted, the pirate quickly went off, happy to arrange for someone to fetch the items. Soon several large boxes of various shapes were brought over. The Golden Lion stepped forward and opened one of the longest boxes, revealing a massive battle axe lying within. The Golden Lion picked up the battle axe taller than himself with one hand and displayed it to everyone. This was the weapon of my former close combat team leader, originally a two-handed wheel axe. The single-sided blade of the axe was over 1 meter long, and the tip of the axe handle even featured a spearhead that was 60 centimeters long. A few years ago, my squad leader died in the Battle of the Valley of Gods, and one side of his wheel axe broke. I had the blade melted down and reforged, resulting in its current form. The battle axe was nearly 4 meters long, indicating that its owner had not been over 4 meters tall in life, as it was originally a two-handed dual-bladed wheel axe. Bobby, now 6 years old, was already approaching 3 meters in height, making this battle axe more than suitable for him to wield one-handed in the future. Bobby, this battle axe is perfect for you, so it belongs to you now. Cherish it well, it's a battle axe that rivals a great blade. Saying this, he tossed the battle axe to Bobby and proceeded to open another wooden box. This box contained books with a rather exquisite wooden box on top. The Golden Lion first picked up the delicate wooden box and opened it. Little girl, that box of nautical logs is what I had my subordinates gathered just the other day, and this firearm is a companion gun of my former partner, Captain John, the famed gun Jealousy. It should be sufficient for your future use. After introducing Little Ying's gifts in one breath, the golden lion directly approached Fan Ku and reached into his bosom. In the expectant gaze of Fan Ku, the golden lion pulled out a few crumpled papers from his bosom. This is what I promised to give you insights on the sword path. After stuffing the papers into Fan Ku's hands, the golden lion immediately moved to Ram's side to introduce the gift for him. At this moment, Fan Ku felt like dying. Why did his gift turn into a few crumpled pieces of paper? Judging by the handwriting, it seemed hastily written last night. The writing was truly ugly. All right, everyone, prepare to set sail. Just as Fan Ku was on the verge of a breakdown, the golden lion's loud shout interrupted his thoughts. Are we leaving? It will probably be very hard to see each other again next time. After all, the plot goes like this. Fan Ku murmured to himself. After bidding farewell to everyone, the golden lion boarded the small boat back to the warship and squatted down for a loud shout. As Fan Ku and the others stared in astonishment, the enormous warship began to rise from the surface of the sea, slowly ascending. Fly? It's flying. Bobby, carrying the battle axe, was so excited that he almost jumped up. Uncle Shurji is simply amazing. Watching the gradually rising warship, Fan Ku felt quite complex inside. Knowing the storyline, he didn't know whether he should do anything. Standing at the ship's railing, the golden lion looked down at the increasingly small figures of Fan Ku and the others, a smile gradually forming on his lips, as if he had thought of something amusing. Youngdu, your child seems to have that potential. How about I give him a little help and see what happens? After his musings, the golden lion directly shouted downwards. Hey, dear benefactor, prepare yourself. This is a parting gift just for you. Saying this, without waiting for Fan Ku to react, he widened his eyes, an indescribable aura shooting skyward, then pressing down toward Fan Ku and the others. On the ground, Fan Ku had yet to react when he felt his body sink, as if a giant hammer had struck his head, nearly causing him to faint. When Fan Ku looked at the other three again under pressure, he found that Little Ying and the others had already collapsed on the ground. What the heck? Is this Conqueror's Haki? So sudden. Why did he suddenly unleash this on us? Dear benefactor, you truly have that potential. Seeing that Fan Ku hadn't fainted, the golden lion laughed heartily and increased the pressure, causing blood to start seeping from the helm above his head. What? More? That's enough. Why do you have to make me kneel? Once again, a heavy pressure surged in, and Fan Ku felt a surge of anger rise up from his heart, burning all the way to the top of his head, as if something inside him had been snapped. What the hell? You big rooster. Is this how you treat a benefactor? A sudden surge of power erupted from Fan Ku, clashing with the golden lion's aura in the sky as he stood upright and shouted angrily at the air. I was right all along. You also possess the potential to become a king. Farewell, my benefactor, little ghost. I hope you enjoy this parting gift. The golden lion, soaring ever higher, watched with delight as Fan Ku unleashed his powerful conqueror's haki, grinning from ear to ear. He was utterly oblivious to the wounds that had cracked open due to his reckless use of Conqueror's haki. With the ship's helm deeply embedded in his head, the golden lion could no longer wield his haki normally, let alone the Conqueror's haki that affects one's mental will. The golden lion's warship quickly vanished from sight, while Fan Ku remained standing in place, staring blankly at his own hands, utterly bewildered. Conqueror's haki. Is it really that simple? What conditions did I meet to awaken it? Just because I'm an otherworlder? While being an otherworlder is indeed impressive. If they weren't, they would have perished long ago and couldn't serve as material for novels. Soon Fan Ku adjusted his mindset. Awakening Conqueror's haki was a good thing. Having more skills is never a burden, right? It would only make his future endeavors smoother. Looking at the three who were still unconscious on the ground, Fan Ku simply sat on a nearby box waiting for them to wake up. Soon after, Xiaoying slowly opened her eyes, her mind feeling like a mess, dazed and confused. You're awake. Xiaoying. Fan Ku's handsome face came into view. It was then that Xiaoying realized she was lying in Fan Ku's embrace. With a sharp scream, Xiaoying abruptly sat up. Bobby and Ram, who were lying on the ground, were awakened by the scream. They saw Xiaoying in pain, clutching her forehead, while Fan Ku's nose was gushing blood. What happened? Onaiken. Sister Jess, how did you get hurt? Bobby will protect you. Bobby immediately picked up his newly acquired 4-meter battle axe, adopting a vigilant stance, as if ready to take on anyone Fan Ku pointed at. Ram, on the other hand, sat on the ground, watching the two with a hint of amusement in his eyes. A dividing line, the Red Earth continent, is a massive wall encircling the world of pirates. Why do we call it a wall? Because at a height of 10,000 meters and a width of several thousand meters, the Red Earth continent has no species capable of natural survival. On a giant platform built by human hands on the Red Earth continent, the headquarters of the emerging giant Morgan's World Economic News Agency is located here. Is the news report not done yet? This is world-shaking news. A massive bird-like creature urged its countless employees to work. This bird-like creature is none other than the news tycoon Morgans, who possesses the bird fruit albatross form. The Battle of Ed. War of the Sea. A colossal battle capable of changing the pirate landscape of the New World. And its victor is the most unlikely Roger Pirates. The Great War lasted 3 days and nights, and the Golden Lion has been missing for 3 days. Is this fate's choice or a human conspiracy? Hurry and get to work. This world-changing news requires you to work overtime for A996. It's your blessing. As he passed by an employee who had been working overtime to the point of twitching, Morgans pulled out a pistol and aimed it at the employee's head, indoctrinating him with the theory of overtime as a blessing. Hurry up. The war is already over. I want to inform the world of this news as soon as possible. That evening, countless messenger seagulls flew away from the Red Earth continent, carrying news that would shock the world to every corner of the globe. The next morning, in the nearby seas of Wano country on a giant pirate ship. Oh ho ho ho. Useless Shiki. How could you be so useless? You actually lost to that bastard Roger who killed Captain Rocks. Ugh. So infuriating. The young Kaido, stepping on the newspaper that had just been delivered, first laughed, then cursed, and finally cried before picking up a flask and drinking heavily. Kaido boss. This is an opportunity. Without the aerial threat of the Golden Lion, we can openly establish ourselves in Wano country now. Beside him, a giant man wrapped in leather advised Kaido. The giant's face was also covered with a leather mask, leaving only a pair of sharp, wise eyes. Ugh, Gene. I don't care. I must give him a lesson with my kanabo and teach him how to behave. Kaido continued to drink and complain. Understood. Boss Kaido arranged for someone to notify Orochi of Wano country. What about that fool Queen? Isn't he in charge of intelligence? Why didn't he notify me when the Golden Lion battled Roger? I want to either beat them or be beaten by them. Ugh. Understood. Boss Kaido, he'll have Queen handle the handover with Orochi regarding the weapon factory. At this moment, Queen, who had been hiding in the shadows and trembling, finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Gene, you pervert who loves to interrogate. How did you understand Boss Kaido's words? You're not pretending to convey orders, are you? That's none of your business, you fat pig. Worry about yourself first. Gene directly ignored Queen's question and calmly replied. My. Gene, what do you mean? Just as Queen was in confusion, a massive figure appeared behind him. Sensing danger, Queen instantly trembled all over and stiffly turned his neck to greet. Kaido, you're awake. I was just about to bring you the latest intelligence. The enormous pirate ship that had been sailing smoothly suddenly erupted with a loud roar, breaking the tranquility. Thunderbogwat. Off. Come save me. Immediately, chaotic sounds of panic erupted from the ship. Pirate yelled. Queen has been knocked out by Kaido again. Pirate B exclaimed. Quick, Queen is a devil fruit user. We can't let him fall into the sea and drown. Pirate C swiftly pursued. Boss Kaido, you've had too much to drink. This is terrifying. Mommy, I miss you. Pirate D trembled in fear. In a location thousands of nautical miles away, a small-scale skirmish was also taking place. Young warrior. Accept my challenge. Let me either defeat you or be defeated by you. A muscular man dressed as a samurai from Wano jumped from a giant cruiser onto another massive ship. Clang. A loud sound. The dual blades in the leg-haired warrior's hands clashed violently, with a trident creating powerful waves of armed color, stirring up intense waves in the sea. Boom. After a brief struggle, the leg-haired warrior's strength clearly gained the upper hand, sending the trident-wielding strongman flying into the ship's cabin. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a red light flashed through the dust, and a giant hand swept across, creating a fierce gust of wind. According to the principle of no harm from smoke, the dust was swept away by the airflow, revealing a tall figure inside. Who goes there? State your name. A cold voice emerged from the figure's mouth. It was a tall young man dressed in a tight leather outfit with a scarf covering his face. Long time no see, strong man. I am Kazuki Oden, the new 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. What's your name? Let's continue our clash. Kazuki Oden laughed heartily, raising his dual blades and leaping toward the opposing young man. Oden's two-sword style spirit charm. Earth Dragon. Glutinous rice thrust. Clang. This time the tall young man, having prepared, raised his trident to stab forward, firmly blocking Kazuki Oden's powerful strike. The intense clash of haki caused the surrounding pirate lackeys to flee in terror. From a distance, the area where the two collided seemed to be illuminated by special effects with red and black haki swirling chaotically. I am the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kakuri, the second son of the Big Mom Pirates. I advise you to stand down. Your current actions can be seen as a provocation of the Whitebeard Pirates against the Big Mom Pirates. As time passed, the younger Katakuri began to fall into a disadvantage, with veins visibly bulging on his forehead. The passionate clash between men needs no regard for trivial matters. Let me continue to play music and dance. Try my newly created ultimate move. Odin's two-sword style peach blossom 10 punches. What? Damn it. Can't hold it off. A powerful observation hockey wave erupted from Katakuri's eyes. At that moment his observation hockey seemed to be able to transcend time, faintly glimpsing a brief future. Flowing machi. In a split second Katakuri pressed his left hand down on the ship's deck, instantly transforming a large area of the deck in a slippery machi, narrowly dodging the attack. Facing off against Odin, once more Katakuri's most genuine thought was that he could not completely withstand this. Are you ready, 2nd Division Captain Odin? This will be an all-out war between the two major pirate crews in the New World. Enough chit-chat. Why bother with so much? Having said that, Odin assumed his stance, ready to launch another attack. Lord Odin, Lady Toki has urgent matters to report to you. You need to hurry back. Meow. At that moment, a hurried voice called from the cruiser behind Odin. What? What is it? Damn it. Odin clearly sensed the urgency in the voice. After gritting his teeth, he decisively retreated. Watching Odin's cruiser disappear on the horizon, Katakuri finally relaxed his guard and began to reminisce about the battle. Is it the observation hockey that can foresee the future? If I can master it completely, I can better protect my younger siblings. I will definitely become stronger. As he thought of this, an inexplicable aura began to rise from Katakuri, a sign that his conqueror's hockey was about to awaken. When Yutian returned to the ship, a plump cat and a large dog walked upright to greet him. Lord Yutian, Madam Sure is waiting for you in the cabin's bedroom, accompanied by Izong and the ship's doctor. Woof! The large dog hurriedly pulled Yutian into the cabin, appearing very impatient. Damn it, Doglon. I was the one who called Lord Yutian back first, so I should be the one to explain. The plump cat immediately grew anxious, jumping to the other side of Yutian and pulling his hand towards the cabin. Ha ha, no need to be so agitated. Cat Viper, it seems nothing bad has happened. Then I can relax. Watching the carefree banter between the cat and the dog, Yushin's heart, which had been tense, instantly eased considerably. In the cabin's bedroom, a beautiful woman was sitting on the bed, her long turquoise hair cascading down to her waist, her lovely eyes warmly gazing at Yutian, who was rushing in. My husband, I have something important to tell you. As she spoke, a blush suddenly appeared on Tian Yuesher's face, and a maternal glow radiated from her beautiful eyes. Madam, whatever it is, just say it. Yutian casually approached the bed, glancing at Izong and the ship's doctor beside her, and said with concern. On the azure sea, a news seagull that had stayed up all night was searching for its target in the air. Ha! I Guan Yue Yutian have a son. Ha ha! A loud laugh startled the news seagull, which had dark circles under its eyes. Lord Yutian, how do you know it will be a son? Madam just found out. Meow. Ha! Stop being so talkative. If I say it's a son, then it must be a son. Sigui, Lord Yutian is amazing. Woof! Recovering from the shock, the news seagull quickly landed on the cruise ship, and the moment it landed on the deck, it handed the latest newspaper to the crew. Huh. This newspaper seems to have come out early. Wasn't it supposed to be once a week? It has only been 4 days since the last one. Just as the crew was puzzled and prepared to pay the news seagull, the seagull on the opposite side collapsed on the deck and fell asleep. In the distant territory of the Big Mom pirates on Cake Island, Charlotte Lin, just after giving birth, held her newly born 30th son, Highbuster, the future mixed minister. Mama. Parasparrow, was there any major event happening on the sea while I was giving birth? Mama, just now Morgan Seagull brought the latest newspaper. The Flying Lion pirates and Rogers pirates had a great battle in the adverse sea. Oh, what was the final outcome? Who won? Big Mom suddenly leaned down, her massive body glaring with her huge eyes at her eldest son. Mom. According to the newspaper, the flying pirates, who originally had absolute advantage, were completely annihilated. Rogers' pirates escaped unscathed. Under the overwhelming pressure of Big Mom's imposing aura, Parasparrow nervously extended his huge tongue and stammered the contents of the newspaper. Completely annihilated. Escaped unscathed. Mama. That troublesome stinky rooster was completely annihilated. What on earth happened? Big Mom's conqueror's hockey suddenly became a bit uncontrollable, and her powerful and oppressive aura knocked her son out. Mom, please stop. Your new son will die. They reportedly encountered a sudden and powerful storm. Suppressing his fear, the eldest son hurriedly reminded her and quickly made an explanation. Mama. All right, have Katakuri come over. Mama. It's time to expand. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters. In the Marshal's office, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Marshal Kong sat in the office, his face dark. On the opposite sofa sat Admiral Sengoku, the legendary Vice Admiral Hirogarp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the retired Admiral Zephyr, and the newly promoted elite Vice Admirals Akainu and Kizuru, along with the Rear Admiral Kazan, who had no qualification to be in the office, but was permitted due to his monstrous strength. Let's hear it. What are everyone's thoughts on this incident? After a long silence, Marshal Kong broke the oppressive atmosphere, first resting his fingers crossed on the desk, asking his loyal subordinates. Who, shill. Garp, stop sleeping. Marshal Kong is starting to ask questions. Slap. Huh. What happened, Sengoku? Did the meeting end? Bastard Garp. The meeting has just begun. Save me some trouble. On the sofa, a pair of clowns were chatting without a care. Marshal Kong's face darkened even more. Do you think I don't know this bastard Garp is sleeping? I have already chosen to selectively ignore it, and yet you had to wake this idiot up. What do you mean? Are the high-ranking martial artists present deaf? Must you waste time here chatting? Soru. Iron Fist Impact. Bang 2. Unable to tolerate any longer, Marshal Kong directly used a Shuinpa to punch the two on the head in one smooth motion, showcasing his proficiency. Alright, let's continue. I suggest we take this opportunity to attack the Yellow Dragon directly and concentrate our forces to eliminate the remnants of the Flying Lion. Continue to strengthen the Navy's control over the New World. Aki Inu, who was puffing on a cigar and emitting smoke, was the first to speak. That's a bit inappropriate. The only effective information we have is that the flying pirates were completely annihilated in the storm. But there is absolutely no effective information on the Flying Lion. Vice Admiral Tsuru reminded, after all, the flying pirates are not terrifying. The complete Flying Lion is what is truly terrifying. As a female Vice Admiral who rose through her intellect, Tsuru's point of view undoubtedly focused on the true crux of the current situation, lacking the aggressive nature of male power holders. Yo, I agree with Tsuru Senpai's viewpoint. After all, the Flying Lion is quite terrifying. What if we eliminate the remnants of the Flying Lion only to face the complete Flying Lion? What to do then? Vice Admiral Kazuru adjusted his sunglasses, laid down the nail clipper in his hand, and lazily agreed. Marshal Kong, how about this? Immediately organize the most mobile intelligence team to collect information near the Edver Sea. Once we clarify the specific situation of the Flying Lion, we can then make corresponding deployments. At this moment, Sengoku, who had finished tidying himself up, stood up and offered what he believed to be the most prudent plan. Looking around at his loyal subordinates, ignoring the eager Kazan, who wanted to speak, Kong returned to his seat. Then let's follow Sengoku's suggestion for arrangements. All of you must execute it seriously. For the sake of justice. For the sake of justice. And after everyone dispersed, Kazan followed behind Garp and started chattering. So, Vice Admiral Garp, I actually have a fantastic idea. Absolutely exhilarating. Stop talking nonsense. This time, I only brought you to broaden your horizons. You have no say in this. Walking ahead, Garp, with a clueless expression, picked his nose with his thick fingers while lecturing Kazan. But Vice Admiral Garp, my ideas are... Kazan, don't think that just because you have some power you can become arrogant. Don't underestimate the justice of the Navy. Looking at Kazan chattering behind him, Zephyr loudly reprimanded. Mama, it's fine, Zephyr. It's normal for young people to have ideas. No need to discourage them too much. Didn't we also go through this when we were young? Garp turned around to smooth things over unapologetically, wiping his nose on Zephyr's justice cape. You go die? Garp, eat this. Black arm. Pew. Garp flew out of the window of the headquarters corridor. In the western district of the Maguro Kingdom on the coastal cliffs, Van Ku looked at the freshly arrived newspaper in front of him, the headline boldly reading, "The Edver Sea battle comes to an end. The flying pirates take their bow. The darling of the new era is born." Today is the second day since the Flying Lion left. He probably has seen the newly released newspaper by now. I wonder what the Flying Lion will think after reading the content. TSK. No wonder Morgan's The Future Big News can create such an eye-catching title. After reading the content under the title, Van Ku sighed. Morgan's will undoubtedly be chased by the Flying Lion in the future. Bobby, let's not practice weapons today, let's practice boxing. This is my father's lifelong effort. Jumping down from the giant rock, he directly called out to Bobby, who was sitting below the rock. Oh, alright. Anakin, taking out the unbreakable fist given by Ram, he spread it out in front of Bobby. Bobby, the essence of the unbreakable fist is persistence. Always maintain a state of alertness in your body. Oh, I understand. Anakin, what should I do? Let me hit you. No dodging. Judging my strike points, tense the muscles that are about to be hit. Make sure you come out unscathed. Alright, Anakin. I'm ready. Bobby took a horse stance, stretched out his arms, signaling Van Ku to start. Can you wait for me to finish speaking? It also writes about the unique muscle exertion methods. Learn this first, then take the hits. Okay, Anakin. He'll definitely do it next time. Van Ku has actually been studying his father's unbreakable fist for a while. The content is not difficult. However, there are two must-overcome issues. First, one must start practicing before the age of 10, and after years of training, every muscle in the body must be able to produce conditioned reflexes. Due to the numerous muscles involved, at least 5 years of time is needed to master it. If not accomplished before the age of 16 with the maturation of the body, practice will no longer be effective. Second, one must inherit the physique of Yando. According to Ram's explanation, Yando has had immense strength since childhood and is impervious to blades and bullets. Yando has also stated that once he reaches adulthood, his body will automatically produce armament haki, requiring no further training. Then let's start with the first muscle. The training routine of Van Ku and his brother is about to continue, and in this era of rising winds, heroes with lofty ambitions are sure to emerge. They will soon step onto their own brilliant stage. In the blink of an eye, the time has come to July of the year 1497 in the Age of the Sea. From the depths of the final island laugh, tail waves of laughter echoed. For nearly 1,000 years, this island hidden in the vast ocean has welcomed its first wave of guests. Ha ha ha. Did I really get tricked? Yes, indeed. Captain Roger, the answer you sought with so much effort was nothing but a scam. Ha ha. Ha ha. Captain Roger truly is a big fool. Aha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. If that's the case, let's hold a feast to celebrate my deceived ending. Oh. As evening fell after a night of unrestrained revelry, the Roger pirates concluded their final journey. Gaga. In the morning, a report seagull circled above the cliffs in the western district of the Maguro Kingdom, waiting for a familiar guest. For over 2 years at this time, every day a pair of young brothers would come to buy its newspapers. The key was that each time the brothers would generously tip it an extra 50 berries, making it impossible to refuse. This can't be right. Did I remember incorrectly? Isn't it this year? Not far away, the figures of the Van Ku brothers gradually appeared at the edge of the cliff. Van Ku waved, and the report seagull swiftly dove down. Thank you for your hard work, always willing to wait for me. Any earth-shattering news lately? God. Gaga. Gaga ga. After receiving the newspaper money and tip from Van Ku, the report seagull politely greeted him and shook its head, indicating there was no significant news. Let me see. Van Ku took out a newspaper from the seagull's satchel and began to read. Shocking. Moria completes 100 consecutive slashes as a pirate captain. Major discovery. The youngest rear admiral in the Navy, Kazan, is suspected to be a love child of Garp. The Great Terror. A human trafficking pirate group has appeared in the waters of Dressrosa. So no news about Roger becoming the pirate king. It's already July, isn't it supposed to be this year that someone becomes the pirate king? Van Ku's mind stirred with doubts. Anakin, be careful. Just as Van Ku was focused on reading the newspaper, a loud shout came from beside him. The penalty of arrogance. Bobby raised a giant axe over 4 meters long with one hand, and after gathering strength, he slashed down at Van Ku. Van Ku, engrossed in reading, didn't even lift his head. He merely freed one arm, murmuring, "Unbreakable." The muscles in his arm began to move in a rhythmic manner, spreading fiery red patterns. Clang. With a loud noise, a strong gust of wind erupted beside the two, and Van Ku's arm firmly blocked Bobby's giant axe. The axe blade pressed against Van Ku's muscular arm, not budging an inch. Ga-ga-ga. Ga-ga. The report seagull about to leave was startled and let out a series of expletives. It realized that this pair of brothers loved to sneak attack each other, having witnessed this scene no less than 50 times. What kind of grudge could this be? Can't a seagull work in peace? My good mood after receiving the tip is all ruined. Bobby, can you wait for me to finish with the newspaper before attacking? You see, you ruined the paper. I'm sorry. Anakin, I promise next time. Looking at the towering Bobby before him, Van Ku couldn't help but feel a bit envious. It's been 2 years. He had only grown 10 centimeters from his previous height of 1.60 meters. But Bobby, who was already tall, seemed to have shot up like a rocket. Couldn't he spare a bit for his older brother? Oh, speaking of which, there is also a stunning beauty at home, standing at 1.88 meters. Talking about Xiaoing gets Van Ku all excited. Fair skin, beautiful long legs, and orange hair that almost reaches her waist. Her personality is also quite nice, exuding a mature charm. She's great at housework. Van Ku often feels a sense of déjà vu. Isn't she just Nami in appearance and Robin in personality? Robin has a bit of a dark side, but Xiaoing is nothing like that, as she only insists on strictness, making sure the blankets are folded neatly and that he dresses appropriately before going out. Every time the brothers were about to head out, Xiaoing would fuss over Van Ku's outfit, like a sexy little wife, reminding Bobby to behave. TSK, TSK, tisk, that feeling. Anakin, are you hungry? Why are you drooling? Bobby looked down at Van Ku, who resembled a pig, and curiously asked, pondering whether he should take another swing while his brother was distracted. I'm fine. Bobby, let's stick to our old method. Practice separately, and when we get bored, we'll sneak attack each other. Van Ku quickly controlled his expressions and arranged the plan. After more than 2 years of training, Van Ku's body, now fully integrated, gradually revealed its formidable prowess. Since the last time he awakened his conqueror's haki under the influence of the Golden Lion, Van Ku hadn't spoken of it to anyone, as he now found it completely uncontrollable, working intermittently. However, it might be due to the dual souls within him, which enhanced his perception, allowing him to awaken observation haki early, and even giving him a vague sense of foreseeing the future. As for his physical strength, that goes without saying, without Bobby having awakened armament haki to empower his axe. Even with Bobby's tremendous power and the sharpness of a large blade, he couldn't break through Van Ku's defenses. Thus, during the early training sessions, it was mostly Van Ku landing a punch on Bobby, sending him sliding several meters without a scratch. When it came to Bobby's turn, he would simply sweep with his axe, swish bang. Van Ku would be sent flying, crashing through 5 trees before coming to a stop, but aside from looking a bit disheveled, he was unharmed. In the depths of the forest, Van Ku was gripping his sword with both hands, feeling the faint sword intent. It was a brand new Han sword crafted with great effort after Ram obtained advanced tools named Seeking the Tao, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, double-edged with a Taiji pattern engraved on the hilt. The Taiji pattern was added at Van Ku's request, not for any other reason, but simply because it looked cool. Suddenly Van Ku switched to a one-handed grip, slashing with the sword and spinning half a circle in the open space. A stream of sword energy erupted from the sword, flying straight towards the woods ahead. Clang! The sword energy that could have covered the area of 3 large trees only left a faint mark on the trunk of the middle tree. Is this considered a flying slash? Is it a bit too weak? Van Ku scratched his head. Practicing alone was really inefficient. He had exhausted the insights from the Golden Lion, yet his swordsmanship remained stagnant. Should I go out for a bit? I have no idea what level I'm at now. I should be at least the strength of a rear admiral, right? Withdrawing the sword and sheathing it, he felt a slight movement in his lat muscles. Clang! His back blocked a penalty of arrogance from Bobby, who attacked from behind. Anakin, I'm done training. Bobby's towering figure suddenly appeared behind Van Ku. Speaking of which, didn't Bobby in the original story never fight anyone throughout his childhood? How come he's so adept at swinging a giant axe at his brother? This must be the 17th time, right? He has been swinging from morning until afternoon. Might just finished too. Come, I thought of a new song today. You can turn it into a Eru piece. Oh, really? That's amazing. I love every new song from Anakin. Ahem. Of course. If I had known, I would have borrowed the tune from the Shoulders of Giants. Listen closely. I love you walking alone in dark alleys. I love you. Buraburbaru Kajia. This is Morgan's. May I ask who is calling? I am GOLD. Roger, captain of the Roger Pirates. I have news that will shock the world. I wonder if you're interested. Shocking news. How thrilling. Please do tell, and the price is negotiable. It's like this. So we arrived. You might not know, but it's buried with treasures that can shock the world. Therefore, this will announce me as the only pirate king in 800 years. Nearly 10 minutes of Roger's narration echoed through the phone, while Morgan's on the other end was trembling with excitement. A major news story, a world-shattering news event, has emerged. Ahem. So, esteemed pirate king GOLD. Roger, please allow our World Economic News Agency to write about your ascension to kingship. It will be our honor. At this moment, Morgan's had already begun addressing Roger with respect, demonstrating just how much he valued this crowned king. The phone call lasted a full hour, and the specific content remains unknown. However, at the moment the call ended, the world is about to stir. GOLD. Roger, truly the son of destiny. The title of Pirate King is indeed remarkable. Morgan's laughed madly, kicking open the office door. Before him stood countless desks and a multitude of newspaper staff. Listen up, everyone. Our fortune has arrived. This time we want settle for 996, we want 007 directly. Oh, yes, Lord Morgans. And instantaneously countless subordinates enthusiastically echoed their emotions, mixed with a thirst for this monumental news event. Just like that. This news will be unprecedented. If we do well, our World Economic News Agency will become the industry leader, completely replacing the intermediaries in information transmission. Listen closely, everyone. The world has welcomed a new king. Pirate King GOLD. Roger, remember this name and edit with full force. I want this name to resonate throughout the world in August. Under the influence of Morgan's, the future underground king, the title of Pirate King officially made its appearance before the public. Van Ku was unaware that the announcement of the Pirate King was in August. He only vaguely remembered the year. Thus, by the time July arrived without any news, he assumed he had remembered the time incorrectly. In the evening, after finishing a day of training, the two brothers Van Ku and Bobby were leisurely walking home. Bang! A gunshot attracted Van Ku's attention, prompting him to quickly jump onto Bobby's shoulder to look ahead. Thick smoke was slowly rising from Mallier Street, and through the haze, flickering flames could still be seen. Hurry, Bobby. Run home with all your might. First put the arrow into your body, else something must have happened at home. Fan Ku anxiously urged Bobby to speed up, and the three-turtle Bobby indeed had an advantage when running. When the brothers returned to the street, it was already in shambles with burning houses and weeping people stirring Fan Ku's nerves. Bobby, don't look. Let's go home first. Okay, big brother. Arriving in front of their three-story house, the broken door and scattered glass on the ground made Fan Ku's heart tighten. Xiaoying, where are you, Xiaoying? Fan Ku rushed into the house, not seeing Xiao Ying's figure, and quickly shouted inside, while searching room by room. After a long time, without finding Xiaoying, Fan Ku's heart grew cold. Could something have happened? Young master, I'm here. Just as despair began to creep into Fan Ku's heart, Xiao Ying's voice came from outside the house. Fan Ku hurriedly looked down through the third-floor window and saw Xiaoying supporting the injured Rum not far away. In a rush, Fan Ku jumped down, landing right beside Bobby, who had just come out of the house. Xiaoying, are you okay? Are you hurt? Fan Ku's anxious and concerned demeanor made Xiao Ying's face flush. Just as she was about to respond, she was interrupted by another voice. I don't know if Xiaoying is hurt, but I am heavily injured right now. Oh, if you don't find me a place to lie down and treat me, I will die. Ram's voice drew Fan Ku's attention away from Xiaoying, and only then did he realize that Ram was covered in blood, clearly gravely injured. Uncle Ram, are you alright? Hurry, Bobby, carry Uncle. Let's go to Dr. Kaku. Only then did Fan Ku react, quickly instructing Bobby to carry Ram for treatment, while he followed behind with Xiaoying. Young master, don't worry, I'm not hurt. This afternoon, a group of child trafficking pirates came to the street. They tried to abduct the children. Uncle Ram discovered them. Without waiting for Fan Ku to speak, Xiaoying quickly explained the situation. The good news was that Ram was injured, but not fatal, and Xiaoying was unscathed. The bad news, however, was truly dire. With Ram's size and skills along with a few brave strongmen, they had already managed to control the scene. But at that moment, the captain of the pirate gang arrived, and in less than 3 minutes took down everyone and severely injured Ram. Their captain is an octopus fisherman named Karma. After injuring Uncle Ram, he swaggered off to the eastern district. As she said this, Xiaoying gritted her teeth, barely stopping short of saying that these child trafficking pirates were sent by the nobles of the eastern district. That night in the hospital room of Dr. Kaku, Fan Ku was watching over Uncle Ram's bedside, holding a wanted poster in his hand. Child trafficker octopus Karma, bounty of 60 million berries, dead or alive. After looking at the wanted poster, Fan Ku suddenly remembered this was the captain of the great pirate crew under Whitebeard in the future. At this time, the newspaper said 100, but 60 million would easily become at least 1.2 billion in over 20 years. What to do now? He had no idea if he could handle it. In the original story, the two brothers had faced pirates with bounties over 1 billion, but that was when they were adults. Both he and Bobby were still just kids. However, if this grudge is not avenged, one cannot be considered a gentleman. Or should they use wits? Young master, what's wrong? Are you troubled? Xiaoying, I want to avenge Uncle Ram. I also want to save those abducted children. But I'm afraid I'm not strong enough. Fan Ku's eyes were slightly sunken, filled with bloodshot veins, clearly showing he had undergone a fierce internal struggle. It's all right, young master. If you want to do it, we will help you. It's that simple. Xiaoying believes in you. You are very strong. Xiaoying gently leaned down and hugged Fan Ku's head, and the greatness that usually made Fan Ku's heart race lost its effect this time. Fan Ku only felt a deep trust and support from his partner and family. Xiaoying, loosen up a bit. I'm about to suffocate. After a long moment, Fan Ku patted Xiao Ying's back, indicating that his face was already clean and that any further washing would lead to suffocation. Young master. Baka, smack. With a sudden shout, just as Fan Ku had enjoyed the warmth, 5 finger marks appeared on his face. In the deep night, 3 figures stealthily infiltrated the noble living area of the eastern district. Big brother, what should we do next? Chill. Wait a moment. Signaling Bobby to be quiet, Fan Ku began to activate his special observation hockey. Jacket round neck. With the power of the jacket fruit, Fan Ku's observation hockey allowed him to sense the general situation of every clothed person within a radius of 1 kilometer. As the 3 slowly searched, several figures soaked in the stench of blood appeared within Fan Ku's perception, and the intensity of their auras was far above that of ordinary people. Following the perception, the 3 arrived outside a massive villa wall. Leaving Xiaoying on guard outside, Fan Ku and Bobby easily jumped into the enclosed area. As they approached, bursts of laughter and conversation echoed from within the villa. Captain Karma, you are truly amazing. Just a little while, and you knocked that big fool down. What's this? I'm a powerful pirate who survived under Whitebeard. Exactly. Back then it was your wit that saved the day. Otherwise that warrior would have been enough for us to handle. In a few years we will do several more jobs. Then we can offer a portion to Whitebeard. he would surely welcome us into his ranks. Yes, yes, Captain Karma, you're the best. Let's toast to our captain. The two crouching in the corner outside the villa felt a wave of nausea at the flattery inside. Pa, scum. During the war on the top you called him father so affectionately, and now you treat others like fools. Fan Ku harshly scolded in his heart, then signaled Bobby with his eyes. Okay, big brother. They'll watch here. Leaving Bobby behind, Fan Ku continued to circle the villa, quickly arriving outside a third-floor window. Chirp, chirp, chirp. We're about to get rich again. These foolish pirates really think I would consider you all to be under Whitebeard. Hearing this, Fan Ku looked into the window and was immediately frozen in place. He recognized an old acquaintance. Wasn't this the old bastard who tried to seize his family's fortune and sell his brother back in the day? Once they leave with the newly abducted children, I'll turn around and report their whereabouts to the nearest navy for the bounty. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Truly clever of me. Bang. Unable to listen any longer, Fan Ku gently pushed open the window and jumped in, subduing the nobleman before he even realized what was happening. Chirp, chirp. Are you a mouse? And clever. Tell me, where are the abducted children hidden? Otherwise I'll just kill you. The nobleman, lifted by Fan Ku by the throat with one hand, felt a wave of suffocation, quickly followed by the chilling fear of death. Cough, cough. Don't kill me. Who are you? If it's money you want, I can give you everything. Stop wasting time. I'm asking where the abducted children are. If you don't speak soon, you can die. The children? Yes. They are hidden in the stable next to the villa. There's a basement below, and the children are all there. Congratulations, you've temporarily survived. Bam. With a punch, Fan Ku knocked out the nobleman, once again marveling at the tenacity of life in the pirate world. A 70-year-old man, lifted by the throat for quite a while, still seemed unaffected, and it took a punch to finally knock him out. Quickly jumping out of the window, Fan Ku greeted Bobby, who was standing guard outside on the first floor, and then rushed towards the stable. After a quick search, he found the secret door to the basement. Easily lifting the heavy iron door weighing hundreds of pounds, of foul odors suddenly hit him. Enduring the strong discomfort, Fan Ku cautiously descended into the basement. A few meters down, in the dim light of a candle against the wall, he found a dozen children imprisoned in an iron cage ranging from 4 to 10 years old, both boys and girls. The children, hearing the noise, raised their heads and looked blankly at Fan Ku, who was walking out of the shadows. Chill. I'm here to save you. Stay quiet. Those who can follow me, come out now. In the children's disbelieving gaze, Fan Ku drew out his Han sword, seeking Dao, and with a single swing, he severed the bars of the iron cage. Hurry. Don't just stand there. If you want to come out, quickly follow me. Seeing the children still hesitating, Fan Ku hurriedly urged them on. Thank you for your help. Am I alright? A 9-year-old boy stepped out of the crowd, preparing to express his gratitude earnestly. No time for that, we'll talk later. You're capable, take the rest of the kids and hurry out. Oh, okay. Thank you, benefactor. The interrupted boy didn't mind and quickly followed Fan Ku's instructions. In the night, Fan Ku led a dozen little children stealthily to the entrance of the villa's wall. Benefactor, we've been discovered. Walking behind the children, Fan Ku was startled and quickly looked towards the sound, seeing a tall figure at the entrance. This was bad. He had been too careless. They had entered by climbing over the wall, but now they were trying to exit through the front door, which was incredibly foolish. As they approached the figure, Fan Ku tensed up, ready for confrontation, striving to deliver a fatal blow before the figure made any sound. Cold sweat had already formed on Fan Ku's forehead, and his tightly clenched right hand gripping the seeking Dao sword turned pale from the exertion. A true expert. They had been in a standoff for a full 3 minutes, yet the opponent remained unmoved, completely unaffected by Fan Ku's imposing aura. What to do? Behind him were a group of weak children, and it would be difficult to protect them against such a formidable opponent. Just as Fan Ku could no longer hold back and was about to strike first, the figure across from him suddenly let out a snoring sound. The tense atmosphere relaxed a bit. Fan Ku loosened his right hand and stepped a few paces towards the shadow. Damn it! He was actually sleeping against the wall. He truly had no professional ethics. Looking at the guard before him, he stood tall and straight, staring wide-eyed with huge bubbles blowing from his nostrils. In Fan Ku's heart, a wild stampede of grass and mud surged. He quickly turned to signal the children behind him not to be nervous. As they walked past the guard, each child showed a look of shock at him. It was simply a miraculous sight of slacking off during class. After bringing the children out of the villa, they soon encountered Xiaoying, who was stationed outside. They'll leave the kids with you for now. I have some business to attend to. Let's meet back home later. Okay, young master. Be careful, I'll wait for you, and second young master to return home safely. Don't worry. I feel incredibly strong right now. Why was Fan Ku suddenly so confident? Of course, it was due to his special observation hockey skill. This skill allowed him to observe the general situation of individuals wearing clothing within a radius of 1,000 meters, including their combat strength. In Fan Cuss' perception, apart from that octopus merman who could match Bobby, everyone else was just a child. At this moment, it must be said that Fan Ku was indeed somewhat stronger than Bobby. After all, Bobby hadn't awakened his observation haki yet. He returned to the place where Bobby was guarding outside the villa. Bobby, a battle is about to happen. Are you scared? If you are, you can go back first. Anakin, I'm not scared. They are the bad guys who harmed Uncle Rom. I will punish them with arrogance. Arrogance was the name Fan Ku gave to Bobby's battle axe, as seeing this one-handed axe reminded him of the sin of pride as Scanner. Perhaps in the future he should go to the East Sea and find a burning fruit for Bobby. When Bobby grows up with a little mustache, he would definitely resemble a pirate version of the sin of pride. Alright, then the two of us brothers will fight side by side. That octopus merman is mine, and the rest are all yours. No problem. Anakin. Bang. The sound of the door being forcefully pushed open. Not good. Lord Kalma. The slaves meant for the royal family are about to be taken away. At this moment in the villa, the noble old man, who should have fainted in the bedroom, burst through the door shouting and interrupting the pirates who were still drinking and chatting. What? What about my belly? Lord Kalma, if the slaves are missing, the royal family won't pay us. That's over 10 million belly. Speak. Which bastard dares to hijack my goods? It's them. Just when the noble old man didn't know what to do, he suddenly caught sight of Fan Ku and his brother appearing in the villa. Following the noble old man's gaze, Kalma turned to look at the two brothers, while four giant octopus tentacles slowly moved to draw his sword from his waist. Who are you? How dare you disrupt my plan to get rich? Don't think you can leave here unscathed, you bastards. Bobby, since we've been discovered, let's get started. If we hurry, we might catch breakfast. Okay, Anakin. Take this punishment of arrogance. Bobby, also ruthless in few words, directly grabbed the 4-meter-long battle axe and swung it towards the dozens of pirate lackeys in front of him. Bang! The bewildered pirate lackeys were thrown into disarray, and 3 of them knelt on the spot. Mahaha! You look young. Why are you in such a hurry to seek death? Let me capture you and sell you for a good price. Ignoring the chaos among his subordinates, Kalma unleashed a barrage of words at Fan Ku, clearly unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Just in time. I also want to earn some pocket money. A 6 million head is just enough. Fan Ku ignored Kalma's verbal assault, raising Seeking Dao with one hand, its tip pointed straight at Kalma's waist. It couldn't be helped. Kalma was nearly 3 meters tall. At only 1.70 meters, what else could Fan Ku aim for besides his waist? Arrogant, take this. Fishman's 6-sword style. Blossom of the chrysanthemum. Kalma wielded 2 sharp knives and thrust them down towards Fan Ku, aiming to stab him. Just hearing the name made Fan Ku shiver involuntarily. From where did you get the inspiration for such a ridiculous name? Fan Ku swiftly dodged this malicious attack and moved to Kalma's side, seizing the moment while he still had strength. He crouched down, twisted his waist, and thrust upwards with one hand. Seeking Dao? Sword lifting style? Feeling the intense chill from the tip of Fan Ku's sword, Kalma, relying on his rich combat experience, quickly utilized several of his extra tentacles to push off the ground, executing a side flip to evade Fan Ku's attack. A swordsman, Impressive, but that won't save you. Kalma's face was still marked by the sword's aura, and realizing the threat Fan Ku posed, he abandoned the idea of capturing Fan Ku alive. Seeking Dao? Sword penetration style? Fan Ku did not waste words with him, directly twisting and concealing his sword against his chest, swiftly thrusting a sword from an angle Kalma couldn't see. Clang. This time Kalma, fully mentally prepared, directly blocked Fan Ku's unexpected strike with one hand. The 5 knives he had available all aimed at Fan Ku from 5 directions. Oh no, this is hard to dodge. At this moment, Fan Ku was suffering from a lack of combat experience. In previous training, he had only fought against Bobby. Each person with 1 axe blocking was just blocking. Suddenly facing 5 additional knives, Fan Ku was momentarily at a loss on how to dodge. In a moment of desperation, he withdrew his strength, sheathed his sword, and crouched down, spinning his long sword around his body rapidly. Seeking Dao? Cloud sword style? Mahaha. A protective sword technique. Quite rare, but I have 6 knives. You won't be able to block them. Indeed, he couldn't block them all. The reason he appeared uninjured was that Fan Ku's body was inherently resistant to blades and guns. But just like the mysterious skill Iron Block, Fan Ku didn't want to casually use his body to block others' ultimate moves. What if he encountered someone capable of breaking his defense? He wouldn't want to give away a free hit. During their brief exchange, 3 of Kalma's subordinates knelt, and the entire villa began to catch fire, causing the old noble to jump up and down in a panic. Looks like I need to hurry. Although I'm not very skilled, yet it should be enough to deal with you. Kalma let out a low growl, and the 2 sharp knives in his hands slowly revealed a hint of black. This was worse. It was the coverage of armament haki, which could potentially break through defenses. Moreover, the quality of the great sword-seeking Dao might not withstand this. Bobby, hurry. We need help over here. He quickly called out to Bobby, and Fan Ku engaged Kalma in battle once more. Okay, Anakin. I will do my best. In reality, Bobby felt particularly anxious because he was very scared. Unlike the ones he respected, these fierce and terrifying strangers made him feel rigid all over. Thus, besides his initial attack, Bobby mostly stood still waiting for them to attack him before retaliating with an axe. I can't keep doing this. Anakin might be in danger. Bobby, you have to be brave. You are already a 10-year-old adult. Bobby repeatedly encouraged himself in his heart, while the enemy's swords and bullets clanged against him. At a certain moment, Bobby took a step forward and his aura surged dramatically. The sudden change stunned the dozens of lackeys surrounding him, creating a sense of impending storm. Arrogance. Blazing sun's radiance. Bobby raised the formidable-long battle axe with one hand, and the huge blade reflected dazzling light under the illumination, causing the lackeys to feel dazed. The massive battle axe swung quickly towards the crowd under Bobby's powerful arms. The sun is coming down. Run. Watching the giant axe fall, the lackeys felt as if the apocalypse was upon them, mistakenly believing the sun in the sky was crashing down on them. Boom. After the enormous rumbling sound, the lackeys lay scattered on the ground, and the noble old man's 3-story villa had been nearly destroyed. Clang. Clang. The sound of swords clashing came from the ruins, and Fan Ku's seeking Dao was already covered in chips, as if it might break at any moment. Ha! Octopus head. Your subordinates have been wiped out, and it's about to be your turn. Humph. Don't get too cocky, you little monster. After fighting for more than half an hour, Kalma realized that this kid was not just a swordsman, but also a swordsman who was resistant to blades. His sword was nearly shattered, yet he remained unscathed. Looking at Fan Ku, whose clothes were already tattered from being slashed, Kalma felt a surge of anger. Fishman's 6 sword style. Dazzling madness. Wielding 6 sharp knives, he charged in front of Fan Ku and began to slash wildly at him. Clang. Clang. Crack. After a series of collisions, seeking Dao was broken into 2 pieces. Ha ha, kid. Now we'll see if you live or die. During the previous fight, Fan Ku had always dodged the 2 knives covered with armament hockey, and when he couldn't dodge, he had to forcefully block with his long sword. This led to Kalma's other 4 knives unexpectedly striking Fan Ku's body, leaving no marks at all. Now that you have lost your long sword, let's see what you used to block my knives. Kalma thought smugly. Fishman's 6 sword style. Great bloom. Indestructible fist. Strong wall. In yet another clash, under the cover of the 4 sharp knives from his tentacles, Kalma's knife straightly stabbed towards Fan Ku's head. A stream of blood spurted out. He broke through the defense. Mahaha. Kid. You're dead for sure. Seeing this, Kalma laughed excitedly, as if he could already see the goddess of victory smiling at him. Why are you laughing? Did you see clearly? Just laugh. As Karma continued to laugh maniacally, Vanku's voice unexpectedly interrupted. Karma was momentarily choked and looked down at Vanku. At that moment, Vanku was standing still, arms bent and fists clenched in front of his face, a typical protective stance of a boxer. On the outer side of Vanku's forearms, one could faintly see small wounds where daggers had pierced through, but the wounds were already healing. If Vanku hadn't reminded him to look, the wounds would probably have healed already. While it's not completely useless, at least it drew a bit of blood. Just as Karma's mouth twitched slightly, Vanku dealt another verbal blow. At the same time, Bobby, who had just finished a battle, stood behind Vanku. Damn it. I'm a man who survived under Whitebeard's command. You can live because you're weak and quick to lick. It has nothing to do with your strength. Karma was getting a bit irrational with anger. Moreover, you're a human trafficker, a scum. Not wanting to waste time, Vanku directly snatched the battle axe from Bobby's hands, gripping the thinnest part of the axe's tail with his right hand, and jumped up to ambush Karma. Go to hell and atone for the families you've destroyed, scum. Arrogant version. Seek Dao. Point sword style. No way. Mermaid 6-blade flow. Super. Blossom. High in the air, Vanku exerted force at his waist and shook his arms. Under immense inertia, the tip of the axe struck down like a divine dragon, crashing into the 6-blade tips of Karma. Bang. Crack, crack. After a brief stalemate, the 6 sharp blades were shattered under the mighty slash. Even the 2 with armed color were crushed off. At the moment the daggers shattered, the tip of the axe pierced into Karma's shoulder blade, and after a cry of pain, Karma knelt on the ground and fainted. Vanku exhaled a breath of turbid air, waved his hand, and the battle axe spun back directly into Bobby's hands. Tie up this culprit and take him back. Turning to greet Bobby, Vanku noticed that the old nobleman had already collapsed in a pile of ruins without him realizing it. Quickly adjusting their state, the 2 brothers had to leave this troublesome area before night fell. Due to the previous battle, many nobles had panicked, and in their escape, they even took away the protective forces guarding the town. This allowed the 2 brothers to successfully escape from the eastern district, a place of trouble. By the time the nobles reacted and organized forces to search, the once grand villa of the nobleman was already littered with corpses, leaving only ruins. As the two brothers returned to the western district with the heavily injured Karma, they unexpectedly encountered Xiao Ying, who was hiding in a remote corner of the eastern district. Thus, the three of them returned to the residence of the Vanka brothers, and this simple three-story building was already crowded with the rescued children. After a brief identification, 6 of the children turned out to be residents of Molly Street, so the two brothers secretly sent the 6 children back home overnight. In the early morning, after settling the remaining 8 children, the brothers brought the seriously injured Karma to Ram's ward, making him kneel and apologize to Ram. After a busy night, Vanku returned home and slapped his forehead, realizing why he had to bring Karma to kneel and apologize to Ram. Wouldn't it have been better to just finish him off? The impulsiveness of youth, feeling the need to avenge family grievances. Looking at the children in the room, the oldest was probably 9 and the youngest was only 4. Vanku suddenly felt a headache. What should I do? My head hurts. Ahem. Benefactor, may I say something? The little boy who had expressed his gratitude earlier stepped forward, indicating he had something to say. Sure, go ahead. All right. If the benefactor is worried about his children, I actually have a solution. Oh, is that so? Then tell me. My family still has some influence. Once I contact my family, I can use the family's resources to safely send them home. Of course, if they have no home, I can also arrange for them to make a living. Oh wow, that's great. Xiaoying, come here. This little handsome guy has a way to solve the children's problems. All right, young master. They'll take care of the communication from here. I will be meticulous. Xiaoying walked in from outside upon hearing this, taking over the task of watching the children from Vanku and communicating with the little boy's family. Returning to his room and sitting on his bed, Vanku took out the broken One Dao sword. Gently stroking the sword that had accompanied him for many years, Vanku recalled the battle from last night. His combat power was definitely sufficient, he just lacked enough combat experience. This led to him being unable to keep pace when suddenly facing Karma, who wielded 6 daggers. Fortunately, Karma could only cover the double-handed daggers with armed color. If he had covered all 6, it would have been dangerous tonight. Also, his armed color was never developed, mainly due to a lack of direction, unlike the observation haki, which awakened on its own. The Wendao in his hand was also a problem, as its quality was too poor and could not resist others' armed color at all. Summarizing the valuable experience from this confrontation, Vanku directly sat on the bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, over the waters of the Maguro Kingdom, a huge luxurious battleship was sailing through the waves, heading towards the Maguro Kingdom. Upon closer inspection, it was a ship exclusively for the king. In the evening, as Vanku turned in his sleep, he fell face first onto the floor, having been sleeping while sitting. Young master, dinner is ready. Would you like to come eat? Xiao Ying's voice came from outside the door. Vanku, who was pondering why he had fallen face first, decisively chose to go out and have a good meal. At tonight's dinner table, it was full of people. Besides the usual Xiao Ying and the Vanka brothers, there were also 9 other children from different places. What happened to that human trafficker? Is he still alive? Vanku suddenly remembered that they still had a seriously injured human trafficker at home. Young master, he's still alive and his wounds are already healing. Huh. After being hurt like that, he still hasn't died after so long. Vanku truly felt powerless to complain about the recovery abilities of people in the pirate world. When I struck him with the axe, although it wasn't the blade that cut, the half-meter-long spear tip of the axe had already plunged in halfway. All right. Since he's not dead, just leave him be. Don't waste food on him. Understood, young master. I will definitely carry out your orders meticulously. Vanku stroked his chin, waiting for Ram to recover so he could ask him to help repair the One Dao sword again. Before the children were taken away, he also had to pay attention to the issues of confidentiality and concealment. After all, they had rescued them from the nobles, and the armed forces could not be underestimated. Little handsome guy, what is your name? Have you contacted your family? Benefactor. Don't always call me benefactor, just call me Brother Vanku or Cool Guy. Okay, Cool Guy. My full name is too long, you can just call me Kyle. My family will arrive here tomorrow. Oh wow, that's great. I thought it would take many days. In that case, we just need to be careful tonight. Vanka thought that Kyle might just be from the Maguro Kingdom. After all, arriving tomorrow was indeed a bit fast. Dinner was quickly finished. Bobby, having just broken through his psychological barrier, was quiet after having cut down a stranger who wasn't his older brother. The other children, having just escaped from the clutches of evil, were clearly still in a state of fear. After hastily finishing dinner, Vanku helped Xiaoying clean up the mess on the table before going alone to check on Ram, leaving Xiaoying and Bobby at home to watch over. Uncle Ram, I'm here to visit you again. How are you feeling now? Oh, it's Vanku. Didn't you come this morning? What brings you back? Thinking back to this morning, when he had just opened his eyes, he saw the Vanka brothers kneeling with a bleeding octopus fishman at his bedside. It would be impossible not to feel moved, Even if Vanku and his brother were strong, they were still just two kids willing to brave the noble district to fight human traffickers for him. Realizing this, Ram quickly extended his right arm to show off his strong muscles. Uncle Ram is quite strong, though I was only injured due to carelessness. Moreover, if it weren't for you staring at Xiaoing back, then delaying my treatment, I might have already recovered by now. Ha ha. Teased by Ram, Vanku instantly turned red. It really didn't delay for many seconds. Well, okay, it was a few minutes. That night, Vanku once again kept watch over the injured Ram alone, while the Magaro Royal Highlands erupted into chaos. Hurry up. Where's the honor guard? Haven't they finished preparing yet? You bunch of damned slaves. The left minister in charge of the honor guard was sleeping soundly when a phone call came from the neighboring country's diplomat saying their king would land in an hour. Bastard. Which king would choose to visit at midnight? Hey, you. Has the king been woken up? Don't know. If you don't know, hurry up and check. The left minister was already busy beyond belief, harboring considerable resentment towards this suddenly visiting king. Half an hour later, a large honor guard slowly advanced towards the port exclusive to the Royal Highlands. At the forefront of the procession were rows of tall slaves kneeling on the ground with nobles seated upon them. Is the information accurate, left minister? Yes, my king. They will soon begin to land. We must hurry. That detestable battle maniac. If it weren't for fearing his destruction of my kingdom, I wouldn't want to deal with him at all. Yes, my king. You are so compassionate toward the people. Truly admirable to your subjects. Mwaha. Just be aware of that. Hurry up and move forward. Don't let that madman find an excuse to provoke. The honor guard soon arrived at the port where a massive royal battleship was quietly docked. Magaro 4. You are late. Do you seek to ignite war between our two nations? Just as the honor guard had formed their ranks at the harbor, a booming laugh erupted from the warship docked nearby. A towering figure emerged from the ship's gangway, crowned bare-chested, his chiseled abdomen glistening under the sun, draped in a crimson cloak. Mahaha. Elizabero 2. Spare me your hollow pretexts. If you crave battle, I accept without hesitation. Magaro 4 leapt down from the massive slave-pulled chariot and slowly straightened his frame. Though not exceptionally tall, his body radiated an overwhelming aura of power. To reign as king in this new world demanded formidable martial strength. No throne could endure without it. Thus, when confronted with Elizabero II's provocation, King Magaro 4 stood unflinching. Cease your posturing. Summon your deceased father, or better yet, the unbreakable fist, and then speak. You fall far short. Once the warship lowered its landing ramp, Elizabero II strode forward, flanked by his ministers and a phalanx of elite guards halting directly before Magaro 4. I have come on urgent business. Prepare a secure chamber immediately. Only your most trusted confidants may accompany you. Dagama. Without granting Magaro 4 a moment to reply, Elizabero II declared his purpose outright, then gestured sharply to his strategist Dagama and marched ahead. Watching Elizabero II dismiss him so brazenly, Magaro 4 tightened his grip upon his royal scepter, yet still ordered the honor guard to withdraw in formation. Within the secret chamber beneath Magaro Castle, King Magaro 4 sat beside his left minister and minister of defense. Along one side of the long table, facing them, sat Elizabero II, his strategist Dagama, and the captain of the royal guard. No one knew what transpired behind those sealed doors, only that soon after Magaro 4 stormed out, livid and cursing, barking orders for his inner circle to muster the troops. As dawn approached, legions of royal soldiers launched an indiscriminate house-to-house sweep across the noble heights and aristocratic districts. Chaos reigned all night, yet by the following morning the soldiers had uncovered nothing. Standing grim-faced upon the castle's open grounds, Elizabero II listened to his subordinates' reports, until gradually a vein throbbed violently at his temple. Then let war begin. In an instant the kingdom of Magaro was engulfed in flames, the fire spreading inexorably from the noble heights into the aristocratic quarters, then onward toward the common wards. Vanku sat cross-legged beside Ram's sickbed, mimicking the posture of a Taoist cultivator. Though the practice held no real efficacy, it was preferable to idle waiting. Boom. Bang bang bang. A barrage of thunderous impacts shattered Vanku's meditation. Ironically, what began as mere idle play had drawn him into genuine stillness. What in the world is happening? Where is this fighting coming from? Through his observation hockey, Vanku sensed figures of extraordinary combat prowess surging into his awareness. Without activating its heightened mode, his perception spanned 3,000 meters. Vanku vanished from the room in a blur, racing toward the source of conflict, only to collide headlong with the fleeing Magaro 4 as he burst beyond the limits of Merrill Street. Cursed Elizabero II. Wait until I return to claim your head after delivering this blow. Step aside, brat. Vanku stared, bewildered, as the disheveled king dashed past, trailed by a dozen royal soldiers. Is the king fleeing? Wasn't the current monarch famed as a peerless martial sovereign? Has a grand pirate besieged the capital? Yeah? Don't run. Magaro 4. Far-off strategist Da Gama drove a twin-horse war chariot in furious pursuit. Within its carriage, Elizabero II performed focused, deliberate warm-up movements. A full-hour warm-up yields the sovereign fist, but you're unworthy of that. Instead, I'll subdue you with this 20-minute prototype. The moment Elizabero II completed his preparations, he signaled Da Gama to halt. The chariot leapt down, advanced 2 measured steps toward Maguro IV's path of flight, and twisted his waist with explosive force, launching a straight punch. Scaled down sovereign fist. The sheer pressure of the blow warped the air itself, of space seemed to tear at the edges. At the instant Elizabero II struck, Banquet's observation hockey shrieked a dire warning. If left unchecked, the shockwave from such a punch would obliterate Meryl Street just beyond. Unbreakable fist, indomitable. As Magaro 4 screamed in despair, Banquet materialized before the onrushing shockwave. Arms spread wide, fists clenched, rooted firm to receive the sovereign fist. Heaton. Nanny. Banquet's intervention stunned both factions utterly, especially Magaro 4, who had already resigned himself to capture only to be rescued like a hero from legend. Teeth gritted, muscles straining, Banquet endured the onslaught, until at last the blow subsided. It had been agonizingly close. He wondered, if that strike landed again, even he would have no choice but to evade. Who are you to dare obstruct the royal procession of the kingdom of Proteans? Strategist Da Gama recovered first, rushing to Elizabero II's side and shouting at Banquet with commanding authority. Da Gama stood before him, a portly young man shaped like a winter melon, bald and gleaming, wearing tiny round spectacles, each hand gripping a western saber. Did I just block the sovereign fist? Am I truly this formidable? Or did I grossly underestimate myself all along? Surveying the pair before him, Banquet instantly deduced their identities. If this was the king's attack, then it could only be the legendary sovereign fist, said to shatter even the 4 emperors. What is your relation to Yondu, Banquet? Elizabero II brushed Da Gama's round face aside and stepped forward, peering down at Banquet with regal intensity. He is my father. Is there an issue? Still flushed with triumph from blocking the sovereign fist, Banquet puffed out his chest and answered boldly. Oh, you are Master Yondu's son. How fares the great Master Yondu? It has been years since we last heard word of him. Elizabero II instantly transformed, swinging around to clasp Banquet's shoulders with warm familiarity. My father passed several years ago, lost at sea. Lost at sea. How could Master Yondu, the strongest among us, perish in such a manner? It's unthinkable. Ahem, your majesty. Da Gama interjected tactfully, pointing toward Magaro 4, who at that very moment was preparing to slip away unnoticed. Now is hardly the time for reminiscence. Seeing his perfect escape foiled, Magaro 4 abandoned pretense. His sovereign fist counterattack had already been expended. Now he felt no fear. Mahaha, who said I was fleeing? Your sovereign fist has already been thrown. I fear you no longer, he retorted defiantly. In moments the two forces reconvened before Banquet, poised once more for battle, when suddenly, Uncle Kitey, a distant voice called from Meryl Street. There atop Bobby's shoulders, little Kale sped toward them, riding like a comet. Your Majesty. Look, Master Kale. Yes, I see him. Da Gama. Moments later, Bobby and Kale arrived at the standoff center, and Kale launched himself soaring into Elizabero II's arms. Uncle Kitey, why did you take so long? Mahaha. Kale, you're safe. I feared you'd vanished forever. What? So this is the one you sought, Elizabero III. Since he's unharmed, shouldn't you compensate me for the war damages? Hearing those words, Magaro 4 instantly recognized the crisis had dissolved, and his tone hardened, shifting instantly to demands for restitution. Was it not your men who failed to locate my nephew? Worse, you nearly sold him into slavery. And you dare ask for compensation? Elizabero II's mirth vanished, replaced by blazing fury. Beside them, Banquet stood utterly dumbfounded. Fate, truly ineffable. Onaikan. Bobby didn't hesitate, not even for a second. He charged straight in. Bobby, visibly restored, now proudly boasted before Banquet. Indeed, Bobby, you were magnificent. Your timing was impeccable, the most dependable Otudo I could ask for. An hour later, back at the brothers' residence. Mahaha. So that is how it stands. Da Gama, call the fleet immediately. Tell them to turn back. We found Kale ourselves. At the dinner table, having learned the full account, Elizabero II swiftly dispatched Da Gama to contact the naval contingent awaiting Kale's rescue. Banquet also learned that Elizabero II had tracked a slaver pirate crew all the way here, which explained why he'd gone straight to Magaro 4 demanding answers. After searching all night, his soldiers finally traced the slavers to a nobleman's villa, only to arrive upon a scene of utter ruin and carnage. Enraged beyond reason, Elizabero II declared war without delay. catching Magaro for entirely unprepared, forcing him to flee across half his own kingdom. Magaro IV's dignity lies in tatters. Ing laughed heartily, clearly delighted to see the slave-trading monarch humiliated. Cool guy? Brother Bobby. Sister Ing. By the name of Elizabero III, I offer my deepest gratitude. Kale stepped solemnly before the trio and bowed deeply. Say, Kale, if you're Elizabero III, why are you Uncle Kaidi's nephew, not his son? Bobby asked curiously. My full name is Elizabero Karachi Dal Landorf Jabukalin, just Kale. Elizabero III distinguishes me from the former king and Uncle Kaidi. Since Uncle Kaidi remains childless, I am the heir apparent. Listening to Kale's labyrinthine appellation, Vanku, Bobby, Ing, and the 8 other children stood utterly bewildered, unable to retain a single syllable. Don't mind it. The royal family in our country always has such names. In fact, my full name has over 100 characters too. I won't mention the word count. Looking at the dazed crowd, Elizabeth too burst into laughter, reminding him of the first time he told Yongdu his full name, leaving Yongdu utterly bewildered. By the way, Bobby, you really look like Yongdu. Much more than Kelly, especially with such a big build at such a young age. You don't need to worry about that, you brat. Such banter instantly enraged Vanku, provoking the original owner's nerves. Just kidding, Kelly. You're already quite strong. At just 10 years old, you took my warm-up punch for 20 minutes. I mean, it was just a watered-down version of the King's Punch, and a heavily watered-down one at that. Vanku's expression turned to one of sudden realization. What do you mean by that? The King's slight version of the King's Punch can withstand even the vice admirals of the Navy against powerful attacks. On the sidelines, Dagama could no longer hold back and reprimanded the rude brat Vanku. It's fine. He indeed took my attack, Hedon, which is already quite impressive. At least that Morgaro couldn't handle it. Exactly. Anakin is super strong, and he will definitely grow into a giant in the future. Bobby, unable to tolerate his brother being wronged, immediately voiced his support for his most respected Anakin. 7-year-old Bobby stood half a head taller than Dagama, and they squinted at each other across the dining table, neither willing to back down. Stop messing around, Dagama, Bobby. Elizabeth too and Vanku spoke up simultaneously to stop them. I can't believe Lord Yongdu passed away years ago. What a pity. I wondered why he hadn't come to see me in so many years. Elizabeth too expressed that as a king, he couldn't casually visit other countries or privately contact a powerful neighbor without a special reason. I heard that my father went to sea for an appointment, and my mother worried about him being alone when along. We brothers entrusted ourselves to Uncle Ram for care. What? Ram? That Tataram. What's wrong? Uncle Ram is a fan of my father and has been his childhood friend. Really? I didn't know there was such a relationship. No wonder Ram suddenly disappeared. He returned to his hometown. What? Do you know Uncle Ram? Of course. He was the former captain of the Royal Guard of my kingdom, one of the top powerhouses in the Kingdom of Proteans. So he was Yongdu's childhood friend. No wonder he's so strong. Talking about this, Vanku felt a bit speechless. Is this some kind of benefit for transmigrators? An invisible big shot right by my side. And I had no idea. Uncle Ram is injured and currently recuperating in the hospital. The culprit who injured him, who is also the one who kidnapped Kyle, is being held in the shed. Oh, that's the octopus fishman pirate with a bounty of 60 million. Even I would have a hard time dealing with him. Yes, that octopus was defeated by Anakin alone, and the remaining minions were all handled by Bobby. Unfortunately, Anakin's pursuit of the Dao was interrupted. Pursuit of the Dao. That's the particularly cool, double-edged sword of Anakin. Oh, I see. I'll have the best weapon craftsman in the kingdom help you forge a new one. Thank you so much. By the way, do you know my father? Vanku was actually very curious about how his father got involved with characters from the original story. The friendship between men is of course forged through fists. Elizabeth too flexed his robust biceps, looking unusually excited. Although Lord Yongdu always emphasized that he wanted to make friends with me as equals, I've always viewed him as my idol. After all, he is the only man who has ever taken my full-force punch, Hedon. Vanku's mind conjured up the image of 2 muscular men passionately brawling, then embracing and laughing without their shirts on. He shivered at the thought. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. Later, he would often come to teach me martial arts. Based on our family's special constitution passed down through generations, he improved what is now known as the King's Punch. What? My father improved the King's Punch? Yes. After all, our family's special constitution is similar to Lord Yongdu's. The difference is that our family's constitution has been passed down for generations, while Lord Yongdu's is unique to him, and whether it can be inherited is uncertain. After speaking, Elizabeth too looked at the 2 brothers. His meaning was clear. Yongdu's powerful constitution can also be inherited. The situation of the 2 brothers serves as evidence. Today has truly brought a significant shock to Vanku. He suddenly wondered if every named character from the original plot has an astonishingly powerful background. That human trafficker pirate can be handled by me. I will pay you every cent of the bounty on his head. Oh, is that so? Thank you so much. Actually, I have one more thing I'd like to ask for your help. Let me think. Is it about leaving the Morgaro kingdom? As expected of someone who has become a king, Vankus' request was already understood before he even finished speaking. That's right. This time the loss of Morgaro 4 was largely due to us. We ordinary people cannot handle the challenges posed by a national king. Huh. You didn't say it, but I was just thinking of inviting you to my kingdom as guests. Whether out of gratitude or friendship, I have a duty to extend this invitation. That's great. He'll go tell Uncle Rom right away. After all, he's also the catalyst for this incident and should leave with us. Huh. Is that so? Then he'll join you to visit him. Leaving Dagama and a large part of the guard to take care of the kids at home, Vanku and the three of them brought Elizabeth and his nephew to Rom's hospital room. Vanku, you're back. What happened just now? And Xiaoying and Bobby are here too. Seeing Vanku return suddenly, Rom curiously asked about the sounds of the earlier battle, only to find Xiaoying and Bobby following outside the door. Uncle Rom, everything is fine now. We coincidentally met an old acquaintance of yours, so we brought him to visit you. Vanku said as he stepped aside with Xiaoying and Bobby revealing a tall figure standing at the entrance. Captain Rom, it's been such a long time. I didn't expect your hometown to be the Morgaro kingdom. The tall figure tilted his head and walked into the hospital room, greeting Rom on the bed with familiarity. Your Majesty, what brings you to Morgaro? Did something major happen? Rom was so shocked that he almost jumped out of bed to bow. All right, no need for formalities. By the way, you worked so hard to become captain, and it hasn't been long. Why did you return so quietly? Let's not mention that. It was due to youthful folly. Let's talk about why you suddenly came to Morgaro. Rom's face turned red at the question, as if there was some difficult reason he was unwilling to bring up. Ahem. Let's step outside and you all catch up. Shouting Bobby, Kyle, let's go for a stroll. Not wanting to disturb old friends, Reconnecting, Vanku decisively pulled the other three away. Young Master Vanku, are you saying we are leaving the Morgaro kingdom? After exiting, Xiaoying couldn't help but ask, and Bobby looked to Vanku as well. Yes, the king's targeting is one reason, but I also feel like something major is about to happen. This world will become unsafe in the future. So young Master Vanku wants to find a backing. Conveniently, Elizabeth too is familiar with your father. Xiaoying bluntly stated Vanku's current thoughts, even with Kyle standing beside her. Don't worry. Cool guy, Sister Xiaoying. Once we return to the kingdom, I will do my utmost to help you settle down. Kyle quickly expressed his support, as this was a rare opportunity to repay a kindness. Being a royal, repaying kindness is a matter of respect. Then I'll be counting on you, handsome Kyle. Big brother Kyle, please take care of Bobby too. The giant Bobby squatted down and flattered Kyle. After all, he was the first royal friend he had ever met. A big shot. Don't worry. I've got this. But I hope to train together with you from now on. I want to be as strong as you. By the way, didn't you say you all have a powerful constitution passed down through generations? How did you get kidnapped? Because our family's constitution only starts to awaken gradually after turning 10. I'm only 9, not yet time. As for getting kidnapped, it was because I sneaked out of the castle by myself. Okay, yet another story about a disobedient kid who got kidnapped by running around. This serves as a reminder to everyone: children should listen and not run out alone. The kids chatted without any generational gap, and soon the four of them became very close. After a long time, the four returned to Rom's hospital room, and Vanku explained the current situation to Rom, quickly persuading him to leave together. 3 days later, Rom, who had mostly recovered, came to his studio, packed a few belongings, and set off for the Western District's port. At the port, Elizabeth II's royal warship had already docked 3 days prior. At this time, the four were already waiting on the ship. As for why there were four, it was because Kyle and Bobby had been inseparable these days. Seeing Rom walking swiftly at the port, Vanku couldn't help but wonder if his body was now like that of the people in the pirate world. Such serious injuries healed in just a few days without even any after effects. It's ridiculous. No wonder that staircase that once caused Gina's fall is humorously referred to as the ultimate delight staircase. Its lethality is evident. Set sail. On the warship's deck, Urshi issued the command, and the vessel began to glide slowly out of the harbor. Everyone, let me lead you on an adventure aboard the ship. Kyer beamed with delight as he turned to the three new companions. Yes, Brother Kyer, you're the best. Bobby looked full of expectation and excitement, while Fanku merely shrugged indifferent. As for Xiaoying, she could not calm her nerves on this voyage, so she chose to shadow Fanku closely. All right then, let us depart. After wandering about the ship for a while, the four arrived before a massive door. Kyer excitedly announced, "This is Uncle Kaidi's private training room. Inside there are countless advanced training machines. Come on, let's hurry in and explore." They pushed the great door open, and a blast of hot air rushed out, carrying with it the tang of sweat from inside the training hall. Sounds of exercise came from nearby. Urshi was advancing toward them with the measured footwork of a boxer. Ha ha ha, what are you little ones doing here? Come to train your bodies. Urshi called out. It was plain to see that Urshi was a training fanatic. They had been at sea only a short time, yet he was already soaked in sweat. Was his constitution frail? Not at all, Uncle Kaidi. We're on an adventure aboard the ship, and just happened to pass by. Kair retorted at once. After all, this was a joyful expedition, not a training session. Ha ha ha, perfect timing. I have something fun for you to try. Oh, really? The four immediately grew curious and followed him deeper into the training room. Soon they stood before a vast machine, black and massive like a huge square iron box. On the box's front was a large circular leather pad, and above it a long electronic display. Ha ha ha, this was obtained from the world government a month or two ago. It's called a daily tester, designed to measure a person's force. Naturally, it measures force without using hockey. A daily tester. Fonku knew of daily. In the pirate world where power rankings were murky, daily was one of the few measures of strength. Still, he had never heard of a machine conducting such tests before. In his prior life, daily was measured by people rather than by devices. Come to think of it, without a machine, how else would one test it? You'd have to find someone capable to give a punch or a kick. All right, let me demonstrate. He gave a low shout and struck the pad with a solid blow. The machine thudded, and the display began to leap. Ding. 6,312. Ha ha ha. That's my daily. 6,312. The three children, excluding Fonku, all exclaimed in admiration. Ha ha ha. How about you try as well? Just hit the pad anywhere. Position doesn't matter. I'll go first. Me first. As the weakest of the lot, Kair naturally took the first turn, followed by Xiaoying, then Bobby, with Fonka going last. Kair's attempt registered only an 8. Xiaoying's hit read 121, which surprised Fonku. Perhaps she had been training in secret. Now Bobby. A thud, and the display chimed ding. 5,844. Amazing. Bobby is almost catching up to Uncle. Although Bobby was not yet 10, unlike his original portrayal of never having fought these years, he had been diligently training alongside Fonku. It was simply a matter of youth, believe it or not. Next year, he could top 6,000 and the year after break 7,000. Fonku mused this to himself and stepped forward, preparing to test with all his strength. This was a rare opportunity to give his all while still young. Unlike Bobby's playful strikes, Fonku truly summoned his power. The machine trembled under the force, and the numbers spiked wildly. Ding. 7,566. Kaidi laughed. When I went to claim this machine, my all-out blow registered only 8,900. What? Does that mean Kaiga is nearly catching up to you, Uncle? Don't worry, Kai. The higher the daily, the harder it is to improve. I trained hard for 2 months, and still couldn't surpass 9,000. So in the short term, Fonku won't be able to catch up. Everyone accepted this. Only Fonku remained unconvinced. Didn't protagonists in stories sometimes grow astonishingly fast, even in dire situations? Comparing progress to anime characters was absurd, he thought. Uncle Kaidi, I would like to train here, may I? Kair asked eagerly. Ha ha ha. Of course you may. Such diligence, little one. If you keep this up, I might soon be surpassed. As everyone knew, pirate ships prized being sturdy while still fast, come and go like the wind. Everything else merely needed to be serviceable. A royal warship was different. It had to be solid yet grand, opulent, and imposing, and thus it moved with a glacial pace. A fast ship's 3-day voyage could take a royal vessel an entire week. Most importantly, Yilizabilo Urshi's royal warship had been spotted passing through the Dili-Siluosa waters. King Liku, the current monarch of Dili-Siluosa, had sent an invitation, officially to express his gratitude for Urshi's assistance some years prior. Soon the great ship approached a vast island, Zezido, a summer island that seen up close resembled a peeled orange with the kingdom built atop its crown. The ship glided into port, and King Liku stood waiting with his guards. From afar he laughed heartily, calling out a welcome to his friend. Urshi teased, still the same, no honor guard prepared. King Liku replied with a laugh, why squander on pomp and ceremony? Better to treat you to a fine meal. As they chatted, the ship completed its docking. Urshi disembarked with Fonku and the others to meet King Liku. Before everyone, the two monarchs embraced, warmly reluctant to part. Quickly, let me introduce you. This is my nephew, the current Yilizabeluo Sancher. Greetings. I am King Liku of Dili-Siluosa. Oh, hello, thank you. Your hospitality is most kind, King Liku. The king's affable manner lifted the mood. Everyone laughed together, leaving Fonku standing apart, sulking quietly. So then, welcome to the warm and hospitable realm of Dili-Siluosa. They walked openly along the road to the royal city. Whenever the townspeople saw them, they would step forward to greet King Liku with warmth and respect. As they proceeded, Fonku felt a surge of excitement. Jalushi the Zyrenzu the dancing queen Wildlight. If he could spirit away one or two of the Zyrenzu, it would be perfect. My dear friend, shall we dine first, and then enjoy the duel performance? The two kings were chatting and laughing at the front of the group, while the younger ones were curiously looking around, including the transmigrated Fanku. At this moment Dressrosa was not as prosperous as depicted in the comics, but the joyful smiles on people's faces were genuine. Fanku couldn't help but mock maliciously in his heart. Should he recommend to King Liku to make good use of the kind-hearted little people? After all, the little people only knew how to steal a little to sustain themselves, never considering using their extraordinary talent for planting to grow some food, and the kind-hearted Liku clan had never commanded them. Lord King Liku, I heard there's a legend of a stealing spirit in Dressrosa. Is there really a spirit? Huh, that's just a folk tale meant to trick disobedient children. How could there be spirits in this world? King Lycus' response instantly extinguished the child's curiosity, while Fanku beside him curled his lips in disdain, lying. Soon they arrived at the royal city, where a large and a small figure were eagerly waiting outside the main gate. Father, you're back. The 10-year-old Princess Scarlet held her younger sister Princess Violet's hand, rushing towards King Liku. The elder sister performed a princess curtsy, while the younger one directly jumped into King Lycus' arms, acting cute. Oh no, I forgot it's still early. The dancing queen is just a little girl. She looks to be only 4. What's this? Young Master Fanku, have you fallen for the princess? Huh, impossible, Xiaoying. I am a man, of course I prefer someone like you with such curves. TSK, you rogue young master. You're not being serious, you're still a little boy, not a man. Xiaoying felt a bit shy from Fanku's sudden teasing and immediately retorted. Don't be fooled by my physical age of 11, and my soul is that of a mature man. This time Xiaoying did not counter, as after years of acquaintance, she also felt that Fanku's psychological maturity was quite extraordinary. Seeing that Xiaoying actually did not refute and instead looked at him with some agreement, Fanku almost thought his identity was exposed and quickly changed the subject. I heard that there's a powerful monster in the Dressrosa duel arena that has won nearly 2,000 consecutive matches. Young Master Fanku, I know about this too. It's Gyrus. I was the one who read the newspaper about his 100 consecutive victories to you. Impressive. Does he have nothing else to do? 2,000 matches, doesn't he have to be in the arena all day long? Who knows, maybe he truly loves duel competitions, or perhaps he has nothing else to do but hang around the arena. Soon everyone was led into the royal city, where a sumptuous lunch had already been prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your arrival. Let us raise our glasses. King Liku raised his glass to signal to everyone, and soon the children were captivated by the delicious food on the table, starting to eat heartily, without any manners. During the lunch, only Elizabello II and King Liku were discussing serious matters, while Xiaoying and Scarlet maintained a ladylike demeanor. As for Prince Kyle, he had become familiar with young Master Fanku over the past few days, and was eating without any decorum, while the 4-year-old princess opposite him was lively and cheerful. By the time the lunch ended, the 3 young boys had also gained the friendship of Princess Violet. The lunch was a joyful gathering for both hosts and guests. Soon in the arena there will be a duel match for Gyrus. His opponent happens to be a warrior from the Maguro Kingdom. We cannot miss it. King Liku began enthusiastically introducing the star of the duel arena and led everyone towards the arena. Roar, roar. Before they even entered the arena, they could already hear the cheers and shouts from inside. It was truly lively. Among the group, only Princess Scarlet did not come over. She disliked bloody scenes. The rest all followed King Liku excitedly into the arena. Look, it's Lord King Liku. Lord King Liku. Good afternoon. With King Lycus' appearance, everyone in the audience and the arena stopped their activities and greeted the king. In the arena's resting area, Gyrus also spotted King Liku. Seeing the king's arrival, Gyrus was obviously a bit excited. After all, this was the benevolent king who was willing to give him, a deeply sinful man, a chance to start anew. King Liku and his party quickly took their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is... On a high platform in the audience, the arena's host and commentator announced loudly, deliberately extending his voice to tease the audience. He is the undefeated champion of the arena, a warrior who has achieved 1999 consecutive victories without defeat, sent to the arena by the benevolent King Liku after being subdued. This guy, he was not subdued by me. The host's introduction clearly had the intention of elevating King Liku while belittling Gyrus, which made King Liku somewhat unable to accept. He is Gyrus, the one who has dominated the arena since his debut. As the host finished the introduction, Gyrus jumped onto the stage, raising his great sword towards the audience. Roar, roar. Look, it's that Gyrus. Is he really Gyrus? He looks quite ordinary. You're talking nonsense. I've seen him win 300 matches in a row. Oh, is that so? Then it's certainly worth my long journey to see this match. The crowd erupted in waves of shouts, some questioning voices from strangers, and some supporting voices from loyal fans along with spectators who had traveled from afar. It seems there aren't the resentment and fear I imagined. Fan Ku listened carefully to the voices in the audience. Indeed, it's not a big deal for a friend's sake. An accidental death isn't something that can be held against someone forever. In the context of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, he would be a true hero comparable to Jian Wei and Guan Yu. How could he always be captured and held onto? Upon careful thought, if Akainu found out, he might really hold on to it. Next to enter the arena is the Longhand clan from the Maguro Kingdom, a seasoned boxer from the Central World Fighting Championship, Impact Canondalos. While Fan Ku was pondering, the host introduced another contestant. Longhand clan. Shouting, besides Morgan, are there any other Longhand clan members living in the Maguro Kingdom? Why was I unaware? Yes, although not many. Because the eastern sea area of the Maguro Kingdom is near the ancestral land of the Longhand and Long-Legged clans, so there are some Longhand as well as Long-Legged people. Xiaoying answered seriously, looking at Fan Ku's face of disbelief, and added, "As for why, young master, you wouldn't know. It's because you've always been cooped up at home, and later, you only went back and forth to the forest to train with the second young master." Wow. As expected of Sister Xiaoying. You know everything. Xiaoying, do you mind if others call you Xiaoying now? Oh, can you see it too? The nearby Strength King looked curiously at Fan Ku. It's not just me, Bobby, and Xiaoying should have noticed it too, right? What an impressive little kid. At such a young age you already have such keen eyesight. But you mustn't underestimate them. The two brothers have inherited more than just the name of courage. Oh, could it be that the monstrous physique of courage has been passed down as well? It seems undeniable. When I encountered the two brothers, they had just defeated the bounty of 60 million. The person should have already been replaced by a bounty now, right? After taking a deep look at the two brothers, the Strength King decided to take everyone to meet the legendary star of the arena. In the contestants' lounge of the arena, Doros, who had just been carried in on a stretcher, was still wet all over, and his swollen chin had been simply bandaged. He was already awake. "Hey, stop. Put me down or I can walk by myself." Doros suddenly called to the two medical personnel as he saw Cyrus sitting alone in the corner. Cyrus was reminiscing about the recent battle when suddenly a shadow blocked his view. "Thank you for your mercy earlier." "No need to thank me. We have no grudge against each other." It's surprising to see the renowned king of the arena being so reserved. Doros noticed that Cyrus was being reserved, not unfriendly, and he laughed as he playfully put his arm around Cyrus' shoulder. I am not." Cyrus turned red, stuttering as he spoke, wondering what was wrong with this person. Doesn't he have any sense of distance? You're really interesting. Luckily you just knocked me away. If you had truly cut me with a sword, I might not have been able to return to see my Suntoba-born child. I plan to name him Eddie, and I will teach him my martial arts from an early age. His nickname will be Demolition Cannon. It sounds much more imposing than Shock Cannon. I wonder if all the Longhand tribe members are chatterboxes. As Doros continued to pull Cyrus into a lively conversation. Just as the Strength King and the others entered the lounge, they happened to see Doros standing in front of Cyrus, posing as if to punch while shouting, "I am Demolition Cannon Eddie. Cyrus, watch out." This bizarre scene startled everyone. Is he trying to repay kindness with malice? What? You don't even wear a stocking on your head, and just because you've changed your name you think we won't recognize you? As everyone pondered whether to intervene, Doros lightly bumped his fist against Cyrus' chest. Cyrus stood there completely at a loss, his head filled with confusion. Just as Cyrus was about to bear it no longer and draw his great sword, he heard a voice from the doorway. "Cyrus, what are you doing?" "Oh, Lord Strength King. We are just chatting." Cyrus' face was flushed, not knowing how to explain that strange scene. Yes, Lord Strength King, we were just having a delightful chat. We are best buddies now." Doros seemed far less reserved. The Longhand tribe members are simply social butterflies. "That's truly congratulations to you, Cyrus. Coincidentally, I have a few friends I want to introduce to you." Lord Strength King, I'm glad to hear that Cyrus has finally opened up, realizing the importance of making friends. "Well then, Lord Strength King, I shall excuse myself first. You all chat." With that, Doros decisively took his leave, demonstrating the keen insight of the Longhand tribe. After Doros left, Cyrus finally turned his attention to the few people behind Lord Strength King. "This is the king of the Protean's kingdom. This is..." Lord Strength King introduced Cyrus to everyone, and Cyrus politely greeted each one. "Everyone, this is the aspiring youth I discovered a few years ago, now the strongest warrior in the duel arena, Cyrus." "Lord Strength King, please do not say that. I am merely a murderer, not a warrior at all." Just as Lord Strength King proudly introduced Cyrus to everyone, Cyrus rudely interrupted him. Everyone looked at Cyrus, who appeared distressed. He is a young man with a story. How arrogant. He actually denies the evaluation given by the esteemed Lord Strength King. Fan Ku's voice suddenly interjected from the side. Little brat, what do you know? I am not denying Lord Strength King. I am stating a fact. Fearing that Lord Strength King might misunderstand his respect for him, Cyrus hurriedly rebutted loudly. Oh, is there a fact that Lord Strength King does not know? Are you hiding something from Lord Strength King? Absolutely not. What's wrong with you, little brat? Why are you slandering me? Then that's settled. In light of the facts, Lord Strength King still considers you a respectable warrior and an aspiring youth. Yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Isn't that a great disrespect to Lord Strength King? I did not. Fan Ku's lengthy keyboard warrior dialogue left Cyrus' mind in disarray, unable to respond. The bystanders were also left stunned by Fan Ku's unexpected performance. Especially Xiaoying, who also had her own story. Oh, do you even know the background of the situation? You just jumped in with your critique. If Fan Ku knew what Xiaoying was thinking, he would confidently say, I know the background. Mainly because Xiaoying isn't a character in the story, otherwise she would have surely received some targeted PUA as well. Huh, that's right. Cyrus, I believe you are indeed a respectable warrior and an aspiring youth. What? Do you want to deny me? The first to react, Lord Strength King decisively provided a boost, his gaze towards Fan Ku becoming much kinder. Smart move. Previously he had been trying to play the emotional card, hoping to soften him up, but after just a couple of sentences, this brat, Cyrus retorted. Now that he could not win the argument, this brat fell silent, only standing there shedding tears. This is great, directly using Cyrus' respect for him to pressure him, rendering him speechless. To retort would be to slap Lord Strength King's face. Cyrus stood there unable to speak for quite some time. Seeing that the timing was right, Fan Ku secretly poked Lord Strength King's arm, and Lord Strength King quickly caught on. Think carefully. If you come to a conclusion, I just happen to need a military commander. Let's go. Leaving Cyrus alone in deep thought, Lord Strength King took the others away to continue their exploration. Oh, big brother. This country is completely different from Moria. Everyone is so happy, and I haven't seen any slaves. As they walked along the main road, the newcomer Bobby chatted away with Fan Ku, fascinated by everything around him. Of course, Lord Strength King is known as a wise king among the nearby sea regions. It's only natural to bring happiness to everyone. Fan Ku rarely praised Lord Strength King. Regardless of the state of the national economy, at least in terms of livelihood, Lord Strength King was indeed doing well. Throughout the journey, including the dark corners Fan Ku had observed, and found hardly any malnourished citizens. Thus, although the country was not wealthy, the people here were very warm. In the words of the past, those living in this country had hope for their lives. Huh, Fan Ku, you are truly overpraising me. I am just doing what a king should do. You are too humble, Lord Strength King. By the way, we would like to explore on our own, is that alright? Of course, feel free. Thus Fan Ku and the others left the group under the envious gazes of Kyle and Violet, wandering alone on the streets. The three of them visited a bookstore and sampled local street food, having a great time. As they walked down the road, Fan Ku suddenly thought of something and pulled Xiaoying and Bobby into a hat shop, picking out 3 chestnut-colored hats. Oh, big brother, are you planning to wear a hat? Yes, but before that I want to change the shape of the hat. Jacket. Inspiration splicing. Under the influence of his ability, the 3 hats transformed into several strips of fabric, which were then recombined. What is this? Chestnuts. A chestnut-shaped hat. Xiaoying looked on in confusion, not remembering that Fan Ku had a habit of liking chestnuts. Huh, I just had a sudden inspiration for a new ability, so I wanted to give it a try, and it seems the result is quite good. Before long, the 3 of them continued playing on the street, each wearing a chestnut-shaped hat. Meanwhile, Fan Ku secretly activated his special observation hockey. Jacket, round neck. After waiting for over half an hour, he finally sensed a powerful and swiftly moving aura in the area. This aura seemed to be rapidly jumping between rooftops and windows, and its target was precisely the direction the 3 were in. Fan Ku continued to pretend to be oblivious while accompanying Xiaoying and Bobby. Before long, he felt a gust of wind pass by his ear. Excuse me, are you Lord Norlts? A small girl's voice came from Fan Ku's shoulder, filled with an indescribable excitement. Fan Ku turned his head to see a tiny girl no bigger than his palm, blushing with excitement as she looked at him. No, you can call me Fan Kalan. After all, Norlts was a predecessor from 400 years ago. Predecessor? So you are a descendant of Norlts? Yes. Norlts was a great adventurer, so I certainly count as his descendant. Fan Ku carelessly let slip, successfully misleading her. The sound of Fan Ku conversing with the little person girl quickly caught the attention of Xiaoying and Bobby. When they saw the little person girl on Fan Ku's shoulder, their eyes nearly popped out in surprise. Is this an elf? Bobby, being quite simple-minded, immediately thought he was seeing the elves from the legends of Dressrosa. Xiaoying, however, was much more knowledgeable, having come from the Scholar's Island of O'Hara. Although she had never seen a little person in reality, she had read about them in books. Seizing the moment while the two were still in shock, Fan Ku quickly took the initiative to introduce them, pointing at them. "This is my little brother Bobby Lando. And this is my girl, this is my friend Xiaoying Lando." Xiaoying blushed at Fan Ku's flippant words, but quickly grasped the key point. Fan Ku was deceiving the innocent child. "Hello, I am Xiaoying. May I ask your name?" Xiaoying did not refute, but politely introduced herself and inquired about the other's name. Oh, hello, I am Bobby, the cute little elf. May I ask what your name is?" The tall Bobby was now so excited that he knelt down so he could better see the little elf. "Hello, Xiaoying Lando, Bobby Lando. I am Curtin, the chief scout of the Dongtada Kingdom." Curtin politely introduced himself to the three and emphasized his chief position. "The Kingdom of Sigua, an elf kingdom." Bobby suddenly shouted, and Fan Ku looked around to see that fortunately no one was around, otherwise there would have been trouble. Indeed, the little person was innocent, but not foolish. They knew to show themselves only when no one was around, avoiding the loud and clumsy Bobby. Bobby Curtin should belong to the little person race, not a real elf. Xiaoying explained to Bobby at the right moment, but it did not affect Bobby's excitement at all. "So, Curtin, my beautiful friend, did you come to greet us for any special reason?" Fan Ku asked knowingly. I saw from afar and thought it might be Nolan Lando, so I came over. The purpose is to invite Nolan Lando to visit Dongtada Kingdom again." "That's truly unfortunate. Nolan Lando passed away 400 years ago. We are merely his descendants." Fan Ku replied, pretending to be serious while secretly feeling overjoyed. "Yes, such a pity. However, since you are Nolan Lando's descendants, there should be no problem inviting you to visit Dongtada Kingdom." Curtin, having been sad for a moment, quickly adjusted his mood and re-invited Fan Ku and the others. "Then we would be remiss not to accept." Seeing Fan Ku's somewhat coy demeanor, Xiaoying rolled her eyes. It was just that the little people were so innocent that they were easy to deceive. "Xiaoying, Bobby, let's first send a message to Liku King and the others saying we might be late or returning tomorrow, so they don't worry." "Okay, big brother. Hey, Curtin, can you stand on my shoulder?" Bobby leaned in with an expectant face, fearing rejection. "Sure, Bobby Lando." Saying this, she jumped onto Bobby's shoulder, which made him incredibly happy. "Remember to keep Curtin hidden from others. Otherwise it would be troublesome if someone sees you." "Got it, big brother." Soon the three set off towards Greenbit Island, next to Dressrosa, guided by Curtin. Greenbit Island is a small island covered in primitive forest connected to Dressrosa by a huge cross-sea bridge. Be careful. When crossing the bridge you will be attacked by giant bull sharks. However, if it's the three of you, Lando, you can definitely pass safely. Upon reaching the bridge, Curtin on Bobby's shoulder reminded them, since the little people's size would not be noticed on the bridge, and they were extremely fast. "Don't worry. Bobby, take out the pride from your body. The rest is up to you." "Oh, okay, big brother." Saying this, he opened the zipper created by the jacket fruit ability and pulled out a 4-meter-long battle axe from the upper diagonal of his shoulder. This highlights the advantage of the jacket's zipper space. As long as it doesn't exceed Bobby's body size, anything can fit inside. In other words, as long as your actual size does not exceed Bobby's, even a giant 40-meter-long cleaver can fit inside, and as long as the user does not lose consciousness, the ability will continue to exist. With that said, the three began to walk towards the other side of the bridge and quickly covered 50 meters. Bang! Splash! A loud sound accompanied by the splash of water announced the arrival of a giant fish with a bull's face suddenly appearing above the three. The three looked at the bull shark above them. Its massive size was 6 meters long and 4 meters wide, resembling a piranha, but with a mouth full of sharp teeth and 2 huge bull horns. Not even a little bit serious. Ugly. Xiaoying disdainfully glanced at it, and then ignored it, walking over to Fan Ku. "Bobby, just knock it away. Remember to leave one behind for a taste later." Fan Ku appeared indifferent, but in the end he wanted to embody the spirit of a foodie from Huaxia. After all, if they encountered it, they should at least taste it. "Okay, big brother." After Bobby finished speaking, he adjusted the axe blade, turning the blade outward, and at the moment the bull shark crashed down, he knocked it away with one swing. As the three advanced, more and more bull sharks leapt up, and their sizes gradually increased. At the most intense moment, 4 bull sharks, each 12 meters long and 8 meters wide, charged simultaneously, their enormous bodies filling the sky. Punishment of pride. Seeing this, Bobby could only leap high to give them a taste of his pride. Soon the group crossed the bridge, and Curtin immediately jumped off Bobby's shoulder and dashed into the nearby primitive forest to bring news of the guests to his people. Behind Bobby there lay a bull shark. He had carefully selected one of the largest from the earlier 4. "Xiaoying, Bobby, let me quickly process the fish. We might need it later." Taking advantage of the moment, Fan Ku began to help the two process the fish, cutting the giant bull shark into pieces for easy transport into the forest. Just as the three were about to finish processing the fish, a swishing sound came from the dense primitive forest. In Fan Ku's perception, there were powerful auras far beyond ordinary approaching from deep within the forest. Bobby was the first to drop what he was doing and ran toward the forest. Just as he reached the tall bushes, Curtin's small figure jumped out and landed on Bobby's shoulder. Everyone, this tall human is Bobby Lando. The one of medium height is the female human Xiaoying Lando. The shortest one is Fan Ku Lando. Hearing the word shortest, Fan Ku's face suddenly tightened, and the kitchen knife in his hand was crushed into two pieces. Calm down, the little people are generally face blind. It's normal to recognize people by height. I'm not angry. I'm only 11 years old and still have room to grow. As Fan Ku mentally comforted himself, a large group of little people emerged from the forest. Upon closer inspection, each of them appeared quite different. If one looked only at their appearance without considering their size, it would be really hard to classify them as the same species. Hello, the shortest adult human. I am the chief scout of the Dongtada Kingdom Bien. You bastard. Don't emphasize the shortest. Cough, cough, cough. Just call me Fan Ku Lando. The enraged Fan Ku managed to control himself, looking at the little person flying in the air who resembled a peach-colored bee. Please be serious. Do you have two chief scouts? By the way, I am Xiaoying Lando. Hello. Fan Ku Lando. Xiaoying Lando. Damn it, it must be Curtin. He clearly said today I would be the chief scout. Bien, angry, pulled out an embroidery needle from behind, hovering in the air, while waving it a few times to vent his dissatisfaction. They had clearly agreed on a oneidae rotation. Dongha. Welcome, descendants of the great hero Nolan Lando. Bobby approached the two now covered in little people with a little person resembling a big white-bearded old man in his hands. I am Gan Xiao, the leader of the Dongtada tribe. I am truly touched. After 400 years, I can still see the descendants of Nolan Lando. Soon the three entered the depths of the primitive forest's underground kingdom amidst the throng of little people. Nanny. So the descendants of Nolan Lando do not mean direct offspring. The little people were all shockingly astonished. That's right. Descendants refer to those who follow in his adventures, not direct descendants. I should have mentioned that back then. Curtin, my lady. Fan Ku had a mischievous expression, making Curtin kneel in fear, clearly aware that she had caused a problem. Everyone, don't worry. We are not bad people. On the contrary, we are very willing to forge friendships with the little people and keep their secrets. We are very serious. Xiaoying could no longer stand it, and quickly stepped in to smooth things over, while Bobby sat cross-legged on the ground, nodding continuously. Xiaoying is right. We are all willing to have Lando in our names. We will absolutely be your friends, not enemies. Oh, is that so? Truly worthy of being Nolan Lando's descendants. You are really trustworthy. The little people joyfully resumed their celebrations, preparing for a feast, as Xiaoying once again refreshed her view of the little people, realizing they were incredibly easy to deceive. Dongha, you truly gave me a fright. I just thought, how could the adult humans bringing us bull shark meat be bad people? At some point, the old man Gan Xiao unexpectedly popped out between Xiaoying's two prominent features. Old pervert, what are you doing? Xiaoying would not indulge him like Robin Hood. She grabbed the lecherous old man and slammed him to the ground. Grandpa Chieftain, are you okay? Are you dying? Do you have any last words? Who will be the next chieftain? In an instant, several little people surrounded him, inquiring about their chieftain's condition, but their concern took a turn for the absurd. I'm not hurt at all, you smelly kids. Oh, Grandpa Chieftain, you're fine. Then everyone disperse. Continue preparing the feast. A swarm of little people quickly dispersed. Elder Gan Xiao, that won't do at all. Our Xiaoying is exceptionally meticulous. Fan Ku watched Xiaoying's response with evident satisfaction. After all, traditional Huaxiao values remain deeply conservative, and no one wishes to see their daughters disadvantaged. My sincerest apologies. Yet little Ing Landu possesses truly remarkable strength. I nearly came apart at the seams. Elder Gan Xiao is mighty impressive too. Bobby observed that everyone here seems extraordinarily strong and astonishingly swift. Of course, the Dongtada tribe are born titans of might. For centuries ago, we stood shoulder to shoulder with Norland to repel a formidable invasion, and thus forged an enduring covenant of friendship. Oh, so that's how it was. No wonder Khotan emerged so readily. She must have sensed an ancient ally from 400 years past. Fan Ku's feigned ignorance sent a shiver down Khotan's slender frame. Inwardly, she vowed to exercise far greater caution next time. Never again would she slip up. Precisely so. Tell me, esteemed Landu trio, how did you come to Dressrosa? We arrived in the company of King Riku's closest friend, Elizabaro II. By now they're likely preparing the evening banquet together. King Riku himself. Are you acquainted with his majesty as well? And one might say so. My father was both idol and half-master to Elizabaro too, making me by extension King Rika's half-disciple. Oh, so that's how it is. His majesty is also an old friend, and indeed a great benefactor, to this elder and to the Dong Tata tribe. Xiaoying watched Fan Ku launch once more into his unrestrained rambling, and suspected he harbored some hidden unspoken agenda toward the diminutive people. Should she intervene? What a vexing dilemma. And Bobby meanwhile had no such burdens. He'd already bonded effortlessly with the tiny folk, perhaps because their minds were the most alike. Huh, behold my punishment of pride. Kotan mimicked Bobby's signature pose from the bridge, brandishing a branch taller than herself, while chanting fervently. Sugoi, was it truly this technique that allowed Bobby Landu to vanquish the 4 bullfish kings? Bobby Landu is simply extraordinary. His power rivals even the legendary Norlts. Sugoi, so I truly looked that magnificent just now. Na circle of younger Dontata folk, including Bobby himself, sat wrapped around Kotan, gazing up at her with starstruck awe. Fan Ku's lips twitched. What on earth was wrong with his simple-minded younger brother? Did he actually worship himself? And soon after the banquet commenced, thanks to Fan Ku's advanced preparations, featuring abundant bullfish, the feast overflowed with rich meats delighting hosts and guests alike. Afterward, Elder Ganxiao, the Dongtata chieftain and gracious host, led the trio on a tour of the Dongtata kingdom's landmarks. Each site evoked the playful grandeur of colossal building blocks, captivating the 3 visitors with sheer novelty. Upon concluding the tour, Elder Ganxiao invited them to visit 2 newborn members of the tribe. It was only upon arrival that Fan Ku learned they were none other than the future princess of the Dongtata tribe and Leo, captain of the 5th ship of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. All the while, Fan Ku wrestled with a single pressing question: should he lay groundwork in advance against Don Quixote Doflamingo's future invasion? After all, no one can predict where fate will carry him. Relying on others is perilous. Self-reliance remains the wisest path. And while King Riku would prove difficult to persuade, the Dongtata folk would be far easier to sway. Ahem. Elder Ganxiao, our arrival here stems from a dire prophecy. Nanny, a dire prophecy. And the elder had completely forgotten Fan Ku and his companions had just claimed they'd sailed in by ship. Nint, a prophecy foretelling Dressrosa's ruin and the Dongtata's re-enslavement. Nanny, ruin, enslavement. And this time, it wasn't only Elder Ganxiao. Passing Dongtata folk paused mid-stride, drawn irresistibly by Fan Ku's chilling pronouncement. Xiaoying covered her face. Here it begins, the long-anticipated scheme. What now? Her heart felt utterly drained. I assure you, I speak no idle alarm. And please prepare a secure chamber, and summon only your most trusted level-headed kinsfolk. There I shall reveal the full prophecy. Very well. Fan Ku Landu, follow me. Elder Ganxiao immediately led the trio toward the chamber, while nearby Dongtata folk quietly selected their most reliable kin to accompany them. Within a modest underground chamber, Bobby sat wedged beneath the ceiling, flanked by Fan Ku and Xiaoying in one corner, facing Elder Ganxiao and several Dongtata elders across the way. Kotan and Bien were among them, as were a rhinoceros beetle-like Dongtata and another bearing a luxuriant beard. Fan Ku Landu, this place is utterly secure. Now please share the prophecy. And certainly, it unfolds thus, ahem. 15 years hence, beneath storm-lashed skies, King Riku awakens amid the devil's mocking laughter and collapses in tears beneath his people's scornful curses. The Dongtata shall relive the bondage of 800 years past. Fan Ku delivered the prophecy with theatrical gravity, so much so that Xiaoying beside him stiffened, startled. This fabrication is unervingly plausible. What? How could the benevolent king ever be reviled by his own subjects? And bondage 800 years ago, could that accursed clan have returned? Watching Elder Ganxiao and the elders' faces flush with genuine belief, Xiaoying recoiled inwardly. So, the enslavement 800 years ago truly happened. That is the prophecy in its entirety. No further details are revealed. Fan Ku's artful fragmented revelations ensured that even if King Riku later extracted the truth, he'd still be compelled to believe it. Such a despairing future indeed. Yet we owe you profound gratitude for journeying here to warn us. The Dongtata tribe shall forever be your loyal allies. There is no need for such formality. Since the prophecy has been revealed, let us begin preparations, tailored precisely to its portents. Fan Ku launched his masterful persuasion, guiding the Dongtata through subtle suggestion to ready themselves for events that would unfold in truth. Oh, Fan Ku Landu, can you truly deduce concrete threats and countermeasures from such an enigmatic prophecy? Indeed, the elders now regarded Fan Ku as one of their own, accepting his every word without question. And well, it is not so difficult to infer. A benevolent sovereign reviled by his people. Clearly he would be framed. most effectively before a vast assembly committing an unforgivable crime in broad daylight. Oh, could such a thing truly be done? And absolutely. This vast sea teems with extraordinary individuals. For instance, I am one. And with that, Fan Ku reached over and unzipped the zipper on Bobby's chest, drawing forth a two-stringed huqin from within. Oh, I've seen this before. Earlier, Bobby Landu pulled an enormous axe from his own body. Kotan instantly recognized the feat, having assumed it was one of Bobby's innate abilities. Precisely. This is the power of my jacket fruit. It allows me to install zippers onto targets, just like opening a jacket, and store objects within. Sugoi, such a wondrous ability. The jacket fruit reigns supreme. Listening to their effusive praise, Fan Ku silently mourned the jacket fruit's tragic legacy. Cursed by an unreliable host, it had held the title of most useless devil fruit for years. Indeed, many devil fruits defy interpretation by name alone. Were there a string fruit, for example, it might manipulate human puppets like a master marionettist's silken threads. Fan Ku's words hovered just shy of naming names, leaving little doubt in North Blue Don Quixote Doflamingo, the string fruit user, will surely control men with his threads. Therefore, monitor King Riku's every action, equipping yourselves with recording Den Mushi. Oh, exactly. Such recordings would irrefutably vindicate His Majesty. Fan Ku Landu, you are brilliant. Nint. And regarding the Dantata's enslavement, the root cause likely lies in insufficient martial strength. Thus, our priority must be enhancing Dressrosa's and the Dantata's collective might. And precisely, once we stand sufficiently powerful, His Majesty will never allow our subjugation. Then Lord Fan Ku Landu, what shall we do next? And my preliminary plan proceeds thus, and furthermore, we might also consider this approach. Oh, how splendid. Lord Fan Ku Landu is truly our savior. For 1 full hour, the secret meeting unfolded as a solo performance by Fan Ku, while the Dongtada and Bobby served as enthusiastic chorus, and Xiaoing remained locked in existential doubt. Ha ha ha. Profound thanks, Lord Fan Ku Landu. You delivered not only prophecy, but also strategy. You are truly the Dongtada tribe's greatest hero. And emerging from the chamber, the group's spirits soared. Elder Ganxiao and his kin stood upon Bobby's open palm, lavishing Fan Ku with unrestrained admiration. It was nothing at all. Yet time grows late. We must now take our leave. Nah, what a pity. We'd hoped to host you longer, but the Dongtada kingdom lacks accommodations large enough for your stature. Ha ha ha. And they soon reached the bridge's edge, where Elder Ganxiao waved farewell to his people behind him. A rhinoceros beetle-like Dongtada swiftly approached, bearing an exquisitely carved wooden box. Within rested a peculiar fruit, still and serene. Is it a devil fruit? In both Fan Ku and Xiaoing stared in astonishment, while Elder Ganxiao cleared his throat proudly. The Dongtada tribe, renowned as the world's foremost cultivators, holds sacred the art of nurturing fruits unique unto themselves. Each member takes immense pride in growing one such singular fruit. What? You can cultivate devil fruits. And what is a devil fruit? As for this unique specimen, it is in fact the second I have ever grown. Fan Ku studied the fruit closely, its classic spiral pattern, with 2 vine-like tendrils coiling like a pair of telescopic lenses. And the goggle fruit. Dongha, I want to give you this unique fruit as a gift. It symbolizes the friendship between our Dongtada tribe and yours. In that case, we won't stand on ceremony. Fan Ku quickly put away the devil fruit, showing no intention of being polite, glaring at the fruit. Oh, what a good thing. On the way back, things went much smoother. Clearly, those bullfish had not forgotten Bobby's terror. Young Master Fan Ku, how did you know? Know what? That prophecy. The 3 of us have been inseparable for so many years. How did you know? Yes. Onaiken. Bobby also wants to know. Why doesn't Bobby know when we clearly haven't separated? Upon hearing this, Fan Ku's eyes began to dart around. Oh, Xiaoing could tell that this young master was about to start spinning a tale again. You all have seen the previous newspapers, right? About Beihai. Yes, young master. Xiaoing has carefully read every newspaper. Last year's Beihai saw the emergence of a new underworld force led by Tang Jiekde. Doflamingo. Yes, young master. But how does this relate to the prophecy? Xiaoing, have you forgotten? The original master of Dressrosa. The original master. Are you talking about the Don Quixote family that became celestial dragons? Is it the one from Beihai? Smart. I'm just daring to make a guess. After all, who can say for sure about things 15 years into the future? For someone as clever as Xiaoing, it should be said with a bit of vagueness, she would fill in the rest herself. Sure enough, Xiaoing became lost in her own expanded script, looking at Fan Ku with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Xiaoing, I was just guessing. It's not as impressive as you think. I understand. Young master. Fan Ku originally wanted to argue a bit more, but Xiao Ying's expression was already one of understanding without needing further explanation. All right. However, there is an important matter that requires your decision. That devil fruit. Smart. This fruit, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Dingeki fruit, which is particularly powerful. Oh, what makes it so powerful? If consumed, one can see things within a fourth the Sanli radius and even peer into people's hearts. Moreover, it has good offensive power. Really? It's that powerful? Then why not let Bobby eat it? He is your little brother. You are also an important family member. Besides, you will be our navigator in the future. Giving it to you is the most appropriate choice. Saying this, Fan Ku took out the devil fruit and handed it to Xiaoying, signaling her not to hesitate. Yes. Sister Xiaoying, go ahead and eat it. Bobby thinks you are the most suitable, and eating it will make you stronger. Looking at the sincere brothers in front of her, Xiaoying no longer hesitated and gently took a bite of the devil fruit. In an instant, her face went from blue to purple, then to black. Only then did Fan Ku remember the taste of the devil fruit. Xiaoying, you don't have to hold it in. I have eaten it too. That taste is indeed hard to describe. If you feel like throwing up, just throw up. Fan Ku's words only spurred Xiaoying on, and she couldn't hold back any longer, hugging Fan Ku and starting to throw up. Fan Ku was held and thrown up on for quite a while, who told him not to remind her. Now he was suffering. By midnight, the three of them finally returned to the castle of the kingdom. The guards were just about to greet them when they were stopped by the overpowering smell coming from them. Lord Fan Ku, you can go straight in. King Li Ku has already spoken to me. The two guards respectfully greeted Fan Ku and the others from a distance, signaling that the three could go in directly, their demeanor like they were sending away a plague god. The next morning, the three of them gathered again. So Xiaoying, did you try out your abilities last night? Fresh and fragrant Fan Ku hurriedly approached Xiaoying, curious to ask. Swish. Xiao Ying's face instantly turned red as she had tried it last night, and it worked well. But perhaps due to being unfamiliar with her new abilities, her gaze lingered for quite a while in a certain handsome boy's bathroom. Sister Xiaoying, why is your face suddenly so red? Are you having a fever? Bobby, being considerate, asked Xiaoying, while Fan Ku understood immediately. It was clear she had seen something she shouldn't have and was embarrassed. I'm fine. Second young master. This ability is very powerful. Last night, I was already able to see things in the Mogoro kingdom. Is that so? Really? Then when we set sail in the future, won't we be able to see the next island from a distance? But it can't be used too frequently. The farther you look, the greater the drain on your stamina. Currently, I can only reach Mogoro, and the duration can't be long. It's fine. Navigation still relies on navigation techniques. The Dingeki fruit is mostly just a supplementary tool. In the future, strengthen your physical abilities and study the fruit's powers. It'll be fine. Understood, young master Fan Ku. At this moment, Xiao Ying's response to Fan Ku was particularly gentle, leaving Fan Ku a bit puzzled. Then let's go have breakfast. Don't keep everyone waiting. After saying this, Fan Ku walked straight toward the dining hall, while Xiaoying followed behind, thinking to herself how nice it would be if the young master were just a few years older. Hehehe. Where did you three little rascals play yesterday? You came back so late. At this time, Kyle also cast an envious glance, eager to know what Fan Ku and his friends did yesterday. Oh, yesterday, I just casually strolled around and ate. After giving a brief report, Fan Ku turned to King Li Ku and said, Lord Li Ku, I would like to spar with Cyrus. Of course, no problem. I'll arrange for someone to inform him right away. Just in time, I also want to see how Cyrus is doing. Soon the group headed back to the arena. Unlike last time, this time Fan Ku became a contestant. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will temporarily add a friendly exchange match. Suddenly the audience erupted into boos. They had paid to see exciting duels, not a performance match. Don't worry, everyone. The main character of this exchange match is the arena champion Cyrus, who has won 2,000 consecutive victories. And his sparring partner is someone who at a young age can defeat a bounty criminal worth 60 million. The host went on and on, finally calming the audience's mood. At this moment, Fan Ku and Cyrus had already arrived at the center of the arena. I heard you defeated a bounty criminal worth 60 million. Do you really look like you're 15? So young. I'm almost 12 now. What? Only 12, and already this strong? Unbelievable. The sea is vast. There are many younger than me who are even stronger. Is that so? So that's how it is. Do you really want to go out and see? I'm just a sinner, only worthy of atoning for my crimes here. Is that so? Then enough talk, let's get started. The two faced each other wielding their broadswords and exchanged a few words. A Fan Ku could clearly feel Cyrus yearning for the outside world. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems the contestants are ready. Then let the battle begin. Bang! After the host announced the start, he struck the battle gong with force. I can tell you're someone who likes to observe your opponent. Then I'll strike first. After saying this, Fan Ku charged toward Cyrus, swinging his sword horizontally with one hand as he approached. Dao seeking. Horizontal sword style. Cyrus gripped his sword with both hands in defense. Due to his height advantage over Fan Ku, he could only crouch and twist the sword to sweep down in a circular motion. Clang! What great strength! At the moment of collision, Cyrus could clearly feel an overwhelming force transmitted to his arm. Fan Ku's arm continued to exert force, directly pushing Cyrus out with one hand using his sword. Step! 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 Using the downward momentum, Cyrus jumped back 3 times to dissipate the force, maintaining a defensive and observant posture. You can't do this. I'm not the type you can find a flaw in to win with a single strike. Fan Ku teased, continuing to press forward, relentlessly attacking Cyrus. Clang, clang, clang. In the arena, the two figures clashed wildly on the stage, igniting the audience's blood and excitement. Look, Cyrus is actually being suppressed. What? How is that possible? He must be going easy on him. He is the champion with 2,000 victories. Who is that young man? Why haven't I heard of him before? The spectators began discussing the battle between the two. Onaikan, go for it. Bobby's voice suddenly rang out from the audience. Look, someone is cheering for me. Hearing Bobby's voice, Fan Ku teased Cyrus while locked in a sword struggle. I am a sinner. I don't need anyone to cheer for me. At this moment, Cyrus had a dark expression, lost in thought. Dao-seeking, sword-piercing style. In the struggle, Fan Ku suddenly withdrew his strength, concealing his sword against his chest, and aimed the sword tip at Cyrus in a blind spot. Cyrus, who was bent over and pressing down against Fan Ku, lost control of his body and leaned forward, staring as a glint of cold light was about to pierce his face. Clang! At the crucial moment, Cyrus raised his sword with both hands, narrowly blocking the thrust with the sword's hilt. Bang! The sword tip was blocked, but he was still knocked backward, rolling on the ground. Come on, stop testing me, give it your all, or you won't have another chance. Clang, clang, clang. Fan Ku pressed the advantage, relentlessly attacking Cyrus, while Cyrus could only defend passively and awkwardly. Cyrus, go for it. You are the strongest warrior of the arena. Suddenly, the cheering voice made Fan Ku's sword pause for a moment. Oh, someone is cheering for you too. Looks like a fan. Don't mind it. As if responding to the cheers from the fans, Cyrus, panting heavily, finally pushed Fan Ku's sword away. Are you going to get serious now? Come on, Cyrus. Show me the strength that the king of the arena should have. Facing the charging Fan Ku again, Cyrus only tightened his grip on his broadsword. In the blink of an eye, Cyrus drew his sword inward, both hands tightening around the hilt, raising it to his right shoulder, its tip aimed squarely at Fan Ku. Oh, are you finally turning serious? And beware, Lord Fan Ku. Whoosh! And without another word, Cyrus lunged forward with explosive force, slashing toward Fan Ku, the speed markedly greater than before. Clang! Now that's more like it. Unleash your full strength. I am truly formidable. And Fan Ku parried the blow, but the sheer force nearly compelled him to grip his blade with both hands. Humph! And saying nothing further, Cyrus immediately withdrew his blade and struck again, his ferocious assault gradually pressing Fan Ku into mounting strain. Dao-seeking cloud sword technique. In with a single hand, he swept his blade in a circular arc around his body, twisting his waist to glide backward in fluid retreat. And a defensive sword art. What? Must a sword serve only to wound? Has anyone ever decreed it cannot also protect? And speechless, Cyrus could only reset his stance and press forward, relentlessly seeking an opening. Gradually, both warriors stood breathless upon the arena floor, the ceaseless rhythm of offense and defense draining their stamina severely. Huff, huff. How is this possible? Not a single wound on you. Even though I struck you several times, well, I was simply born radiant. There's no arguing with impervious flesh. Logic simply does not apply. By now, Cyrus's body bore countless fine lacerations. Fan Ku's barbed remarks stung deeply. Though silent, his wounds pulsed with fresh blood, betraying his rising fury. Thunder, destruction sword. And for the first time in the battle, Cyrus declared his technique aloud. A crushing overhead strike, heavy as a mountain's fall. Armament haki enshrouding the blade. And just as Fan Ku prepared to absorb the blow, his observation haki flared a warning. The sword carried armament haki after all. Boom! And at the instant Fan Ku sidestepped, the arena itself suffered. The devastating slash cleaved straight into the platform, shattering nearly 1/3 of its surface. What the A? You suddenly unleashed such overwhelming destructive power, just because I don't wield haki. That's hardly fair. In startled, Fan Ku's temper flared. He steadied his stance, held his breath, and recalled the precise intent behind the flying slash he'd honed in training. Dao-seeking rising moon sword technique. Na's sudden upward slash erupted from Fan Ku, slicing past Cyrus's cloak just as his momentum lingered from the prior strike. Boom! And the arena lost yet another third. Truly suffering grievously, ultimate techniques seemed bent solely on demolishing the stage, not striking opponents. In Lord Fan Ku, I concede, I am no match for you. Since this is not a duel to the death, there remains no reason to continue. Very well. But first, listen carefully to the crowd's cheers. And later share your reflections with me. In with effortless grace, Fan Ku spun and leapt toward the spectator stand, striding confidently toward Bobby and his companions, leaving Cyrus standing alone, utterly bewildered. Phew. First time using it, completely uncontrollable. Nearly struck Cyrus. Thank the heavens it veered wide. As he walked toward Bobby and the others, Fan Ku murmured quietly to himself, sensing something still lacking. Much like Cyrus's destruction sword, Fan Ku noticed no visible hue of armament hockey clinging to his broadsword, evidently too faint to manifest visibly. Guffaw. Truly magnificent. Even Luffy King Cyrus would surely fall before you. And you flatter me. Cyrus is exceptionally strong. He is merely confined by this arena. In hearing this, Luffy King, who had not once shifted his gaze from Cyrus, turned slowly toward Fan Ku. Is that so? Is Cyrus truly bound by this arena? And indeed, once he finds someone worth protecting in his heart, even hopping on one leg, he could slay pirates bearing bounties in the billions. Guffaw. Is that true? So Cyrus is that formidable. What a pity. Luffy King burst into laughter, but soon fell pensive. Such exceptional talent ought not remain caged within an arena forever. Your Majesty, look, Cyrus hasn't truly listened to the voices of the audience in ages. Following Fan Ku's words, Luffy King turned, and there at the arena's center stood Cyrus, listening intently to the roaring acclaim of the crowd. Kind words warm the heart, through winter, cruel ones wound deeper than any blade. Your Majesty, these spectators are not the same as those of years past. Let Cyrus hear affirmation, words of recognition. Soon he will step forth from his own shackles, and indeed waves of praise, admiration, and adoration surged from the stands, causing Cyrus's lips unbidden to curl upward in quiet delight. Guffaw. Now I know precisely what to do. Old friend, Yondu's son is truly extraordinary. In Guffaw. After a burst of hearty laughter, Luffy King exchanged farewells with the group, then slipped away alone to visit Cyrus, while Elizabello too led the others back to their quarters. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. In from afar a soldier sprinted forward, halting Fan Ku and his companions. Respected sovereign, I serve as a guard under the foreign minister. What is your business, soldier? Your Majesty, moments ago a patrol vessel from the Kingdom of Prudence was sighted in Dressrosa's waters. They identified themselves as emissaries led by strategist Gamma. Gamma has arrived. Yes, Your Majesty. I've come to confirm this matter with you. His Majesty Luffy King has already been notified. If confirmed, we may grant them passage. Guffaw. Very well. No issue at all. Understood. Upon returning to my residence, I shall verify via Den Mushi. Very well. My apologies for the intrusion. I take my leave. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to their lodgings. Elizabello too swiftly verified the report and discovered Fan Ku's sword Dao Seeking had been fully restored. Gamma had received explicit orders to deliver the reforged sword to Fan Ku without delay. With their king conveniently residing in a neighboring nation, the strategist wasted no time, sailing directly to Dressrosa. That afternoon, strategist Gamma arrived at last, accompanied by a transmission from Morgan, president of the World Economic Journal. Guffaw. Young Fan Ku, behold your newly reforged Dao Seeking. I trust it shall exceed your expectations. No being the command, Gamma waddled forward, cradling an exquisitely carved wooden box before Fan Ku. Fan Ku extended his hand, accepted the box, and opened it eagerly. A finely wrought double-edged sword lay serene within. Per your specifications, the blade remains precisely 3 chi and 3 cun in length, double-edged, and retains that peculiar taiji motif. The master smith reforged it with superior alloys. Its quality now ascends to the pinnacle of fine blades. Gamma, observing Fan Ku's rapt gaze upon Dao Seeking, immediately expounded upon its enhanced refinement, a genuine quantum leap in craftsmanship. In fine blade. And the pinnacle. Aren't there only 50 fine blades? In Guffaw. The 50 fine blades. Indeed, there were 50, once upon a time. Centuries ago, 50 legendary swordsmen who ruled the Grand Line each wielded a fine blade, thus earning the title the 50 Fine Blades. Elizabello too laughed heartily as he explained. Time marches on. Old gives way to new. Not only have the 50 fine blades faded, but even the 12 supreme great swords have cycled through multiple generations. What matters is not the blade, but the hand that wields it. I see. Much like the 10 greatest martial artists of the Jianghu, each era crowns new masters. None reign eternal. 10 greatest martial artists. Never heard of them. Still, it is true no one reigns invincible forever. Even the former king of the world rocks met his end. In Guffaw. Lady Catty, I'd like to test my new Dao Seeking outside. If you'll excuse me, go ahead, by all means. In fact, Gama appears to have urgent matters to discuss with me. In with that he sent Fan Ku, accompanied by Bobby Xiao Ying and Kyle, to the outdoor training ground. Your Majesty, Morgan contacted nearly every sovereign across the Grand Line via special Din Mushy 2 days ago, delivering a singular message. Watching Fan Ku and his companions depart, Gama hurriedly reported to Elizabello II. In every sovereign. What message? He declared, from August onward the seas shall know no peace. A new tide of epical change looms, and he urges all monarchs to remain within their realms for safety's sake. Arrogant. In Your Majesty, better to err on the side of caution. Perhaps we should return home swiftly and await developments. Even as Gama spoke, Fan Ku and his companions reached the training ground. In Fan Ku gripped Dao Seeking in one hand, pointing its tip skyward, then flicked the blade's spine with his finger, eliciting a resonant, humming vibration. A magnificent blade, worthy of a master smith. This Dao Seeking possesses far greater resilience than its predecessor. He recalled the first time he'd held Dao Seeking years ago. Pretending mastery, he'd flicked it too hard, snapping the blade cleanly in two. Stepping to the center of the training ground, Fan Ku began wielding Dao Seeking. Thrusting, cleaving, rising, hooking, stabbing, brushing, lifting, parrying, coiling, shaving, pressing, and intercepting, concluding with the cloud sword technique. Years of disciplined practice had forged Fan Ku's fundamentals into unshakable bedrock, yet his swordsmanship diverged sharply from traditional pirate world styles, less linear, more intricate, profoundly refined. Clap, 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 and upon completing the sequence, Kyle, watching for the first time, burst into spontaneous applause. It was breathtaking to behold, and undeniably majestic. Fan Ku ran his fingers along Dao Seeking's gleaming edge, sensing how profoundly it amplified his combat prowess. Against that octopus-like foe, victory would now be swift and decisive. No matter how many times I watch Fan Ku's sword practice, is always breathtaking. In Xiao Ying whispered, cheeks flushed crimson, while Kyle, unable to contain his excitement, dashed forward to beg Fan Ku for sword instruction. Cool guy, when we reach Prudence, you must teach me swordsmanship. It's absolutely dazzling. Unlike Gama's style, so crude and brutish, all about raw strength. Agreed, without hesitation. Truth be told, those very techniques, once mocked in his past life as ornamental, showy, yet impractical, now proved devastatingly effective in this world where monstrous physiology and preternatural reflexes transformed elegance into lethality. Gods and demons alike would fall before such artistry. TSK. Soon he would effortlessly surpass this world's so-called great swordsman. And thus the most vital task at hand was bestowing upon Dao Seeking a series of names, exquisitely elaborate yet profoundly dignified, names worthy of its transcendent artistry. In the seas of Dressrosa, a massive kingdom ship sails bravely through the waves. Once we pass this sea area, we can sail for another day. Then we can reach Prodennis. Rum, what are you thinking? Do you want to come back and work for me? I'm sorry. Your Majesty, I haven't fought in many years and my body has grown accustomed to comfort. Rum, who had been hiding on the ship for days, declined the invitation of Elizabello II once again. All right, then I will give you a shop later to continue your studio work. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. By the way, Rum, what was the reason for Lord Yondo to set sail back then? Yondo? Perhaps it was for Kelly. What? For Kelly? Yes. Kelly's constitution had not awakened for a long time. Lord Yondo tried every possible method. Finally, he thought of the king's fist. But that is your family's inheritance. He made a pact with you, which is why he hurriedly set sail. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Actually, he didn't need to come looking for me. Their conversation happened to be overheard by Vanku, providing him with a new understanding of this bargain. Father is sentimental and righteous. You, after many years, repay kindness with enmity. You deserve to be transmigrated by me and have your soul absorbed. Absorbing soul seems a bit cruel. Well, sin upon sin. In any case, Vanku and his group arrived at the island of the Prodennis Kingdom, a massive island of spring. After landing, Vanku stood dumbfounded at the sight before him. Can you guess what he saw? Towering, human-shaped stone statues stood on the grasslands along the coast, each one serious in expression, facing the sea along the lengthy coastline. Is this Easter Island? Looking at these statues, Vanku was lost in thought for a long time. He had never had the money to travel abroad in his past life, but now it was free. How about it? Spectacular, right? Beneath each statue lies the remains of great warriors who once contributed to the Prodennis Kingdom. Elizabello II approached Vanku, proudly introducing the origins of these statues. Great warriors of the kingdom buried beneath the statues continue to guard the peace of this nation. It's truly astonishing. Such a multitude of great warriors existed. Your kingdom must be magnificent. Of course. My kingdom is one of the few that strictly prohibits slavery. When I die, I want a grand statue to stand and guard this country. You truly have no taboo. You're still so young. What's wrong with that? Everyone must die eventually. Huh. St. Gui. Uncle Katie is truly handsome. Bobby also wants to protect the land like Uncle Katie in the future. Bobby beside him directly entered comedic mode, his innocent words nearly lifting Elisabello II's chin to the heavens. The terrain of the spring island of Prodenus Kingdom is actually quite high. The entire island is triangular starting from the statues on the shore. The terrain rises steeply exceeding 1,000 meters in elevation, and suddenly a massive basin appears before them. The kingdom's town and capital are situated within the basin, and at the edge of the basin Vanku suddenly recalled the Begapong live stream he had watched in his past life. It seems that in the pirate world, any well-known kingdom has geographical advantages that resist rising sea levels. Could this be a coincidence? Without time to think further, the king's entourage has already headed towards the kingdom. A new life awaits Vanku and the others. In the blink of an eye, August has arrived. In the kingdom's most luxurious training ground, Vanku is practicing with Bobby. Although it's called practice, it's actually Bobby's one-sided assault, while Vanku only defends. After all, the essence of the unbreakable fist training is to take hits. It's just that it happened to be Vanku's turn to take a beating. Sistering, why doesn't cool guy use his many splendid techniques? Why does he have to take Bobby's axe with his face? Not far away, Kyle, who is also training, asked curiously to Ing, who was doing dumbbell curls. Just like your royal family's inheritance, they also have their own legacy, and the training method to awaken this inheritance is to take hits. Yes, a planned beating. Oh, so that's how it is. Is this the reason why cool guy and Bobby are invulnerable? I envy that. Don't be envious. When you awaken your constitution next year, you can charge up a punch and take them down with one hit. Ing gently set down the 100-kilogram dumbbells in her hands and reassured Kyle, as a lady, she should focus on developing fruits instead of building too much muscle. Gawk gawk gawk. Suddenly a flock of news-delivering seagulls flew in from the sky. From a distance, it looked like this group of seagulls was throwing newspapers, as if they were free. Anakin, look, are these news-delivering seagulls going crazy? They aren't coming down to collect money. Just as Bobby stopped his actions and looked at those seagulls, Ing had already seen the content of the newspaper through her staring fruit ability. What? Pirate? King? How can this be happening? Ing stood there dumbfounded, stuttering, and unable to speak. Among the flock of news-delivering seagulls, suddenly one broke away from the group and flew straight towards the two brothers, and only when it got close did they realize it was the one that had delivered newspapers to them from the cliff these past 2 years. Goth. The seagull personally delivered the newspaper and flapped its wings, indicating that the big news you wanted has arrived. It's definitely big. After Vanku took the newspaper, the news-delivering seagull didn't even ask for payment and flew away in a hurry. It was only then that Vanku looked at the newspaper. Pirates, your king has returned. The headline made Vanku's face darken. Did this Morgans play some alliance game, or is he fond of the Shurima faction or something? As expected, the content was the news that the Roger pirates reached the final island in July and named the island that achieved the title of Pirate King as Laugh-Tale. You must know this is the only island in the pirate world named by pirates, and it cannot be refuted. After all, for 800 years the Roger pirates were the only humans to reach it. All the pages of the newspaper were printed with the content of Roger achieving the title of Pirate King, analyzing why he could become king and the influence after becoming king, neither praising nor belittling. It is evident that this was Roger's request, otherwise with Morgan's nature of stirring trouble, he would definitely have included some doomsday rhetoric. It seems I wasn't mistaken, it really is this year. The incident was in July, but the news was released in August. Vanku first confirmed his status as a seasoned fan, then found a reason for his uncertainty. Young Master Vanku, it seems that this world is about to be chaotic. At this moment Ing ran over, looking at Vanku with concern. Yes, indeed. After all, who would be so arrogant as to proclaim themselves as the Pirate King? Also, they boast about finding the treasure of the sea. Countless pirates will surely rush into the new world. Oh, every country here will be impacted. What should we do? Hearing Vanku's indifferent tone, Ing anxiously asked. Buzz. Vanku took a deep breath and lightly flicked the spine of his Dao sword, emitting a resonant sword sound. In the past we were weak and had no choice. Now of course we hold the 3-foot Dao sword and challenge all the thieves and enemies. Vanku's words were heartfelt, as if awakening the dormant momentum within his body. A powerful aura of who else but me in the world burst forth once again. Bang! This time Bobby and Ing surprisingly withstood the sudden release of Vanku's Conqueror's Haki, but Kyle was not so lucky, directly rolling his eyes and collapsing to the ground. Is this the Conqueror's Haki Vanku mentioned before? Can Vanku master it now? At this moment Ing was shocked. Ever since the day the Golden Lion left, Vanku had been constantly talking about mastering the Conqueror's Haki, but after years he had never released it. Conqueror's Haki has the most intimidating effect on those who haven't fainted, as only those who can truly face Conqueror's Haki can feel the pressure from the king. The timid Bobby was already kneeling on the ground murmuring, "I'm sorry, Anakin. Next time for sure. Next time." The originally magnificent kingly demeanor was suddenly diminished by Bobby's actions. "You idiot, Odo. What did you do? You just said next time for sure." Helping Bobby up from the ground, Vanku couldn't help but complain. When has Bobby ever done that? And next time for sure. Oh, Bobby just got a bit too excited. It was a mistake. "I'm sorry, Anakin. Next time for sure." Bobby's reply, full of confusion, only darkened Vanku's face further. I'm sorry. I startled you. I should be able to control it better in the future." "It's okay, young Master Vanku. Congratulations." "Yes. Let's hurry and wake Kyle up." Fortunately, this time the range wasn't too large. It should only be a few outer guards that fainted. The next day, at the morning meeting of the Prodinus Kingdom, Elisabello II sat on the throne with the former king of Prodinus, who was 102 years old, sitting on his left. The other ministers, including Dargama, stood in the meeting hall, while the Vanko brothers stood on the outskirts listening, without the qualification to participate in the discussions. "I believe everyone has seen yesterday morning's newspaper. Does anyone have anything to say about the contents of the newspaper?" "Your Majesty, regardless of whether the content of the newspaper is true or false, I believe our top priority is to increase our country's military defense." Upon hearing this, Dargama immediately stepped forward to present his thoughts. As a military strategist, he must propose the most urgent matters. "However, our country's situation is different from that of other countries. We have no slaves." The finance minister spoke up, indicating that the Prodinus army relies entirely on volunteers and cannot conscript slaves like other countries, making it very difficult to expand military strength in the short term. Vanku and the others, except for Ing, who listened with great interest, found even Kyle, who stood together, to be drowsy. Indeed, Vanku and others were purely arranged to accompany Kyle, who had not yet participated in politics. Otherwise, how could outsiders be allowed to listen to the kingdom's administrative meeting? Just as Vanku and others were dozing off at the meeting of the Kingdom of Prodins, news of the emergence of the Pirate King began to spread across the world. Soon the entire world erupted like a pot of boiling oil, instantly exploding with the slightest drop of water. Could it be that he wants to incite a war that engulfs the entire world, just like the World King rocks from over a decade ago? How are we ordinary people supposed to survive now? What is the Navy doing? How can they allow the King of Pirates to appear? Why aren't they quickly capturing him? Regardless, to the uninformed common people, the title of Pirate King undoubtedly equates to death and disaster. At this moment, aboard the exclusive ship of the Moonlight Heroes in the West Sea. The Pirate King. What an arrogant fellow. If he dares to come to the West Sea, I wouldn't mind taking his head myself. Moonlight Moria declared loudly as he looked at the tiny newspaper in front of him. Ha, as expected of Lord Moria. Yes. Lord Moria is the strongest. Lord Moria, you are the best. Behind Moria, the Moonlight Heroes had grown to nearly 100 members after more than 2 years of development. Waves of praise echoed from behind Moria, all heartfelt admiration and respect. Most of the people here were rescued victims of shipwreck slaves, or those who were homeless for various reasons. You little ones. You must work hard to become stronger. I don't want my family to be too weak. While he encouraged others to strive, Moria secretly decided that he must intensify his training starting tonight. After all, he had witnessed the power of the Roger Pirates when he was a child, and he was still far from their level, not to mention his followers. In an inconspicuous small room in the North Sea. What an impressive figure. The world is sure to be thrown into chaos. Just what I wanted. Bang. A gunshot echoed from outside the room, and moments later a mushroom-head man wearing sunglasses entered. "Young master. The man has been dealt with. This street will only have the young master's voice from now on." The mushroom head spoke sternly, taking out a handkerchief to seriously wipe his sunglasses. "As expected of my excellent subordinate. By the way, Virgo, did you just eat a boiled egg this morning?" Turning to praise his subordinate, Doflamingo curiously asked upon seeing Virgo's face. Young master, how did you know?" "I did eat a boiled egg this morning. Because there's a whole boiled egg stuck to your face." At the same time, Germa's current patriarch Judge was casually throwing a newspaper into the trash can as he sailed away from the North Sea, preparing for the next war. It's worth mentioning that he was an environmentally conscious individual who understood the importance of throwing trash in the bin. If Vanku ever encountered him, he would surely spare his life. In a dilapidated church in the South Sea. The world. Is it going to suffer again? The towering figure of Bartholomew Kuma looked at the newspaper, feeling a surge of emotion, preparing to enter the church to pray. "Kuma, are you going to do that boring prayer again? With that time, you might as well do something practical." Ginny, you're back. Can we skip the prayer today? Come out for a walk with me." Ginny jumped on Akuma's back and began to act cute. All right. Ginny, since there are no grandparents coming for treatment today, let's go shopping. Kuma decisively gave up resisting. Meanwhile, a cheerful middle-aged fisherman arrived on a tranquil island in the South Sea. Old man, I really don't want to be a Navy officer anymore. Bastard Dorag. What are you saying? Are you getting cocky? If you're not going to be a Navy officer, what will you be? A pirate. I just feel that this Navy isn't the justice I have in mind. Bang! An angry carp delivered a loving punch to Dorag, making him lie down on the ground to reflect. You little brat, stay here and reflect. I need to go back to the headquarters immediately to gather people and pursue the Roger pirates. After Carp stormed off, the young Dorag lay flat on the grass, staring blankly at the blue sky. What kind of justice is worth protecting? At the headquarters of the world government in the House of Power in Moria, 5 imposing figures were either standing or sitting in a meeting. 2 agenda items: Roger and Morgan's. Let's discuss Roger first. What is there to discuss? No one can shake the authority of the world government. Since he dared to announce himself as the Pirate King, let the Navy eliminate them. I agree. After all, Roger has reached that island that shouldn't exist. He must also have learned the secrets Joy Boy left on that island. As for the panic triggered by the news, we need not care. It's merely some civilians who will die. Then let's do this. Deploy the highest espionage organization, CP0, to cooperate with the Navy, targeting the capture of Roger alive. As for the other crew members, eliminate all those without value. No need to capture. That's a good idea. Oh, we must learn the secrets of the island. It may be beneficial for us. I second that. Seconded. 4. Next is Morgan's. We must admit that we underestimated the power of news. That's normal. After all, for the past 800 years, it has been the intermediary houses supported by the world government that have borne the task of news dissemination. Exactly. If that's the case, why not directly end the news dissemination task of the intermediary houses? Send someone to contact Morgan's and bring him under our wing. I think there's no problem, but when contacting him, we must first give him an unforgettable warning. Indeed, the face of the world government is not so easily damaged. Morgan's must pay a price. Then let's arrange at least CP9 level spies around him for the long term. That's a good plan. Seconded. Seconded. For soon the House of Power fell into complete darkness again, and the fate of the world was decided in a few exchanges among the 5, revealing the world government's attitude towards life. In the territory of Whitebeard in the New World. Kekekek. Tell me, where did Whitebeard's main ship go? Lord Shiki. I don't know, but we have the transponder snail left by Whitebeard. You can contact him directly. Really? Thank you. Get lost. Brew Kaget. Hello, this is Whitebeard. Kekekek, you don't hit that. Whitebeard, can we find a place to talk? Location: in the cave of Onigashima in Wano country. Oh ho ho. Pirate King Roger. You're not Joy Boy. What right do you have to call yourself a king? So sad. Why does the world allow such a person to become king? Whoa. Drunken Kaido began to cry again, and just as Quinn stepped into the cave, he suddenly paused. Oh no. How can Boss Kaido start his drunken rampage again? I should run first and deal with things later. Quinn quickly withdrew his right foot that was about to step into the cave, turning his plump body and quietly sneaking away from Onigashima, looking like a thief afraid of being discovered. What are you doing? Are you a spy? Quinn's suspicious behavior made Big Mom, who was hurrying to find Kaido, mistakenly believe he was a spy. Nanny. Big Mom. No, I was just. Shut up, take this. Wekaku. Big Mom in a hurry drew Napoleon and struck with Wekaku. Oh, are you kidding me? Not again. The overweight Quinn soared into the air, his lament echoing in the skies. Ling Ling. Why did you knock my subordinate away? And why did you suddenly come to my territory? Are you trying to start a war? Quinn's woeful voice attracted Kaido, who looked at his subordinate, gradually turning into a shooting star towards the horizon, his face filled with rage. The sandbag he had searched for while drunk earlier was stolen by you, and he could not tolerate it. That day a fierce battle took place on Onigashima in Wano country, but the 2 opposing sides quickly shook hands, leaving only Quinn injured in the world. Onaikin, when will this meeting end? Bobby is hungry. After listening to a group of adults chatter for a long time, the youngest Bobby could no longer hold back, though at the age of 8 still in a growing phase. He had only eaten 6 portions of breakfast today and was already starving. It should be soon. It's almost noon. Just hold on a bit longer. Do you see that old man sitting next to the king? Yes, I see him, Onaikin. That old man's snoring is about to come out. Hululalu. As if to confirm Fan Cuss words, a long, breathy snore escaped from Proddins, for causing the sounds of the meeting to pause momentarily. Cough, cough, cough. If that's the case, then let's end today's meeting here for now. The next matters will be entrusted to everyone. Yes, Your Majesty. In clap. Huh, what happened? Have we had lunch yet? The groggy Proddins 4 was awakened by the collective shout of the ministers, hurriedly pulling out a set of cutlery from behind. Gahaha. Uncle, you really worked hard this time. I was a bit worried without you here. After the ministers left, Elisabello II's laughter rang out as he spoke to the still dazed Providence 4. It's nothing. Katie, you are doing great now. Don't worry too much. I believe Providence will become even stronger in your hands. Yes, Uncle Katie, I will also work hard to become stronger. Kyle had also run over expressing his determination. Gah, you've really worked hard. By the way, Fan Ku, was that sound from the training ground yesterday made by you? The Conqueror's hockey. It seems it was indeed sensed by Elisabello II. As expected of the king of the New World, his observation hockey is truly strong. Fan Ku looked into the eyes of Elisabello II and nodded earnestly, as such matters were not suitable for concealment. Is that really the case? A talent that is rare among a million. It seems the little kingdom of Proteans cannot hold on to you. What a pity. No need to be so pessimistic, Uncle Katie. We will be friends forever. Moreover, I have no plans to leave in the near future. Remarkably, Fan Ku did not use the title Your Majesty, but referred to him as Uncle Katie like a junior. I have never doubted our friendship. I am just regretful about losing a national protector. Whenever you wish to leave, I will not stop you, of course. Returning is also an option. Elisabello II's boldness inspired Fan Ku, giving him more reassurance. After all, Rome would not follow them away. When we complete our goal of traveling around the world, we will definitely return. That's truly remarkable. Traveling around the world, No wonder you awaken the Conqueror's hockey. This is not something just anyone can achieve. Time flowed swiftly during the year when the Pirate King was born. The New World saw an influx of pirate crews and treasure seekers from all seas. The Navy was busy extinguishing fires everywhere, and CP0 still had not found the whereabouts of the Roger Pirates crew, while the daily routine of the Fan Ku brothers became training and occasionally assisting the Royal Army in defeating invading pirates. In early 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, King Li Ku visited the Proteans' kingdom escorted by Cyrus, who had become the captain of the Royal Army. King Li Ku personally thanked Fan Ku for his assistance. If it weren't for Fan Ku, Cyrus would not know how long he would have to stay in the arena. Little brother Fan Ku, I actually have a question to ask you. Your Majesty King Li Ku, please go ahead. I heard that when you last visited Dressrosa you met Elder Gancho. Oh, so the little people have already reached an agreement with you. Yes. Speaking of which, I really must thank you for your suggestion. Originally, the little people obtained their living supplies through theft. Now it has turned into secretly exchanging food. It's truly a win-win situation. It's nothing. Your Majesty King Li Ku, after all, the geographical environment of Dressrosa is not suitable for growing food, while the abilities of the little people are particularly suited for it. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. However, regarding the disaster he described, I don't quite understand. Could it really happen? Your Majesty King Li Ku, whether the disaster is true or not, enhancing our country's military strength will never be a mistake. Alright, I understand. Upon hearing Fan Ku's words, King Li Ku realized he should not pry further into matters of prophecy. During this period, Cyrus once again engaged in a friendly spar with Fan Ku, and this time Cyrus lost even more thoroughly. After all, with the support of seeking the Dao, Fan Ku's progress was much faster than Cyrus. Encouraging each other, Fan Ku repeatedly emphasized to Cyrus the importance of strengthening training and proposed a plan for regular sparring. Cyrus was certainly eager for this, as Fan Ku was his first friend outside of the arena and a good opponent who could help him grow stronger. Time continued to flow. The mundane activities of pirates in the New World involved either Whitebeard adopting a new son today or Big Mom giving birth to a daughter tomorrow. Soon time reached a new juncture. At this moment, a giant projection snail was set up in the palace of the Proteans' kingdom. There would be a world-class live broadcast, or just a month ago the world government suddenly announced the capture of Pirate King Roger. And today the execution of Pirate King Roger would be broadcasted live to the entire world in order to deter those rampant pirates on the sea. Among the waiting crowd, Fan Ku was evidently in a bad mood. It was no wonder. The Golden Lion had been caught by Sengoku and Garp while causing a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. Fan Ku's feelings about this half-teacher were quite complex. He wanted to save him, but had no ability to do so, yet he didn't want to abandon him, as they had shared pleasant moments together. Humans truly are sentimental creatures, clearly a notorious pirate deserving of death, yet because of a slight connection one begins to wish for his survival. Look, the live broadcast has started. At some point someone noticed that the broadcast snail had begun projecting images. Fan Ku looked at the screen. It was quite similar to the scene seen in the anime of his past life. However, the previous 2D paper figures had now turned into real-life footage. Without paying much attention to the Pirate King himself, Fan Ku instead studied the audience watching the execution on site. TSK. Isn't that my hawk? This person has an extraordinary appearance. He must be a dragon among men. Isn't that Doflamingo hiding in the alley? This should be the underground overlord of the North Sea. No wonder he is hiding there. Isn't that Moria? At this time he is a hero of the West Sea, not yet a pirate. No wonder he dares to stand so conspicuously to watch the execution. Damn it. I should have gone to the scene. Who knows, I might have made a few connections with future big shots. At this moment Fan Ku had completely forgotten his earlier unhappiness, eagerly commenting on the audience beneath the execution platform. Young Master Fan Ku, please lower your voice. The atmosphere is rather serious right now. Xiaoying turned to Fan Ku and quietly reminded him. After all, those watching the live broadcast here were all powerful figures from the kingdom, not commoners. Hearing this, Fan Ku directly took Xiaoying's hand and walked out of the crowd. Let's stand further away. Oh, I am not interested in this live broadcast, and you have the stare fruit. It won't affect us. Xiaoying, whose hand was held by Fan Ku, blushed. This was indeed a rare and precious moment. Xiaoying, Roger will definitely cause a scene before he dies. There is bound to be chaos later. We are just in the right spot. Young Master, what about the second young master? He is still in front. No problem. If he can't see me, he will come looking for me. Sure enough, as soon as Fan Ku finished speaking, Bobby began searching for him. He assumed he had just gotten separated and completely failed to notice that his own brother had left him behind without a word. Anakin. No. Pirate King. Where is your treasure? A loud shout interrupted Bobby just as he was about to speak to Fan Ku. I'm coming. Fan Ku was still holding Xiaoying's tender hand, showing no intention of letting go, ignoring Xiaoying's flushed cheeks as he muttered. Huh, do you want my treasure? In front of the screen, Roger burst into laughter, unexpectedly responding to this nonsensical question. The people on site and in front of the screen were also stunned by Roger's reply. Who could it be? Would he really reveal it to others? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I have placed everything in the world there. Beep. As soon as Roger's words ended, the live broadcast signal was suddenly cut off with a beep, leaving the ministers in the palace before the broadcast in a daze. See, Xiaoying. A bigger mess is about to come. We must help Proteans and Dressrosa withstand this first wave of chaos. Just as Xiaoying was still in a daze from the suddenly interrupted broadcast, Fan Ku's words reached her ears. Young Master Fan Ku. That Roger. How could he dare to say such things? Doesn't he know what a disaster it could bring to the world? As one of the few advanced intellectuals in the pirate world, Xiaoying could deeply sense the destructive power of Roger's last words. Sigh. Every major change in an era brings about the world's agony. Xiaoying, let me tell you a story about the uprising of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, and how the tyrant Xiong Yu fought for supremacy, where ruffians picked peaches. Once you hear it, you will understand. I just feel a bit uneasy. Xiaoying had no mood to listen to any stories. She was genuinely worried whether this world might collapse. The world will certainly not collapse. At least Proteans and Dressrosa definitely will not. The military strength of these two countries, not counting the isolated Wano country and the giant country that do not go to sea, can be said to walk boldly in the new world. The Dressrosa in the original story was taken overnight purely due to a long-standing conspiracy and betrayal. Now with Fan Ku stirring things up after about 10 years, when Doflamingo arrives, he won't have a chance to return. 3 months later, at the junction of the waters between Dressrosa and Proteans. Boom. Fire. Quickly fire. What's going on? Why are the armies of the two kingdoms taking the initiative to attack us? Boom. Boom. A gigantic pirate ship swayed on the surging sea, with cruising ships from two different kingdoms on either side. Xiaoying, did you see clearly? On the ship, Fan Ku was asking Xiaoying beside him. Yes, young master. The ship on the opposite side belongs to the notorious pirate blood sword master Zoros, with a bounty of 145 million. He has records of slaughtering civilians in multiple countries. There is no defamation. Xiaoying rolled up her sleeve with one hand, observing the furious Zoros on the ship 800 meters away. Then there is no problem. Contact Cyrus and fire with confidence. Once we reach the place, we will jump on board together and take him down. Received. TSK. These are the best ships in the kingdom, yet the cannon can only shoot 5 kilometers. It can't even hit accurately beyond 300 meters. Watching the cannonballs continuously shoot into the sea, Fan Ku felt a bit speechless. No wonder Garp would rather throw cannonballs by hand. It seems he fears waste. When the 3 ships approached to within 100 meters, Fan Ku decisively ordered to stop firing. He took out a few wooden boards from behind, threw them into the sea, and directly jumped down onto the pirate ship using the boards on the water. Excuse me. Who is Zoro? The one with the mask and the small mustache. Is it you? You bastard. My name is Zoros. Blood Sword Master Zoros. Who the hell are you, you little brat? The name Zoros drew his sword and confronted Fan Ku. Indeed, although Fan Ku had not seen the bounty notice, he could guess that this swordsman Zoros was very likely inspired by the masked Zoro. In this year, Fan Ku encountered too many such incidents. It must be said that in the world of pirates, apart from a few truly original characters, most of the slightly formidable pirates can be found in the memories of my past life. Just 2 weeks ago, I caught a pirate in the waters of Prodines who looked exactly like Robin Hood. So when I jumped on the ship this time, I directly looked for a familiar outfit. I couldn't be mistaken. While I was still pondering when I might encounter the 3 musketeers, the Zorros across from me had already launched an attack. Thrust. The classic Western sword thrust aimed directly at my head. I had no choice. At 1.70 facing someone who was 91 thrust would perfectly line up with my head. Dao-seeking sword style. At this moment, I stretched my right hand into my bosom and drew out the Dao-seeking sword. As the majority of the sword was drawn, its spine just happened to block the incoming tip. Devil fruit powers. What a nuisance. Zorros jumped back to create distance, and I seized the opportunity to fully draw my Dao-seeking sword. Don't worry. It's just a storage-type fruit. It has no offensive capability. Let's settle this with swordsmanship. I held the sword in one hand with its tip pointing to the ground, standing straight, like a spear, my left hand casually resting behind me, embodying the demeanor of a secluded expert. Vanku, I'm here to help. Oh, Cyrus, you're late. I want this guy. You go help somewhere else. Try not to let any casualties occur. The newly arrived Cyrus was promptly dismissed. In the noisy environment, the 2 swordsmen stared at each other. Anyone unaware would think they were eyeing each other affectionately. Whoosh. Thrust. Sea urchin. Zorros could no longer hold back. His subordinate was being effortlessly swept aside, and he had to finish this quickly or he would end up single. Oh, a rapid succession of thrusts. When speed increases, power diminishes. Dao-seeking horizontal sword style. I evaluated and then delivered a powerful strike from left to right, directly interrupting his spellcasting. Little brat, don't underestimate me. In a fit of anger, Zorros shouted, the black-armed colors slowly coating the entire blade of his sword. Again, thrust. It's pattern-piercing. Zorros suddenly burst forth with incredible speed, leaving a zaped afterimage in place, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at my left side, launching a fierce penetrating attack aimed at my temple. I squatted down and swept my leg out, sending Zorros and his sword flying, the intense penetrating force creating a large hole in his pirate ship. Bastard, didn't we agree to duel with swords? How could you trip me? Zorros, who had just gotten back up, was even angrier. The youth had no sense of martial ethics. What was supposed to be a sword duel turned into a leg fight. What? In a sword duel, you're not allowed to use your legs or hands. What kind of strange logic is that? If you have the ability, you can use them too. I expressed that when I used to watch martial arts films, even the final duel at Huashan would sometimes involve fingers poking. If you have a sword in your hand, using it counts. Damn it. Thrust of blood, killing realm. Zorros had actually made it through the first half of the Grand Line, and could even use the Navy's 6 styles moonwalk. I saw him jumping wildly in the specified area in the air, creating a sword-stabbing space resembling a barrier. Take this. Clink, clink, clink. In midair, Zorros directly stepped on the air and thrust at me from above. After being blocked, he instantly adjusted direction and attacked from another angle. Standing still, I frantically blocked the stabbing attacks coming from all directions. I surprisingly found this sword style focused solely on speed quite effective. At least I had some defense against it. Sure enough, after a while a gap appeared, and Zorros' sword tip finally pierced my shoulder, but unfortunately the shiny black tip barely drew blood before being stopped. What? Armament hockey? That's too tough. Zorro, suspended in midair, was astonished, clearly having not felt the use of hockey from me. Surprised. Unexpected. It's innate. I looked up at Zorros, grinning, and swung my sword towards his head, scaring him into dropping his sword. Captain, watch out. Look at my wild charge. Just as I was about to deal with this butcher swordsman, a rampaging rhinoceros burst from the chaotic crowd behind me. I threw down the western sword still embedded in my shoulder and directly executed an uppercut towards the charging rhinoceros. Boom. After the loud bang, the rhinoceros was sent flying from the ship. Cyrus, what happened? I was just about to finish up and a rhinoceros suddenly charges in. Sorry, that was a devil fruit user. I wasn't paying attention. Cyrus' voice came from the crowd, and at this moment, he was still holding a dazed bystander. Then hurry and send someone to fish it out. The devil fruit user must have a bounty. Send it to the Navy for funding. Okay. Boom. Just as I finished speaking, Cyrus dropped the bystander in his hands and jumped into the sea. Why are you doing it yourself? Speaking of which, let's continue. I turned to look at Zorros, who had picked up his sword again. At this point, he had resumed his stance with no intention of retreating. All right, but I hope to die under true swordsmanship. I hope you can fulfill that. At this moment, Zorros' bravado made it seem like if my hawk were here, he'd probably show him mercy, but unfortunately I wouldn't. All right, he'll fulfill you. Dao-seeking sword style of moon embrace. Whoosh. My life is without regrets. Just as Zoro's had yet to react, a massive crescent-shaped blade broke through his defense and cleaved him. What regret are you talking about? Killing so many innocent people, and yet you have no regrets. But how come your body didn't split in two? That's truly unscientific. I complained a bit looking at the pirate ship that had been cleaved in two by the sword energy. How could the body that was attacked first remain intact? Boom. Just as I wondered if it was because of the strict rules against rated content in hot-blooded manga, a wet, hairy figure was thrown onto the broken half of the ship. Cyrus, timing is everything. Let's start today's sparring. Let me see how much you've improved. Soaking wet, I swung my sword at Cyrus, who had just climbed back onto the ship. That's right. The reason this pirate crew that had just entered the new world was ambushed was entirely because Cyrus and I had scheduled a duel today. After an exhilarating contest of swordsmanship in the end, while we were locked in a sword struggle, I unexpectedly kicked Cyrus into the sea. Before long, Cyrus, having swallowed a mouthful of seawater, sat on my cruising ship looking at me with a face full of resentment. This is the third time already. Why is it that every time we compete in swordsmanship you can use other techniques? I'm curious too. Why are you so honest? You know, when dealing with pirates, this is a matter of life and death. Being so honest is quite dangerous. I know. We're just sparring. No, even sparring should be approached with the belief of victory. Otherwise, how about you carry a few javelins? I think they'd suit you. Javelins? Why do you think they would suit me? I just think your explosive power would work well with them. Just give it a try. That's a good idea. Of course, I wouldn't admit it was because I had secretly used my devil fruit ability on him and saw that his top talent was actually in throwing javelins. Thinking about this, I looked at the muscular straight man with a strange expression. It wasn't for any other reason, but because Cyrus' second talent was making women's dresses with swordsmanship ranked third. Why are you looking at me like that? I can just go back and try it. Under my direct gaze, Cyrus suddenly felt a tightness in his rear, producing a sense of having his privacy invaded. Cyrus, do you have any hobbies related to crafts? None. I train and patrol with the Royal Army every day. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? It's nothing. Just feel like it's a bit of a waste. A waste? All right, you can go back. We need to continue patrolling the seas. Without waiting for Cyrus to ask again, I had already issued the eviction order. Next, we would have to patrol the vast sea for about 3 more days, and if we didn't hurry, Bobby, who stayed in Prodines, would start missing his brother. Xiaoing, let's set sail. Yes, young Master Vanku. This time the pirate crew we've taken down has 3 wanted criminals, namely thrusting blood swordsman Zoro's Horn Hansen and three-handed White. Oh, so that devil fruit user who turned into a rhinoceros is Hansen. What's the bounty again? 70 million berries, but it has nothing to do with us. We let it go to Cyrus during the distribution earlier. That's a devil fruit user. I was hoping to use it for some sneaky tactics. Sneaky tactics? Young master. You. Xiaoing, who was confused, was directly baffled by my words. Could it be that the young master actually likes men? Or the kind that can turn into a rhinoceros? What kind of look is that? Be careful, or I'll accuse you of defamation. After a round of explanations, Xiaoing finally understood that I wanted to experiment and see if I could extract the devil fruit. Young master, with all due respect, the methods you're mentioning must have been tried by others. After all, anyone with a slight understanding of the characteristics of devil fruits could think of them. All right. I got it. I'm just curious. Trying it out doesn't hurt. I still wouldn't give up. After all, having seen so many theories about rebirth related to devil fruits in my past life, I couldn't just waste this opportunity. What if? Why can't I win the lottery? The boring journey continued, and circling around in the ocean was truly making me feel utterly bored, so I could only increase the level of teasing towards Xiaoing. In my past life, I had hardly dated, but with Xiaoing I was truly going crazy, spewing all kinds of cheesy lines focusing on being candid. Unbeknownst to me, this 12-year-old body harboring the soul of a 30-year-old man had long been targeted by a high IQ beautiful girl just waiting for me to come of age. Xiaoing, what do you find extraordinary about tonight's sky? Young master, nothing seems unusual at all. How could that be? Tonight is the night I long for you. Xiaoing felt utterly speechless. Her normally dashing young master had inexplicably begun spouting incomprehensible syrupy lines, so cloying it made her cringe. Seeing Xiao Ying's dumbfounded silence, Fan Ku mistook it for bashful flusterment, induced by his own rustic endearments, and swelled with quiet triumph. Lord Fan Ku, we've fished a civilian out of the sea. Just as Fan Ku prepared to deliver another line to Xiaoing, a soldier's report rang out sharply from behind. Oh, likely a fisherman capsized by rough seas. Seas properly tended to. Fan Ku dismissed the matter with casual indifference. Once the soldier departed, he turned back to Xiaoing. Xiaoing, I think we'd better move quickly. Use your glimpse fruit ability to scan him carefully. Make sure we haven't hauled up someone truly formidable. Understood. Young master, I've already observed him. The attire and bearing suggest he's merely an ordinary man. Good. After all, this is a new world. And extraordinary figures abound. Didn't we once retrieve King Kurohige himself? Fan Ku had every reason to exercise caution in this new world. Even Kaido, the self-destructive colossus, might soon wash ashore. Young master, it's time we set course for home. Oh, already. At last, we've completed our circuit. Remarkable. Every month I must sail 3 full days just to spar with Jirushi. Yes, thank you, young master, for your diligence. To Xiaoying, those 3 days were pure delight, a rare, unobstructed stretch of solitude with Fan Ku, free from the relentless glare of Bobby and Kyle, those ever-present lanterns of interruption. At the harbor of Perdinas, a towering figure nearly 4 meters tall sat motionless upon a seaside bench. He wore tiny round sunglasses and a black bowler hat, and played the Eru solo, performing blue and white porcelain with uncanny precision. Wow, Master Bobby's playing the Eru at the harbor again. Let's hurry over. Really? Then young Master Fan Ku must have returned from his patrol today. Haha. Master Bobby always arrives early at the harbor to await his elder brother's return. Their fraternal bond is truly exceptional. Enough chatter. Focus instead on Master Bobby's Eru. His mastery is unparalleled. No other instrument in the world commands such singular artistry. As Bobby awaited his beloved Onizen, a crowd had already gathered around him, spellbound by the resonant strains of his music. Suddenly, commotion erupted at the harbor. Masses of people surged toward the shoreline. Huh, has Onizen returned already? So early today? Bobby paused mid-melody, puzzled, and gazed toward the distant horizon. Beyond the harbor mouth, a colossal pirate vessel glided steadily toward shore. As it drew nearer, its banner finally came into sharp focus. Look, there's the flag of Moonlight Moria, the West Blue hero. Alert the Royal Guard. A great pirate has arrived. A cry pierced the air. Then the crowd scattered like startled birds, fleeing as if imminent assault loomed. A year ago, Moonlight Moria's banner would not have stirred such dread. Yet this same West Blue hero, having witnessed GOLD Roger's public execution, was profoundly transformed, inspired by the Pirate King himself to pursue the mantle of the next king of the pirates. A dragon slayer now envying the very dragon he once slew. A scene absurd, bitterly ironic. Yet reality often wears such grotesque masks. Hee. Lads, we are free pirates. And I am the man destined to become king of the pirates. Once ashore, spare my future subjects no mercy. Moria's laughter boomed across the water from the massive ship, echoed by hundreds of devoted followers crowding his wake. Ha, rest easy, Lord Moria. We're veterans of the Hero Brigade. We know precisely how to behave. Exactly. Lord Moria, why not revert to the Hero Brigade name? We don't plunder. Pirate crew feels strangely incongruous. Hee. Nonsense. If I'm not a pirate, how can I become king of the pirates, or claim Roger's treasure? He declared it the sum of all things in this world. Very well. Whatever Lord Moria desires, we shall follow to the very end. Long live Lord Moria. Yes, long live Lord Moria. By now only one figure remained on the shore, Bobby standing frozen, Eru still in hand. So this is the pirate crew brother called joke-like. Truly one-io vacant. Indeed, Fan Ku closely tracked every canonical great pirate, especially the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet Moria's path bewildered him. One moment a benevolent hero of the West Blue, the next, post-Roger Town, a flamboyant great pirate. Yes, a great pirate, and one who proclaimed it himself. At every port he'd defeat the strongest local warrior, then declare aloud his destiny as king of the pirates. After reviewing Moonlight Moria's entire odyssey, Fan Ku immediately vented his disbelief before Xiaoying and Bobby. This Moonlight Moria, how utterly facetious. A noble hero abandons virtue to play pirate king, surely doomed to be crushed, left rotting as some bloated idle recluse. Inwardly, however, Fan Ku mused, no wonder the original text emphasizes such stark contrast, introducing him first as West Blue hero. He truly was a hero who switched paths mid-journey. Hee. Brat, you seem utterly unafraid of me. As the ship docked, Moria grinned down at Bobby, who stood alone on the shore. Moria now stood nearly 7 meters tall, corded with dense muscle, a colossal blade slung casually across his broad shoulders. His demonic visage alone should have struck terror into any mortal soul. Oh, no fear at all. Onizen says you're kind-hearted, just afflicted with a peculiar mental ailment, which drove you to piracy. Bobby replied, guileless and radiant, his innocence undimmed. Who is your elder brother, to speak of me so boldly? Hee. What astonishing gall. Only then did Moria notice Bobby's childlike voice, and realize this 4-meter giant was in fact a mere boy. He chose to overlook the remark, entirely shifting focus instead to the identity of Bobby's brother. Onizen is destined to become the tallest being in the world. and is already the strongest within these waters stretching from Prodennis Kingdom to the farthest horizon. Bobby sang his brother's praises without reservation, believing every word utterly whether others did or not. Hee. Is that so? A towering paragon of strength. How thrilling. I shall wait here until he arrives. Gazing upon Bobby's near formidable stature, Moria naturally assumed Fan Ku must stand at least that tall, a height indeed imposing among ordinary humans. While Moria and Bobby exchanged pleasantries, Fan Ku was already racing toward the harbor at full speed. Thanks to Xiao Ying's glimpse fruit ability, Fan Ku had detected Moria's vessel the instant it entered Prodennis waters. Yet his own ship lay farther out, allowing Moria to land first. Well, Xiao Ying, has Moonlight Moria done anything reckless? Young master, you may find this hard to believe. Lord Moonlight Moria is currently conversing with the second young master right there on the shore. What? They're talking? About what? Young master. I can see, but not here. From my vantage, only their profiles are visible. Fair enough. As long as no harm has been done, let's accelerate immediately. When Fan Ku's patrol vessel neared the harbor, joyous laughter, singing, and the plaintive wail of the Eru already drifted across the water. Good heavens, Xiao Ying, they're singing a single laugh across the vast sea. Is anything too absurd? By the time Fan Ku's ship docked fully, the song had been repeated several times, never growing stale, never losing its infectious spirit. From the deck, Fan Ku could even spot the royal army stationed warily in the distance, while Bobby, encircled by Moria's pirates, led the chorus with his Eru. Bobby on Eru, Moria conducting the lead vocal, his crew harmonizing in thunderous unison. The spectacle was so surreal it defied description. Bobby, I'm home, Fan Ku bellowed from the ship's deck. Onizen, you're back. At the sound, Bobby instantly lowered his Eru and spun toward the vessel, while Moria halted his singing, casting a sharp sidelong glance at Fan Ku's ship. Hee. Brother of Bobby, the towering paragon. Since you've arrived, cease your hiding. Step forth and face me. His eyes scanned the ship repeatedly, searching in vain for the legendary giant, until impatience overtook him. Moria, I am Bobby's elder brother. No wonder Moria's gaze had swept past him multiple times without acknowledgement. He'd been searching for a giant. Fan Ku felt his temper, carefully cultivated over years, begin to fray once more. What exactly had Bobby told Moria to conjure such a colossal misconception? Nanny, didn't that brat say you were a towering paragon? Moria's dismay ran deep. The mighty warrior he'd strained to locate, posturing grandly, scanning the deck with theatrical intensity, turned out to be the very man he'd seen first, standing plainly and unremarkably short. My Onizen will grow into a colossal titan. Bobby leapt forward, declaring it with solemn conviction. Enough, Bobby, silence. My temper is slipping beyond control. Fan Ku leapt from the ship onto the dock, striding toward Bobby with grave intent. I apologize, Onizen. Never again. Hee. Though the height misapprehension is unfortunate, your strength remains undeniable. Now observing Fan Ku up close, Moria reached an unequivocal conclusion. This man was truly formidable, surpassing every opponent he'd faced thus far. Moonlight Moria, the West Blue hero. I must ask you plainly, which thread of your mind snapped? You were a hero. So why this sudden, inexplicable turn to piracy? Fan Ku stared intently at Moria for a long, silent moment, before the question finally broke free. Little brat, what did you say? The Moonlight Moria was taken aback by Vanka's sudden words, and then immediately filled with rage. You little brat, how dare you speak to Lord Moria like that? Lord Moria is the greatest. As soon as Moria got angry, the group of followers behind him couldn't sit still and jumped out, bombarding Vanku with a flurry of verbal attacks. It's a bit noisy. Vanku, who was somewhat annoyed, snorted lightly, and an invisible conqueror's haki swept through the area, affecting everyone within 100 meters. At present, Vanku could only roughly control the range of his conqueror's haki and could not release it with precision. What did you do to my companions, you little brat? In a moment, all the little subordinates around him rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, while he could feel an indescribable pressure. At this moment, the oblivious Moria's eyes were about to burst with rage as he directly drew out his massive sword, pointing it at Vanku, ready to engage at any moment. Oh, are you drawing your sword out of concern for your companions? Then why did you bring them to this dangerous new world? Vanku tilted his head, looking at the somewhat embarrassed and angry Moonlight Moria, replying calmly, without the intention of answering. It's okay, big brother Moria. They were just knocked out by Anakin's conqueror's haki. They aren't hurt. Bobby quickly explained to Moria, having a good impression of this fierce-looking big brother after their recent musical collaboration. Oh, is that so? Then what exactly do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Moria's expression visibly relaxed, but he still showed no intention of sheathing his sword. Didn't I say it's too noisy? Vanku maintained a nonchalant expression as Xiaoying arrived with a group of soldiers from a distance. Xiaoying, make sure to take care of these unconscious people. They are not bad guys, just handle it normally. As for you, Moria, I heard you are a swordsman. Want to find a place to have a few rounds. Hehe. Of course. I couldn't ask for more. Looking at his subordinates being properly arranged, Moria's mood clearly brightened, and he immediately returned to his boisterous self. As a nation where boxing and fighting are prevalent, dueling arenas are definitely not lacking, especially with someone like Elizabeth II. A siege cannon around. The quality of the dueling arenas is undoubtedly impressive. Before long, the two stood in the largest arena of the Protean's kingdom, with Elizabeth II also arriving with a large entourage of palace officials to watch. Hehe, little brat, you better be careful. I am a man destined to become the pirate king. Moria, you've gotten arrogant. I must teach you a lesson about your kingly ambitions. Hehe. One sword style shadow slash. Moria was the first to attack, his massive figure moving at an incredible speed as he unleashed a slash at Vanku. Seeking the way slash sword style. This was Vanku's first encounter with such a level of slash. As the massive blade descended from above, he decisively used all his strength to deliver a counter-strike from above. Ding. Boom. The two weapons of vastly different sizes collided, emitting a tremendous sound of metal clashing, and a shockwave spread out, signaling the immense force behind their attacks. Not bad. The two praised each other, clearly acknowledging each other's strength. Hehe. Let's go again. Ding ding ding. Moria withdrew his sword and attacked again, slashing 3 times from different directions in an instant, all of which Vanku deftly blocked. After slashing for a while, why don't you try receiving one of my strikes? Seeking the way, lifting sword to embrace the moon style. Against someone as massive as Moria, who was difficult to approach, Vanku opted to fire a flying slash. Breakthrough. The enormous flying slash startled Moria, who crossed his sword in front of him to block at his body, pushed all the way back to the edge of the arena before finally stopping. Hehe. I truly underestimated you, little brat. Work hard. You underestimate too many people. One sword style flying shadow slash. Moria, provoked by the exchange of words, let out a cold snort and initiated his second round of attacks. His massive body leaped high, preparing to deliver a mighty strike. Only a fool would take on that move. He'll dodge. Noticing the enormous shadow above him, Vanku smartly evaded by swiftly moving aside. Hehe. Can you really dodge this? The descending massive blade suddenly changed its trajectory, shifting from a downward slash to a sweeping motion. Ding. Boom. With no time to prepare, Vanku barely managed to block the blade with his sword, but his body was sent flying out, only managing to stop just before flying out of the arena. Hehe. Now we're even. Seeing Vanku in a similar position to his earlier one, Moria displayed a smug smile. The downward slash was a feint. Not bad. Complimenting, Vanku advanced again, and the two re-entered an intense clash. Skuoe. Anakin's swordsmanship is getting better, and big brother Moria is also very strong. He can actually fight Anakin to this extent. In the audience, Bobby looked at the two in the arena with admiration, unable to resist praising them. As expected of the famous hero of the West Sea. To be able to match up against the kid Vanku to this degree. Elizabeth II, standing behind, laughed heartily, having witnessed Vanku's growth over the past year. It was estimated that there were no strong individuals among the local forces nearby who could defeat Vanku, including himself. Meanwhile, Xiaoying, who accompanied Bobby, looked at Vanku in the arena with starry eyes, thinking how handsome big brother has become. I hope he grows up quickly. Ding. Another fierce clash ensued as the two entered a grappling mode, causing the tiles in the arena to crack and shatter under their immense power. Moria, aren't you a fruit user? Why don't you use your fruit abilities? Hehe. I agreed to duel with swords. I still have a bit of pride as a swordsman. Then next, let's use our fruit abilities. Go ahead and bring it on. I can take it. Hehe. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Shadow Spear. As he spoke, Moria's shadow stirred, and a massive shadow spear shot up from the ground towards Vanku. Now this is interesting. Unbreakable Fist, stabbing foot. Standing in place, Vanku launched the Unbreakable Fist technique, kicking out with such force that the shadow spear was sent flying. What? You actually kicked my shadow spear. Do you not want your foot anymore? Moria, maintaining the grappling stance, was directly astonished. Although his shadow spear was formed from shadows, its sharpness and hardness far exceeded that of ordinary swords. Kicking it unprepared was simply asking for trouble. You don't need to worry about that. Let's go again. Vanku's left hand rested on his right wrist, gradually increasing the force as he closed in on Moria. Unbreakable Fist, shadowless foot. Feeling the distance was sufficient, Vanku unleashed a series of 8 kicks targeted at Moria's ankle. Bat scatter. In pain, Moria activated the powers of the shadow fruit, transforming into a swarm of bats and flying to one side. Moria took 2 kicks to the ankle and dodged the rest with the powers of the shadow fruit. How despicable. Kicking my ankle. Transforming back into his form, Moria stood on one foot, the other lightly raised, his expression unpleasant. I didn't want to. You're so tall, oh, I could only reach your ankle. But it seems to have worked pretty well. All right, he'll forgive you this time. Let's call it a day. I need to check on my beloved subordinates. Looking at Vanku, who still didn't reach his calf in height, Moria felt a twinge in his heart, silently vowing to be more cautious of these shorter individuals' lower attacks in the future. All right, since today's warm-up is about done, why don't we hold a banquet together? Hee, a banquet. That sounds great. But first I need to wait for my adorable subordinates to wake up. It's been 2 or 3 hours, they should be awake by now. Hurry up. If we're late, it's 3 cups of penalty wine. Whether from the previous life's comics or his current understanding of Moria, Vanku's impression of Moria was quite good, so he decisively chose to befriend him. Hee, don't worry. When the time comes, we'll drink to our heart's content. No. I'm still underage, but I drink juice and milk. What? You're still underage? No wonder you're so short. Wait, I suddenly feel we could have a few more rounds. After all, you still have one leg to use. Moria's words triggered Vanku's trauma. He hadn't grown much taller over the past year and was quite troubled by it. Oh, I think not. I still need to check on my subordinates. I'm leaving. Bat scatter. Realizing he might have said something wrong, Moria transformed into a swarm of bats, clutching his massive sword and flying away. Oomph. You may have run fast. Shouting. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Young master. I'm very serious. I generally don't laugh. Unless I really can't help it. Huh. Vanku felt helpless. He was angry, but he couldn't act against a beauty as it would violate his gentlemanly demeanor. Young master. It seems that the survivor we rescued is awake. Do you want to take a look? He doesn't seem to be one of our people. Not one of our people. He couldn't have set out in a small boat on his own. That's quite bold. Let's go take a look. After all, the banquet isn't ready yet, so I should check on the person I rescued. Who knows, I might discover treasure. You really did sail out here on your own boat. Vanku looked at the young boy in front of him, feeling somewhat speechless. This is the new world, and sailing out alone is even more audacious than Luffy. I truly cannot thank you enough for saving my life. I will surely repay you in the future. The skinny little boy was prostrating on the ground, expressing his gratitude to Vanku and his companions. Repaying me is not necessary, it was just a casual act. What are your plans moving forward? To be honest, I am here to find the great hero of the West Sea, Moonlight Moria. Morius. But my little boat was capsized by a sudden burst of sword energy nearby. Nearby waters. Sword energy. We haven't seen any ships passing through these days. Could it have been when I was capturing the blood-dripping swordmaster Zoros? Is this a calamity I brought upon myself? Vanku thought to himself, feeling uneasy. Xiaoying, do you think it could be it? Vanku still had some hope and looked at the side to confirm with Xiaoying. It is likely just as you suspect, young master. Heh, hee. But putting that aside, you mentioned you were here to find Moonlight Moria. Moria, what do you want with him? Is there a grudge? Feeling awkward, Vanku quickly changed the subject, asking the young man why he was searching for Moria. To be honest, benefactor, I was originally a member of the Moonlight Hero Group. I was just left behind by Lord Moria after entering the new world. Oh, left behind. Is Moria really that careless? In that case, we are actually on our way to find him for a banquet. You should come along. Nanny, Lord Moria is also on this island. That's wonderful. Thus Vanku and Xiaoying quickly took the young man to the upcoming banquet. You truly flatter me, your majesty. My swordsmanship is merely average, perhaps the 3rd best in the world. Ha ha ha. You are quite amusing. I was worried when I heard a bounty of over 300 million was coming our way. Indeed. I am the man who will become the pirate king. From a distance, Vanku could hear the banter between Elizabeth II and Moria, silently cursing Moria for his shamelessness as he continued walking towards the crowd. Lord Moria, I finally found you. Before Vanku could say anything, a figure rushed out from behind, quickly heading towards the still chuckling Moria. That voice sounds familiar. Is that Absalom? Moria, interrupted from his laughter, turned towards the familiar voice, his face lighting up with surprise. Before he could rise, another tall figure had already moved to greet the approaching Absalom. Brother, didn't I tell you to stay on that island? Why are you here? Brother, I didn't want to be left there alone. Plus my sister-in-law is in the West Sea. I want to stay by Lord Moria's side. At this moment, Absalom felt very wronged. He had left his sister-in-law alone while going to sea, and a few days ago, he left his only younger brother behind. He couldn't understand what his brother was thinking. Don't blame Absalom. You made your decision, and we all understand. After all, the journey ahead is too dangerous. Not suitable for children. Yes, Absalom, you are still a child. The next journey is for adults. Ha. Exactly. Wait until you grow up a bit, and we will take you on a trip. As soon as Moria finished speaking, the group of followers beside him began to support Absalom. I don't care. I must accompany Lord Moria. Besides, I sailed here on my own boat. If not for the sudden. While Moria and the others were sharing their familial warmth, Fan Ku was already feeling a bit lost. What have I done? Why was I so careless? I should have used a bit more force and struck down that little brat with one sword. This boy is actually Absalom, the future owner of the transparent fruit. The one who licked Robin peeped at Nami while bathing and ultimately was killed by his own lecherous behavior. Fan Ku suddenly felt the urge to draw the Dao sword and poke that face, but after thinking it over he held back. After all, he had provided many benefits in his past life, he would spare him this time. Thank you so much, Fan Ku. You saved my beloved subordinate. While Fan Ku was comforting himself, Moria, having learned the backstory, thanked Fan Ku from a distance. It's nothing, I'm just glad you're happy. Saving him was purely an accident. You really know how to joke. Hurry over. The banquet just needs you too. Yes. Onaiken. Bobby is already hungry. Bobby, who had been waiting impatiently at the table, chimed in. Then I declare, the banquet officially begins. Everyone cheers. Cheers. This time, everyone drank a lot at the banquet, including Fan Ku, who was on the verge of throwing up. There was no way around it. Even if he was drinking milk, they still toasted him. On the second floor balcony, Fan Ku was enjoying the breeze while the banquet continued below. How about it? Are you full? A huge shadow loomed over him. It was Moria running over. I'm about to throw up from all the milk. I really can't tell, you're only 12. You look like you're 20. If you had come earlier, you would see my face looks like I'm 30. Oh, is it really that incredible? The sea is indeed full of mysteries. Speaking of which, Moria, why do you insist on becoming the pirate king? Isn't being the great hero of the West Sea good enough? That's because you haven't seen Roger nor heard his inspiring words right before his execution. I haven't seen it live, but I watched the broadcast. Honestly, I think he was an old fraud. I can't let that slide. That man possessed everything in the world. Did you see? A man who had everything in the world could still be publicly executed. I've seen that man twice. He doesn't lie. Oh, seen him twice. Where else did you see him besides during the execution? I can't tell you. It was on an island that had its traces erased. At this moment, Moria's mood suddenly soured. Clearly something unpleasant had happened on that island. An island with erased traces? God's Valley. What did you just say? How would you know? Instantly, the aura of Moonlight Moria rose to its peak. An indescribable killing intent erupted from his body. My family Xiaoying. She is a scholar from O'Hara in the West Sea, nearly becoming a PhD at the age of 10. With Xiaoying not present, Fan Ku directly tossed a pot over, as she would not know. Oh, is that so? No wonder. That island is full of people who like to touch forbidden things. Sooner or later, it will bring disaster upon themselves. Seeing Moria critique others, Fan Ku felt indignant. You have the nerve to say that. If nothing unexpected occurs, you won't last until this year. What? Moria, were you a slave? Of course I was not a slave. There, that is my hometown. Nanny, are you a survivor from God's Valley? How is that possible? Do you know Bartholomew Kuma? He was there too. I don't know, but there should have been some slaves who escaped at that time. The person you mentioned could be one of the slaves. All right, Moria, I feel that you are not a bad person. How about considering not becoming a pirate? I sincerely invite you to join us. No reason can shake a man's resolve to go to sea. However, I am grateful for your invitation. After all, you are a rare, strong individual. Great. My invitation remains valid. If one day you find yourself in a tight spot, don't hesitate to reach out. I can help you. Thank you so much. But I won't easily be pushed into a corner. I hope so. I wish you great fortune in your martial arts. You, my friend, you won't stay here for long, will you? I can tell we are of the same kind. Who knows? Maybe you'll leave next year, or perhaps the year after. We will take a trip to the West Sea. Fan Ku and Moria talked late into the night. Throughout, Fan Ku tried several times to dissuade Moria, but unfortunately Moria was completely uninterested. The next morning at the port of the Prodinus Kingdom. Goodbye, Fan Ku. Thank you for your hospitality. To avoid suspicion, only the two brothers Fan Ku came to see them off this morning. Lord Fan Ku, thank you for saving my life. Goodbye. Absalom was leaning on the ship's railing, bidding farewell to the Fan Ku brothers on the shore. Goodbye, Moria. Stay safe. Don't overexert yourself. And Absalom, do not become a pervert. Otherwise I'll kill you. Standing on the shore, Fan Ku responded to Moria's farewell and casually warned the not yet grown Absalom. Lord Moria, what does Lord Fan Ku mean? I am not lecherous. This is slander. Is our little Absalom peeking at beauties on someone else's ship? It must be true. Otherwise, why would they warn him like that? Exactly. Little pervert Absalom. Suddenly, the other members on the ship began to make jokes at his expense, and the unfortunate Absalom took the blame for his future self 20 years later. Let's go, Bobby. I need to go back and train. On Icon. When are we going out to sea? Bobby is already very strong. Soon. Maybe we can set sail next year. We'll need to discuss it with Xiaoying first. Oh yeah. Are we finally going to travel around the world by sea? This is amazing. Yes, it really is amazing. Fan Ku's heart began to feel a sense of anticipation as well. The arrival of Yueguang Molia was merely a subtle diversion in the untroubled cadence of the Fan Ku brothers' lives. After that, Fan Ku's days fell back into their old rhythm, relentless training, the occasional stroll through town, with Xiaoying teaching new melodies to Bobby, and sometimes seeking out jealousy to take a little punishment. Before long, the news arrived that Molia and Kaiduo had fought in the Lingho waters of Heziguo, and as the papers declared, without surprise, Molia's crew had been utterly annihilated, defeated, and then vanished. So he truly could not escape his fate. Fan Ku tossed the paper aside, sat beside Xiaoying, and methodically wiped his Dao-seeking sword with a clean cloth. Young Master Fan Ku, do you think Yueguang Molia is dead? After all, this article speaks of events that happened at the end of last year. Xiaoying set down her navigation log and looked up to ask. In recent years, she had been steadily broadening her nautical knowledge, and upon arriving in Piodiensi, she had even commissioned Yelizabero II to procure the latest atlases for her study. Everyone has their fate. I warned him before, it's a pity he would not listen. Judging by the circumstances, he is likely not dead. The escape capability of the Yingying Guesher is unparalleled. Big brother. Molia brother looks so pitiful. Bobby doesn't think he's a bad man. Bobby had wandered over just then. The two brothers had finished a sparring match, and a news-bearing seagull had only moments before delivered word of Molia's defeat and disappearance. That is precisely why we must train harder. If we ever meet a foe we cannot handle, we might lose a comrade. Big brother, I will work hard. Let's borrow Uncle Kai's Dao power tester later. Bobby feels much stronger lately. All right, Xiaoying, let's go together later. You've been training diligently. Let us see the results. Yes, eldest young master. Half an hour later, in Yelizabero II's private training chamber, a chorus of exertions, a metallic clang, and the tester chimed 10:34. Cool bro, look. I've reached such a high number. Not bad. Truly the hereditary kingly physique shows itself. By the way, have you been practicing marksmanship lately? According to the display of the Jaka Guesher, Kair's greatest talent turned out not to be the ancestral king's fist at all, but his marksmanship. Of course I have. I am currently the kingdom army's chief musketeer. Good, keep it up. Xiaoying, your turn. She stepped forward, struck with measured force, and the tester answered 561. Well done. Xiaoying's constitution is fast becoming quite superhuman. You flatter me, eldest young master. Bobby, you're next. Yes, big brother. He struck with all his might, and the machine answered 7,266. In the nation, Bobby, what prowess. Not bad. Now it's my turn. Another resounding blow, and the readout 7980. Though Dao power readings are not the sole measure of battlefield might, they provided useful reference, and Fan Ku found himself satisfied, and considering whether they might attempt training in the fabled Haijun Lushur. Let's go. This is a rare chance. We'll dine together and talk it over. With that decision, Fan Ku invited the others to eat and converse. Yes, eldest young master. The four quickly made for the outskirts of the royal city. In a bustling tavern, they sat. Bobby, impatient, was already ordering. Boss, bring us 25 servings of the boxing platter. It was clear the proprietor recognized the group. As they launched into their feast far away in the Lingho reaches of Heziguo, a different scene unfolded. A plaintive cry rose among the ice and snow. Woo-woo. So cold. Lord Molia, I will get you away. Across the white expanse, a long dragged furrow marred the snow. The trail stretched on and on. Farther out, the marks had already been buried by falling snow, and the visible furrow seemed to have materialized out of nowhere before moving again across the plain. I'm sorry, Lord Molia. I have no strength left. Woo-woo. It's my fault for being useless, for not helping everyone. Then from what had been invisible tracks, two figures slowly emerged, the gaunt Abusiluo and the gravely wounded Yueguang Molia. Molia's body was immense. Abusiluo could only drag him a short distance before being exhausted again. The reason they had been unseen until then was the power of the Tume Guesher. When Molia's crew had sailed near Heziguo, Abusiluo had unexpectedly gained the Tume Guesher, the transparent fruit. Woo-woo. Lord Molia, hold on. I will get you away now. After a long rest, Abusiluo found some strength, and once more invisible struggled to pull the unconscious Molia further into the heart of Lingho. Back at the table, big brother, eat quickly. The boxing platter is best hot. I know, slow down. While we eat, I want to talk about the Haijun Lushur. Fan Ku spoke casually as he cut into his steak. The Haijun Lushur. Isn't that a Navy secret? Only headquarters elite officers are supposed to learn it. Kair asked, his curiosity belying the royal household's broader knowledge of the New World's lore. Indeed. Do you have any channel that could get us in? Fan Ku pressed eager at the hint of a lead. Kyer replied, cool bro, I cannot answer that outright. Yet Puladiense, as a great power allied to the world government, does enjoy certain privileges. You mean you could go to headquarters? Of course not. Such things are strictly forbidden. But a powerful nation may nominate its strongest to join the Navy. Ah, so that means… Yes. My paternal uncle now serves at Navy headquarters as an elite major general. So perhaps he could secretly teach us a thing or two, especially that one move Uebu, which is said to allow a brief hovering. No problem. My uncle returns but once every 3 months and meets only in private with Uncle Kaidi. You not knowing him is perfectly natural. While Bobby dug into his meal and Fan Ku and Kyer debated how to steal instruction, Xiao Ying's gaze met that of another woman in the tavern. Xiaoying, are you all right? Do you know that older sister? Fan Ku asked, noticing she had fallen silent. She had been holding the other woman's eyes for some time. Before Xiaoying could answer, the woman rose and approached. Xiao Ying's frame began to tremble faintly. Are you Jessie? Ing Telly Jessie, the woman asked. When Fan Ku took in her appearance, he felt a sudden jolt of recognition. She was an elegant woman in her early 30s, long silver hair and sun-kissed skin, every facet of her bearing suffused with a cultivated intellectual beauty. For a moment Fan Ku wondered if she might be Luobin's mother. The name hovered just out of memory and would not settle. And Awiya? I am indeed Jessie. Xiao Ying's eyes shone with a mixture of joy and sorrow. So it truly is you, Jessie. How wonderful. Is your father Dr. Tony and the rest of your study party, are they safe? You were gone so long, are you well? Xiaoying choked on the question. When asked of her father and companions, she could only falter, tears filling her voice, as she could not bring herself to speak of their deaths. Is that how it was? You've endured so much, child. Awiya drew Xiaoying into a gentle embrace and stroked her hair with tender hands. On the instant, Fan Ku's senses sharpened. He activated his special observation haki and scanned the room for suspicious presences. He suspected that this scholar who studied forbidden histories might be shadowed by agents of the world government. Sure enough, within Fan Ku's ken a few abnormal auras were drawing near, cold, cruel, and laced with bloodlust. Xiaoying and Awiya, let us move elsewhere to catch up. This place is not safe. Both women read the danger in Fan Ku's voice, and without hesitation, they ushered the still hungry Bobby out through the tavern's back door. They made haste to Ram's workshop, the quickest refuge they could reach, and Fan Ku called up the steps. Uncle Ram, may we borrow your studio? Oh, Fan Ku, use it by all means. I will close the place up now. When Ram returned, and the door shut behind him, the 6 inside fell into a brief, thoughtful silence. Eldest young master Fan Ku, second young master, and Uncle Ram. This is an old acquaintance from my homeland of O'Hara, Nico Awiya. Xiaoying introduced without the slightest embarrassment. And Awiya, these are Fan Ku and Bobby, the very people who saved my life and freed me from the fate of slavery. Uncle Ram is their elder. Now we are family. Polite greetings passed between them as the 4 made room so Xiaoying and Awiya might speak privately. No sooner had they stepped from the room than Bobby worriedly asked Fan Ku, big brother, Xiaoying, she won't leave us, will she? Fan Ku, whose temperament had lately matured to rival Ram's, answered with quiet confidence, she won't. Xiaoying's home is bound to us now, we are her family. In Fan Ku's view, Xiaoying had long since become one of their own. The western isle of O'Hara had ceased to be the place she longed for. After Kyer had taken his leave, and some time had passed, Xiaoying and Awiya finally stepped out of the studio together. Fan Ku could see that Xiaoying had indeed wept for a long while earlier, yet her spirit had been lightened, the anguish had been eased, and a knot in her heart had been untied. Before them now stood Nico Awiya, and the next chapter of their evening was about to begin. Aunt Alvia, can I talk to you alone? I have some personal matters I would like to consult you about. Sure. Your name is Fan Ku, right? I haven't had the chance to thank you for taking care of little Jessie all these years. Although Alvia was curious about what a strange little boy wanted to discuss with her, she politely agreed. Soon the two returned to the studio while Bobby pulled Xiaoying to have another meal at the Ram family home. Aunt, it'll be straightforward. Is your team researching the historical texts? Fan Ku had no intention of beating around the bush, directly confronting Alvia for over 10 seconds. How do you know that? That's not something you should be aware of. I shouldn't know. I don't want to know either. But my fruit ability tells me that there are over a dozen spies lurking around the restaurant where we met. Nanny, no wonder you were so eager for us to leave. You've discovered spies from the world government. Yes, I've been in this country for so long, and it's the first time I've encountered so many spies. But that's still not a reason for you to know we're researching historical texts. You must understand that even those spies don't know. I wasn't sure before, but after seeing your expression I was certain. As for my source of information, it was the legendary hero from the West Sea Moonlight. Moria. Nanny, you actually know that great hero. Clearly, Moria's reputation at this moment in the West Sea was still very positive, giving off a vibe of a well-regarded child from a good family. That's right. It was Moria who told me that you were researching the forbidden historical texts. This will bring disaster, do you understand? We're only trying to interpret the voices of history. This is humanity's treasure. I must talk to you about the ancient injustice of chain-burning books and burying scholars. Speaking of which, Fan Ku's barrage of explanations left the history PhD Alvia stunned. When the beneficiaries come to power, they will certainly spare no effort in discrediting the previous rulers. This is for the stability of the present. What you're studying could very well undermine the stability of the world government. But history has no rights or wrongs. We're merely documenting. But those who look at history will develop new perspectives on right and wrong. What if that 100 years was too wonderful? Would that lead to the overthrow of the current government? How could that be? We never thought that way. You're slandering us. I will sue you for defamation. Cough, cough. Don't be so serious. I just mentioned that as a side note. It's not the main point I want to discuss. Fan Ku felt he had strayed off topic and quickly tried to ease the tense atmosphere. And Alvia, I solemnly remind you that I don't think researching historical texts is wrong, but you are weak, and that's a mistake. What if being weak means one has no rights? Nicole, Alvia surprisingly started to counter, showing that scholars indeed have a tough time surviving in this pirate world, their intelligence misused. What I mean is you must strengthen your self-preservation abilities. Right now you are like rabbits, and rabbits dig more holes to survive. Otherwise, if you pull someone's whiskers and it hurts them, it's only natural that they would eat you. If trouble arises, the most one would lose is a few whiskers. You would have to pay with your life. Do you want to gamble away the 1,000-year accumulation of O'Hara? Fan Ku had said a lot in one breath, and that was his best effort. Unlike Moonlight Moria, the West Sea O'Hara had enough illiterates already. Then, what should we do? Alvia surprisingly asked for advice. Indeed, if you told her that the world government would launch a massacre to destroy O'Hara tomorrow, she wouldn't believe it. But if you threaten her ambiguously to get her to the gambling table, just ask her if she wants to wager the entire O'Hara. No one would want to take such a gamble. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. O'Hara has such a profound knowledge legacy that there will always be people willing to study in obscurity for a lifetime. Identify such individuals and choose a secluded, unknown island. Although these scholars aren't strong fighters, their sailing abilities are undoubtedly impressive, and they surely know of many islands that even the world government is unaware of. I will discuss this matter with Dr. Clobber. Yes, especially that old coot. Tell him to research discreetly and not to get too carried away. If anyone discovers it, he must deny it. Okay, I will convey that. Alvia was somewhat confused by Fan Ku's sudden emphasis. She of course didn't know. In Fan Ku's view, half the reason for the original massacre order stemmed from Dr. Clobber's complacency, who after being discovered didn't even pretend and directly lectured the 5 elders. Tisk, 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 if you were one of the 5 elders, you too would want to issue a massacre order. I've become so powerful. I came to talk to you out of goodwill, and you turned around and lectured me. Just like back then when he advised the little people. Fan Ku again offered Alvia a series of suggestions, and what happens next could only be left to fate. Robinson, I've done my best. Whether your mother can survive now depends on fate, Fan Ku silently thought as he watched Alvia leave quietly. Young master, has Aunt Alvia left? At this moment, Xiaoying came over with Bobby, who had just finished eating. Yes, Xiaoying. She said she had something very important to do, so she left. All right, I believe we will meet again in the future. Xiaoying didn't dwell on it anymore, and after reminding Fan Ku to save some food for him, she went back to her own matters. 3 days later, it was still in the Wano country among a graveyard. Lord Moria, please eat something. No one will blame you. You've already done your best. Absalom was holding a broken bowl with the food he had managed to find today, trying to persuade the seriously injured Moria to eat. He. I'm not hungry. You eat it yourself. At this moment, Moria had long lost the vigor he once had, his face pale, with a gruesome wound from his chin to his neck, caused by taking a club to the face. Lord Moria, please don't do this. I think even brother and the others wouldn't want to see you like this. Just eat a little, please. Absalom looked at Moria, who had lost all spirit and didn't know how to comfort him. My comrades are all dead. He. It's all their fault for not being good enough. I clearly worked so hard to hold Kaido back. He. It's all their fault. Not mentioning his brother was fine, but the moment it was brought up, it directly triggered Moria's nerves, causing him to start a frenzied hand dance. He. That's right. If they were all dead from the start, I wouldn't have lost them. Lord Moria, please cheer up. Don't be like this. The small Absalom could not contain the frenzied Moria, who was now mentally broken. Damn Absalom. And everyone else. How dare you leave me all alone? I will make you all stand up again. Absalom, go. Find a knife. Okay. Lord Moria. Absalom dared not disobey Moria's command, and quickly found a prominent grave, using his shovel to dig it up. It was the grave of Dragon Horse. Before long, the grave of the dragon-slaying swordsman Dragon Horse from Wano was dug up, and the famous sword Autumn Water also appeared in Moria's hand. Hee. What a nice little knife. Seeing Moria still in a frenzy, Absalom felt a wave of panic, but before he could speak, he saw Moria swing a knife towards him. Is Lord Moria about to kill him? That's fine to accompany brother, and everyone else is not so lonely. This was Absalom's last thought before losing consciousness. Hee. Hey, Absalom, how long are you going to sleep? Wake up quickly. Lord Moria, am I not dead yet? I'm still alive. Of course not, you fool. Look, I've made the dead stand up again. Hee. From now on, we won't have to worry about losing companions anymore. Absalom then realized in horror that the body of Dragon Horse, which should have been dead for many years, was quietly standing in front of the two. Say hello, Dragon Horse. It's truly incredible. I've come back to life in this state. Hello, little one, I am Dragon Horse. In Absalom's nearly despairing expression, Dragon Horse politely greeted him. Hee. How about that, Absalom? This is my new ability developed from the Shadow Fruit. With this ability, we won't have to fear losing companions anymore. At this moment, Moria was still in a frenzy, hiding a chilling despair in his eyes, which combined with his devilish appearance was enough to scare Absalom. What are you still dawdling for? Get up. We're leaving here. I want my terror to spread throughout the world. Hee. As he spoke, Moria moved his steps towards the outside of Wano, with Dragon Horse's corpse quietly following behind. Oh, all right, Lord Moria, please wait for me. No matter what in Absalom's heart, Lord Moria should have regained his spirit, so he quickly gathered his mood and followed. Only Absalom didn't notice that his shadow, which should have been cast on the snowy ground, had disappeared. In a plot unknown to Fan Ku, the future warlord, the terrifying captain of the three-masted ship Moonlight, Moria completed his transformation in the graveyard of Wano. Cool guy. Shouting, Bobby, come here quickly. My uncle who works at the Navy headquarters has returned to the country. Oh, really? Then we need to hurry. Once we learn the Navy's 6 styles, it will be time for us to set sail and explore the world. Fan Ku's voice echoed from the bedroom. A group of 4 quickly arrived at a secret room within the royal city. I truly appreciate your help this time. It's not easy to return home, yet I must ask you to deal with those little ghosts. It's nothing, Brother Wong. As long as it's not an act against justice, we are duty-bound to assist. Before entering, Fan Ku heard the conversation within the secret room. From the sound, it seemed that this royal uncle serving in the Navy headquarters was a gentle person. Uncle Katie, we're coming in. Outside the door, Kyle respectfully greeted, and then led Fan Ku and the others into the secret room. Upon entering, Fan Ku saw a tall figure, a cigar in his mouth, and a massive samurai sword at his waist. Oh, it's little Kyle. Long time no see. Are these your friends? The tall figure first bent down, smiling at Kyle, and then turned to look at Fan Ku and the others. Bobby's tall stature and Xiao Ying's beauty caught the attention of this elite major from the headquarters. Indeed, they made a perfect couple. So you are the Fan Ku that Kyle mentioned. You certainly look like a formidable warrior. Are you interested in joining the Navy? I can personally recommend you. As the major finished speaking, veins visibly bulged on Fan Ku's forehead. Hee. This is Kyle's uncle, and that is my brother Bobby. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, he hasn't grown that tall yet. Fan Ku forced a smile, greeting the newcomer, feeling uneasy as they didn't touch upon his sore spot. Oh, I sincerely apologize. It was my fault for not getting the details from Kyle. Unexpectedly, the other party was so gentle in nature that he readily admitted his mistake. Such people are rare in the world of pirates. It's all right. It was quite impolite for us to visit you suddenly through Lord King. I am Fan Ku, this is my brother Bobby, and my family member Xiao Ying. It's good that you don't mind. Officially, I am the elite major of the Navy headquarters Huashishin, but here I am just an ordinary citizen of Prudence. Huashishin. Unexpectedly, this future elite vice admiral, who is at the bottom of the ranks, is actually from the royal family of Prudence. Could it be that he attained his future elite vice admiral position through connections? Rest assured, my current position is earned through strength. Moreover, Huashishin is my alias meant to avoid detection by outsiders. Huashishin patiently explained, seemingly understanding the confusion in Fan Ku's eyes. You simply dislike your original name being too long. After all, when you reach the high ranks of the Navy headquarters, there will be countless documents waiting for you to sign. Elizabero, too, couldn't help but tease from the side. Indeed, under the naming convention of the Prudence royal family, a name without at least 100 characters is nearly impossible to finish writing. Brother Wong, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Everyone in the headquarters is like this. For example, that guy Squirrel is also from the West Sea royal family, secretly changed his name. And there's Ghost Spider Senior Crane. Tisk, what a shocking revelation. It turns out that the Navy headquarters hides a bunch of royal members from all over the world, Truly one's background matters in this line of work. Cough cough. Major Huashishin, is it really alright for you to reveal your colleagues' secrets like this? Although Fan Ku was enjoying the gossip, he still felt the need to remind the gentle major. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. These are not particularly confidential matters. Moreover, if you all can join the Navy, then they are even less of a concern. Ha ha. For goodness sake, Major Huashishin, could you please speak with your eyes open? Up until now, Fan Ku had never seen Huashishin's eyes. I'm sorry. We are still young and have no plans in that regard. That's truly a pity. In that case, the complete Navy 6 styles cannot be taught to you. The esteemed elite major of the Navy headquarters was actually trying to entice them. Ha! Don't be like that, Huashishin. As for the cost, I will negotiate with the world government. You just need to teach. Alright. Since Brother Wong has said so, I won't refuse any longer. Soon after, in a hidden training ground. Okay, let's begin the lesson. Of course, what I'm teaching is merely my personal understanding, far behind that of the headquarters Zifa teacher. Thank you for your trouble. The Navy 6 Styles is a powerful martial arts system developed over centuries by gathering the experiences of various martial arts masters, which can be practiced regardless of one's background or lineage. Indeed, in this pirate world dominated by bloodline power, the Navy 6 Styles is the only way to strengthen oneself that does not discriminate. The special training methods of the 6 Styles aim to awaken each person's physical potential and allow for more flexible control of one's body based on that potential. Thus, in the later stages, each person's 6 styles will exhibit their unique characteristics. As the saying goes, all martial arts are but variations of the same principle. Carp's bone fist is just a large-scale version of the finger gun, albeit with a significant difference in power. Now I will demonstrate each one. You all just watch, and after I finish, I'll explain the key points and training methods. Soon, amid the eager gazes of the crowd, Huashishin completed the 5 techniques, including shave paper, drawing, finger gun, moonwalk, and storm leg. Next up is iron block. This is the most practical move in the 6 styles, which can save one's life in times of crisis. In the face of a vastly stronger opponent, blindly using iron block isn't that just asking to be defeated. No, Fan Ku. On the contrary, using iron block against a much stronger opponent highlights its value. Oh, how so? You need to understand that the 6 styles are inseparable. What makes you think that if an enemy's attack can bypass iron block, they can be defeated using the other 5 styles? In such cases, while you might still be defeated using iron block, it's also the best chance to save your life. What a unique way of thinking. Fan Ku felt as if he was being intellectually crushed by an elementary school student. Indeed, in the original work's Judicial Island arc, although the first few who used iron block were defeated, they also suffered the least injuries. If it weren't for the fact that the CP9 eventually used iron block to withstand Luffy's ultimate move, how could they have been the first to recover and rescue everyone under the Demon Slaughter Order? I've learned something. Uncle Huashishin, using iron block against an opponent you know you cannot defeat is for a dignified retreat. Then conserve energy to fight another day. You're not wrong in saying that. It was clear this elite major was momentarily taken aback by Fan Ku's description. Well then, this is a rare opportunity. Let me test your strength. Use your strongest punch to hit me. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Actually, I, like Bobby, am also naturally strong. It's fine. I am an elite major of the headquarters. Even an average vice admiral wouldn't stand a chance against me. Alright, then I will use my ancestral unbreakable fist. No problem. Rest assured I won't underestimate you. Then let's do it. Unbreakable fist, heaven collapse. With a prepared stance, Fan Ku twisted his waist to gather strength and delivered a seemingly unremarkable straight punch towards Huashishin. The immense impact compressed the air in front, producing a series of explosive sounds. No wonder you are the son of Yongdu. Iron block. Immovable mountain. Feeling the formidable force of Fan Ku's punch, Huashishin was fully alert and used his most powerful iron block defense. Boom. The fist collided with the air, compressed to its limit in front of the abdomen, and after a brief moment of stillness, both Fan Ku and Huashishin slid back several meters. As the two separated, a massive cyclone was unleashed, causing the 3 onlookers to squint their eyes in the wind. Cough cough. Quite strong. Contrary to expectations, Huashishin, who took Fan Ku's strongest punch, merely coughed up a bit of blood and praised Fan Ku as if nothing had happened. You flatter me, Uncle Huashishin. I'm not flattering you. Seeing a glimpse is enough to predict the whole. Being able to deliver such a punch, your combat ability is definitely not lacking, and you might even defeat me in actual combat. You are being modest. Until we've fought, who can say for certain they will win? How about we end this and spar a bit with sword techniques? Oh, are you a swordsman? I don't see a sword. As soon as Huashishin finished speaking, he saw Fan Ku draw the Chodao sword from his body, while Bobby and Xiaoing silently drew their battle axes. Arrogance and jealousy. Is this your devil fruit ability? You're actually a devil fruit user. Huashishin was astonished. Oh, what kind of fruit ability is this, allowing someone to hide weapons in their body without getting hurt while walking? It's just a minor auxiliary storage ability. Bobby and Xiaoing must have me activate it periodically to maintain it, otherwise it will disappear in at most a month. That's quite good. A very convenient ability. Now let's continue with the lesson. Oh, I can't wait to have a match with you. Alright, Uncle Huashishin. Thank you for your hard work. The joyful teaching time always passes quickly. All four possessed superhuman physical qualities, with the only missing element being a few key tips. Thus teaching was quite easy for Huashishin, leaving the rest for the four to practice and improve on their own. Therefore, by evening an intense sword duel occurred in this hidden training ground. The commotion of the duel attracted a group of fervent martial artists from the palace. However, upon seeing it was a sword duel rather than a fistfight, their enthusiasm waned. Huashishin, you really embarrassed yourself this time. A dignified elite major of the Navy headquarters could not defeat this kid Fan Ku. After the duel, while discussing the results of this swordsmanship exchange, Ili Zabero too couldn't help but tease Huashishin, who was sitting across from him. Brother Wang, please don't make fun of me. Fan Ku's current strength is formidable even in the new world. I have no shame in losing. Sitting opposite Yelizabel too, Huashishin was completely unfazed by the teasing and instead praised. There are only the two of us here, so speak seriously. Just how much has Fan Ku's strength grown? Well, let's keep it brief. If I had to give a clear standard, I would say Fan Ku's strength has barely reached the standards of an elite rear admiral. Oh, that's quite remarkable. He's only 13. Will he not be comparable to an admiral in the future? Brother Wang, you might be overthinking it. At our level of strength, every step forward is fraught with difficulty. To reach the level of an admiral is not so easy. True. With Fan Ku's current strength, he can already dominate the seas. Indeed. As long as he doesn't provoke those freaks, that is certainly the case. But unfortunately, he's unwilling to join the Navy. Rest assured, Fan Ku and the other two are kind-hearted kids. Fan Ku often teaches Bobila some very beautiful aero melodies. I truly like them. Oh, is that so? Then I must go listen carefully. Huashishin's vacation lasted 5 days, but he only spent 1 day on lessons, while the remaining 4 days were spent either with family or pestering Bobby to play music for him. At the secret port of Perdinis, Huashishin had already boarded a small military ship heading to the Navy headquarters. Fan Ku, Bobby, and Miss Xiaoing. If you ever want to join the Navy, make sure to tell me, and I'll help recommend you. Sure, Uncle Huashishin. If we want to join, we'll definitely let you know. Fan Ku, Bobby, and Miss Xiaoing stood on the shore to see off Huashishin. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Respect is essential. Alright, don't ruin my great righteousness. I will wield the heavenly sword and dragon slaughtering. I hope. Huashishin began singing on the ship, having been deeply enchanted by the martial arts songs he had heard from the Fan Ku brothers over the past few days. Onaikin, let's go home. Bobby is a bit hungry. Bobby quietly reminded as the military ship grew increasingly distant. At this age, he was particularly susceptible to hunger. No problem. By the way, Bobby, you need to quickly learn the life return technique. Control your height. If you grow too tall, it will be hard to find a girlfriend in the future. Oh, okay, Onaikin. I will work hard. Young Master Fan Ku, are you worried that the second young master might grow too tall and be mistaken for you? Xiaoing, when did you start talking so piercingly? Life is hard enough, don't you understand? The three of them joked and laughed as they returned to their residence. After learning the Navy's 6 styles, their world tour officially began. Half a month later. It's you again. You've really worked hard these past few years. It was the same seagull delivering newspapers, bringing Fan Ku the latest news. Receiving 100 berries for the newspaper and a 50-berry tip from Fan Ku, the seagull expressed its gratitude. Next month, we will begin our journey around the world. You'll need to start searching for us everywhere. The seagull respectfully replied to Fan Ku, which likely meant it was absolutely no problem, and then prepared to take off. Let me see what big events have happened recently. The headline read, "The world government intends to establish the warlord system. Is this a moral decay or a loss of humanity? Multiple pregnant women have gone missing on Batalera Island in the South Sea. What astonishing secrets lie behind this? The Navy has deployed numerous giant warships with unclear intentions. What do they aim to achieve?" Looking at the content on the newspaper, recalling the significant events from the original text, Fan Ku speculated that the giant warships were likely targeting Barrett, who had recently resurfaced. This fellow had become somewhat mentally unstable due to war and betrayal, causing massive destruction. It was a good thing to capture him sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, it was a pity for those pregnant women in the South Sea. Thinking of this, Fan Ku suddenly called out to the already airborne seagull. Wait a moment. I want to ask you a question. Caw. If I have intelligence to provide, can you ensure my privacy? After all, I have information that could threaten my life. Caw. The seagull indicated there would be no problem keeping it confidential and pulled out a contact for a phone bug, suggesting Fan Ku call it to provide the information. All right, got it. Thanks. After sending off the seagull, Fan Ku quickly returned to his residence and took out his phone bug. Buru. Kaga. Moshi. This is Morgans. Hello, Morgans. I have classified information to provide, but I wonder if my privacy can be protected. Rest assured, brave whistleblower. My phone bug ensures confidentiality for both parties. Haven't you noticed that the phone bug hasn't taken on a different form? Fan Ku glanced at the phone bug in his hand. It indeed hadn't transformed into Morgan's appearance, suggesting that Morgan's was likely the same. Alright, what I'm going to provide next is internal information about the missing pregnant women on Batalera Island in the South Sea. Oh, internal information from the South Sea. Is it reliable? How do you know about the South Sea while in the New World? Are you from the world government? At that moment, Morgans looked at the phone bug in front of him. Although he couldn't determine the other party's identity, he could roughly discern Fan Ku's current location. As a professional information tycoon, Morgans had his own methods to locate the approximate position of the information provider, which was beneficial for analyzing the authenticity of the information. If you want to know, stop prying. Otherwise, you will forever lose a supplier who can provide numerous intelligence. Fan Ku was startled by Morgan's words and then calmly warned. Oh, is that so? Then I truly apologize. I won't pry into your matters again. Please tell me about the information this time. This is your last chance, Morgans. I hope you cherish it well. Fan Ku silently resolved that next time he would discuss such matters with Xiaoying first and not make impulsive decisions. No problem. I will definitely keep my promise. Good. The incident of pregnant women going missing in the South Sea actually involves a dead person. So that's how it is. I never expected such a trivial matter would involve that man. It's really too surprising. A trivial matter. I can clearly tell you that if this matter develops to its conclusion, all pregnant women who become pregnant in the waters surrounding that island within a year will be executed. So do you still think it's a trivial matter? Nanny, this is a major incident involving thousands of pregnant women. How dare the world government? What do you think? In this ocean, a country could disappear at any moment, let alone just a few thousand pregnant women. That's true. However, may I ask, why are you willing to provide this information for free? It seems to bring you no benefits. I don't know. I just know, but I have no ability to change it, yet I'm a little unwilling to be a small person. A small person? You're quite an extraordinary small person. With your information, you might save those pregnant women who are in danger. I hope so. If the world government truly does not care about public opinion, then I have done my best. Let's leave it at that, or I'm hanging up. Kaga. Fan Ku decisively hung up the phone bug, feeling a bit regretful about his reckless behavior. Half an hour later, in Xiaoying's bedroom. Xiaoying, I want to ask you a question. Can a secure phone bug locate the approximate position of the other party? No, young master. Why do you ask this? Xiaoying, I might have caused trouble. Fan Ku hurriedly recounted what had just happened, as Xiaoying had the most research on intelligence matters. Young master, don't worry. The security of the confidential phone bug is beyond doubt. If Morgans knows your general location, it's likely an issue with that contact information. Xiaoying sensibly did not question how Fan Ku knew about the South Sea. Instead, she seriously analyzed Morgan's operational principles for him. You mean the phone bug's contact information corresponds to the area? Fan Ku didn't let his intelligence go to waste. With just a little reminder from Xiaoying, he understood the key to it. So we're safe then. Fan Ku couldn't help but want to confirm with Xiaoying once more, as this matter could be significant. Yes, no problem, young master. As long as you didn't mention this intelligence to that seagull, there will definitely be no problem. After all, this contact information is targeted at an entire sea area. Phew, that's good. Xiaoying, I'm glad to have you. Otherwise, I would probably be preparing to run away right now. It's nothing, young master. However, I'm still very curious. Why would you take such a big risk to expose this matter? It clearly has nothing to do with you. Why do you all ask this? Even Morgans asked the same. What's wrong with saving others within my capabilities? As long as I don't put myself at risk, right? Fan Ku was left baffled by Xiaoying's question. When it comes to life and death, what does it matter whether it relates to me or not? Even if a dog lay in the middle of the road, I would still care to see if it's injured. What's more, if just speaking could save thousands of innocent lives. So cool. What did you say? I said, young master, you're really too cool. Kiss. Taking Fan Ku completely by surprise, Xiaoying leaned forward slightly and suddenly pecked him on the cheek. Xiaoying, you can't do that. I'm still just a kid. No way, you must let me kiss you back. Hey, don't run away. Realizing what had happened, Fan Ku immediately switched to a rogue mode, but unfortunately Xiaoying had already blushed and run far away. Regardless of how much Fan Ku called after her, she ignored him, and just then Bobby happened to pass by. What's wrong, Onaikan? Are you playing a game? Bobby wants to join too. Fan Ku. In the year 1499 of the Haiyuan calendar, Xiaoying. Bobby, are you all ready? Today, Fan Ku woke up early as the trio's long-awaited globe-trotting journey planned for nearly 6 years is finally about to commence. We are ready, young master. We can set off anytime. Ready, Onaikan. Bobby is also ready to go. Xiaoying and Bobby had risen early as well and responded immediately upon hearing Fankus' voice. Then let's set off. Our first stop is Uncle Rom's workshop. Oh, thus the three set off lightly, preparing to visit their family and friends to bid farewell before leaving. The day has finally arrived. It's time for the fledgling to spread its wings. As soon as the trio arrived at Rom's workshop, they heard Rom's hearty laughter. He had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Uncle Rom, thank you for taking care of us over the years. We're setting off today. As the three approached Rom, Fan Ku started to express his gratitude, but found himself at a loss for words. Departures are always like this. Despite having envisioned this moment countless times, when it truly arrives, words get stuck in one's throat. Take good care of yourself. Fan Ku, you are strong. Bobby and Xiaoying are too, but as an elder I can't help but worry a little. Rom lovingly patted Fankus' shoulders, seeing him speechless. Got it, Uncle Rom. When I reach the new place, I will remember to bring you souvenirs. Now we're off. With red eyes, Fan Ku managed to voice this farewell before turning away and walking off on his own. Uncle Rom, Bobby will also remember to take care of himself. Don't worry. Bobby glanced back at Rom with reluctance before following Fan Ku's steps, while Xiaoying simply nodded silently at Rom. The trio quickly left Rom's workshop while Rom stood at the door lingering for a long time. After getting a fair distance away, Fan Ku finally exhaled deeply, feeling a bit suffocated by the earlier scene. Young Master Fan Ku, you are truly a person of deep feelings. Xiaoying walked to Fankus' side, gently holding his previously clenched white-knuckled right hand. Xiaoying, it's great to have you. Let's hug. Cut it out. Young Master, you're still a child. Bobby wants a hug too. Before long, the three began to frolic and play, unknowingly arriving at the royal city of Proteans. Your Majesty, ladies and gentlemen. Three, upon seeing King Elisabello II and a host of royal ministers in front of the royal city, the trio hurriedly greeted them. Have you prepared everything? Is there anything else you need me to arrange? No, Your Majesty. All the important items are with Bobby, and the rest have already been loaded onto the ship. That's great. Remember what you promised me. Come back to see me after your global travel. Yeah, I'll remember. By the way, why haven't I seen Kyle? Oh, he didn't want to say goodbye, so he's hiding. Okay. Then we shall set off now. At the port of the Proteans' kingdom, a modified royal cruiser was docked at the shore, a gift from King Elisabello II to Fan Ku. Fan Ku had stayed in the Proteans' kingdom for nearly 2 years, leading the kingdom's soldiers on over 15 sea patrols almost once a month. At this moment, there were 10 young soldiers who volunteered to follow Fan Ku on his ship, all of whom admired his formidable strength. Lord Fan Ku, Lord Bobby, Miss Xiaoying. From a distance, the squad leader Clark waved at the trio from the ship's railing. We're coming. The three were surrounded by the residents at the port, as Bobby's popularity here was too high. Every time Fan Ku and Xiaoying returned from sea, Bobby would sit at the port playing the eru while waiting for them. Over more than a year, Bobby had amassed a group of fans, young and old. Lord Bobby, we will miss you. Hey, young man Bobby, remember to release an album when you have the chance. I will definitely buy it. The chorus of voices, all concerned for Bobby and his works, made Fan Ku consider whether he should let Bobby debut in the future. After much effort, the trio squeezed through the crowd to board the ship, where a 10-man squad had been waiting for a long time. Lord Fan Ku, your 10-man escort team is ready. As per your request, all 10 of us possess different specialties, and all of our combat abilities are above 100. Indeed, these 10 were recruited from the kingdom's army by Fan Ku with the permission of King Elisabello II. Each of them had been secretly checked by Fan Ku using the powers of his fruits, ensuring their loyalty, and each possessed different skills such as chef, doctor, shipwright, etc. Very well. Although your combat prowess is already outstanding among the kingdom's soldiers, there are many strong foes at sea. I will give you one last chance to withdraw. Fan Ku decided to inquire about the personal willingness of the 10, as it was uncertain who would return after this trip. We are willing to follow Lord Fan Ku. 10, great. Then take your positions. Let's set off. Soon everyone began to get busy. The cruiser gifted by King Elisabello II was no small vessel, measuring 60 meters long and 15 meters wide, a 3-masted sailing ship. Due to the significant size differences of the local inhabitants in the pirate world, this large, ocean-going vessel had nearly 20 meters of height, divided into 2 levels with 17 rooms. On the upper deck, the tallest mast stood at 28 meters. The rear half of the ship was Fanku and his companion's private quarters, including a bedroom, training room, library, bathing room, and private kitchen. Although unwilling, Fanku and his companions still had to comply with the strong requests of the soldiers to eat and live separately, with the soldiers' daily life situated on the lower deck's second level, the bottom layer, used for storing all living supplies. After briefly inspecting the layout of the ship, Fanku felt quite satisfied, even though it wasn't as unique as the Sunshine, the ship from the original story. Knowing they would be living on this ship for a long time, Fanku and his friends deliberately did not familiarize themselves with the ship in advance, so while others worked hard, they leisurely embarked on a cabin adventure. Cool guy, Bobby, Sister Xiaoying. Suddenly a shout came from the shore. The three turned to see Kyle had somehow arrived at the shore. You three, have a great journey. Bring me back souvenirs. As the ship distanced itself from the port, Fanku could no longer see Kyle's face and could only respond loudly. Got it. You also need to work hard to get stronger. See you again if fate allows. Only Xiaoying could see Kyle was already in tears, but she held back and did not cry out. Xiaoying, you see, Kyle is really something. He didn't show up to say goodbye, but now he runs over to remind me to bring him souvenirs. Only when the port was completely out of sight did Fanku turn back to complain to Xiaoying, his eyes slightly red. Young Master Kyle might be afraid you'll take him away. How could that be? We both saved his life, right? Don't you think so, Bobby? Yes. Onaikin, let's go. Let's continue exploring the ship. Okay. 2 days later, Fanku and his party reached their first stop. Cyrus, I didn't expect you to come personally to welcome us. Fanku excitedly jumped onto the shore where Cyrus and a group of soldiers stood. I heard you were going on a global journey. As soon as I got the news, I ended my patrol and returned. Looks like I timed it perfectly. Cyrus smiled as he answered Fanku. Originally, he was supposed to be patrolling the waters of Dressrosa, but upon hearing that Fanku would pass through here, he specifically asked King Liku for permission to return. There's nothing I can do. The latter half of the new world is terrifying right now, so I can only follow the route to the first half, where I can also see the mermaids. Fanku expressed that the current chaos in the new world with Whitebeard, Big Mom Kaido, and a host of other powerful pirates was too much for him to handle. Yeah, the newspapers are filled with their headlines every few days. I don't know when they will come near us. Hearing Fankus' words, Cyrus expressed some concern. Don't worry. They still have to guard Roger's great treasure, so they won't come over. Plus, there's still the Navy. Let's hope so. Fanku, since you are leaving, could you please show me your true strength and spar with me one more time? Honestly, with Fankus' intervention, Cyrus should be much stronger now than in the original story. Particularly under Fankus' advice, Cyrus had begun training with the spear, and his long-range power was astonishing. Sure. Great. Just before we leave, let's have a little practice. But first you need to address our lunch situation. Of course, no problem. After a whirlwind of a meal, they returned to the familiar arena with the same main audience. Ladies and gentlemen, after 1.5 years, we once again welcome the legendary Cyrus to perform in the arena. Let's cheer. The plump host was just as exaggerated in his promotion, although this time he no longer used words like monster. Fanku, thank you. You made it seem like I won't return. Stop with the nonsense, let's get started. If you're a brother, come at me. Alright. Watch closely. Meteor Dawn. Whoosh. Cyrus wasted no time drawing a spear and launching it toward Fanku, immediately following it up with a sword attack. The battle between the two lasted for nearly half an hour. With Cyrus' spear technique combined with his incredibly fast swordsmanship, he managed to keep Fanku busy with a combination of distant and near attacks. In the end, the two reached a near draw in skill, but unfortunately a technical draw meant that Cyrus was bound to lose as Fanku was impervious to blades and bullets. Alright, Fanku, I concede. If we keep competing, we might end up hurting each other. I have a mission and I can't afford to be seriously injured. Cyrus, always aware of when to advance and retreat, immediately called for a stop as he saw that continuing would lead to disadvantage. Oh, Lord Cyrus, you're the best. With the end of their sparring, cheers erupted from the audience, as such a level of competition among strong warriors was a rare sight across the sea. Of course, aside from the Navy headquarters, the Navy holds elite competitions for generals and above every year. Before setting sail, Fanku had heard the absurd news that Fire Mountain sang the theme song of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber during the competition and was exceptionally promoted to Rear Admiral. A day later, at the edge of the Dressrosa waters, a magnificent royal cruiser was cutting through the waves. Crick, go take down the flag of the Prodine's kingdom. From now on, we can only represent ourselves. Yes, Lord Fanku. I will have someone take down the flag right away. Captain Crick immediately arranged for someone to follow Fanku's orders, embodying the true spirit of a soldier. Xiaoying, where are we headed next? Young Master, our next destination is Sharkris Island. It's a tribal island with its own unique features. Have you been there? No? I came from another route back in the day. Later a maritime disaster occurred, and I drifted to Mogoro Kingdom. Xiaoying suddenly began to casually share her past experiences, which piqued Bobby's curiosity as he was studying his battle axe. Oh, what happened next, Sister Xiaoying? Fan Ku was left speechless, thinking, are you out of your mind? Regardless of how it ended, didn't we end up buying you home as a slave? Later I found out that I was the only one who survived, so I lied about my age to work in a restaurant, and as a result I was tricked and sold into slavery. Xiaoying didn't mind Bobby's insensitive comments. Instead, she recounted her experiences with a calm demeanor. Young master, in fact, I was the navigator on the ship and the maritime disaster occurred due to my negligence. If only I had. All right, Xiaoying, I don't want to delve into your past, but if you're willing to share, we would love to know more about you. Fan Ku sensed that Xiaoying might have some painful past to reveal, so he quickly reassured her, offering familial support. Yes, young master. I just want to assure you that I will be more diligent in the future, and I won't let my mistakes harm my family. Of course, Xiaoying, you are the best in my eyes. If something were to happen with you as the navigator, not even the King of Heaven could help us. Right. Anakin is right. Bobby thinks so too. With that, Bobby, the comic relief expert, chimed in, drawing the busy soldier's attention. Exactly. We have sailed with Sister Xiaoying over a dozen times, and each time has been the safest and smoothest. Exactly. My uncle's second cousin's elder brother's nephew perished in a maritime disaster because he didn't follow Sister Xiaoying's route. Indeed, with so many cruises each year, there were 0 casualties under Sister Xiaoying's command. The group enthusiastically praised Xiaoying's navigation skills, quickly dispelling the serious atmosphere. Shut up. Xiaoying is mine. You guys have finished your work, right? Seeing the mood lighten, Fan Ku immediately slipped into his rogue leader mode, causing Xiaoying to blush. Anakin, Sister Xiaoying, Bobby is also part of this. Bobby's remark broke the moment, causing confusion between Fan Ku and Xiaoying. I wonder if any of you have ever seen a black round ball surfing. At that moment, Fan Ku witnessed it, just as everyone had experienced a sudden superstorm. A massive wave crashed, and a gigantic black round ball appeared on the crest of the wave, riding a tiny surfboard. Ding, ding, ding. A sound of vibrating strings emanated from the black round ball, and as the waves crashed, it quickly approached Fan Ku's ship. Ding, ding, ding. Welcome, travelers from afar. Welcome to the passionate Sharkris. With the sound of vibrating strings, the black round ball surprisingly sang a welcome song to Fan Ku and the others. Boom. Just as everyone was curious, the round ball made a loud noise and bounced onto the deck with its tiny surfboard. Ding, ding, ding. Welcome. I am the messenger of the sea from Sharkris Hour. The black round ball had a figure dressed in primitive attire with long flowing black hair, holding a mini guitar. Anakin. So it was a person. He's so round. Yes, I can tell. Fan Ku replied as he looked at the gigantic black round ball standing on the deck, wondering how someone could be so round. Ding, ding, ding. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any food? I've been surfing for a long time and am a bit hungry. Aour, noticing someone speaking, immediately strummed his mini guitar and began to sing again. If you can't speak properly, then you won't get anything to eat. Fan Ku felt an inexplicable pang of pity as he looked at the 4-string guitar being squeezed in Aour's embrace. Haha, alright. Travelers, in half a day's journey, we will reach the passionate Sharkris Island. I am the local music singer. Well, that's more like it. Crick arranged for lunch. This time we all eat together. Fan Ku glanced at the gigantic black ball in front of him and turned to Crick just in time, as it was nearly lunchtime. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you so much. Please allow me to perform a song for you all. There's absolutely no need. Bobby, show him something. Fan Ku decisively declined the black ball's offer, and Bobby obediently took out his eru, ready to play A Lonely Cry in the Vast Sea. Oh, such a rare instrument. Just like a violin, it can be played by pulling. Aour was immediately captivated by Bobby's eru, sitting on the deck to enjoy the music while waiting for lunch. Xiaoying, how is it? Can you see the island? Fan Ku came to Xiaoying's side, feeling that it was time to use the staring fruit to scout the situation on the island. I see it, young master. It's a primitive volcanic island. The residents seem to be preparing for a feast. Then I'll eat less for now and see if I can join the feast once we land. Fan Ku quickly made his decision of participating in the local residents' unique feast was the real meaning of travel. Soon the ship reached Sharkris Island before evening, and the residents noticed Fan Ku's ship. Fan Ku looked at the island residents and surprisingly felt as if he had arrived in the Hawaiian Islands. Indeed, the residents here were dressed just like the primitive inhabitants of Hawaii on television in his past life. Tisk. The men and women had uniform wheat-colored skin, with the women wearing flower crowns, half coconut shells covering their chests, and grass skirts below. As for the men's attire, he had no idea, because Fan Ku's eyes were too busy admiring the women. Young master, do they look good? Yes, not bad, but none can compare to you. Why don't I change and show you? Really? Xiaoying, that would be great. Fan Ku instantly realized that Xiaoying was teasing him. How devious, he almost fell for it. Ahem, this young master is still young. How could I make a mistake? Xiaoying, don't lead me astray. I wonder who was drooling just now. It was clear that Xiaoying wasn't buying it. Ding ding ding. Ladies and gentlemen, lovely maidens. I've returned and brought friendly guests with me. Aour, seeing the ship docked, immediately jumped onto the ship's railing and sang to the grass-skirted maidens on the shore. Oh, welcome back, Lord Aour. And clearly the black ball was quite popular among the locals as both men and women on the island cheered for him. Then, let us begin the feast. Welcome to the guests from afar. After speaking, Aour instantly vanished from the ship, reappearing surrounded by maidens. A master. Fan Ku realized that Aour was a rare master whose speed, just now, was almost comparable to Bobby's shave. That night, a huge bonfire was lit on the shore of Sharkris Island, and Fan Ku and his group quickly integrated with the local residents, dancing around the bonfire. It has been a long time since I met such powerful and friendly travelers like you. Unbeknownst to when, the residents who had been surrounding Aour to listen to his singing had already gathered around Bobby, while Aour took the opportunity to come to Fan Ku's side. Oh, it seems that your encounter with us at sea was not coincidental. There's no way if the islanders are too naive. If one cannot foresee danger, it would be hard to survive. Aour readily acknowledged this, indirectly affirming his own strength, indicating that he would hold a feast for the friendly, while those unfriendly would sink to the sea half a day's journey away. Are you interested in a friendly spar with Bobby? Fan Ku, not wanting to reveal his strength, decided to let Bobby, who was second in combat power, test the waters. Oh, besides being a musician, is Bobby also a strong one at sea? Of course my brother is quite strong. Then let's wait until after the feast. There's a secluded spot behind the island. Alright, let's settle on that. Please pour me some coconut juice. I'm underage and can't drink. Fan Ku's statement caused Aour, who was about to hand him a drink, to freeze. You're still underage. So you mean Bobby is still young too? Aour repeatedly confirmed Fan Ku's face and Bobby's size, clearly finding it hard to believe. Fan Ku felt that Aour had no right to question others. After all, he was a black meatball who could grow legs and arms to play guitar, so why couldn't he be underage? Young master, I have observed that the residents on the island mostly live on the slopes of the volcano, and preparing a feast on the shore is clearly to intercept us. After Aour left, Xiaoying broke free from the crowd and quietly approached Fan Ku, reporting her findings. It's normal. After all, we are outsiders, and to survive in a new world one must be cautious. At least they mean no harm. Fan Ku comforted Xiaoying, praising her for being a user of the deng deng fruit, which made gathering intelligence incredibly convenient. Next, I will bring you the Song of the Sea. Aloha. At this moment, Aour stood on the high platform, one hand on his chest, holding a small guitar, the other hand extended with his middle and ring fingers bent and his thumb pressing down. Xiaoying, what does this mean? Young master, aloha is their local greeting. It means hello, I love you, and goodbye. Hearing Xiaoying's explanation, Fan Ku suddenly grinned mischievously and turned to say, Xiaoying, aloha. Young master, please be more serious. Xiaoying's face suddenly flushed red. Seeing her shy demeanor, Fan Ku couldn't help but laugh, saying, haha. You're so cute. I'm full. Let's continue dancing. Young master. Aloha. After Fan Ku blended into the crowd of dancers, Xiaoying whispered in a voice only she could hear. The bonfire party continued until late at night, so the duel between Aour and Bobby was decisively postponed to the following afternoon. Bobby, you can do it. Don't worry. Aour is very strong, you don't have to worry about getting hurt. In the afternoon, Aour brought Fan Ku and the others to the back of the island, while Fan Ku encouraged Bobby along the way. Upon arrival, Aour laughed heartily, saying, let's have a duel between musicians right here. Okay, let's get started. Uncle, but Bobby's arrogance is quite strong, you need to be careful. Bobby said as he pulled out a formidable-long battle axe from his body, the golden axe shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Oh, what a convenient ability. The weapon looks great too, but mine is not bad either. Aour finally managed to retrieve a surfboard from behind his spherical body, forcefully pulling out a long grip from the tail of the surfboard. My weapon is a gift from the sea. The sea has no sharp blades, only heavy waves. As Aour held the surfboard, his demeanor changed significantly, as if he were merging with the sea beside him. Bobby completely ignored Aour's words and instantly teleported in front of him, subsequently raising the battle axe high, shouting, punishment of arrogance. Oh, such speed. Despite Bobby's fierce attack, Aour remained remarkably composed. At the moment Bobby's battle axe descended, Aour lifted his surfboard overhead and the axe struck the surfboard with a huge crash, creating a resounding duong. Young master, Aour's strength is incredible. He actually took Bobby's battle axe hidden. Xiaoying exclaimed in awe, but her statement was met with disapproval from Fan Ku. Fan Ku looked at the two weapons colliding and said solemnly, "Not just impressive. His strength is far greater than Bobby's. Look closely." Indeed, when Xiaoying looked at the two again, she noticed that Bobby's forehead was bulging with veins while Air seemed completely unfazed. "You've had your turn. Now it's my turn." Seeing Bobby's bulging veins, Air politely reminded him. Air forcefully swung Bobby's battle axe aside, pulled the surfboard back behind him, and then fiercely swung it upward, shouting, "Surfing impact." Fan Ku internally complained, thinking how the posture looked like playing tennis. Did he just hit Bobby like a tennis ball? Shaved? Bobby swiftly dodged to the side, while the wind pressure created by the swinging surfboard rushed toward the sea, creating a loud boom as the surface of the sea caved in, splashing countless droplets. After stabilizing his stance, Bobby quickly swung the battle axe with one hand, shouting, "Dance of arrogance." Waves of slashes formed by the battle axe rushed toward Air. Clang, clang, clang. Air stood his ground, rapidly swinging the surfboard, perfectly deflecting each slash. In no time, the two began a back-and-forth exchange, both large figures possessing incredible speed. Except for Fan Ku and Xiaoying, who possessed the dang fruit, the 10 soldiers accompanying them could only see shadows flashing across the beach. Boom, boom. The sound of their collisions echoed thunderously, and soon half an hour passed. At a certain moment, after a fierce clash, their figures reappeared. Bobby suddenly raised his battle axe overhead, gathering energy as it began to absorb the sunlight, becoming dazzlingly bright and hot. Arrogance. Solar flare. Just as Air raised his surfboard to shield himself from the blinding light, Bobby's battle axe came crashing down. "Oh, is the sun coming down? However, the sea won't be so easily evaporated by you." Bobby's ultimate move made Air feel as though he was being targeted, forcing him to go all out as he shouted, "Surfing." Raging tides. Boom. The immense impact caused onlookers to instinctively cover their ears, and the slash, resembling the sun, was deflected, disappearing into the depths of the sea. Huff, huff. Air, who had previously been composed, finally began to breathe heavily. Watching the two in the arena, Fan Ku explained to the crowd with interest, "Oh, it seems Bobby has the upper hand in endurance." Indeed, when the crowd looked at Bobby again, they found him standing still, as if unharmed, waiting for the next opportunity to attack. Huff. "Half an hour. Let's fight for another half an hour. If we can't determine a winner, we'll stop. I'm too tired." Having caught his breath, Air immediately made a declaration, so the outcome was predictable. Half an hour later, the round black ball-like Air announced the duels, and unilaterally. Huff, huff. "I'm utterly exhausted. Bobby's physique is truly too strong. Having the surfboard smash into him is like nothing happened." Air was now lying on the beach, gasping heavily. If one looked closely, they could hardly distinguish him from someone standing, as he was remarkably round. Anakin. Bobby did his best. Bobby came to Fan Ku looking aggrieved, as if he had done something wrong. Fan Ku floated over to Bobby, gently stroking his head, saying, "It's all right. I'm already proud that you bravely fought against a strong opponent." Over the years, Bobby had hardly ever taken action. Every time he faced battle, he would prioritize retreating, as if cowardice was ingrained in his very being. Anakin, I will work hard to overcome my shortcomings and protect everyone." Bobby's determined demeanor made Fan Ku wonder if Xiaoying had given him some psychological counseling privately. Air walked up to Fan Ku and said, "Fan Ku, let's go have a feast. Let me play a duet with Bobby. Fighting is so boring. You weren't like this just now, a true warrior." Fan Ku silently grumbled as he looked at Air's sincere expression. "Sure, I happen to have a song I'd like you to accompany." "Really? That's wonderful. Only music is the true treasure of the sea." Soon the group set off grandly toward the other side of the island, while Fan Ku approached Air alone. "Thank you, Air. Based on your strength, Bobby should be no match for you." Hearing Fan Ku's words, Air, whose eyes had been slitted slightly, opened them, saying, "Oh, did you see through that? You're indeed the smarter brother. He probably isn't your match. No wonder this small island in the New World can remain unscathed. Very few people have the strength to challenge you." Fan Ku replied earnestly, such a strong person willing to protect this ordinary island deserved his respect. Sensing the respect in Fan Ku's words, Air felt very happy. "Huh, you are far more interesting than Carp, who only comes to challenge me every time. The key is that you sing too." "Huh, what is this? Did you catch a big blue whale while fishing? Carp challenged you. You're so brave." Fan Ku felt a bit overwhelmed. "Don't look at me like that. We are very close to the Navy's G2 base. Carp is currently the base commander. All right, you're the boss, you decide." Fan Ku quickly composed himself, realizing he couldn't be too cocky from now on. Air, what do you think of Bobby's current strength?" Fan Ku cleared his throat and respectfully asked. Air, hearing this, stretched out his plump right hand and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He's still young. He definitely has boundless potential for the future. Right now, he's probably about the level of a rear admiral. After saying this, Oair looked at Fan Ku with a puzzled expression and said, "But you. The voice of the sea tells me that your soul is extraordinarily powerful. So powerful that it seems it shouldn't exist in this world. What? You can still hear the voice of the sea. What? Didn't I say before? I am the messenger of the sea. Is there a problem with hearing the voice of the sea? I thought that was just your bragging. Nonsense. I've never lied in my 70+ years. You're actually over 70. Upon hearing this, Oair directly pulled out his small guitar and began to strum and sing, ding ding ding. Music keeps one young. The voices of Fan Ku and Oair chatting grew louder, quickly attracting the attention of others. In the evening, at the same beach as before, everyone reignited the large bonfire and set up the stage. Tonight the Fan Ku brothers would perform alongside Oair. Fan Ku, you're simply the son of the sea. This song is just perfect. Ooh, I can't wait. Oair, who was ready backstage, excitedly said to Fan Ku. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get on stage. Fan Ku said, immediately pushing Oair onto the stage with him going first. Ding ding ding. Next I present to you the new song, Over the Rainbow. Aloha. The banquet continued until the early morning of the next day, and by the time Fan Ku fell asleep again, it was already evening. Waking up, Fan Ku faced everyone and said fiercely, "We can't have another banquet tonight, or we won't be able to leave. You guys are not pirates. Why are you so eager to leave? There's nothing wrong with playing for a few more days." At this moment, Oair appeared before the crowd, desperately trying to persuade them to stay. He had discovered last night that Fan Ku was practically a small music library, singing more songs than he had collected over decades. What's more critical was that he had never heard any of Fan Ku's songs. He had come over just to steal songs. "Oh, it's Oair. No, I've already seen all of yours, nothing special. My goal is to travel around the world." Fan Ku ruthlessly rejected Oair's pleas. Oair rolled over to Fan Ku looking miserable as he said, "Fan Ku, you are so heartless. You are already over 70. Can you not be so clingy?" Fan Ku felt helpless in his heart. He was too short. Being looked down upon by such a giant round ball was a sight too beautiful to bear. "All right, all good things must come to an end. If you write down the songs from last night for me, I can make a copy of the historical text for the beautiful Xiaoying." Upon hearing this, Fan Ku immediately pushed the round ball away, looking at Oair in shock. "When did I say I wanted that? And where did you get the historical text?" After being pushed away, Oair stretched out his hefty hand to scratch his nose nonchalantly, saying, "Oh, it was discovered in a volcanic crater. Earlier a group of scholars from O'Hara asked to see it, but I pretended not to know. Isn't Xiaoying from O'Hara?" Fan Ku turned to Xiaoying and asked, "Xiaoying, are you interested in the content of that historical text?" "Young master, actually I study mathematics. As for the historical text, I can only show it to Aunt Olvia when I meet her in the future." Xiaoying's response was as rigorous as ever. She didn't say whether she wanted it or not, leaving it entirely to Fan Ku's decision. In her heart, she silently praised Xiaoying, and Fan Ku asked Oair, "Then you can keep it. By the way, why didn't you give it to the scholars from O'Hara? Those people are professionals. Those without power would only bring disaster upon themselves. As the messenger of the sea, I love peace." Goodness, Fan Ku thought to himself. No wonder he was a hidden powerhouse in the pirate world. He saw things clearly, unlike some trifling characters. Ahem. Then let's hurry up. Xiaoying, come help. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't finish tonight. I am the man known as the Little Music Library of China. Fan Ku's words made Xiaoying roll her eyes. The young master was starting to talk nonsense again, and now even the big black ball had been fooled. The next morning, Fan Ku and his group had gathered back on the ship, ready to set off once again. Oair, who was sending them off from the shore, suddenly remembered something and pulled out an item from his pocket, throwing it to Fan Ku on the ship. "Fan Ku, catch this. Originally, the next island is the entrance to the new world, Thunder God Island. But there's not much interesting about it." Fan Ku took a look at the item he received, and it turned out to be a permanent compass with the words Mermaid Island written on its protective frame. Just as Fan Ku was about to ask what it meant, Oair spoke again from below the ship. "Thunder God Island is struck by lightning all day long, making it nearly impossible to land. And the compass needs a week to magnetize. With this, you can set off for Mermaid Island on the same day you code it." After handing the compass to Xiaoying, Fan Ku thanked Oair from the ship. "Oh, thank you so much. Everyone. Then we are off." Aloha. The residents of the small island had long been fans of Fan Ku and his brother, and they all loudly called out to send them off. "Fan Ku, aloha, welcome back. We will build a bigger stage for you next time." Standing on the shore watching Fan Ku's ship gradually sail into the sea, Oair suddenly took out a surfboard and dashed into the water. "Friends who have come from afar, let me give you a ride. Hold on tight." As Oair's surfboard sliced through the water, the initially calm sea began to swell, with huge waves gently pushing towards Fan Ku's ship. Thus, following the power of the waves, Fan Ku and his group quickly disappeared from the surface of the sea. "Xiaoying, is our course all right?" Looking at the swiftly sailing ship, Fan Ku asked Xiaoying, "Rest assured, young master. Air's waves have not altered our course. We will reach the next island faster." A day later, the waves gradually subsided. To be honest, Fan Ku was particularly curious. Could Air really be the messenger of the sea? Otherwise, how could one explain the massive and gentle waves? Bang! Boom! Just as Fan Ku was pondering, a loud sound echoed from afar. "Xiaoying, go take a look at what's going on. Are we nearing Thunder God Island?" "Yes. In another 2 hours, we will be able to see Thunder God Island," Xiaoying replied earnestly, and she could see two familiar faces in her abilities. Sure enough, within less than 2 hours, the sound of thunder grew more frequent and dense, and the crowd could see flashes of light deep in the ocean. The timid Bobby ran to Fan Ku's side looking worried as he asked, "Anakin, is that flashing place where we are going Thunder God Island? How frightening." Patting Bobby's large hand, Fan Ku comforted his younger brother, who was even taller than him. "It's fine, we are not planning to land. We will just coast around the island, and then I'll take you to find the mermaid sister." "You just want to find the mermaid sister yourself, right?" Xiaoying's sour voice came from beside him. Fan Ku looked at Xiaoying, who had her back to the lightning. Her face was darkened by the light. "How could that be? Brothers, aren't you all looking forward to going to Fishman Island to see the beautiful sisters?" Fan Ku shifted the blame, causing everyone originally watching the show to be implicated, and one by one they revealed expressions of greed, their eyes sparkling. "See, Xiaoying, it's them who want to go. I'm still young. How could I have such thoughts?" Ha ha. Seeing his teammates being so cooperative, Fan Ku immediately shifted the blame. Looking at Fan Ku's demeanor, Xiaoying placed her hands on her hips and coldly snorted at the soldiers. "Humph. What are you all doing? Be a bit more serious while sailing. Get to work." "Yes, young lady Xiaoying." Fan Ku, seeing this scene, angrily said to his brother, "Bobby, look at you. Everyone got scolded by Xiaoying because of you." "I'm sorry, Anakin. Next time I will." Good." As they spoke, Thunder God Island had already appeared before everyone's eyes, with dark clouds covering the entire island, a massive rocky island exposed, constantly bearing the brunt of the thunder. Crick, who was originally lowering the sails, came to Fan Ku's side. "Lord Fan Ku, do you think people can live on this island? It's terrifying." "Well, it should be possible. I've heard that carrying an umbrella onto the island can prevent being struck by lightning." Looking at the island completely covered by lightning, Fan Ku recalled the plot information he had seen before. Xiaoying, upon hearing Fan Ku's words, couldn't help but run over to correct him. "Young master, please be more rigorous. In this situation, carrying an umbrella would only make it easier to get struck by lightning. Unfortunately, sometimes face slapping comes particularly fast." Just as everyone was watching the strange scene on the island, preparing to find a place to coast, bang! A small boat crashed into their ship, and everyone looked down at the boat, where stood an old lady dressed like a witch. "Dear guests from afar, do you need to buy an umbrella? Carrying an umbrella on the island can prevent being struck by lightning." The old lady raised an umbrella, selling it to everyone on the ship. "Xiaoying." Fan Ku patted Xiaoying on the shoulders, saying with a cheeky grin, "It's fine. Just be a bit more rigorous next time." At this time, the old lady was still energetically selling umbrellas, and Fan Ku decided to invite her on board to gather some information. Leaning over the railing, Fan Ku shouted down, "Old lady, please come on board to chat. We happen to have some questions for you. Crick, bring some people to help." Before long, the old lady and her boat full of umbrellas were brought onto the deck, and the small boat was tied beneath the ship with a rope. "Hello, old lady. Does this umbrella have any special properties? Why can it block lightning?" Xiaoying felt her knowledge was being challenged and immediately asked as soon as the old lady stepped on board. "Hehehe. There's nothing special about it. It just happens to block lightning here on Thunder God Island. Beautiful lady, you can call me Ursula." Seeing Xiaoying was both beautiful and polite, the old lady smiled and explained, but paired with her strange laughter, she looked even more like an old witch. Fan Ku quickly stepped in front of Xiaoying, fearing that if they talked too much, old lady Ursula would pull out an apple to offer Xiaoying. "Old lady Ursula, if your umbrellas are not expensive, we will buy 15, just enough to have a few spares. Also, please tell us where to coast." Fan Ku politely expressed his intention to support the old lattice business and made his request. "Hehehe. Don't worry. The umbrellas are not expensive. Buildings cannot remain on Thunder God Island, so there is a port built on the sea. I will guide you." Despite her scary laughter, old lady Ursula was very warm, which reassured Fan Ku quite a bit. After all, the last person who actively approached him in the sea was a powerhouse who could challenge carp, so Fan Ku had to be cautious. Soon, under old lady Ursula's guidance, they found the coating port on the side of Thunder God Island. The port was quite deserted, with hardly any ships around. Hehehe. Due to the unique environment of Thunder God Island, hardly any ship stays here for long. Very few who come from the first half choose this island. Sensing everyone's confusion, Ursula immediately explained to them. Fan Ku promptly said politely to Ursula, "So that's how it is. Thank you so much, old lady. We will go explore freely next. They'll let you off the ship now. All right, young man. Coding will take about a day. If you're interested, you can take an umbrella and stroll on the island. Hee hee. The laughter was simply spine-chilling. Going to the island surely wouldn't bring any good fortune. After sending away the old witch, no, it was Grandma Ursula Fan Ku issued orders to everyone. Next we will go for the coding. During the coding process, I'll guard the ship with Bobby, and everyone else is free to wander around. Soon everyone arrived at the coding location and was informed that no one could stay on the ship during the process. They then went to a small inn for temporary accommodation. Click approached Fan Ku respectfully and said, Lord Fan Ku, I would like to take a few interested brothers to the island for a stroll. No problem. Just remember to stay safe and come back on time. Fan Ku agreed without much thought. Soon Click took 3 soldiers and left the port rowing a small boat with umbrellas toward Thunder God Island. Fan Ku came to Xiaoying and instructed Xiaoying, could you please use your abilities to keep an eye on the safety of Click and the others every so often? Xiaoying immediately made an okay gesture. She was going to read more books to replenish her knowledge, especially since she had just been embarrassed. Seeing that Xiaoying had no intention of paying him any mind, Fan Ku decisively sought out his brother Bobby. Come, let's play a tune. There's a new song that needs some accompaniment. Oh, okay. Anakin, Bobby exclaimed excitedly as he took out his eru and rushed over. Soon the entire coding port was filled with the hoarse, singing voices of Fan Ku and his companions, blending with the unique rumbling sounds of Thunder God Island, creating a special atmosphere. Just as Fan Ku and the others were singing with great enthusiasm, a gentlemanly-looking strongman approached and asked, excuse me, may I join you? Fan Ku looked up at the newcomer, noting his golden long hair, a large nose, and a perfectly shaped face adorned with a pair of black lightning-shaped mustaches. He looked quite familiar. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lei Qing. I'm a resident of Thunder God Island. Seeing that Fan Ku and the others had stopped singing, the newcomer hurriedly introduced himself. Sounds familiar. Aren't you the captain of the pirate crew under the old man with the white beard in the future? With this question in mind, Fan Ku asked lightly, are you a pirate? If you're a pirate, we might not be able to accommodate you. Of course I'm not a pirate. I'm just an ordinary resident of Thunder God Island. If you want to talk about my occupation, I guess I would be considered a pirate hunter. Seeing that Fan Ku seemed to have a strong aversion to pirates, Lei Qing quickly explained, emphasizing that he was not a pirate, but a pirate hunter. Fan Ku looked at the tall young man with interest and smiled, then welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Lord Bobby, quickly play the accompaniment. Oh, let's continue singing. The singing resumed until dusk, by which time Lei Qing had likely mixed well with everyone. He asked Fan Ku with emotion, Lord Fan Ku, your song is truly captivating. I wonder if I could join the journey ahead. What's going on? Can singing attract experts? This man would later show up in the Marineford War. His strength should be considerable. Seeing Fan Ku hesitate, Lei Qing gritted his teeth, drew his western sword, and said, sir, rest assured, I'm not talented, but I can be considered a swordsman. I will definitely not hold you back. Lei Qing's sudden act of drawing his sword startled everyone. It wasn't until he finished speaking that they realized he was merely testing his mettle. Interesting. I accept your request. As for the duel, let's wait until my other crew members return. Fan Ku thought for a moment and directly agreed. After all, this was a character who would stand out in the future. His credibility should still be there. At worst, he could secretly check the identification tag. When it was time for dinner, Fan Ku brought Lei Qing over to introduce him to Xiaoying and inquired about Click and the others. Young master. Xiaoying seemed to be in a good mood, having likely seen some good fortune. Click and the others seemed to have had some opportunities. They should be back soon. Sure enough, not long after, Click returned with 3 other soldiers. From a distance, he began shouting, Lord Fan Ku, we just discovered something incredible on Thunder God Island. Please take a look. Fan Ku glanced at Xiaoying and quickly beckoned Click and the others into the bedroom where they were staying. What did you find? In the bedroom, there were only Fan Ku, Xiaoying, and the returning Click. Fan Ku directly asked Lord Fan Ku, look. Click immediately pulled out a rough wooden box from his pocket, which looked like it was hastily made. As Click opened the wooden box, he explained, while exploring the caves where the locals live, we discovered a large tree that had been struck by lightning. The entire tree had been turned to charcoal. As Click elaborated, he quickly took out a strangely shaped fruit from the wooden box and handed it to Fan Ku, saying, on this tree, we found this unusual fruit that couldn't be damaged by lightning. What? Is it really this fortunate? Fan Ku couldn't help but ask, wasn't there anyone else around? How did you happen to find it? Fan Ku's tone had turned somewhat sour, but the others didn't pick up on it. One of the 3 responded, it was when Captain Click was urinating on that tree that he knocked away the outer layer of charcoal. Before he could finish, Click rushed over and covered the other's mouth. Damn it. Just say the result. This detail doesn't need to be mentioned. It must be admitted that Click's luck was indeed impressive. Urinating without being struck by lightning had instead washed away the charcoal on the tree, allowing the fruit that had been covered in charcoal to fall right onto his head. Indeed, this was a devil fruit. Unfortunately, Fan Ku had no clue what type of devil fruit it was. Fan Ku picked up the devil fruit and carefully examined it. Aside from the unique patterns typical of devil fruits, he found nothing particularly special. Click. Since this is the devil fruit you found, it signifies a connection between you and it. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. Fan Ku rubbed his chin, finding it hard to decide, so he let Click handle it himself. Click took the devil fruit and looked at Fan Ku, his eyes filled with gratitude. This was a treasure worth its weight in gold, a secret of the sea. In front of everyone, Click took a big bite of the strangely shaped devil fruit. Seeing Click's sudden action, Fan Ku quickly pulled Xiaoying into his arms and dodged to the side, leaving the other three in front of Click in a daze. Ugh. Bleh. Just as the three were dazed, Click indeed became the jet warrior Fan Ku had imagined, leading to a scene that was best not witnessed. Puff, puff, puff. At that moment, Fan Ku patted his chest and said to Xiaoying, "Good thing I pulled you away in time. Don't you thank me?" "Thank you so much, young master. But could you not pat your own chest?" Xiaoying was venting like a volcano in Fan Ku's arms. Fan Ku immediately released Xiaoying, appearing innocent as he chuckled, "Huh? Huh. I wondered why it was so bouncy. Oh, don't hit me." Originally guarding outside, the others suddenly saw Chong Wei chasing after Defu, Xiaoying chasing after Fan Ku, while one of Fan Ku's eyes had already turned black. Before long, Fan Ku and his group were seated around Click, with Bobby kneeling beside Fan Ku and applying iodine to his eye. Fan Ku asked nonchalantly, "Click, how was it? What kind of fruit did you just eat?" Click looked at Fan Ku and respectfully replied, "Lord Fan Ku, the fruit I just ate is called the Kiki fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit." "Oh, that's an amazing devil fruit." Lei Qing, who had just joined, immediately praised upon hearing this. Everyone looked curiously at Lei Qing, and Fan Ku asked, "Lei Qing, do you know the Kiki fruit?" "Yes, Captain Fan Ku. As far as I know, the previous user of the Kiki fruit was a deceased, super-strong marine." Lei Qing earnestly shared the information he knew. "I wonder if anyone here has heard of the steel body." At a critical moment, Lei Qing actually dropped a cliffhanger. Upon hearing steel body, Fan Ku thought of the superhuman. In such a moment, it was indeed Xiaoying, the ship's intelligence officer, who reacted first. "Are you talking about the Marine Admiral Kent, who was known as the Steel Body, along with Admiral Steelbone?" "Oh, Miss Xiaoying is indeed well informed. I originally wanted to keep it a secret, but yes, it's Kent." Clearly exposed, Lei Qing directly confirmed Xiaoying's statement. Sitting aside, Fan Ku thought to himself, can the setting of the Steel Body be discussed further? This Kent probably died in the Battle of God's Valley. That Marine Admiral is said to have sacrificed himself in the battle against the King of the World Rocks, and after that the title of Iron Fist was passed on to Vice Admiral Garp. Unaware of Fan Ku's inner thoughts, Lei Qing continued his introduction enthusiastically. At this moment, Click, the owner of the Kiki fruit, was excited. "No way. The Kiki fruit is this powerful. I thought it just made the body hard." Fan Ku waved his hand, pushing Bobby aside to make space, declaring him going to start showing off. The more singular the ability, the higher its potential. Fan Ku's novel statement immediately captured everyone's attention, and they all looked at him, waiting for his next explanation. Why is everyone looking at me? I've already finished speaking." Fan Ku felt a bit puzzled as he looked at everyone's eager expressions. Xiaoying held her forehead, unsure of what to say. "Young master, you really are." A minute later, Bobby knelt at Fan Ku's other side, applying medicine to Fan Ku's newly injured eye. The others silently praised Xiaoying in their hearts. The guy named Click. Actually, what Captain Fan Ku said isn't wrong. While the Kiki fruit's ability is indeed singular, its potential is definitely very high. Seeing that Fan Ku had already accepted just punishment, Lei Qing continued to analyze. It is said that before obtaining the Kiki fruit, Admiral Kent was just an ordinary Marine major, and there were no rumors about the steel body. Whoosh. Fan Ku suddenly raised his hand and said, "In any case, Click, make sure to develop it well. Don't waste this divine-level fruit." After a pause, Fan Ku, sporting two black eyes, turned to Lei Qing and said, "Next, I can't wait to spar with our new crew members." On a massive reef outside Thunder God Island, Fan Ku and Lei Qing stood on either side, while the other crew members watched from a distance in small boats. Although it was deep night, the lightning from Thunder God Island nearby never ceased, so visibility was not an issue at all. Lei Qing drew his western sword with one hand, holding it upright in front of his chest, and looked at Fan Ku through the blade, saying, "Captain, I've been training my swordsmanship on Thunder God Island for 10 years, so my sword technique carries an electric current. You must be careful." Originally, the electric swordsmanship in the original story came from this. Listening to the explanation, Fan Ku also drew his sword, saying, "Thanks. My strength is considerable too. You should be cautious." I am electricity. I am light." Lei Qing suddenly shouted as he gathered power, causing Fan Ku to momentarily freeze. "You are the only myth. only able to love you. Fan Ku interrupted with a line from a song. Lei Qing twitched his mouth and politely replied, Captain, you flatter me. And I don't swing that way. Wasn't it you who started it? How dare you slander me? Watch my sword. Fan Ku, embarrassed and angry, instantly used a swift movement to close the distance. Clang, clang, clanged. The two swords clashed at an incredible speed, but overall Fan Ku was slightly faster, at least according to Xiao Ying's observation. This Lei Qing uncle is the fastest man I've seen apart from Anakin. Bobby exclaimed, focused on the duel. Bang! The two fighters collided and fell to the ground. Fan Ku stood up looking at Bobby with a resentful gaze while Lei Qing politely said, Bobby, next time remember to include the word speed in your compliments or it might lead to misunderstandings. I'm sorry. They'll make sure to do it next time. Fan Ku turned to Lei Qing and said, Alright, we've tested enough, but it's time to get serious. Alright, Captain, I am electricity. Whoosh. As Lei Qing's voice fell, faint electric light began to flicker on his sword. I am light. As Lei Qing uttered this, he vanished from sight, and everyone felt a flash of lightning pass by. Clang. Crackle, crackle. The sound of weapons clashing accompanied by electric sounds came, and everyone realized that Fan Ku had used the spine of his sword to block Lei Qing's electric thrust. A tingling sensation surged from his palm, and Fan Ku quickly released the force, sidestepping, raising his sword high, Dao-seeking cleaving sword technique. A powerful and heavy strike descended from above, yet Lei Qing seemed unfazed, maintaining his thrusting position. Crackle. Just as the sword blade was about to touch Lei Qing's body, a sudden electric sound erupted, and Lei Qing's body automatically sidestepped to avoid the strike. Boom. The already small reef was split in two, and the two fighters passed each other once again, facing off. Fan Ku recalled what had just happened and verified, using the electric current in your body to sense the impending attack. That's right. During a full-force thrust, I can't observe the surroundings with my eyes, so I came up with this move. Lei Qing candidly admitted. Of course, this is a common trait among pirates. There are even those who will willingly disclose their weaknesses during life-and-death confrontations. Shall we try again? Fan Ku flicked his sword and asked. I would be honored. Lei Qing replied, raising his sword again. Clang, clang, clanged. Crackle. The two resumed their rapid clash, leaving the onlookers on the shore dazzled. Xiao Ying, who is stronger, Anakin or Lei Qing? Bobby asked, anxiously looking at Xiao Ying. In Fan Ku's team, he himself possessed both keen eyesight and strength, while Xiao Ying and Bobby each had one. At this moment, Bobby could rush up to challenge Lei Qing without issue, but predicting the outcome of the duel was something Xiao Ying, with the power of the stare fruit, could do far better. Don't worry, Bobby. The young master is much stronger than Lei Qing. This is just a sparring session, also a chance to learn new techniques. Xiao Ying stared intently at the two on the reef, showing no signs of worry. Dao-seeking thousand sword technique. Having learned the moon step, Fan Ku directly borrowed the technique from the blood-dripping swordmaster, unleashing a 360-degree all-around sword thrust. Clang, clanged. As Lei Qing stood on the reef, he could only block for a short, while before he could no longer withstand it, and numerous small wounds began to appear on his body. Huff, huff. As Fan Ku sheathed his sword, Lei Qing had already knelt on one knee, panting, while leaning on his western sword. He looked up at Fan Ku and said respectfully, Thank you for your mercy, Captain. It's nothing. I was giving it my all. By the way, your technique's name inspired a new song for me. Oh, let's go hold a banquet. After returning to the small boat, the two gave up the idea of having a banquet under Xiao Ying's stern criticism, as they had to conserve their energy for the next day when they would reach Fishman Island. The next morning, Fan Ku, who was sleeping soundly, was disturbed from his dream by a commotion. Bobby shouted, Xiao Ying, look. Our ship looks like a giant jelly. No, Master Bobby, it should be pudding. As Fan Ku scratched his head and walked out of his room, his crew members were already discussing the ship coated in the distance. Fan Ku impatiently pushed through the crowd, saying, Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Hurry and check if everything is all right. Hearing this, the crew scattered like birds. At this moment, Fan Ku took Xiao Ying's hand and said, Look, doesn't our ship look like a giant QQ candy? Xiao Ying. Soon, all 14 of Fan Ku's group were on board. The soldiers, seeing the coated ship for the first time along with Bobby, were particularly curious, poking and prodding at this and that. As someone with experience, Xiao Ying quickly reminded, You can touch it, but don't press too hard. If it gets punctured when we dive, we'll be lost at sea. Xiao Ying's words frightened everyone, causing them to retract their hands quickly, especially Bobby, a powerful contender who directly assigned 2 soldiers to guard. After the ship had sailed for a while, it was uncertain how the principle worked, but under Xiao Ying's reminders, the massive ship began to slowly sink into the sea. In the pitch-black depths of the sea, the once massive ship now appeared so small, surrounded by vast darkness. Bobby crouched beside Fan Ku, gripping his arm tightly, saying, Anakin, I'm a bit scared. Feeling the force from Bobby's grip, Fan Ku thought, that without the soul fusion his arm should have been shattered by now. It's alright. Don't worry. We have Xiaoying, we will be completely fine. Fan Ku stretched out his hand, trying to pat Bobby's large head. Slap. Just as he was speaking, two massive searchlights lit up at the bow of the ship. Xiaoying walked out of the cabin and said to everyone, the bright lights in the deep sea will attract sea kings, but I checked the surroundings, and for now it's safe. With the lights on, everyone's mood visibly improved. Xiaoying's stare fruit truly was an essential technique for sailing, and Fan Ku silently agreed. The descent speed didn't seem very fast as the searchlights turned off twice along the way. According to Xiaoying, it was due to a gigantic sea king passing by. Just as everyone felt reassured, Xiaoying reminded again, we are nearing the deep sea waterfall, oh everyone get ready. Soon before everyone's terrified eyes, a vast, boundless torrent of water appeared ahead, resembling a waterfall suspended in the deep sea. Uncertain of the underlying principle, the endless seawater seemed to cascade from above, continuously flowing deeper, with glimpses of struggling sea kings visible within the current. Seeing this situation with his own eyes, Fan Ku felt his legs weaken, recalling that the manga mentioned the mortality rate for reaching Fishman Island was quite high. Without allowing Fan Ku to think further, Xiaoying urged everyone to steer the ship forward. Next we will follow the waterfall and pass through the ocean trench to reach a depth of 7,000 meters. Everyone hold on. Boom. With a loud noise, the ship was swiftly pushed towards the deep sea, riding along with the current. As the ship passed through the giant ocean trench formed by the Red Earth continent, an endless sea of underwater volcanoes unfolded before everyone's eyes. No way. Everyone, quickly leave this area, the volcanoes are about to erupt. Xiaoying exclaimed, her eyes wide as she looked into the distance where many sea kings were fleeing towards them. Hearing this, Fan Ku immediately commanded everyone, quick, use the oars. Xiaoying pointed direction. Not long after, a violent volcanic eruption occurred at the seabed, and a ship was rapidly escaping underwater, followed closely by numerous giant sea kings. As everyone struggled to row, a serpentine sea king swung its massive tail over the ship, seemingly about to break through the coating. The newly joined Lei Qing had not participated in the rowing at this moment. He volunteered, saying, Captain Fan Ku, let me handle it. I am electricity. I am light. With a flash of sparks and lightning, the massive tail was pierced through by Lei Qing's western sword, severely wounding the serpentine sea king, which then drifted away. Seeing more sea kings pursuing them, Xiaoying urged again, quick, the cliff ahead. Let's go down there. Following Xiaoying's reminder, everyone finally noticed a huge circular cave ahead, and without a moment to think, they all surged and paddled into the cave. Numerous sea kings swam in after them, creating a spectacular scene. Especially during the descent, the ship turned and two searchlights illuminated the approaching sea kings, revealing their fierce visages. Fan Ku, who had not participated in rowing, felt a bit regretful for not joining in, or at least then he could have buried his head in rowing and not faced the rapidly approaching swarm of sea kings. It was terrifying. Who would have thought that the ship originally descending through the cave would suddenly change direction? Fan Ku turned his head and was completely unprepared for the scene before him. Xiaoying appeared to be in much better condition, still directing everyone to row, while Bobby was crouched nearby, covering his head. After some time, the originally dark depths of the sea slowly began to fill with light. Everyone, we have arrived. Fishman Island. The once persistent pursuit of the sea kings had dispersed, and in the distance the immense Mermaid Island radiated a dazzling light, resembling a gigantic jewel in the deep sea. Fan Ku gazed at the familiar island from his memories, unable to contain his excitement. Here it comes, here it comes. The enchanting Mermaid Island. Finally I will experience it firsthand. Xiaoying continued to direct everyone. Everyone stow away the oars. There is a main entrance near Mermaid Island. Let's steer the boat closer. Just as Fan Ku was feeling spirited, Xiaoying quietly approached him and reminded, young master, we have two acquaintances on Mermaid Island right now, but their condition may not be very good. At this moment, the ship had approached the entrance of Mermaid Island, where groups of mermaid soldiers were surrounding the ship for inspection. Fan Ku looked up at the mermaids swimming overhead and suddenly felt as if he were visiting an aquarium. In a state of confusion, while still visiting the aquarium, Fan Ku asked, acquaintances? It seems we haven't had much social interaction, right? To be honest, since arriving in the pirate world, Fan Ku really hadn't engaged much socially, resulting in only a few acquaintances from the kingdom of Proteans over the years. Could it be the general from the Burning Mountain? Fan Ku analyzed simply and realized that the only ones who could reach Mermaid Island at this moment were likely the Navy. Xiaoying shook her head, deciding to reveal the answer directly. They happened to submerge just as we were approaching Thunder God Island. I didn't expect they would still be here. Young master, have you forgotten about the one who challenged Kaido? Are you talking about Gecko Moria? Has he escaped from Wano? Fan Ku was astonished. He didn't expect Moria to be so fast, having already reached Mermaid Island. Xiaoying looked puzzled and said, "Shouldn't young master be surprised that he's still alive? Moria has been missing for over half a year." Fan Ku waved his hand and replied, "Haven't I mentioned before that his ability makes it difficult to die, eh? However, his condition is likely quite poor. Losing his companions who were like family is truly hard to bear. So should we go check on them later? From what I can see, they do seem to be in a bad state." Xiaoying thought it best to leave the decision to Fan Ku as the captain. "Let's leave it to fate. Right now I just want to enjoy some time with my family and friends and not ruin the good mood." Fan Ku could easily imagine Moria's current state. As the two were talking, the ship had already entered the port of Mermaid Island. Bobby's voice rang out from the bow, "Anakin, Anakin, look, it seems the king of Mermaid Island has arrived." It turned out that before entering the sea, Fan Ku had ordered the soldiers to rehang the flag of the kingdom of Proteans, which attracted the newly appointed king of the mermaids. When Fan Ku and the others' vessel completely docked, a mermaid soldier shouted from afar, "His Highness Neptune, the new king of Mermaid Island, and Princess Odoheim have arrived." Fan Ku stood on the ship and looked directly ahead, immediately spotting Neptune, whose crowned head was towering above. This king was a 12-meter-tall male mermaid. "Respected king of Mermaid Island, His Highness Neptune. I am Fan Ku, a traveler from the Proteans kingdom in the New World, along with my companions." As soon as Fan Ku made eye contact with Neptune, he introduced himself loudly. Neptune on the shore immediately laughed heartily and replied, "Ho ho ho. It's truly rare to see a certified traveler from another kingdom. Welcome, welcome." Neptune's voice was so loud that the deck of the ship creaked, indicating his robust health in his prime. Just as Neptune was about to speak again, a gentle female voice came from beneath him. "We would like to host a banquet for all the guests who have come from afar on behalf of the Mermaid Kingdom. We hope you will honor us." Following the sound, everyone looked over the ship's railing to see a beautiful blonde mermaid standing next to Neptune. Fan Ku recognized her as the legendary Odoheim, the ultimate saintess of the pirate world. "So it is the esteemed Princess Odoheim. Since it is the invitation of the king and queen, we shall comply." Knowing that the princess meant no harm, Fan Ku readily agreed. Upon hearing Fan Ku's response, Princess Odoheim looked up excitedly at Neptune, signaling this devoted husband to act accordingly. "Ho ho ho. Yes, yes, yes. Guards, quickly prepare to welcome our guests from the land. Let's head directly to the Dragon Palace." Neptune, noticing Odoheim's gaze, wasted no time in ordering the attendants to escort Fan Ku and the others off the ship for the banquet. Soon Fan Ku and the others arrived at the ship's lower deck. As Captain, Fan Ku, along with his family Bobby and Xiaoying, was invited onto Neptune's mount, a whale adorned with a crown. On the whale, Princess Odoheim, who was rapidly rising in height, enthusiastically engaged with the crowd, continuously introducing Mermaid Island while inquiring about the land. "Your Highness, Bobby is very curious. How did you, being so small, marry the tall King Neptune?" Just as everyone was having a pleasant conversation, Bobby bluntly asked the question everyone was curious about. Indeed, Princess Odoheim appeared to be under 1.5 meters tall, even shorter than Fan Ku, who was the shortest on the ship by over 20 centimeters. Earlier, when the soldiers were announcing their names beneath the ship, everyone had completely overlooked Odoheim because they hadn't seen her next to Neptune. At this moment, Fan Ku maliciously thought to himself, what else could it be? Neptune, this old lek, likes to play with figurines. There's also one like him in Wano. As if sensing Fan Ku's wicked thoughts, Princess Odoheim turned to him and smiled, explaining to Bobby, "Because of love we came together. You will understand when you grow up." At this moment, Fan Ku realized he was doomed. He had forgotten that Princess Odoheim possessed the special observation haki that allowed her to sense others' inner thoughts. With an awkward smile towards Princess Odoheim, Fan Ku quickly took half a step back, hiding beside Xiaoying, hoping this princess wouldn't see through his peculiarities. During the following journey, Princess Odoheim skillfully engaged Xiaoying and Bobby in conversation, while Fan Ku intentionally distanced himself, fearing that his secrets would be uncovered. "Ho ho ho, dear guests, we've arrived." Neptune's voice resonated above, and a massive dragon palace slowly appeared before them. At the banquet, Neptune, under the encouragement of Princess Odoheim, enthusiastically toasted Fan Ku and his companions, showing no semblance of the restraint expected of a king. Unfortunately, as the underage captain, Fan Ku could only accompany Neptune with beverages instead of alcohol, causing Neptune to quickly become tipsy. Ever since Fan Ku's physique changed, his appetite could only be described as that of a dimensional food bucket. No matter how much he ate, his body showed no signs of abnormality. Seeing Neptune looking somewhat drunk, Fan Ku realized that the banquet was likely coming to an end and that it was time for private conversations. Indeed, shortly after, Princess Odoheim announced the end of the banquet on Neptune's behalf and arranged accommodations for everyone, leaving only Fan Ku and Xiaoying behind. In the vast palace, only 4 people remained: Neptune, who was sobering up on the throne, and the seemingly unperturbed Fan Ku and Xiaoying. Tisk. At this moment Fan Ku realized that it seemed the beautiful sisters in the pirate world could drink better than the men. Both the princess and Xiaoying had been drinking non-stop, surprisingly, out-drinking the towering Neptune. Ignoring Fan Ku's inner remarks, Princess Odoheim was the first to speak. Young Master Fan Ku, what are your thoughts on the relationship between the merfolk and humans? Fan Ku already had a clue in his mind, but didn't want to get involved, so he chuckled. Your Highness, don't be fooled by my mature appearance. I'm only 13 years old. What can I say? Young Master Fan Ku, I can sense that you possess a remarkably mature and wise inner self. If I'm not mistaken, your mental age is at least 30. Seeing that Fan Ku intended to evade the topic, Princess Odoheim immediately switched to a more direct approach, starting with praise before aiming to reveal Fan Ku's true nature. Fan Ku quickly interrupted Princess Odoheim, saying, Princess Odoheim, is there something you want to say? Just say it directly, there's no need to beat around the bush. Although Princess Odoheim's words were interrupted, Xiaoying's eyes lit up at the side. She indeed felt that Fan Ku's body seemed to house an adult, otherwise how could his actions over the years be explained? Princess Odoheim, unfazed by being interrupted, straightforwardly stated, King Neptune and I wish to lead the merfolk to coexist peacefully with humans and strive for opportunities to live on land. What an admirable ambition. I believe in you. Keep it up. Upon hearing this, Fan Ku immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement. Neptune opened his eyes to look at Fan Ku, while Princess Odoheim shook her head and continued, but I sense your inner thoughts are not quite in line with that. You likely think we are foolish. Neptune's forehead bulged with veins upon hearing Odoheim's words. Ew, what the hell? What rank are you to dare think this king is foolish? He placed his hand on the golden trident beside the throne, and an aura suddenly erupted from Neptune. The dignity of the Sea Knight was not to be tarnished. Sensing this overwhelming aura, the weakest Princess Odoheim faltered first. Husband, please don't act impulsively. Young Master Fan Ku has shown no disrespect. It was I who privately revealed his thoughts. So sometimes ignorance is a blessing. Your Highness, you see, knowing too much can lead to unhappiness. Fan Ku was not afraid. When he came, he had secretly activated the observation hockey from the jacket fruit. Although he couldn't defeat Neptune, leaving was not difficult since they had no deep-seated grudges. Upon hearing Fan Ku's words, Princess Odoheim knew there was hope, so she spoke even more respectfully. Young Master Fan Ku, I truly did not misjudge you. Your wisdom deserves our respect. Fan Ku helplessly looked at Xiaoying, who immediately understood Fan Ku's meaning. It seemed they wouldn't be able to leave until Princess Odoheim was satisfied with their conversation. Sigh. Fan Ku sighed. He didn't have a system to easily become invincible in the world and then use force to bring about a nuclear peace. Thinking about the current situation, Fan Ku truly felt he was suffering. Fan Ku mentally replayed the story of Mermaid Island, realizing that although he had enjoyed it back then, he had completely forgotten the details. Feeling awkward, Fan Ku scratched his head and asked, Your Highness, I wonder how far your actions have progressed. Upon hearing his question, Yiji's eyes lit up and Fan Ku was enlightened. Not yet. Neptune had just recently become king and his power was not yet stable. However, my wife and I are already mentally and physically prepared. Oh, that's good. Fan Ku felt a surge of joy. Nothing had been done yet, so it's like starting with a blank slate. Without waiting for Neptune and Yiji to speak again, Fan Ku directly interrupted. Well, I suddenly have a great idea I want to share with your Highness. Oh, what great idea is it? Upon hearing it was a good idea, Yiji immediately cut in before Neptune could speak. Fan Ku's face turned red as he shyly scratched his head and said to Yiji, Although this idea is good, it still requires your Highness to experience and feel it personally. I wonder if your Highness dares to give it a try, eh? Neptune, sitting on the throne, was fuming. Ooh, what the hell? We let you come up with ideas, and you want to play with my wife's ideas. The trident of the great knight of the sea is already eager. This is simply bullying the fish. Princess Yiji, feeling faint, fell to Neptune's feet and pleaded, Husband, can you not be so agitated? Fan Ku is still a child, not what you think. This time it was Fan Ku whose forehead veins bulged. Oh, what do you take me for? Am I still a child? Suppressing his anger, Fan Ku explained, Cough, cough. Please do not misunderstand my words. I just want Princess Yiji to live alone with my brother Bobby for a week. That's all. Beside them, Xiaoying, representing the high-intelligence crowd, could not understand what Fan Ku was trying to do for a moment. Princess Yiji did not question Fan Ku's intentions, but excitedly asked, May I ask, can living with your Excellency's brother for a week solve the problem of Mermaid Island? Your Highness, the journey must be taken step by step, or a meal must be eaten bite by bite. Trust me, after a week we will talk again, and you will gain much. At this moment Fan Ku already had a plan that could kill multiple birds with one stone, solving Yiji's problem while allowing the crew to enjoy a few days on Mermaid Island. Before long Fan Ku and Xiaoying exited the Dragon Palace. Unable to hold back, Xiaoying asked, "Young master, why do you want the princess and Bobby to live alone for a week?" Xiaoying, "Our princess has two main characteristics. Do you know?" Fan Ku turned to Xiaoying with a playful expression, and before she could respond he revealed the answer. The first characteristic is her innate powerful observation haki, allowing her to sense the emotions of others and hear the voices within their hearts. The second characteristic is her naturally weak physical constitution, referring to my previous physical state. It is probably even worse. Upon hearing Fan Ku's words, Xiaoying suddenly felt uneasy, recalling how she had felt when she first arrived at Fan Ku's brother's home. At that time Fan Ku was in a miserable state. A physically weak brother paired with a strong yet clingy younger brother. That scene was too beautiful to behold. "Phew, young master, are you sure this won't cause any trouble?" Xiaoying swallowed nervously and said. Fan Ku waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. Bobby has grown a lot now and knows how to behave. We just need to focus on having fun for a few days." Before long the two found Bobby resting. After arranging Bobby's activities for the next few days, Fan Ku led Xiaoying toward Fishman Street. "Xiaoying, is it this way?" "But Fishman Street is very chaotic. Why is Moria hiding here?" Fan Ku asked, holding Xiaoying's delicate hand. Xiaoying's face turned rosy as she accompanied Fan Ku deeper into Fishman Street. "I just saw Absalom, but I don't know why he suddenly disappeared. However, Moria is still here." "Disappeared? Did he obtain the transparent fruit?" Just as Fan Ku was pondering this, a joyful voice suddenly rang out in front of them. "Lord Fan Ku. Are you Lord Fan Ku and Sister Xiaoying?" Fan Ku had anticipated this, but Xiaoying was different. The sudden voice made her tense up as there was clearly nothing in front of her. "Lord Fan Ku, it's me, Absalom." The voice from the empty space sounded particularly excited. Fan Ku dug at his earwax and said, "Could you please turn off your ability first? Didn't you scare my Xiaoying?" In response to Xiaoying's cautious gaze, a weak figure emerged from the empty space. It was indeed Absalom, whom they had rescued from the sea. At this moment Absalom was full of excitement, but looked gaunt as if he hadn't rested well in a long time. "Lord Fan Ku, are you all well? Why don't I see Lord Bobby?" Pushing aside his dirty face, smeared with tears and snot, Fan Ku asked Absalom, "How is Moria doing? Can you take us to see him?" Hearing Moria's name, Absalom's expression completely fell. "Lord Moria is not doing well. Please follow me." Fishman Street was already in the darker side of Fishman Island, shrouded in perpetual darkness, and Absalom led the two toward an even darker place. When they reached a dark, damp, dilapidated building, they could faintly hear Moria's unique laughter from inside. "Hee hee hee. This is truly a masterpiece. I will definitely watch you become the Pirate King." As soon as they entered the building, Fan Ku saw a familiar figure. It was Ryuma from Wano Country. Yes, the corpse Ryuma. "Ah, Lord Fan Ku, you've come." The Ryuma in front of him greeted Fan Ku warmly as soon as he glanced at him. It was at this moment that Fan Ku realized that Absalom's shadow was missing. It had actually been used to create Ryuma's zombie. A surge of unexplainable anger erupted from Fan Ku's body, and he released Xiaoying's hand. "Xiaoying, take Absalom outside first. I will go in to find Moria." Ignoring Absalom's protest, Xiaoying directly pulled his thin arm and led him out of the building, while Fan Ku kicked open the door, disregarding Ryuma's warm demeanor. Inside the room, the gigantic Moria was curled up in the corner. "Who is it? Is that you, the kid, Fan Ku? What a coincidence." Pointing to the several zombies standing in front of him, Fan Ku asked bluntly, "What? Aren't you going to strive to change from the great swordsman to a grave robber?" "Hee hee hee. This is my newly developed fruit ability. It allows the dead to stand again. A look, they are now undead." Moria, sitting in the corner, explained with a grin, casually taking a katana and stabbing it into the body of the nearest zombie. Ignoring Fan Ku's look of disgust, Moria's expression gradually became sinister, and his devil-like pupils fixed on the zombie he had just pierced. "Look, they won't die, won't feel pain, and won't emit the agonizing wails of the dying. It's perfect." Moria's frenzied voice echoed without pause. "Enough." A thunderous roar erupted as an overwhelming aura burst forth from Fan Ku, instantly filling the entire small building, causing the zombies in front of him and Ryuma outside to collapse. The sustained pressure enveloped the small building, and soon under Moria's widening eyes the fallen zombies twisted their mouths open, and a mass of black shadow struggled to escape from the already cold corpses. Looking at the motionless corpses strewn across the floor, Moria's eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot veins. "Bastard! What did you do?" Fan Ku glanced at the enraged Moria and said earnestly, "Those who are alive must continue to live, and the dead should find peace. Do you know what you are doing?" To be honest, in his past life, watching anime was just for fun, but in this life, encountering such a state of living among decaying corpses for years, Fan Ku truly felt a pang of sympathy. Unfortunately, Moria had already lost his mind. His bulging eyes began to shed blood tears as he roared at Fan Ku. What do you understand? Partners will be lost if they are alive. To be honest, Moria's intense reaction moved Fan Ku. If it were him, he would have already acted. Oh, so the sacrifice of hundreds of partners was just for you to waste time hiding in a pile of corpses. Fan Ku had to heartlessly expose his past. When it came to his deceased companions, Moria could no longer hold back. He directly stabbed at Fan Ku's kidney with his katana. Bastard. What did you say? Originally intending to appear unfazed, Fan Ku decisively chose to draw his sword to block as soon as he saw the katana coming towards him. What the hell? Isn't this Ryuma's weapon, the Great Knife, 21's Autumn Water? Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have lost the capital to buy apples. Deflecting Moria's Autumn Water, Fan Ku swiftly moved to the wrist area, seizing the sword. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. But let me remind you first, think carefully about the living and my previous words. Putting away the Autumn Water without a sound, Fan Ku disregarded Moria's furious expression and turned to leave. Upon seeing Absalom and Xiaoying at the door, he advised, Absalom, take care of the corpses inside and let them rest in peace. That warrior from Wano country was a hero of a nation. Don't neglect it. After speaking, he took Xiaoying's delicate hand and walked towards Fishman Street. Absalom bowed to the two and then turned and ran back into the building. Walking on Fishman Street, Fan Ku ignored the hostile gazes hidden within the buildings and openly held Xiaoying's delicate hand, chatting. Xiaoying, you didn't see that Moria? He has gained weight and is sitting among a pile of corpses. It's too terrifying. As Fan Ku spoke, he tried to snuggle into Xiaoying's embrace, but she did not indulge him at all and directly shook off Fan Ku's hand. Young master, you're still young and can't be a lecher. You will be required to die. Xiaoying said playfully at Fan Ku, who looked dissatisfied. Why should I care if Momonosuke must die or not? Huh. Xiaoying, look over there. There's a cafe with mermaid ladies. Let's go have some coffee. Back on the upper level of Fishman Island, Fan Ku excitedly gazed at a brightly decorated cafe in the distance, which was named Mermaid Cafe. Ignoring Xiaoying's expression, Fan Ku resolutely took Xiaoying's hand again and rushed towards the Mermaid Cafe. With a heart full of excitement, Fan Ku was now standing not far from the cafe, and he could hear the silver bell-like laughter of the mermaid ladies. Bang! Fan Ku suddenly pushed open the door and saw various colorful mermaids bustling about inside the cafe. As soon as they spotted Fan Ku and Xiaoying at the entrance, a beautiful mermaid immediately approached them. Welcome, guests. Are there two of you? The pink-haired mermaid, dressed lightly, swayed her large fish tail behind her. Before Fan Ku could respond, a call came from a table around the corner. Lord Fan Ku, Miss Xiaoying. We're over here. Fan Ku looked over and was surprised to see that besides Bobby, all the crew members were there. Huh. Lord Fan Ku, we thought you would arrive here first, but it turns out you were on a date with Miss Xiaoying. Click stepped out of the crowd and respectfully said to Fan Ku, but the latter part of his words carried a hint of ambiguity. Already shy, Xiaoying pulled her hand away from Fan Ku's grasp. Young master, since everyone is here, you guys enjoy your coffee. I'm off to find a bookstore. Without waiting for Fan Ku to respond, she ran off. Click curiously asked, Lord Fan Ku, did I say something wrong? No, you did well. Come on, let's go have coffee. The clever Fan Ku quickly thought of the benefits of having Xiaoying not by his side. Seeing familiar faces, the pink-haired mermaid became even more attentive. Oh, so you know each other. That's wonderful. Sisters, hurry over to serve them. Fan Ku was completely taken aback. What's going on? Did Click and the others become gold members here? Watching the swarm of mermaids approaching, Fan Ku felt a bit incredulous. Was he giving Click and his gang too much allowance? Money is not meant to be spent like this. It seems he needs to educate them properly. Lord Fan Ku, please don't look at me like that. It's all because of Lei Qing. It's because of Lei Qing that this happened. Seeing his captain's expression was not quite right, Click decisively shifted the blame. Fan Ku then spotted Lei Qing not far away, truly surrounded by mermaids. While one mermaid was pouring coffee, another was feeding him fruit. Upon seeing Fan Ku and Xiaoying approaching, Lei Qing dashed out from among the mermaids like he had found a savior. Captain, you came just in time. Let me introduce you to these mermaid ladies. It seems Lei Qing was not enjoying himself, either, looking rather reserved with his lightning-shaped mustache straightened by a little girl. So why are you so popular? Is it true that young Master Lei is footing the bill for today's expenses? Fan Ku suddenly felt there must be some hidden reason it should be a good thing. Ahem. It's like this. I was originally listening to music at the sound shop next door. Lei Qing had just started when the mermaid accompanying him jumped in. I know. It was young Master Lei who saved Sister Luna from being bullied at the sound shop. So everyone is grateful to young Master Lei. Hero saves the beauty. Why didn't I have such good fortune? Am I not the protagonist of this story? Vanku asked sourly. So you mean they invited our people to coffee to thank you? That's right, Captain. It's said that Miss Luna is the major shareholder here. Lei Qing didn't think there was anything worth bragging about in Hero saving beauty. Thus Vanku happily joined the coffee drinking group. Being the captain does come with some special treatment. Once the mermaids learned of Vanku's identity, they all gathered around curiously asking questions. Young Master Lei, thank you so much for your life-saving grace. I hope you and your friends are satisfied with the service ladies. Just as Vanku was lost in the waves of the mermaid ladies, a pure sultry voice came from the side, an absolute goddess. Vanku turned eagerly to look only to be petrified on the spot. Was that the red-haired Coco Lolo? Oh dear, damn you Oda. What kind of twisted humor is this? Why can't a beautiful face be preserved with age? At least keep some elegance. Sister Luna, am I really not human? Just as Vanku was petrified, another familiar voice came through. Papago, you're a starfish. Although she had the same face as Coco Lolo, her voice was still very enchanting. Everyone then noticed that Luna had a large decorative starfish on her chest that was actually talking. I didn't expect to enjoy the treatment of Hero saving beauty at my age. Luna's mood was evidently quite good. Boom. A loud noise erupted as the door of the cafe flew open, followed by the screams of mermaids and the commotion of the guests. Vanku thought to himself, oh no, now I've got the protagonist treatment. Through his observation hockey, he spotted a group of pirate-like individuals standing at the entrance. That big-nosed guy just now. How dare he hurt one of the members of our Three Musketeers pirates? Come out, you coward. After the thick smoke cleared, a furious roar came from the doorway. There really are 3 musketeers. Vanku darkened his face and stood up, walking towards the door without even greeting them. I'm in a bad mood right now. Have your 3 bosses come out. I'm in a hurry. Vanku was quite arrogant at this moment. A group of fierce-looking pirate lackeys parted, revealing a short, burly man who approached Vanku. Yo, shorter than me. My mood instantly improved. The burly man growled at Vanku. You little brat. I'm Athos, known as one of the 3 musketeers. Who are you? Are you the big-nosed guy's henchman? Athos glared fiercely at Vanku. His words triggered Vanku's annoyance, and he retorted, You're one of the 3 musketeers. What's the principle behind that name? Isn't it more reasonable to call you a big winter melon? Click. Coming. Lord Vanku, the captain of the human trafficker pirates known as the 3 Musketeers, has a bounty of 96 million berries. Click sprang out from behind, skillfully pulling out a bounty notice for Vanku to hear. Whoosh! Just as Click finished speaking, Vanku swiftly kicked Athos right in the face. Poor Athos didn't even have a chance to defend himself before he spiraled out of the cafe and fainted. Lei Qing, don't let a single lackey escape. Let's continue drinking coffee. Vanku declared, taking care of the trouble he had caused himself. After dealing with the 3 musketeers, he pulled Click back to their seats. No problem, Captain. Lei Qing wasted no time, drawing his rapier and charging into the still-dazed group of lackeys. Sister Luna, who was watching the show, came over holding the starfish. As expected of the captain of the benefactor, truly powerful. No worries. We'll pay for whatever we consume later. It's just right, since we have a bounty coming our way, we're not short on money. Vanku said while shifting his seat, politely holding his coffee. That won't do. You saved people and handled the troublemakers. We absolutely cannot charge you this time. Come on, ladies, after you're done, continue serving the guests. In front of him, Sister Luna was much more demure than Coco Lolo, knowing Vanku didn't like her type and decisively pulled back. For the rest of the time, no one came to cause trouble. Lei Qing tied up all the human trafficker pirates to find the soldiers stationed nearby, while Vanku was surrounded by the mermaid ladies, having a delightful time. What Vanku didn't know was that not far from him in a bookstore, a beautiful girl had already crushed several pens. Inside the cafe, Vanku said, You don't know I have a younger brother who is 3 years younger than me, but already over 4 meters tall. A mermaid lady exclaimed, Wow, the captain's brother is amazing. At just 10 years old, he's already 4 meters tall. He must be as strong as you. Vanku replied, He's all right, but I'm much better. When I was younger, he caused me a lot of trouble. Another mermaid lady responded, MHM Lord Vanku is so gentle, come eat some fruit. Oh, just as Vanku was getting back into the groove, a commotion erupted outside. Not good. Someone is injured. Help. Damn. When will this end? Vanku felt like he was losing it, struggling to suppress the urge to smash his coffee cup sitting on the sofa without moving. Unexpectedly, it felt as if this situation had eyes and headed straight for the cafe where Vanku was. A loud crash echoed as the recently repaired door was crashed open. Bang. The coffee cup in Vanku's hand also met a tragic end, crushed in his grip. Vanku slowly gathered his momentum and looked up, prepared to see which clueless fool had come to ruin the atmosphere. At that moment, a tall, burly man was princess carrying a bloodied mermaid, looking around the cafe in a slight panic. Why does that figure look so familiar? No way. It's only been half a day. Spotting the familiar figure over 4 meters tall, a chill ran down Vanka's spine. Oh, Anakin. Not good. The princess is injured. Quick, save her. The panicking Bobby locked eyes with Vanku. Well, it seems coffee isn't happening. Vanku covered his face, mourning his first day on Fishman Island. Vanka stood up, disregarding the panic of the crowd, and patiently said to Bobby, "Don't panic. Bobby, find a table to lay the princess down, and remember to be gentle." The current Princess Odoheim was still conscious, and upon seeing Vanku, she reached out her hand, grabbing his sleeve, and said, "Lord Vanku, please don't blame Bobby." Just as her words fell, the weak Odoheim fainted, and Bobby skillfully knelt before Vanku. "I'm sorry. Anakin, the princess invited me to play a clapping game. You two played a clapping game. Oh heavens, what a delightful holiday today is." The most renowned Mermaid Cafe on Fishman Island. A contingent of Fishman Island soldiers rushed in and cordoned off the cafe, while onlookers outside whispered frantically that the newlywed queen had been ambushed, her blood staining the cafe floor. "Bobby, what have you done to my queen? Why is she grievously wounded?" Inside the cafe, Neptune gripped his trident tightly, crouching low atop the highest platform, his gaze burning with fury upon Bobby. Queen Odoheim lay awake upon the table. "My lord, it is not Bobby's fault. This is entirely my own doing. Please do not rage. Your Majesty, the queen's injuries are stabilized. She need only rest quietly through the night to rise from her bed." The royal physician who had arrived with the soldiers offered reassurance. Ignoring the distraught king beside him, Fuku turned earnestly to the queen. "Your Majesty, the week is not yet complete. Will you continue?" With great effort, Queen Odoheim lifted her head and met Fuku's gaze, her voice resolute. "Indeed, I shall continue. For the future of Fishman Island." "Very well. Then I wish you luck." With those words, Fuku departed at once, taking the others with him, and leaving behind only an utterly bewildered Bobby. Outside the cafe, Fuku dismissed the group for leisure, then walked alone toward a bookstore. "Lovely lady, reading by yourself must be dreadfully dull." A teasing voice chimed beside Xiao Ying, who was immersed in her book. Without lifting her eyes, she retorted dryly, "Heh, why has the young master abandoned the mermaid lady's coffee hour to wander this quiet, lonely bookstore? Umph, I know full well you saw what transpired. Don't pretend otherwise." At the memory, Fuku let out an involuntary snort of exasperation. Xiao Ying ignored him entirely. She had watched seething as he chatted animatedly with the mermaid ladies inside the cafe, snapping several pins in silent fury. Fuku rubbed his nose, then reluctantly dragged over a stool and sat beside Xiao Ying. Keeping company with beauty while reading, what could be more delightful? Fuku obediently settled beside Xiao Ying and opened a miscellany journal. Soon he was utterly absorbed. Indeed, few things render a man more captivating than unwavering focus. And Xiao Ying, blessed with a 360-degree perspective, caught the subtle upward curve of her lips. In that tranquil moment, time itself seemed suspended, a rarity Xiao Ying cherished deeply. As one of the island's rare high-intellect scholars, reading and research were woven into the very fabric of her being. At dawn the next day, Fuku awoke from a sweet dream. Nothing compared to the deep, grounded comfort of sleeping on solid land. "Young master, Absalom seeks you." Xiao Ying's voice called from beyond the door. "Coming." Fuku stretched lazily and replied. Outside, Absalom stood anxiously beside Xiao Ying, his face etched with urgency. "Lord Fuku, please help Lord Moria." The instant he spotted Fuku, Absalom dropped to his knees in a sliding bow before him. Gazing upon Absalom, so far removed from the towering, indomitable figure he would one day become, Fuku asked, "Speak plainly. What truly happened?" "We all pledged ourselves to accompany Lord Moria in challenging Kaido, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. In an instant, everyone save Lord Moria fell." Kneeling on the ground, Absalom recounted the incident at Wano country. Contrary to Fuku's expectations, Moria had already resolved to die, to shield his comrades. Yet the gulf between them proved insurmountable. Moria fought relentlessly for 3 days and 3 nights, only to witness helplessly each comrade fall before his eyes. Lord Moria had long abandoned all will to live, and it was I who secretly carried him away with my power and unwittingly awakened that ability within him. At this, Absalom broke down sobbing. Fuku stared at him, incredulous. So Moria clashed with Kaido not merely out of ambition, but because of ancestral enmity. And you were the one who saved him. The revelation struck Fuku as astonishing. No wonder Moria, having lain dormant in the West Blue for so many years, had set course for Kaido the moment he became a pirate. After all, Wano country, Kaido's stronghold, lay deep within the New World, notoriously difficult to reach. Yet Moria had stormed there in less than a year. Absalom now drowned in regret. Perhaps letting Moria remain buried beneath Wano's soil would have been the truer mercy. Yes, I, too weak to join the battle, remained hidden at the periphery, using my devil fruit power. Lord Moria gave everything. None of us regret our choice. But what could Fucku do? He gently patted Absalom's head and murmured, "Enough. No more words. Take me to him. I'll try." Soon after, Fucku accompanied Absalom back to the shadowed Fishman district, where through his observation Haki Fucku sensed the presence of an exceptionally powerful figure. Pausing mid-step, Fucku asked, "Absalom, has anything unusual occurred in the Fishman district today?" "No, nothing at all." Absalom, too weak, felt no trace of the district's latent tension. "Very well, let's find Moria quickly." After gauging the distance to that formidable aura, Fucku concluded they would not cross paths. When they reached the small house, Fucku turned to Absalom. "I'll go in and bring Moria out. You activate your power to render us invisible. Then we'll depart immediately." "Yes, Lord Fucku." Though baffled, Absalom readily agreed. Fucku stepped quietly into the room. There sat Moria, gaunt, hollow-eyed, his bloodshot gaze fixed and motionless, lost in thought. Boom. Fucku kicked open the door, executed a flash step to appear instantly before Moria, and seized him by the collar, dragging him toward the exit before Moria could react. "Absalom, activate your power." Before Absalom could even blink, Fucku had already hauled Moria outside. The Fishman district, usually merely dim and sunless, had descended into terror that day. Countless fishmen hiding within its alleys heard furious roars echoing from above, and faint piercing screams. Thus was born the chilling legend of the Fishman district's midnight scream. Boom. Carrying Moria and Absalom, Fucku ascended skyward with moonwalk, then casually tossed the horse exhausted Moria onto the forest floor of the sea forest. "Young master, the king has granted clearance. This area will remain undisturbed." Xiao Ying's voice drifted from nearby. Gently setting Absalom down, Fucku gestured, "Go to Xiao Ying first. I'll speak with Moria alone." 3 minutes later, Moria stirred on the ground and looked up at Fucku. "What exactly do you intend?" "Moria," Fucku said, gazing up at the giant sprawled before him. Even prone, Moria towered over him. "I'll grant you this, though your face may lack grace. Your loyalty to your crew is beyond reproach." "Damn it. What the hell are you getting at? I've no time for your nonsense." Moria bristled. Fucku's evasiveness only stoked his ire. "Moria, where is your blade? A swordsman without a sword is but half a man." Ignoring Moria's glare, Fucku pressed on. Enraged, Moria drove his fingers deep into the earth, warping the soil beneath his grip. He strained to rise. Fucku strode past him, bent, and retrieved the battle axe resting behind Moria. "This belongs to Bobby. For now, consider it lent to you. Given your stature, finding a sword suited to you won't be easy on short notice." Clang. The instant Moria straightened, the axe slammed upright before him, planted firmly in the earth. "Let's spar, rare as our meetings are. A long overdue exchange." Facing Moria, Fucku slowly drew his Kyodai sword and fell silent. Moria stared baffled at the diminutive figure before him, barely reaching his kneecaps. Yet this same tiny man had humbled him in their first bout. Xiao Ying led Absalom away from the sea forest. Again and again Absalom opened his mouth to ask questions, only to swallow them back. As they neared the forest's edge, a thunderous boom erupted from deep within, and both turned to see vast plumes of smoke rising above the canopy. The clash raged from morning until afternoon. At one point, King Neptune visited briefly to confirm their safety, then withdrew. By noon, Absalom, after over half a year, heard it again, moonlight Moria's unrestrained, joyful laughter, the sound he'd longed for most. As afternoon wore on, the ringing of clashing weapons slowed markedly, punctuated now by Fucku's loud taunting jibes. Deep in the sea forest, Moria lay utterly spent. For over 6 months, he had survived solely on his shadow fruit powers. His physical condition severely deteriorated. Huff, huff. Hey, young Fucku, out with it. What is it you truly want? Lying flat, Moria gazed upward at the luminous roots arching overhead. Fucku sheathed his Kyodai sword, sat beside Moria's head, and spoke softly. "Nothing much. Someone begged me to help you. So I agreed." "Moria, meddlesome fool." "Fucku, I couldn't agree more. I'm hardly cut out for counseling, so I simply chose to spar with you to let you vent." A long silence passed. Then Moria chuckled. "Hey, been too long since I moved like this. Feels surprisingly good. Truly thank you." "Fucku, thank Absalom instead. He smeared tears and snot all over my clothes. That part was revolting." "Moria, yes, he is a dependable comrade. Pity I failed him, and all the rest." "Fucku, oh, so you finally admit you're the one who fell short, not your fallen crew." Moria's veins bulged. "Brat, what did you say? When have I ever blamed my crew? They were my dearest subordinates." "Calm down. I've told you this before. I'll say it once more." Fucku rose to his feet, and suddenly feeling the moment demanded it, reached for a cigarette. As Moria lowered his gaze to meet Fucku's, the latter spoke with quiet gravity. "Moria, you're a fine man. Join my crew. Let's sail the world together." "What did you say?" "I am the man who will become the pirate king." Moria's voice was loud, but Van Ku could sense his lack of confidence, especially after losing so thoroughly in the battle against Kaido. Van Ku retorted, "What can becoming the Pirate King do? Get executed live on global TV." Moria was quickly on edge. "You brat. What are you talking about? He was a man who had it all in the world." Van Ku replied, "Moria, you need to understand, for you your companions are already everything, aren't they?" Moria was stunned by Van Ku's words, and seeing this, Van Ku quickly continued to persuade him, provide psychological counseling. "Moria, everything for Roger may also be what he believed was everything. Don't be deceived by him. At least as far as I know, his crew was left destitute after his death." Moria's mind, which had not yet turned around, shook again. The Pirate King's crew is now destitute. What was their purpose in following Roger? For love. Looking at Moria, who was stunned in place, Van Ku also understood the principle of moderation. Today's battle was enjoyable. Just stay here and think about it. The sunshine here is good for your body and mind. When Van Ku reached the edge of the sea forest, Xiao Ying and Absalom had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing Absalom's eager expression, Van Ku waved his hand. "If you want to go take a look. I've done my best." Absalom said nothing, only bowed deeply to Van Ku before running towards Moria. "Xiao Ying, I've been injured. I need comfort, I need cuddles." As the two were together, Van Ku's mischievous side came back. Xiao Ying allowed Van Ku to lean against her, but did not let him off easily. "Young master, please be more serious. I saw everything. You're not injured at all. You're clearly toying with Moria." Van Ku protested, "No way. Moria is actually very strong. An ordinary Navy Rear Admiral is no match for him. Besides, he hasn't even used the disgusting powers of the shadow fruit." The two of them casually strolled out of the sea forest. Anyone who didn't know would think they were a couple out on a date. When they returned to the bustling streets of Fishman Island, it was already dark. Another day that should have been filled with joy had passed so swiftly. Sighed. Van Ku sighed, addressing Xiao Ying, "Beautiful lady. Are you interested in having dinner together?" "I'm hungry." Xiao Ying replied, "Ha. That would truly be a pity for you, young master. You've wasted time looking for the mermaid lady." Xiao Ying teased Van Ku again. Unfazed, Van Ku stated solemnly, "How could that be? I'm still just a kid. I only accompany my family." Thus another day passed in a hurry. On the morning of the third day, Van Ku had breakfast early and was ready to go. Today he must play to his heart's content. "Lord Van Ku, there are several residents of Fishman Island looking for you outside." A call from outside made Van Ku stumble on the spot. More visitors. Reluctantly getting up, Van Ku opened the door. Outside stood Creek, who immediately greeted him respectfully. "Lord Van Ku, several powerful fishmen were looking for you yesterday, but they couldn't find you, so they've come back today." Van Ku replied, "I understand. Let's go out, we shouldn't keep them waiting." Indeed, there were a few powerful presences waiting at the door, as noted by Van Ku's observation hockey. As soon as he exited, he called out, "Yo, I wonder what the boss of Fishman Street wants with me to be waiting at the door so early in the morning." In the street, Lei Ching was accompanying several uninvited fishmen, standing there waiting for Van Ku. Upon hearing his voice, they all turned to look at him. One of the tallest red fishmen spoke first. "Sorry to bother you. I am Fisher Tiger from Fishman Street." Indeed, it is an inconvenience." Van Ku agreed with Tiger's words. Van Ku's comment directly angered one of Tiger's subordinates. "Brat. What did you say? Show some respect to the big brother." Tiger turned his head without looking back and stopped his impulsive subordinate. "Don't be impulsive, Arlong." "Mr. Van Ku, we have a few things we would like to ask you, so please give us some time." Van Ku glanced at Tiger Shichibukai, and Arlong nodded and said, "Time I can give, but I choose the location." 15 minutes later, 6 of them sat at a table in the Mermaid Cafe. Due to the identities of Tiger and his companions, the surrounding mermaids were a bit nervous. After all, they were the thugs of Fishman Street. Ha ha ha. These ignorant, weak mermaids. They have no idea of the greatness of the big brother. Arlong was quite carefree, unaffected by the strange looks from around. Tiger and Shichibukai appeared much more composed, and Shichibukai even scolded Arlong a few times, telling him not to scare the surrounding mermaids. Van Ku looked at the 3 fishmen across from him, who appeared to be rather unwelcome, and teased, "It seems you 3 are not very well received here." "Mr. Van Ku, the conflict between mermaids and fishmen has existed for a long time, especially since we come from the dark Fishman Street. You need not take it to heart." Tiger answered honestly, ignoring the teasing. "Oh, I didn't expect that a small Fishman island would have internal conflicts." Van Ku raised an eyebrow. Tiger replied earnestly, "Before King Neptune and Queen Odoheim took power, fishmen were the lower class on Fishman Island, which is why there is a Fishman Street. So you came to find me regarding Queen Odoheim." Van Ku thought to himself, no wonder in the original story Tiger had such a good relationship with Odoheim. Tiger widened his fish eyes and looked at Van Ku, saying, "That's right. After I returned to Fishman Island yesterday, I visited Queen Odoheim and found out she was seriously injured. Upon inquiry, I learned this was due to Mr. Van Ku's actions. Van Ku replied, exactly. She wanted to find a better future for Fishman Island, so I taught her the methods. Tiger said, I wonder if I could ask you to let me bear the suffering for Queen Odoheim. You're not the one in charge of what uses it to tell you. Of course Van Ku wouldn't voice that out loud. He thought for a moment and said, come. Creek, reach out and shake hands with Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger, please cooperate. Creek and Tiger shook hands, both puzzled, and then looked at Van Ku. Grip firmly. Now tell me what you feel. Creek honestly replied, Mr. Tiger's grip is incredibly strong. If it weren't for the barrier fruit, my hand might have broken. Tiger responded, Mr. Creek's hand is very hard. Van Ku asked everyone, now what do you think would happen if Queen Odoheim were to shake hands instead? Ha ha ha. If it's that fragile queen, her hand would have long been shattered. Arlong immediately jumped in with the answer. So you see, for the same task, if Queen Odoheim does it, there will be results. If Mr. Tiger does it, there won't be. Van Ku took a sip of coffee and said, bang. Tiger slammed his fist on the table, startling the surrounding mermaids. Lord Van Ku, are you mocking me? Van Ku ignored the agitated Tiger. Calm down. The fact is, for the same task, different people yield different results. And your result is not useful. Not giving Tiger a chance to speak, Van Ku quickly continued, it's a rare opportunity. I heard you are a traveler, and my dream is to travel the world. We could exchange experiences. We won't disturb Mr. Van Ku any longer. We have other matters, so we shall take our leave. Well, settle the bill. Tiger, not getting the answer he wanted, stood up angrily and left. Soon only Van Ku and his two companions remained in the cafe, and as Tiger's group departed, the atmosphere in the cafe became lively again. Lei Qing looked at Van Ku in confusion and asked, Captain, why bother with those powerful beings? After all, we are outsiders. Van Ku replied, I have no intention of becoming enemies with them. That is slander. I was just explaining with examples. Van Ku felt he had performed quite well just now. At this moment, Creek said seriously, So Lord Van Ku did not want to become enemies with them. I was ready for battle. Van Ku was confused. Did he really just become enemies with them? It can't be. I was clearly very friendly. Looking at Lei Qing and Creek on either side, both nodded in affirmation. Let's leave it at that for now. If fate allows, we will meet again. No need to worry too much. Tiger is quite magnanimous. Van Ku thought that since he was here, not finding beautiful mermaids to drink coffee would be a crime. He quickly invited the two to change tables and reorder coffee, preparing to indulge in drinks. Young master, can you accompany me to visit a familiar person? Just as Van Ku sat down, he heard Xiaoying calling out. Looking at Xiaoying standing gracefully at the cafe entrance, Van Ku decisively abandoned the forest and decided to hang around a tree today. It's still the edge of the sea forest from yesterday. Van Ku and Xiaoying walked along a tranquil path. Xiaoying, why have I never heard you mention a familiar person from Fishman Island? Xiaoying allowed Van Ku to hold her hand, answering expressionlessly. When we passed by Fishman Island before our ship broke down, and a fishman shipwright helped us fix it. Oh, I see. That is indeed worth visiting. Van Ku thought to himself, a fishman shipwright living in the sea forest. The interpersonal circle in the pirate world is so small that Van Ku easily thought of a fishman who loves history. Sure enough, they arrived at a dilapidated sunken ship. Xiaoying called out to the interior of the wreck, Uncle Dan. Are you there? I am Terry Gies. Thud. Bang. After a while, a noise came from the wreck, and a tall fishman wearing a round hat poked his head out to look at the two. After a brief moment of surprise, the fishman shipwright exclaimed, Isn't this the first navigator from the scholar's ship, little Gies? Sashi doesn't hit that. The shipwright's words made Xiaoying blush, clearly recalling an embarrassing incident from the past. Sashi doesn't hit that. Uncle Dan. Hello, Uncle Dan. I am Xiaoying's family. You can just call me Van Ku. Van Ku politely introduced himself as he stepped forward. Oh, is he the boyfriend of Xiao Jiesi? He has really grown up. Huh. The fishman Dan laughed heartily after hearing Fan Ku's self-introduction, resembling a proud father-in-law. Uncle Dan, it's not what you think. This is my young master. I am merely a maid. Xiaoying's face had turned as red as an apple by now. Fan Ku immediately retorted, Xiaoying, what do you mean by that? I regard you as a sister, yet you are coveting my identity. At this moment, the fully exposed fishman Dan was not having it. What are you all talking about? You've completely confused me. 5 minutes later, after explanations from Fan Ku and the others, the fishman Dan finally caught on, and the subsequent time was filled with academic discussions between Dan and Xiaoying. Fan Ku quietly pondered as he watched the two chat animatedly before him. What exactly was Xiaoying's purpose in bringing me here? Fan Ku would never know that as long as his figure appeared in the Mermaid Cafe, events would inevitably lead him right to it. After all, someone with a pair of big, beautiful eyes had her gaze fixed on him. It was also Xiaoying's doing that Bobby could accurately find Fan Ku the day before. It wasn't until evening that Fan Ku hurriedly dragged the reluctant Xiao Ying back to their lodgings. After a quick dinner, they prepared to head to the cafe, only to find it had already closed. Fan Ku's notes on the fourth morning of the holiday plans to visit the Mermaid Cafe. On the way, he was stopped by a somewhat recovered Moria, and after a friendly spar, they ended up eating and chatting. Plans cancelled. On the fifth morning of the holiday plans to visit the Mermaid Cafe. Before they even set out, Lei Qing had already brought Sister Luna to visit, and after a lot of persistence, they toured the rich villas of Fishman Island. Plans cancelled. On the sixth morning of the holiday plans. Plans cancelled. On the seventh morning of the holiday plans. Plans cancelled. On the eighth day of arriving at Fishman Island, Fan Ku no longer wanted to get out of bed. After all, his plans had become harder to achieve than Hushur's vow to quit playing cards. Unfortunately, when you don't want to wake up early, someone just won't let you sleep. Master Fan Ku. Princess E.G. requests your presence. Click's voice rang out from outside the door. Boom. A powerful, domineering aura suddenly surged from Fan Ku's bedroom. Click outside the door felt a bit flustered under Fan Ku's immense pressure. Master Fan Ku. Should I make them wait first? Knowing what Fan Ku had been through in recent days, Click wanted to avoid this bad omen entirely. It's fine. He'll just put on some clothes. He'll be ready shortly. Fan Ku's voice quickly came from the bedroom. 15 minutes later, Fan Ku, Xiao Ying, and Click headed towards the Dragon King's palace. As they arrived at the palace entrance, they sensed the soldiers' faint hostility. Master Fan Ku. It seems that Princess E.G. has been severely injured several times over the past few days and has needed rescue more than once. Click quietly reminded Fan Ku as he approached. Fan Ku calmly replied him. No worries, we all know Bobby's destructive power. There's nothing to be surprised about. Soon the three arrived inside the palace where Neptune and his wife along with Bobby had already been waiting for a long time. Princess E.G. was currently wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing Fan Ku enter, Yi-Ji's eyes sparkled with light. It was unclear whether she was happy to see him or relieved that her trials had finally come to an end. Princess E.G., I wonder what insights you have gained from our week together. Fan Ku directly asked E.G. E.G. looked at Fan Ku and calmly replied, over the past week, Bobby has told me a lot about you. He is a naive and lovely little boy. Fan Ku pretended to be puzzled and asked him, I wonder how Princess E.G. acquired all these injuries. Did Bobby intentionally harm you? E.G. answered with confidence, not at all. Bobby is a kind child. It's just that my body is too fragile. Fan Ku said earnestly, oh, so it's because your body is too fragile. Then it's not Bobby's fault after all. Bobby is very kind. Fan Ku, this is just because my wife chooses not to hold it against you. Don't go too far. Neptune, sitting on the throne, was furious upon hearing this, his trident growing a bit restless. Fan Ku glanced at Neptune and exaggeratedly said to E.G., your observation, Hockey, should be clear. Bobby is a boy without any malice, right? E.G. nodded earnestly, but unexpectedly Fan Ku began to berate. It's all because of your weakness that my dear brother inexplicably bears the blame and is scolded by the king. My beloved brother merely wanted to coexist peacefully with you. E.G. had never been reprimanded like this before. She had clearly been the one harmed, so how did it end up being her fault? Fan Ku clearly did not want to let E.G. off the hook and continued to question. With your behavior, you made my dear brother bear a label of guilt in just a few days. How can you talk about peace between the human and fishman races? E.G., what the hell? How did this lead to the coexistence of humans and fishmen? Clearly, it was the pitiful fishmen who were enduring and being sold by human traffickers. Sighed. Fan Ku sighed. Princess E.G., do you see how our interactions reflect the relationship between humans and fishmen? Ding. Princess Yi-Ji's mind suddenly jolted. She seemed to grasp something. Yes, this would be the key to solving the Fishman Island dilemma. Your Majesty, perhaps we should let Tej come out from behind the throne. I believe he should be very concerned about the future of Fishman Island. Just as E.G. fell into deep thought, Fan Ku turned to look at Neptune on the throne. Neptune was caught off guard by Fan Ku's words, and soon Tej stepped out from behind the throne saying, Mr. Fan Ku, your observation, Hockey, is indeed formidable. Fan Ku didn't bother to respond. Seeing Yi-Ji's expression of constipation, he directly reminded, look, if Tej were to interact with my brother Bobby, would such things still happen? If it were Tej, he certainly wouldn't be injured and wouldn't be disliked by his husband. Hearing Fan Ku's words, E.G. instinctively murmured, yes, if the fishmen were as strong as the humans, they wouldn't be injured and wouldn't be despised by other fishmen. Fan Ku continued to add, following Yi-Ji's murmuring. Boom. Fan Ku's words struck E.G. like a bolt from the blue. So the reason fishmen cannot coexist peacefully with humans is that fishmen are too weak. Mr. Fan Ku, then, does that mean the fishmen are enslaved because? E.G. asked incredulously. Fan Ku took over Yi-Ji's words. That's right. It's also because the fishmen are too weak. Not just the fishmen, even the humans themselves are the same way. Ignoring Yiji's shocked Fan Ku turned to Tej and asked, Mr. Tej, my brother Bobby is a kind and lovely child. Do you think you can get along well with him? Tej widened his fishy eyes and replied, if that's the case, I do indeed have the confidence to get along well with Bobby. See, Princess Yiji, even without your kind of observation hockey, Mr. Tej can still get along well with Bobby. Fan Ku relentlessly continued to strike at Yiji. Neptune finally couldn't hold back looking at Yiji. Fan Ku, you better know when to stop. My wife cannot tolerate your insults. Ding, boom. Neptune swung his massive trident towards Fan Ku, and just as the tip of the trident was about to hit Fan Ku, Bobby swiftly moved in with his battle axe to block Neptune's attack. Uncle Neptune, you can't hurt my Wunshin. Bobby shouted angrily at Neptune. Husband, please don't get angry. Master Fan Ku means no harm. The recovering Yiji quickly rushed forward to stop Neptune. At this moment, Fan Ku spoke up. Princess Yiji, I just want you to understand that whether the heart's voice can be heard is not what matters. What matters is the equality of strength. Princess Yiji stood still for a moment, digesting Fan Ku's words, then suddenly took a deep breath and approached Fan Ku. Master Fan Ku, Fishman Island will forever remember your kindness. Yiji knelt before Fan Ku in front of everyone, completely prostrating herself. Fortunately, Fan Ku, being agile, quickly dodged to Xiao Ying's side and helped Yiji up from her prostration. Princess Yiji, you are being too polite. I cannot accept this. As long as you don't blame me for making you suffer injuries for a week, that's enough. Yiji replied, how could that be? If it weren't for you allowing me to experience it firsthand, instead of just telling me, I would have likely been unable to accept it. Indeed, as someone who can hear the inner emotions and pain of others, if one only relies on words, people won't listen because they have heard more eloquent voices than Fan Ku's. Seeing the sincere Yiji, Fan Ku couldn't help but say, actually, the issues of Fishman Street are also worth paying attention to. I wonder if Princess Yiji would be willing to hear my opinions. Mentioning the issues of Fishman Street, Tej couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing that Fan Ku would propose using force to conquer. After all, Fan Ku's suggestion regarding Fishman Island was to enhance their military strength. Tej hurriedly spoke up, Mr. Fan Ku, the king and Princess Yiji have treated our compatriots in Fishman Street equally since taking office, and the compatriots there are equally grateful. That's right. The treatment of the fishmen in Fishman Street by my wife, and I will not be harsh, they are all my subjects. Neptune chimed in. Neptune's words moved Tej, as ever since the new king and queen took office, their attitude towards Fishman Street had improved significantly, no longer discriminating against them as before. That won't do. Upon hearing this, Fan Ku loudly retorted his words, immediately attracting the hateful gazes of Tej, and Xiaoying also broke out in a sweat for him. Only Princess Yiji quietly watched Fan Ku, as if expecting what he would say next. Fan Ku did not disappoint her. He quickly said, regarding Fishman Street, merely treating them equally and without harshness is not enough. The king and queen should pay attention to and support them. Fan Ku's words were a complete reversal of what everyone had in mind, immediately causing a stir of shock. Master Fan Ku, I believe you. There must be a reason behind what you say. Yiji's words directly broke the atmosphere of shock. The reasoning is sound, but I do not know whether the king and queen consort will accept it, Fan Ku replied to Queen Consort Yiji. Queen Consort Yiji glanced at King Ni Pu Dun upon the throne. Receiving his approving look, she bowed once more to Fan Ku and said, Lord Fan Ku, speak freely. Fan Ku continued, from my observation, the island's strongest seems to be the great sea knight, King Ni Pu Dun, who stands before us. At this, everyone nodded in agreement, and Ni Pu Dun proudly lifted his chin, pleased to accept the praise. Fan Ku added, however, I have also discovered that the second, third, even up to the 10th strongest warriors all hail from Uran Street. Isn't that strange? Fan Ku's remark soon left the assembly agape. People only ever cared about the first place, who paid heed to second. Before anyone could recover, Fan Ku went on, this is odd. Despite having such a concentration of powerful fighters in Uran Street, they receive the worst treatment. Your Majesty, does this not trouble you? Tej protested passionately to Fan Ku. Sir Fan Ku, what is it exactly you wish to propose? Must you be banished from Uran Street? We have committed no crime. That was harsh. My friend, you are threatening the king's throne with the strong men of Uran Street. Banished. My intention is to raise the status of those strong fighters. Status should be tied to the contributions these warriors make to Uran Island. Fan Ku's words once more stunned everyone. Queen Consort Yiji hurriedly asked, Lord Fan Ku, do you mean to decide rank by how much one contributes? Fan Ku shrugged and replied, why not? Those who contribute more ought to receive more. Strong fighters deserve respect. Of course, those who walk the right path. That might really work. It could help us absorb some of Uran Street's fighters, giving the other residents hope that their lives can improve. Queen Consort Yiji cried, suddenly animated, as if she had seen a clear road ahead. Fan Ku interrupted. Your Grace, I have given you the method, but change will not come overnight. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Very well, Lord Fan Ku. If you need anything, please tell us. We will see it done for you. E.g. promised him with respectful courtesy. Soon Fan Ku and Xiaoying departed the palace. They had barely taken a few steps when Tage's voice called after them. Lord Fan Ku, we are deeply grateful. On behalf of our fellows from Yuan Street, thank you for your help. It is nothing. You Long and Shen Ping truly cherish the island's strongmen. Through you they can lead more of Yuan Street's people out of darkness, which is a good thing, Fan Ku said, encouraging the future liberator of slaves sincerely. Tage now treated Fan Ku with extraordinary deference. Is there any other guidance you can bestow upon us? Please do not hold back. Fan Ku considered and replied, there is not much. The living conditions in Yuan Street are truly dreadful. They easily warp a person's mind. I hope you will take that seriously. Very well. Thank you for your counsel. I will not disturb your time with Miss Xiaoying any longer, Tage said, knowing when to retreat, and bade Fan Ku farewell. Go on then, Fan Ku replied, and as he turned he saw Xiaoying's face flushed as a reddened apple. Fan Ku leaned in with a broad grin. My lady does a date with such a handsome fellow move you so. Young master, as for dating, wait until you grow up a bit. Xiaoying snapped back, recovered from the teasing and retorting fiercely. Fan Ku protested, huh? Xiaoying, what do you mean by that? Grow up in what way? The words carried an ambiguous edge. They bantered all the way home only to remember once they arrived something terribly important. They had left Bo Bai at the palace. He was likely heartbroken and on the verge of tears. The two hurried back to fetch him. They had only just brought Bo Bai back and had not yet comforted his frail little heart when Mo Li's laughter sounded outside the door. Hee. Fan Ku boy, I suddenly remembered you left your battle axe at my place last time. Just the thing to return it now. Fan Ku smacked his own forehead. How could he have forgotten? A sure sign of senior moments, he thought, and when he looked at Bo Bai, the poor child's gaze grew even more plaintive. Kicking the door open, Fan Ku scowled and said, Thanks ever so much, Mo Li. Farewell, and do not see me off. He snatched the battle axe from Mo Li's hands and strode into the dwelling without looking back, leaving Mo Li standing confused in the wind. He had come intending to discuss joining the crew. Inside Fan Ku's home, Xiaoying sat with Fan Ku, trying to soothe Bo Bai to little avail. Fan Ku bit his lip and declared, from now on Xiaoying's assignments for you will be reduced by half. At these words, Bo Bai immediately brightened, his bad mood forgotten at once. One must mention the folk of the pirate world, though blessed with great physical potential, skilled in doing sit-ups, they have strengths, but also weaknesses. Few are suited for study. On Fan Ku's ship, apart from Xiaoying, the most educated is Li Ku, followed by Bo Bai, roughly at a 3rd or 4th grade level. Thus, under Fan Ku's insistence, Bo Bai's schooling continued, and the shipboard illiterates were regularly tutored by Xiaoying. Believe it or not, the ship even had a physician who was illiterate, a hidden genius, and a shipwright who could not read either. Fan Ku brat, come out and face me. If you've the nerve to steal an axe, have the nerve to come out. Come out. Come out. Just as Fan Ku and Xiaoying had briefly relaxed, Mo Li's voice rang from outside again, now adorned with a theatrical snow ant effect. Fan Ku sighed and glanced at Xiaoying, then went out alone. Mo Li, what else do you want? If you seek a duel, I haven't even had breakfast today. I have no time. Fan Ku felt exasperated. Of 7 days' leave too had already been frittered away around Mo Li. Mo Li, however, seemed untroubled. He bent slightly and resumed his cheery grin. Fan Ku boy, I've decided to join your travel troupe. Abusa Luo Mu too. Travel troupe. The name sounds awful, Fan Ku protested, pleased by the enlistment, but cringing at the label. Mo Li bristled at the rebuke. What's your problem? Shouldn't you first feel honored by our joining? And what are you if not a travel troupe? Suddenly remembering the gravity of the moment, Fan Ku assumed a stern expression. Mo Li, welcome aboard. Go fetch Abusa Luo Mu at once. We have important matters to discuss. Oh, right away. Mo Li, intimidated by Fan Ku's seriousness, scampered off in haste. When Mo Li left, Fan Ku returned inside. Xiaoying, gather everyone. There is something important, we must deliberate. Soon the crew assembled, with even Mo Li somehow trying to make himself small and hide at the edge. Friends, first let us welcome our new members Yu Guang, Mo Li, and Abusa Luo Mu. After this we shall feast. Fan Ku announced the newcomers joining. Kind looks were cast toward them. Only Lei Qing among the group did not know Mo Li, the others had met him in Proteans. Now for the most important matter. I have discovered a fatal problem within our crew, Fan Ku said with grave seriousness. Xiaoying and Bo Bai studied Fan Ku's solemn face. The last time he had been this serious was before that mixed doubles match. The others, hearing Fan Ku, felt both puzzled and impressed. A fatal problem. Fan Ku intensified the suspense, indeed. This concerns whether our team can survive. Xiaoying and Bo Bai exchanged a glance. Did this atmosphere feel oddly familiar? Excited murmurs rose among the crew. Lord Fan Ku speak. We stand ready to follow you even unto death. Fan Ku replied, good, then I shall speak. This very morning I discovered it. You discovered what? Fan Ku declared, our crew lacks a cool, dashing name. The crew a cool name. Indeed, that is critical. Xiao Ying and Bo Bai covered their faces so it was true. The room fell into sudden heavy silence before erupting into a tsunami of shouts. Lord Fan Ku, is this truly a matter of life and death? Anger flared. Moria straightened in his seat and cried, don't stop me. I will cut him down. Abusa Luomu pleaded, no. Moria, Lord Fan Ku is our captain now. Fan Ku oblivious said, isn't that precisely the point? Without a handsome name, how can our crew make its mark on the seas? True men deserve a striking, dashing name for their band. The crew murmured, that sounds reasonable, but, Fan Ku added, we only noticed this thanks to Molia's reminder. I called everyone together in haste because of it. They turned to Molia with looks that seemed to say so, it was your idea that sent us into alarm in such haste. Molia felt utterly embarrassed. I cannot bear it. I must cut him down. Abusa Luomu fell over him, begging him to calm down. Compose yourself, Molia. Crew cannot strike at their captain. After a bout of chaos, Fan Ku, wearing the large pouch Xiao Ying had recently awarded him, spoke solemnly. Now let us all discuss the crew's name. Bo Bai piped up, call it the Onaikan Supermassive Crew. Fan Ku replied, not bad, say no more next time. Next, Lei Qing offered, I am lightning, I am light crew. How about that? Fan Ku was speechless. Molia giggled, he, Nightmare Spirits Crew. How's that? Bo Bai exclaimed, Sigwa 1. That name sounds mighty. Fan Ku agreed, indeed. A name like that would have the Navy shell us at once. Next, Molia, proud and offended, sniffed, humph. No taste. Fan Ku looked around and noticed Kuli Ku and his 10 men treating him entirely as their superior and offering no opinions. Just as Fan Ku thrilled at the thought of presenting his own idea, Xiao Ying suddenly spoke. How about calling it the Free Guild? Fan Ku, Xiao Ying's suggestion is quite good. It can serve as a reference. I think we can. Molia, he. This name is nice. Bobby's sister Xiao Ying's name is truly wonderful. Lei Qing, it would be perfect if we could add lightning to it. Everyone, how about we use this name then? Fan Ku, everyone. Would you like to hear the name I came up with? Unfortunately, the crowd began to ignore Fan Ku's voice, and he ended up scratching a 3-bedroom layout into the floor with his toe. All right, everyone, let's call ourselves the Freedom Guild. Fan Ku could only announce, loudly wondering why they were calling it a guild when it was clearly a group. Those tasteless folks. In the end, Fan Ku succumbed to the pressure of the crowd, and henceforth the name of Fan Ku's team was the Freedom Guild. Under Xiao Ying's explanation, everyone understood the meaning of the name, a group of people who love freedom voluntarily forming a mutual aid association to travel the world. Fan Ku joked, why do I feel like we need to prepare a headquarters in the future? After all, the scale of a mutual aid association is much larger than that of a group. Who would have thought Molia could pick up the conversation? He. I have a great ship in the West Sea that can serve as our headquarters. A huge one. Isn't Malia's big ship the terrifying 3-masted ship? Fan Ku couldn't help but admire it inwardly while pretending not to know. Fan Ku waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Those are matters for the future. Currently, we only have this many people, and our plan to travel the world has just begun, so we don't need a headquarters at all. Due to not being able to claim the naming rights for the team, Fan Ku felt very unwilling. So he quickly said, since we have a team name now, let's determine the leaders. I already have a name in mind, let's call it the 7 Deadly Sins. Without waiting for the crowd to refute, Fan Ku quickly explained, we are the Freedom Guild, and the 7 Deadly Sins are the fundamental reasons that prevent people from achieving freedom. Only by binding them under freedom can we allow everyone to obtain freedom. Xiao Ying listened seriously to Fan Ku's words and replied, although the reasoning is a bit forced. However, the young master is the captain, so naturally it's up to the young master to decide. Now you remember you're the captain. You didn't act like this when we were naming earlier. Xiao Ying has indeed become mischievous. Thus, everyone proceeded to discuss the allocation of leaders. As the captain, Fan Ku obviously could not be a leader, leaving only Bobby, Xiao Ying, Molia, and the unwilling clique. In the end, through a vote, the 4 leaders were determined: arrogant Bobby, greedy Molia, jealous Jesse, and lazy clique provisional. Although Bobby and Xiao Ying didn't like it, Fan Ku directly pointed out the names of their weapons, leaving them no room to refute. Tisk. Fan Ku looked at the foundation of the 7 Deadly Sins he had personally created. A sense of pride welled up inside him, vowing to be even more formidable than the 7 warlords in the future. Traveling to the world of pirates, it's a lie to say, I don't want to dominate the seas, but Fan Ku knew he didn't have any golden fingers that would allow him to take off instantly. He had to suppress this ambition and planned to slowly improve his strength, accumulating power that belonged to him. Another month passed in a hurry, and during this month Fan Ku truly enjoyed a range of unique services at Fishman Island. In this month, first Moria brought Absalom to ask for leave as they needed to return to the West Sea to see old friends and arrange for people to bring their ship over. Then Tiger came to bid farewell to Fan Ku. Tiger also had dreams of traveling the world, and this meeting was purely for him to take a break on his return journey. The most frequent occurrence was that E.G. brought Jean Bei and Arlong to consult with Fan Ku regarding the development of Fishman Island. The day finally arrived for Fan Ku and his crew to set sail again, and Neptune and Princess E.G. brought a group of strong fishmen from Fishman Street to see them off. Lord Fan Ku, aren't you going to stay and play on Fishman Island for a few more days? I still have many things I want to ask you. Princess E.G. said reluctantly to Fan Ku. Fan Ku thought to himself, of course, she wants to exploit me. This young master won't fall for your tricks. Fan Ku stepped forward and cupped his hands in farewell. Everyone, it's time to say goodbye after sending you off for 1,000 miles. You don't need to see us off, we're setting off. Mu Jinbei was just about to say a few words of farewell when Arlong beside him interrupted first. Brother Fan Ku, I suddenly feel like humans aren't that hateful anymore. Both me and brother will miss you. Caught off guard, Jinbei could only reply to Fan Ku, same here. Thus, amidst the farewell of the many fishermen, Fan Ku's ship, the Kurinin, slowly sailed out of the port. Oh, Kurinin is the ship that Fan Ku is currently riding on. On the day the name of the Freedom Guild was confirmed, Fan Ku also named the ship delivered to Elizabeth II as the Kurinin. Once the Kurinin entered the sea, many fishermen warriors surrounded and escorted Fan Ku and his crew safely into the rising currents. The journey out was evidently much smoother than when they came, as everyone had spent over a month in the deep sea and had long adapted to the terror of the deep. Moreover, with someone like Xiaoing, a human radar, the journey was exceptionally smooth. Boom! A huge sound of surf erupted near Island No. One of the Sabaody archipelago. It was Fan Ku's Kurinin. After setting sail, Xiaoing immediately directed everyone, turn east. We're heading to Island No. 70. Island No. 1 is an unlawful place and not suitable for us. An unlawful place, huh? Finally, I can try out my autumn water inquiry. Fan Ku murmured as he looked at Island No. 1 in the distance. During the month at Fishman Island, Fan Ku's jacket fruit ability made significant breakthroughs. He can now create jackets to cover other items. His autumn water inquiry allowed him to wrap the sword of seeking in the famous sword autumn water, resulting in a longer blade and a qualitative leap in quality with little else changing. At this moment, Xiaoing walked up to Fan Ku and whispered, "Young master, try to select targets with bounties. It can help with household expenses." Fan Ku gave Xiaoing an okay sign. Although the three of them were already quite wealthy, they planned to build their own large ship in Water 7, so having more money would always be good. Soon they arrived at the port of Island No. 70. Since Fan Ku and his crew were not major pirates, they did not attract the attention of the locals. Once the Kurinin was docked, the task of guarding the ship was assigned to 9 unnamed soldiers, excluding Click, who would take turns guarding the ship in 3 groups. Alright everyone, next is free activity time. Just to clarify, there are many strong individuals here, so don't be too reckless. Fan Ku led everyone off the ship, directly instructing those who didn't need to guard the ship. Next, Bobby and Click accompanied Xiaoing to go shopping, while Lei Qing followed Fan Ku to try their luck. What are they trying their luck at? The biggest random attraction on this island is none other than the temporarily available gambler Rayleigh. Half an hour later on Island No. 13. Lei Qing followed closely behind Fan Ku like a personal bodyguard, making it so that ordinary people dared not approach them. I just inquired around. That bar where they charge for information should be on Island No. 13. Lei Qing, you're tall, so look carefully. Fan Ku was seriously examining a newly bought map at that moment. Lei Qing squeezed his lightning mustache with his right hand and replied seriously, "Rest assured, President, I've already spotted that bar." Cough, cough. Lei Qing, you don't have to be so exaggerated, just call me Captain. As for President, let me be big and strong first. Fan Ku said awkwardly, as it was due to a boast that everyone started calling him President. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of the bar. Clearly the bar's business was very poor, as there wasn't a single person there in the middle of the day. The two stepped inside the bar, and upon entering they saw a short-haired beauty smoking at the counter. This beauty was likely Xia Qi, and they didn't say much, simply walking over to sit at the bar. Fan Ku, beautiful lady, please bring me a glass of juice and a glass of rum. Xia Qi exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. Fan Ku, the young powerhouse from the Protean's kingdom. I wonder what you need to find me at this bar. This became awkward. Fan Ku hadn't anticipated being asked directly. How could he explain this prophetic inquiry? Fan Ku decided to stop pretending. Anyway, I just want to learn swordsmanship from Uncle Rayleigh. I wonder if you could introduce me. Beside him, Lei Qing. Why didn't you mention you were looking for Rayleigh in advance? Don't you know the value of the Dark King? Or do you think that if you change a word in the name he won't cut me? Xiaoqi glanced at the shocked Lei Qing, and then turned her head to blow a smoke ring into the air. This young man knows even Rayleigh. Aren't you afraid of being silenced? Fan Ku not showing any fear. The news says Uncle Rayleigh is now retired and working as a coding artisan. That's a legitimate profession. If he were to randomly cut someone, he would be wanted again. Huh. This young man is right. I don't want to be chased by the Navy anymore. Of course I want randomly cut people. A burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the bar. Lei Qing felt his body stiffen, and he managed to look toward the door and murmured, "The person outside is the Dark King Rayleigh." Creak. A figure gently pushed open the bar door, and a tall golden-haired man appeared before the three. Rayleigh glanced at Fan Ku and the others sitting opposite Xiaoqi and smiled. I sensed that two unfamiliar powerhouses had appeared here, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Fan Ku looked at Rayleigh, who still appeared young and handsome, feeling a bit envious. Just look at his looks and physique. In the pirate world, handsome men are truly a rarity. The vast majority are not visually appealing to the audience. It wasn't until Fan Ku stared at Rayleigh in astonishment that he quickly said, "Uncle Rayleigh, although this is a bit presumptuous, I would like to ask you for some sword techniques." This was completely baffling. The first response in Rayleigh's mind was that they didn't even know each other, yet they wanted to ask for sword techniques. Are you joking? I once had the fortune to learn a bit of swordsmanship from Uncle Shiki the Golden Lion. Seeing Rayleigh's silent smile, Fan Ku knew he had to leverage some connections. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Golden Lion Shiki, Rayleigh immediately lowered his head and adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. Golden Lion Shiki, huh? What a name that brings back memories. Huh, so you had such an opportunity after all. What an intriguing lad. 10 minutes later, from Fan Ku's Kurt account, Rayleigh gleaned how Jin Shitsi Shurji had come to know the Fan Ku brothers. Fan Ku watched Rayleigh laughing heartily and replied with a grin, "Who can say otherwise? I almost ran away then. Who could have guessed?" D. Goose suddenly sat up. By then, Rayleigh had taken a seat beside Fan Ku, laughing until tears formed. "I never imagined the Golden Lion would turn into a rooster. Fate is truly inscrutable. So then, now that you know the whole story, what about the matter of instructing him in swordsmanship?" After Rayleigh's laughter subsided, Fan Ku probed again. Rayleigh, plainly more affable toward Fan Ku this time, said, "If that is the case, giving a bit of guidance is not impossible. Come with me." As Fan Ku and the others followed Rayleigh out, Xiaoqi behind the bar offered a gentle encouragement. "Go on, Fan Ku." Astonished Rayleigh. "All right, Sister Xiaoqi," Fan Ku replied sweetly. On the outer waters of Island No. 20, Fan Ku and Rayleigh stood atop a vast reef. Rayleigh warned cheerfully, "We do not have much time. Linger too long, and we will draw the Navy stationed at headquarters." "Very well, Uncle Rayleigh. They'll begin at once." Fan Ku in a flash drew his sword, Qiushui Wenda. Seeing Fan Ku draw a blade from his body, Rayleigh praised with interest. What a convenient ability. Fan Ku swung Qiushui Wenda, and with a single syllable darted to Rayleigh's front, delivering a heavy horizontal slash. Ding. Rayleigh unhurriedly drew his sword and lightly parried. Rayleigh's downward blade clicked as he commented, "Young brother, you possess considerable strength. Could it be innate might? Uncle Rayleigh is strong as well." Qiushui Wenda, Liao Jin style. Fan Ku slid back as his blade rose from below to above, a strike suited to taller foes. Poor Reef, Rayleigh did not meet that close-range blow directly, but sidestepped, allowing the sword's force to shear a section clean off the rock. After a brief exchange, the two quickly fell into a grinding contest of wills. Far off, standing in a small skiff, Lei Qing watched dumbfounded. The chairman is so powerful. On Thunder God Island, before the chairman held back far too much. Lei Qing stared at the duel, a boundless yearning swelling in his chest. Their weapons clashed once more as they entered close quarters. After a time, Fan Ku thrust forward with force to close the gap, then dropped and used Bupo, Ji, Quan unbreakable fist, sweep kick. Rayleigh, who had been pressing downward, could not restrain his momentum and pitched forward. The sweep found his right leg in the aftermath. HM, a sword art fused with body technique. Rayleigh exclaimed as he was sent aloft. Boom. Ding. Twisting midair, Rayleigh landed with surety and caught the thrusting blade aimed straight at him. Through their crossed swords, he praised Fan Ku. What ingenious tactics, combining swordsmanship and body art. Fan Ku answered plainly, "I had no choice. The body art was passed down by my father as swordsmanship is my own passion. It appears to be useful." No sooner had he spoken than Rayleigh gave him a forward kick that sent him flying. Watching Fan Ku soar, Rayleigh smirked. Indeed useful. Yubu Moon Step. Qiushui Wenda. Wan Jian Shirt 10,000 swords form. Using Moon Step midair, Fan Ku returned to the field and unleashed a 360-degree domain of thrusts. Ding ding ding. Rayleigh remained composed, standing his ground and precisely blocking every strike that came his way. Thus Fan Ku displayed the sum of his learning against Lei Li. When Lei Li prepared once more to surreptitiously kick him away, Fan Ku met it with Bupo Ji Quan, straight punch. After all, techniques learned in haste do not match those honed for years. Even someone of Lei Li's caliber could not make them sing as a master would. Oh dear, I'm an old man, you should take care not to harm my weary leg. Lei Li, whose sneak attack had been blocked, laughed and teased appreciatively. Fan Ku braced his sword and feet stirring wind, returned with Bupo Ji Quan. Toe stab. A blunt kick aimed straight at the standing leg bone of Lei Li's balanced stance. The heavy toe stab struck Lei Li's armored shank with a thunderous report. The blow uncompleted, the two separated. Lei Li conceded, remarkable. If your armament aura had been more practiced, that kick would have made this old man shank suffer. Watching Lei Li still at ease, Fan Ku could not help but acknowledge the gulf between his own level and such top-tier strength. Fan Ku performed a flourish of elegant swordplay and spoke solemnly, Uncle Lei Li, time is nearly up. Shall we decide this with a single decisive stroke? Very well. I was in the mood for fish anyway. Lei Li composed himself. Their momentum rose as two presences tightened. Sensing the shift, Lei Qing piloted the little boat decisively away from the place. At last, the young Fan Ku could not restrain himself. With a flurry of instant relocations, he leapt to a position above Lei Li. Fan Ku hung in the air, sword in hand. The unrefined armament aura slowly crept along the blade. Oh, the power of this strike is extraordinary. Feeling Fan Ku overhead, Lei Li drew in his spirit and gripped his sword for a counter. Qiu Shui Wenda, Jinia Luanhui, desolate reincarnation. As armament aura crawled over the blade, Fan Ku poised the sword above his head and traced a black semicircle before lunging toward Lei Li. Ming Wang, Nether King. Lei Li, standing on the reef, unleashed his famed technique to meet it. Their blades met with a crisp musical clash. From the collision, the armament aura erupted in black lightning that scattered in all directions. Lei Qing, who had already turned to look back at the duel, was interrupted by a tremendous boom as a mountainous wave surged toward them. With no way to avoid the towering wall of water, Lei Qing drew his sword and in a flash cleaved the wave apart. Quick, catch me. Just as Lei Qing jumped back onto the boat, a shout rang out. He looked up to see Fan Ku hurled overhead. Lei Qing leapt and caught the airborne Fan Ku. Chairman, are you all right? Cradled in that embrace, Fan Ku answered coolly, of course I am. My body is forged of steel. Half an hour later, inside Xiaqi's ransom bar, Lei Li's voice echoed from behind the counter. Huh? Fan Ku, even Roger at your age was not as formidable as you. Fan Ku sat beside Lei Li, clutching a glass of juice and taking a long sip. How could that be? He blossomed late. I was born with exceptional talent. Hardly the same. Lei Li regarded Fan Ku in surprise. Kid, you are not modest. As they say, one only truly knows someone after exchanging blows. Now that we are familiar, why bother with formality? Fan Ku's overfamiliar charm left Lei Li at a loss for words. Xiaqi watched Fan Ku with delight. Hee, Fan Ku is indeed extraordinarily gifted and quite charming. Receiving praise from the beauty, Fan Ku promptly replied, it is my honor to be praised by a fair sister. By the way, when the bill comes, might I be spared your extortion? Oh, Fan Ku, you even worry about such things. Rest assured, sisters do not extort those they fancy, Xiaqi said with a smile. Encouraged by Xiaqi's answer, Fan Ku brightened and turned to Lei Li. Uncle Lei Li, how do you judge my level? Am I strong enough to dominate the first half of Wei De Hang Lu? Lei Li, curious, asked, you wish to dominate the first half of Wei De Hang Lu? Fan Ku replied, not exactly. I have just founded a free guild and wish to know whether I can protect it. Lei Li said, in that case your level should surpass most elite vice commanders. So long as you do not pick fights, you should manage. Oh, then that's good, Fan Ku said, comforted, though he still kept a private measure of doubt. Authority carried weight. Unwittingly, he stayed until evening. After bidding farewell to Lei Li and Xiaqi, Fan Ku and Lei Qing set out to earn a little extra coin. Island No. 16, a notorious in the Xiangwu Di Chuandao as a lawless place, is a thoroughfare for patrons bound for the largest bar on Island No. 20. Look, over there. That's this year's pirate supernova, Huixian Ren Tuamasi. In front of an open-air eatery, two merchant-like fellows pointed eagerly at the distance. Damn, it's that killer. We're shorthanded. A bounty of 96 million belly ranks him among the top 5 this year. Nearby, a band of bounty hunters checked their warrants, ready to recruit. At the moment their words fell, two crescent-shaped rotational slashes flew toward them. Boom. The slashes struck both parties almost simultaneously. Huixian Ren Tuamasi was calmly wiping his curved blade. Annoying flies. Their buzzing follows me everywhere too, Oma, C complained to his men. Laquier said, what can we do? Captain, your infamy is too great. Proof of your might. Others chimed, indeed. People fear your strength. Tuamasi sheathed his blade and said, that may be so. After all, I consumed the Huixian fruit. I am a Huixian Ren. A Huixian Ren. So those rotational slashes were the power of the Huixian fruit. A discordant voice suddenly called from behind Tuomasi. Tuomasi tightened his grip on his blade. Who goes there? Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Fan Ku, chairman of the Free Guild, and this is my member Lei Qing. Fan Ku announced with composure. Tuomasi looked puzzled. Fan Ku paid no mind and turned to Lei Qing, asking, this one does not seem to be a master swordsman. Give me 5 minutes, can you take him? Lei Qing answered earnestly, Chairman, I will do my utmost. The battle was about to erupt. As Fan Ku and his companion resolved their battle, the sky had not yet completely darkened. At this moment, they had arrived at the naval base stationed on Island No. 65. Lei Qing followed behind Fan Ku carrying a large burlap sack and said, Apologies, esteemed President. I was unable to defeat my opponent within 5 minutes. Fan Ku, however, was unbothered and comforted him, saying, It's normal not to resolve things quickly the first time you go to sea, especially against such experienced pirates. As the two chatted, they arrived at the naval office building. The soldiers at the entrance tightened their grips on their rifles as they observed the two approaching in the twilight. Hey, naval officer. Do you know if we can exchange the bounty for a pirate here? We just captured a pirate today. Without waiting for the soldier to ask, Fan Ku took the initiative to greet him. Phew. The soldier sighed in relief, realizing they were bounty hunters. That's great, it's another safe day for us. One of the soldiers spoke up. Yes, you can. Please follow me, you two bounty hunters. The issuance of the bounty requires the verification of at least a major general. Thus, the two confidently followed the soldier into the office building. After arriving in the waiting room, the soldier immediately informed others of what had transpired. While the two were sipping coffee, a long complaint echoed from outside the waiting room. Oh, why is the coffee at the base so bitter? Why am I on night duty today? It's so bitter. Fan Ku and Lei Qing turned to see a tall figure entering, holding a cup of coffee. Major General Gu Meyer. A soldier nearby straightened his back and greeted him upon seeing who it was. Major General Gu Meyer had a dazed expression with traces of coffee stains at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing the soldier's greeting, he quickly replied, You've worked hard. I'll take over from here. Fan Ku looked at Major General Gu Meyer and thought, what a head of enviable flowing hair he has. Gu Meyer, with his gaze drifting towards Fan Ku and Lei Qing, asked, Are you the bounty hunters here to exchange the bounty? That pirate isn't in the burlap sack beside you, is he? Fan Ku gestured for Lei Qing to open the sack and replied, Yes, indeed, Major. We confirmed it's Thomas the Supernova Scythe from this year. Gu Meyer looked at the lifeless Thomas in the sack and instinctively took a sip of the coffee in his hand, exclaiming, So bitter. You two are truly remarkable. This pirate had a bounty of over 90 million. Fan Ku responded, Yes, it indeed took us quite an effort. Gu Meyer, observing Fan Ku's calm demeanor, couldn't help but think that the seas would soon have another powerful figure. After a moment, Gu Meyer said, I have confirmed it. A soldier will soon take you to collect your bounty. May I ask your names for my records? Fan Ku understood that tonight was the moment the Freedom Guild would officially present itself to the world, and he replied earnestly, I am Fan Ku, the president of the Freedom Guild. This is my subordinate Lei Qing. Gu Meyer raised an eyebrow and placed his coffee on the desk, asking with curiosity, The Freedom Guild. Is it a newly established bounty hunter guild? No, it's not. The Freedom Guild is a mutual aid society formed by ordinary people who dream of traveling the world. Fan Ku directly denied Gu Meyer's assumption. Gu Meyer looked puzzled, having never heard of such a guild that helps travelers. What's the benefit? Seeing Gu Meyer's confused expression, Fan Ku knew he would find it hard to understand. Major, all members certified by the guild are ordinary people who dream of traveling the world. Their purpose for going to sea is to travel, not to become pirates. Gu Meyer, clearly skeptical, asked, what if they commit acts of piracy under the banner of the Freedom Guild? Fan Ku confidently replied, Every member certified by the guild who engages in piracy will be dealt with by the 7 deadly sins of the guild. Gu Meyer felt a strong confidence wash over him after hearing Fan Ku's words. It was an absolute confidence in both military and financial strength. Fan Ku's demeanor suddenly deflated as he said, Major Gu Meyer, don't get it twisted. We are just a small mutual aid guild. We will not harbor dangerous elements. Did he truly misjudge the situation? Gu Meyer felt an impending sense of a colossal force about to shake the seas. Report, Major. The bounty has been prepared and is ready for transfer. Just then a soldier's voice came from the entrance as Gu Meyer pondered. Fan Ku immediately signaled for Lei Qing to get up and bid farewell, saying, Then Major, we won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, the two moved to the entrance to follow the soldier to collect their money. Just as they reached the door, Fan Ku suddenly turned around and said, If convenient, please send my regards to Major Hua Xiaoshan. Gu Meyer, caught off guard, politely replied, Sure. I will be sure to convey it when I report back to headquarters. Only after Fan Ku and his companion completely disappeared at the end of the corridor did Gu Meyer realize what he actually knows: the newly appointed Major Hua Xiaoshan. As night fell, Fan Ku and his group had gathered near the Kulinan ship, leaving one officer-level subordinate to guard the ship, while the others found nearby inns to stay. In the inn, Fan Ku excitedly told Xiaoying, "We earned over 90 million berry today, and we also let the Navy know of the Freedom Guild's existence." Xiaoying appeared calm. "I know, young master. We also gained quite a lot today." Saying this, she twirled in front of Fan Ku. "Fan Ku, did she buy new clothes? Or did she get a new hairstyle?" "Oh no, I didn't notice Xiaoying's outfit and hairstyle today." "Huh. Xiaoying, how come it seems like you've become even more beautiful since we last met today?" Fan Ku decisively complimented her first, knowing that praising a girl's beauty would never be wrong. Indeed, Xiaoying was very pleased with Fan Ku's praise. "Young master, you really are observant. These earrings are ones I specially picked. They match my hair color perfectly." Only then did Fan Ku notice the shiny little earrings on Xiaoying's ears, internally mocking, "Who could notice this? Luckily I'm clever." Xiaoying noticed Fan Ku's expression, but did not mind. Although he hadn't noticed her new hairstyle and outfit, he still complimented her beauty. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, Fan Ku took Lei Qing out for a stroll again, this time accompanied by Bobby. "Bobby, we are heading to Island No. 1 soon. Are you sure you want to come along?" Fan Ku asked Bobby. Bobby, following behind, answered earnestly, Yes. Today I'm going to accompany you, big brother." This time Fan Ku was heading to the auction house on Island No. 1. In his past life as an ordinary person, he had never been to an auction house, so this time he had to witness it. Fan Ku, somewhat worried, reminded, "All right, but you're still a child. I'm afraid you might see something inappropriate." Bobby, however, remained expressionless. "Is it worse than the slave trade in the Maguro kingdom?" Fan Ku had forgotten that the two brothers came from a country where slavery was prevalent. He was worried Bobby might not handle the cruelty, but now he realized it was unnecessary. Xiaoying said, "If we see any suitable female slaves, we can buy one. It's too inconvenient with her being the only girl on board." Just as Fan Ku sighed in relief, Bobby dropped another bombshell. Fan Ku wore a confused expression. He was initially worried Xiaoying would be sensitive and thus avoided bringing her to Island No. 1, yet she seemed completely unfazed. Ahem. So did Xiaoying have any specific requests? Coughing a couple of times, Fan Ku asked. Bobby scratched his head and replied, "No, she said she trusts your judgment, big brother. Also, it's best if the other party appears as a free person." Fan Ku scratched his head upon hearing Bobby's words. This was going to be tricky. If he really bought a slave and then freed her, wouldn't she run away? Moreover, he hardly knew her. Just letting someone free after just getting acquainted. Only a fool would do that. Xiaoying really knew how to pose challenges. Fan Ku turned to Lei Qing and said, "In that case, what we just discussed must remain between us." Lei Qing replied seriously, "Rest assured, President. I will definitely keep the secret for our new companion." So the group continued toward the auction house, passing many small slave auction shops along the streets where glass windows held slaves shackled with iron chains. Humph humph. A humming sound came from afar. Upon hearing it, Lei Qing couldn't help but stop. Fan Ku turned around asking, "What's wrong, Lei Qing?" Lei Qing replied, "It's nothing, President. I just couldn't help but want to listen to the beautiful melody." Fan Ku then noticed that indeed a lovely song was coming from afar. "Shall we go listen?" At that time, Lei Qing had also been attracted by the singing of Fan Ku's group. Fan Ku was quite willing to satisfy this music lover's little curiosity. Lei Qing immediately responded politely, "Thank you very much, President." Just as the three turned to head in the direction of the singing, the voice abruptly stopped. The three didn't think much and continued toward the source of the singing. After a few steps, a young man rushed out looking anxious. Bang! The young man, much taller than Fan Ku, collided into him without noticing and was bounced back. Fan Ku halted and looked at the young man who was sitting on the ground. He was quite handsome with shiny green hair, but his attire was a bit shabby. "I'm so sorry, sir. I'm in a hurry to get to work or I'll be late." The young man quickly prostrated himself on the ground to apologize and then got up and ran off. Bobby scratched his head and said, "Big brother, he's so polite. He even bowed to apologize to you." Fan Ku, watching the young man run far away, thoughtfully replied, "You two stand behind me. Would he dare to be disrespectful to me?" Indeed, Bobby was over 4 meters tall and Lei Qing was over 3 meters. Standing behind Fan Ku, they looked like formidable guardians. After a brief interlude, the three continued walking towards the source of the singing, quickly arriving at the entrance of a slave trading shop. The shop's window was not made of regular glass, but rather iron bars that were welded together. A blonde girl shackled in chains was bowing her head to adjust her clothing. Lei Qing politely inquired, "Excuse me, miss, was that beautiful singing just now from you?" The girl looked up at the three of them who had suddenly appeared and politely replied to Lei Qing, "Hello. Yes, it was indeed me who was singing." As they conversed, the shop's large door suddenly swung open, and a fat middle-aged man rubbed his hands as he approached the three. "Hello there, honored guests. Have you taken a liking to our goods?" The middle-aged man greeted them in a manner reminiscent of a shady businessman. Fan Ku cast a glance at the shady businessman, reminding him of an old acquaintance, Morgan, who had the same habit of rubbing his hands and the same obsequious manner of speech. Fan Ku casually asked, "So that singing just now was from her?" "Not bad, what's the price?" The businessman's eyes lit up at Fan Ku's words. "Oh, indeed. You have quite the discerning eye. This is our shop's signature product. If you really want her, she can be yours for 2 million berries." Fan Ku did not respond, but turned to Bobby and said, "Bobby, plan to." At that, under the astonished gaze of the businessman, Bobby pulled out a formidable giant battle axe from his body and steadied it against the man's neck. Only then did Fan Ku address the businessman. "The price for an ordinary human is 250 berries. Did you add gold to her? How dare you ask for 2 million? It wasn't that Fan Ku couldn't afford the money, but rather that the inflated price was clearly an attempt to swindle him. The businessman trembled in fear, pleading, No, dear guest, please let me explain. Please let me clarify." Fan Ku looked at the businessman with disdain and said, "All right, give me an explanation of no less than 500 words. Lei Qing, count the words. If it's one word short, it'll kill you." Off. With a sharp scream, the businessman fell to his knees, realizing it was a matter of life and death. He couldn't even count to 500. Seeing him too scared to speak, Fan Ku urged, "If you don't start talking, I'll order my men to take action." The businessman screamed immediately, "You can't do this. This shop is owned by an agency, and I am a legitimate employee here." The agency's reputation had been declining in recent years as several major forces that had long controlled it seemed to be developing their family businesses, leading to disputes over inheritance. "Oh, if you can clarify, I might spare your life," Fan Ku said, showing no concern. The businessman seemed to see a glimmer of hope. "I have an agreement with a young man named Taisolo who will redeem her for 2 million berries." What? Fan Ku's mind raced. Could it be that the person he encountered earlier was indeed Taisolo? Was Stella locked up here? Fan Ku felt a chill. No wonder Taisolo in the original story had to save up for years to buy Stella. The root of it was here. Although Nami's hometown started charging head taxes years later, it was still 1,000 berries per person over a decade. Yet Taisolo, in the economic center of the pirate world, took over 3 years to save up for a 2,500 berry female slave. It was utterly nonsensical. Fan Ku coldly stated, "Are you trying to take advantage of someone else's goodwill to extort money?" The businessman, clearly flustered, quickly defended, No. That was his voluntary decision. I thought he was a poor fellow, so I quoted a low price. Who knew he would actually save up to nearly 2 million berries?" "Oh, so you're planning to sell her to him?" The businessman replied, "I intended to raise the price later, as he seems completely focused on wanting that female slave." At this moment, Fan Ku was so furious, he was almost speechless, thinking that in a few months Taisolo would despair as he watched his beloved be taken away by a celestial dragon. Meanwhile, the instigator was happily counting his money on the side. No wonder Taisolo would become so twisted later on. "I am a close friend of the king of the Prodin kingdom in the New World. Oh, I will take this slave for 2,500 berries. Otherwise you die. He'll take the slave for free. You choose." Fan Ku coldly offered the businessman 2 choices. The businessman with the battle axe on his shoulder excitedly replied, 2,500 berries, no, for free. You can take her for free. This slave is my gift to you. I, young master, am not short of your few coins. Bobby, pay up. Let's go collect her." Fan Ku completely disregarded the businessman's flattery. With a gentle motion, Bobby lifted the massive battle axe with ease and then retracted it back into his body, pulling out 2,500 berries and throwing it at the businessman's feet. 10 minutes later, the three walked out of the shop with Stella, the sound of iron chains clinking resonating as they walked. Seeing this, Fan Ku stopped, took out a key from his pocket, and released all of Stella's shackles as she looked on in confusion. "Miss, what is your name?" Fan Ku asked with a kind expression. Blushing at Fan Ku's gentle demeanor, Stella quickly replied, "Young master, my name is Stella. I am 20 years old. My hobby is singing." From above, Bobby's voice chimed in, "Sister Stella, I am Bobby, 10 years old. My hobbies are playing the Arab boiling eggs and practicing the battle axe with Anakin." Stella was astonished, looking at the towering Bobby, thinking, is Bobby from the giant race? "Ahem. I am Bobby's older brother, 14 years old. My hobbies are singing and sword practice." Fan Ku introduced himself, adding a bit to his age, then turned to Lei Qing. Lei Qing looked at the three of them and, seeing their eager expressions, had no choice but to say, "My name is Lei Qing. I am 22 years old, and my hobby is listening to music." Someone laughed first, and the odd self-introductions quickly amused everyone, lightening the atmosphere. When When the laughter subsided, Fan Ku said to Stella, "From now on you are no longer a slave. The three of us will keep your identity confidential." Stella looked at Fan Ku in shock. "Young master, what do you mean? Are you going to abandon me?" Fan Ku was speechless at her question. Why did Stella seem so reluctant? "If you wish to become my companion, I would welcome you. But my team does not need slaves, so you are now a free person," Fan Ku patiently explained to Stella. Seeing Fan Ku, Stella looked at Bobby and Lei Qing, then bowed to Fan Ku, saying, "From now on, I will be your personal mate. I hope young master will not disdain me." Fan Ku was about to refuse when Bobby, who was behind him, began to interject. Welcome, Sister Stella. Anakin loves beautiful sisters the most." Moon step. Fan Ku instantly jumped in front of Bobby and slapped him. "Foolish little brother. What nonsense are you spouting? What ridiculous things are you saying?" "I'm sorry, Anakin. I promise next time." Bobby, as usual, smoothly apologized. Stella looked at the amusing duo of brothers and chuckled. "It's fine, young master. I don't mind." And so the four of them, chatting and laughing, headed towards a nearby women's clothing store as Fan Ku prepared to buy Stella a new outfit. After all, people rely on their appearance. At noon, after casually having lunch at a restaurant, the four continued towards the auction house, having collectively forgotten one important matter. Where's my Stella? At the same slave shop's window, Taisolo, who had impulsively come to see Stella during his lunch break, was frantically shouting while shaking the iron bars. As Taisolo roared, the businessman rushed out of the shop with several henchmen, and without saying a word began to beat Taisolo mercilessly. Seeing his henchmen relentlessly attacking Taisolo, the businessman felt slightly better. "You poor wretch. You've caused me to offend a member of the royal family. You lot, beat him. Let him die, it's on me." Just as Taisolo, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly roared with fury, everyone was stunned as he lunged at the businessman, grabbing his neck tightly. The henchmen, seeing their boss being held hostage, dared not act rashly, while Taisolo screamed at the businessman in a frenzy, "Tell me, who did you sell my Stella to?" The entire street was thrown into chaos, while at that moment Fan Ku and the others were already seated in the audience area of the auction house. Clap, clap. The auctioneer forcefully struck the gavel on the auction stage. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Next, I will be presenting today's auction." Sitting in his seat, Fan Ku felt that it was not as wild as depicted in the comics, and found it a bit strange. Just as Fan Ku was pondering this, the auctioneer's voice rang out again. "Today is Wednesday. On odd days, there are no new slaves for auction, so guests wishing to learn about new slaves can come back tomorrow." Through the auctioneer's introduction, Fan Ku learned that the auction house had new items every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, while the old items returned on odd days and Sundays were reserved for rare goods. Thus, the protagonist Luffy just happened to crash into the auction house on a Sunday with both mermaids and celestial dragons. What a perfectly chosen day. The four of them sat in their seats waiting for the auction items to come up one by one, ranging from weapon materials to real estate deeds. Unfortunately, none interested Fan Ku. As Fan Ku was starting to doze off, the host's words caught his attention. "Next up for auction is an item that has failed to sell multiple times. Since this is a proxy auction, it can only start at the price set by the consignor. Items that fail to sell multiple times are either priced too high for anyone to want them, or are of unknown value, making no one dare to bid." The host announced, "A branch of the atom tree sufficient to make a battleship over 100 meters long. Price 600 million berries." After the host's introduction, the audience erupted in astonishment, not because of the atom tree being auctioned, but due to the price of 600 million berries. 20 years later, Luffy's 200 million berries could auction materials for the 1,000 Sunny. Remember, this is 20 years ago. Fan Ku resolutely refused to be taken advantage of. The Liberty Guild offers 600 million. Lei Qing raised the number 16 sign to place the bid. But the Liberty Guild can do it. A personal bid of this amount would surely be foolish, but if the Liberty Guild bids, it serves to promote the guild and increase its visibility. The host, seeing a foolish bid, was thrilled and exclaimed, "The representative of the Liberty Guild bids 600 million berry. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" The audience began to murmur as the name of the Liberty Guild appeared in public for the first time. Recognizing that no one would bid higher, the host quickly concluded, 600 million berry once, twice, thrice, sold. Congratulations to the representative from the Liberty Guild. When Fan Ku successfully acquired the atom tree, Lei Qing turned to him and asked, "Master President, actually 600 million berry is enough to buy materials for a 200-meter ship. Are we being a bit too much?" Lei Qing's meaning was clear. "Fan Ku may be the fool, but I won't say it outright." Fan Ku casually replied, "It doesn't matter. The materials for the atom tree are generally rare and hard to come by. In the future, they will only become more scarce. Since the president has said so, the other three naturally had no objections. Soon the auction came to a close and Fan Ku found the auction house manager to pay the deposit before leaving the auction venue. Young master, I would like to ask you for a favor. Seeing that it was getting late, Stella spoke up. Is it to find Taizolo? Fan Ku replied without looking back. Yes, young master. Taizolo has done so much for me, I don't want to leave without saying goodbye. Then let's set off. Fan Ku headed straight for the slave shop. Shortly after they arrived at the street where the shop was located, just as they were heading towards the shop, suddenly a figure dashed out from the side of the street and rushed straight towards Stella, shouting, Stella, is that you? Stella. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Taizolo. He was covered in injuries, his face swollen and distorted, looking utterly miserable. Stella hurriedly ran to Taizolo, holding him tightly and asking with concern, Taizolo, what happened to you? How did you get hurt like this? Taizolo was so agitated he could hardly speak. I wanted to see you at noon, but you were gone. Fan Ku, having guessed what had happened, quickly reminded Stella, hand him over to Bobby. We need to take him back to heal. Stella also reacted quickly. Right. Bobby, please take care of him. Soon the group returned to the ship, and under the ship's doctor's treatment, Taizolo quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, they discussed the backgrounds of the two. Fan Ku introduced to everyone. On our way to Island No. 1, we encountered the brave Taizolo and rescued both of them. This is Stella. After Fan Ku's introduction, Stella graciously greeted everyone, saying, Hello everyone, I am Stella. I am an orphan and I thank young master for saving my life. From now on we are all partners. The others, with their pirate mentality, quickly accepted Stella's arrival with joy. The next morning, Taizolo woke up from the warm sickbed and turned to see the girl of his dreams. Stella. Taizolo called out her name in the gentlest tone he had ever used. Stella, who had stayed by Taizolo's sickbed all night, was dozing with her hands resting on the bed when Taizolo's voice woke her up. The two young people's eyes inevitably met, and for a long time Stella finally succumbed to Taizolo's fiery gaze. Stella forcefully turned her head, fearing that if she looked any longer she would melt into those sapphire-like eyes. Am I coming at a bad time? Should I leave and you can continue? Fan Ku's voice suddenly came from the doorway. 5 minutes later, Taizolo was kneeling before Fan Ku, saying, Thank you so much for saving Stella. We will definitely repay you. Fan Ku sat back in his chair, casually crossing his legs while Stella served behind him. Stella has already promised to be my exclusive maid, and you. I can't be sure if you are trustworthy. Taizolo's abilities are unquestionable, but his character makes Fan Ku uneasy. After all, he has the potential of a cunning villain. As if understanding Fan Ku's distrust, Taizolo remained on the ground, saying, I am also willing to serve at Master Fan Ku's side. Time will prove my loyalty. Fan Ku looked at Taizolo lying on the ground and suddenly released a powerful aura from his body, causing Stella, who stood behind him, to immediately weaken and kneel. Taizolo gritted his teeth and held on. He knew this was Fan Ku's test, and if he passed, he could remain. Fan Ku continued to speak. I am Fan Ku, the president of the Liberty Guild. I am giving you a chance to join the guild. You may lack ability, but betrayal is unacceptable. Do you understand? Taizolo replied through gritted teeth. I understand, Master President. Fan Ku immediately retracted his aura. Honestly, he was not too confident about Taizolo's joining. This guy was too intelligent and had a shady past. Fan Ku turned and helped Stella up, continuing to warn, as long as the Liberty Guild does not engage in evil and does not betray with your abilities, you will definitely rise to a high position. This is an ancient method of leadership, a stick to discipline and a reward to encourage. Fan Ku didn't know if it would be effective, but since it didn't cost any copyright fees, why not use it? Taizolo then raised his head, looking grateful, saying, Master President, I will not disappoint you. Fan Ku responded, For now, continue to recover. Once you're better, go find Xiaoying to learn culture and mathematics. It will benefit you. And for physical training, find Kli Ko. After speaking, Fan Ku took Stella's hand and left the infirmary. At the door, he observed Taizolo's expression and found nothing amiss. Outside the infirmary, Fan Ku politely released his hand and advised Stella, Sister Stella, I see your kindness. However, Taizolo has struggled in the darkness, making it easy for him to do evil, and you are his light. Stella replied gratefully, Thank you very much for your help, young master. I know what to do. And the ship is full of single men, so remember to avoid people when you two are being lovey-dovey. As he turned to head towards Xiaoying, Fan Ku suddenly reminded her. Stella, who had originally been filled with gratitude, suddenly blushed so hard she looked like she was bleeding. Why, young master? We haven't officially confirmed our relationship yet. Fan Ku glanced at her and said, What's the difference? Everyone can see it. You go continue caring for him. I'm off to find Xiaoying. 5 minutes later, in Xiaoying's room, Fan Ku was sitting on her sofa. Ding! Suddenly, Fan Ku pulled out the autumn water from his body, examined it carefully for a while, and then placed it on the table. Xiaoying, how strange. I discovered that the famous sword autumn water seems inseparable from my path. Fan Ku looked at Xiao Ying with a helpless expression. Oh, such a fine sword had just disappeared, and he felt heartbroken. Xiao Ying picked up the sword, examined it carefully, and could see no explanation, as she could only reply, the abilities of the devil fruit are completely beyond the scope of scientific explanation. Oh, moreover, to be precise, I specialize in mathematics. It's said that if a zipper is used on a person for over a month, the ability will disappear and things will fall out. But if it's used on an object for over a month, the contents will merge. Xiao Ying replied with her usual rigor. This matter needs further verification, or more experiments are needed. We also need to consider whether it's related to being inside you. Is there a difference between the insides of an ability user and others? Listening to Xiao Ying's analysis, Fan Ku felt a sense of comfort. When he told Bobby and Lei Qing, they all uniformly responded, "How did you do it?" And that was the end of it. Indeed, it was still the intelligent Xiao Ying. He would definitely try everything she suggested, and there would surely be answers. Suddenly, Fan Ku remembered something and said, "Xiao Ying, what do you think would happen if I put the devil fruit into autumn water?" Xiao Ying looked at Fan Ku with surprise, saying, "That's indeed a fascinating idea. Once we confirm the conditions for merging, we can definitely give it a try." If successful, both of them would see enormous value. Possessing a tool with the abilities of the devil fruit would be simply amazing. Next, with nothing serious to do, Fan Ku began to tease Xiao Ying. However, since his physical body was still at the awkward age of 14, he certainly wouldn't be able to turn the tables on Xiao Ying. Indeed, after a few flirtatious words, Xiao Ying directly remarked, "Young master, you are still a child." In just a few short words, Fan Ku was completely thrown off guard. He could only awkwardly leave Xiao Ying's room to find Bobby. "Bobby, would you like to let arrogance possess a miraculous ability?" Looking at Bobby, who was polishing a two-stringed instrument, Fan Ku lured him like a shady uncle trying to abduct a child. Bobby replied seriously, Bobby would like for little heir to have a miraculous ability. Fan Ku was taken aback, wondering what little heir was. When did Bobby give a nickname to the two-stringed instrument? He cleared his throat and advised, "Gaining the ability is about strengthening oneself, or what would you want little heir to have abilities for?" Bobby innocently replied, "But I don't like fighting. Besides, Bobby is protected by Anakin." Fan Ku felt a bit embarrassed by Bobby's words. If Bobby wasn't sitting 3 meters away, he would have definitely patted his head. Fan Ku gently said, "Bobby is indeed a good child. I will always protect you, my little brother." Bobby believes in Anakin. A smile appeared on Bobby's usually expressionless face. After hitting a snag with Bobby, Fan Ku decided to find Lei Qing to chat, as surely someone would want a stylish devil fruit weapon. 10 minutes later, Fan Ku felt he had misjudged people. Next, he would go find Kli Ku to chat, as he was now an ability user and would definitely have discerning eyes. On the morning 3 days later, Fan Ku was having breakfast with Xiao Ying and Bobby, and their dining area was separate. "President, look at today's newspaper." A loud shout came from outside the dining area, which was Lin Luo's voice. Fan Ku wiped his mouth and spoke to the person behind him. "Sister Stella, please go open the door." Soon Stella, who was standing behind, walked towards the door. Seeing this, Xiao Ying teased, "Young master, are you not used to my service anymore? You found another maid." Fan Ku replied calmly, "Didn't you say it's inconvenient for a girl on a ship? As for being a maid, that's her own choice." "Oomph." Xiao Ying wrinkled her nose. If it weren't for Stella's boyfriend standing outside the door, she would have suspected that Fan Ku had ulterior motives. When Lin Luo entered the dining area, he discreetly glanced at Stella, then respectfully bowed and said, "Lord Fan Ku, there is a report from Lord Moria." Fan Ku raised an eyebrow and asked, "He's in the newspaper again. Did he go back to being a pirate?" Lin Luo took out the newspaper and said, "No. Lord Moria has united various forces in the West Sea to issue a statement. The West Sea hero Moonlight Moria did not turn to piracy. His previous actions at sea were to challenge strong opponents." "What? Who would believe such a statement?" Fan Ku asked in confusion. He had originally wanted to help him clear his name by burning down a mountain. After all, Moria hardly engaged in piracy. Lin Luo pointed directly at an explanation in the newspaper and said, "The governor stationed by the Navy in the West Sea, Jonathan, has confirmed this matter." Fan Ku took the newspaper and looked closely. There was a photo of Moria shaking hands with Jonathan, who looked very familiar. Looking further down, it appeared that Moria even mentioned joining the Freedom Guild, but no one paid attention to it. Fan Ku rubbed his chin and muttered, "It seems Moria is quite popular in the West Sea." Even the top Navy officer in the West Sea came out to support him. Just as Fan Ku was marveling at Moria's popularity, a roar was coming from the office of Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku was furiously criticizing Major Jonathan, who was standing before his desk. "Jonathan, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? A person who has already become a pirate casually explains it as a misunderstanding, and you just accept it." Seeing Jonathan silently obedient to his reprimand, Sengoku was even more furious. "Bastard. You even came out to support a pirate. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation today, get ready to head to the New World to hunt Kaido. As soon as obedient Jonathan heard that he would be going to hunt Kaido, he immediately stopped pretending. After all, he had just married a beautiful wife who was also a chef. He couldn't go to his death. Jonathan saluted and said, "Admiral Sengoku, there is indeed an unavoidable reason for my actions." Seeing Jonathan finally speaking, Sengoku asked in confusion, "Oh, what reason could make you the governor of the West Sea? Act out of necessity." Jonathan said seriously, "Because Moria brought me news about CP0. Sengoku stood up in disbelief and said, "The world government's strongest spy has become involved with a pirate." Jonathan replied, "Though it seems unbelievable, it is indeed the case." Moria said that CP0 has extended an invitation for him to become a warlord of the sea. Upon hearing the words warlord of the sea, Sengoku slumped back down in his chair. "Looks like we still can't stop this, can we?" The world government's intention to establish the warlords of the sea had been previously announced, but unfortunately, it was met with strong opposition from the Navy's higher-ups and subsequently fell through. Jonathan continued, "Currently, it seems the world government is preparing to find the warlords of the sea themselves." Moria stated he is not prepared to accept and guaranteed that he will not act as a pirate again. So Sengoku waved his hand wearily and said, "Moria's reputation and strength in the West Sea cannot be ignored. What you did this time was not a problem. Such a person must not become a warlord of the sea." Jonathan replied, "I think so too. For Moria to become a warlord of the sea would undoubtedly be a disaster for the West Sea." "All right, you can leave for now. I will handle the upcoming matters myself." Sengoku waved his hand, signaling Jonathan that he could go. Then he sat alone at his desk, silent for a long time. "Buru, buru, buru. Kaga. Hello, I am Crane. Little Crane. I am Sengoku. It seems we must select pirates ourselves to become the warlords of the sea." "Sengoku, let's discuss this when I return." "All right, I will go calm Zephyr down." A Navy patrol ship sailing in the North Sea suddenly turned towards the direction of the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, Fan Ku was seriously washing dishes. That's right, Fan Ku as a young master still washes his own dishes. Behind Fan Ku, Lin Luo was still reporting the intelligence he had gathered. "Lord Fan Ku, several ruthless pirate crews have landed today. The combined bounty amounts to nearly 200 million berries." Fan Ku placed a clean plate down and said, "If there are no supernovas, let Lei Qing and Kliku handle it together." Lin Luo immediately responded, "Understood, President. I will notify the two lords shortly." Fan Ku continued, "Did you deliver the best milk I asked you to order for Major Gumier?" Lin Luo, "It was delivered yesterday, President." Fan Ku said, After today, we should be ready to leave. If we stay any longer, we will really become a pirate hunter guild." The next morning, Fan Ku and his group were all set to depart, and the Atom Tree branch purchased at the auction had already set sail towards Water 7. "Xiaoying, remember to help me find someone when we arrive at the Bermuda Triangle," Fan Ku said quietly as he approached Xiaoying. Xiaoying looked at Fan Ku's mysterious demeanor and asked curiously, "Young master, do you have acquaintances there?" Fan Ku waved his hand and said, "Not acquaintances, but a suspicion. Someone who has eaten the yellow spring fruit. Just see if you can find them." Xiaoying nodded and began to inquire about that person's characteristics. When Fan Ku mentioned they might be on a huge broken ship, Xiaoying displayed a look of surprise. Seeing Xiaoying's disbelieving expression, Fan Ku shrugged and said, "The world is vast and full of wonders. Just look for them as I said, but don't scare yourself." Since Fan Ku had said so, Xiaoying naturally complied, but it was quite absurd for a skull to float in a sea area for decades without surfacing. Thus, everyone headed towards the Bermuda Triangle, and on the third day a thick fog enveloped the entire sea area. Fan Ku looked at the thick fog, had a smirk on his lips. They had finally arrived, and soon they would encounter the color-hearted, yet weaponless brook. Half an hour later, Fan Ku approached Xiaoying's side. "How is it, Xiaoying? Is the fog affecting you much?" Fan Ku asked with concern. Xiaoying replied calmly, "Don't worry, young master. It's not much of an impact, but we are about to encounter a guest." Fan Ku asked curiously, "A guest? That shouldn't be a pirate." Xiaoying nodded and replied, "To be precise, it's a fellow traveler. I wonder if young master has heard of the adventurers team, young Tamaria." Fan Ku thought for a moment and replied, "Honestly, I haven't heard of them, but there are few who claim to be adventurers on this sea. It would be nice to get to know them." Xiaoying agreed. "It just so happens that they might be in trouble, and we can lend a hand." Soon the sound of clamor appeared ahead of the Kurinan ship, but unfortunately, it was impossible to see through the thick fog. It was only as they got closer that they discovered two groups were in a fierce battle, one being a pirate crew, and the other the adventurers team Xiaoying had mentioned. From a distance, Fan Ku could hear the pirate captain's boastful voice, "I didn't expect to encounter such a fat sheep after returning from the New World. Men, kill them. Take everything." Fan Ku looked at the distant pirate ship and asked Xiaoying, "Pirates from the New World, huh? Let's see where they come from." Xiaoying said disdainfully, "The captain is the slaughtering Metis with a bounty of 16 million berries, and the first mate is the master of deception Lubron with a bounty of 10 million berries. The failures of the New World, the disasters for ordinary people." The term disaster for ordinary people was something Fan Ku had told Xiaoying about before, referring to powerful individuals who specialize in destruction and slaughter being the nemesis of the Freedom Guild. As soon as Xiaoying finished speaking, Fan Ku had already dashed towards the battlefield 100 meters away, followed closely by Lei Qing and Kli Ku. When Fan Ku arrived on the huge pirate ship, he heard a loud shout, "The Admiral's authority." In Fan Ku's astonishment, several pirates instinctively lined up only to be knocked down by a tall figure wielding a whip. "Damn, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet." Fan Ku cursed directly. Wasn't that the captain of the most populous fleet? He couldn't remember the name at all. At that moment, the tall figure heard Fan Ku's voice and looked up. "Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Who are you? You don't look like part of a pirate crew." Fan Ku landed on the deck and politely replied, "I am Fan Ku, the president of the Freedom Guild. As for everything else, we can discuss it after we deal with these pirates." The tall figure was dressed in a captain's suit with golden hair styled into several thin braids, exactly 5 in total. "I am Admiral Olambos of the Young Tamaria Adventurers team." After whipping a pirate minion away, Olambos introduced himself. On the other side, Lei Qing and Kli Ku had already engaged the captain and first mate of the pirate crew, battling fiercely on either side of the pirate ship's deck. 15 minutes later, as Lei Qing defeated the captain of the pirate crew, only Kli Ku and the master of deception Lubron remained in combat. After clearing the battlefield, both sides watched calmly as Kli Ku and Lubron continued to fight. Since obtaining the tough fruit, Kli Ku had made great progress, abandoning his previous swords and focusing on mastering the Navy's 6 styles. Lubron, on the other hand, was a user of the paper fruit, able to turn his body into paper and tear off paper clones from himself to fight. Fan Ku watched the combat between the two with his arms crossed, commenting on Kli Ku's opponent. "The ability of the paper fruit is quite troublesome. Isn't that akin to a master of paper drawings? Unfortunately, the user is too poor." "President of the Freedom Guild, I truly appreciate your help." The voice of Olambos came from behind, revealing that he had arrived on the Kalinan ship without anyone noticing. Fan Ku, without turning back, replied, "No need to be polite. You probably could have handled this level of pirate yourselves, and instead we took your prey." Olambos stepped forward, pulled out a notebook, and began writing as he spoke. "According to my original plan, we would have annihilated the enemy at the cost of half our crew, and with myself severely injured." Fan Ku, standing beside him, felt a wave of disbelief. Did he really need to make a plan for this? Was he blaming me for disrupting his plan? Olambos continued, "However, thanks to your assistance, only 1 of my crew died and 3 were injured while I remained completely unscathed. That is a life-saving grace." You overstated." Fan Ku couldn't help but look up to offer some comforting words, but a glance at Olambos' face startled him. This guy truly looked ferocious. Olambos quickly put away his notebook and explained, "I apologize. I was born with a fierce appearance which earned me the nickname the Slayer Master." Fan Ku curiously asked, "Do you always make plans and summaries before and after battles?" Olambos naturally replied, "Of course. I must be responsible for my subordinates. I record every brave and lovely subordinate who sacrifices themselves." Fan Ku thought to himself, that nickname surely comes from calculating the sacrifice of his crew in front of outsiders according to his plans. Just think about it, a captain with a fierce expression counting his crew's deaths in front of enemies while muttering, just as I planned. Such a terrifying person could have what kind of nickname? Fan Ku awkwardly smiled and said, "You truly are a responsible and caring captain for your subordinates." Olambos glanced at Fan Ku with a more fierce smile and said, "You flatter me. As a captain, this is what I should do. If there are any crew members who do not complete their tasks as planned, I will still offer them loving encouragement." Fan Ku looked at the whip tightly held in Olambos' hand, feeling a chill in his heart. This person definitely had obsessive tendencies. 6 styles Lotus Finger Spear. At that moment of chatting, Krieg seized the opportunity to use his signature move. Whooshed. Bang. Krieg instantly appeared in front of his opponent, his fingers spread like blooming lotuses, empowered by the strength of the sturdy fruit, forcibly piercing through more than a dozen paper substitutes. Boom. LeBron was sent flying by such a powerful blow, and by the time he landed, he had rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Fan Ku summarized, "LeBron lost due to exhaustion. Krieg still has room for improvement." Krieg, panting heavily, still knelt on one knee and replied, "Lord Fan Ku, I will do my best." Fan Ku flirtatiously responded, "Little Krieg, I have high hopes for you." Suddenly, the unexpected flirtation caused everyone to distance themselves from Van Ku, creating the illusion that Van Ku's orientation had changed. Haha, just trying to lighten the mood. Why so serious? The now aware Van Ku quickly forced an explanation. Unfortunately, everyone was completely unconvinced, throwing him strange looks. Seeing this, Van Ku inwardly cursed, these uncultured brutes don't understand the humor from Blue Star at all. Soon the two groups began a feast on the fog-covered sea, with only 16 people on Van Ku's side, while Olympus' side had over 100. Through his observation, Van Ku discovered that the majority of the 100-person team were merely minions. At the banquet, he approached Olympus and asked, "Admiral, why are most of your crew just ordinary people? Isn't it dangerous to take them out to sea?" Olympus fell silent upon hearing Van Ku's words. Just then his aide Jordan approached, casting a grateful glance at Olympus before explaining to Van Ku. "We were originally commoners of the stand-in kingdom, and the kind that can't pay the heavenly gold. Lord Olympus took us in under the guise of forming an adventure group." Van Ku understood. The king intended to execute the commoners who couldn't pay the heavenly gold, so Olympus formed an adventure group to venture out and open new trade routes. Looking at the fierce-looking Olympus, Van Ku couldn't help but admire him a bit. He was a kind man. No wonder he later managed to gather a fleet of over 4,000 people. Van Ku called out to Bobby, who was drinking milk. "Bobby, are you full? If you are, it's time to show off." Bobby replied expressionlessly, wiping his mouth. "I'm full." "Anakin, what do you want to hear?" Van Ku thought for a moment and replied, "Let's sing Mortal Song. You start the accompaniment." Bobby then took out an arrow and began tuning it in front of everyone. Olympus' subordinates widened their eyes in shock. Is that the legendary devil fruit ability? Once Bobby gave Van Ku an okay gesture, Van Ku turned to Olympus and said, "If you like it, we can sing together later." In no time, melodious singing filled the surrounding sea, pushing the atmosphere of the banquet to its peak. Several nautical miles away from Van Ku and the others, a dilapidated giant ship drifted aimlessly in the darkness covered by mist. "Bring Bink Sake to your side." A faint singing voice emerged from the giant ship in the darkness filled with loneliness and solitude. Unbeknownst to how much time passed, laughter erupted again from the ship. "Yo-ho-ho. Still alive and well today." At this moment, a skeleton with an explosive hairstyle sat in front of the remnants of a piano, mumbling to himself. Suddenly, the skeleton seemed to hear a sound. He stood up and carefully listened at the ship's side. Wherever there is victory for the long-standing, wherever there are people not going, a series of bright, singing voices came from the depths of the mist, causing the skeleton to pause, then immediately jump into the sea. At this moment, the banquet for Van Ku and the others had reached its climax, with Lei Qing embracing Olympus as they danced on the dining table, while Krieg was energetically sharing his training insights with Jordan. As the president of the Freedom Guild, Van Ku was leading everyone in song, when at one moment, he spotted Taizolo hiding in a corner, nibbling on some food, and his expression instantly darkened. Though Van Ku continued to sing, he was inwardly cursing that dog couple, having said not to show dog food, yet they were so blatant. "Isn't this bullying me for being underage? How infuriating." Van Ku resolved to grow up quickly, and when he does, he would start by eating the grass next to their nest. If Taizolo knew that Van Ku had defined him as a shameless person, he would surely feel wronged. Taizolo, having boarded the ship, not only handed over 1,000,000 berries he had saved over the years, but these days he had also diligently followed Xiaoying to learn and train with Krieg, not daring to slack off for a moment. It was just that today at the banquet he had a few more drinks, and taking advantage of the drunkenness, stole a kiss from Stella at the edge of the crowd. To his credit, it was less than a second before Van Ku spotted him. At this moment, Stella had already blushed and closed her eyes, her trembling long eyelashes only adding to her charm. Taizolo decided to muster the courage to confess to Stella. Taizolo nervously reached out to gently lift Stella's tender chin, but the words that came to his lips were stuck. He was just too nervous. Stella, with her eyes closed, waited for a long time without hearing Taizolo's confession, feeling a bit anxious, so she secretly opened one eye to look at Taizolo. Goodness! Upon looking, she was startled to see a skeleton with an explosive hairstyle slowly emerging from the shadows behind Taizolo. "Yo-ho-ho. Sorry. Did I interrupt you?" The skeleton's hollow black eyes met Stella's terrified gaze, and he suddenly spoke politely. "Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the entire atmosphere of the banquet, instantly silencing the noise. The bewildered crowd turned their attention to Stella, where Taizolo was covering his ears collapsed before her, and not far away stood a skeleton dressed in a suit. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, the skeleton suddenly turned to face them, reaching up to take off the top hat from his head and placed it on his chest, bowing politely to everyone. "Good evening, everyone. I am Brooke, left with nothing but a skeleton. Yo-ho-ho." The air suddenly fell into silence, and the expressions of the crowd became dazed, unsure of who suddenly dropped the bottle. Smash! The sound of the broken bottle echoed, followed by a tsunami of screams in the crowd. "Ghost. No, wait. It's a ghost skeleton. Van Ku calmly approached Xiaoying and said, Xiaoying, why didn't you warn me? This is a mess. Xiaoying turned to Van Ku and said, young master, didn't you say to keep it a secret and give everyone a surprise? Van Ku covered his face. Back then it was just us a dozen people. Oh, it was easy to manage. Now with over 100 people it's bound to cause chaos. Indeed, just as Van Ku said when the crowd gathered, trouble ensued. The timid were preparing to jump ship, while the bold had already drawn their swords. With no other choice, Van Ku could only glare, unleashing a powerful conqueror's haki that precisely immobilized everyone in place, although a few unfortunate souls fainted. Van Ku approached Olympus, patting his arm to reassure him, then explained to everyone, don't be afraid, that's just someone who ate a devil fruit. It's not a ghost. The recovered Brook also explained, that's right. I am the revived person who ate the revived fruit. As for ghosts, I am quite scared of them myself. Although Brook had confirmed it, many still held skeptical attitudes. After all, a skeleton running around like this was truly rare. After a long while, through the continuous explanations from Van Ku and Brook, the crowd finally became willing to believe that this skeleton was a normal living person who had just transformed due to eating a devil fruit. The banquet continued in an orderly manner, with Brook showcasing his violin performances and singing. No one noticed that in the shadows a green-haired youth was squatting with his legs hugged, having lost the courage he had so painstakingly gathered amidst the commotion. Yo-ho-ho, how incredibly fortunate. I've encountered another living soul, yet again. Brook, still exhilarated from his recent vocal performance at the banquet, burst into hearty laughter over his glass of milk. Lei Qing asked curiously, Mr. Brook, have you truly not met any other living person in all these years? Brook drained his milk and let out a soft, milky burp before explaining, oh, I've certainly met others, but 3 times they fled at the mere sight of me, 4 times they launched immediate attacks. Van Ku couldn't help but retort with an entrance that terrifying, no wonder you've been drifting alone across the sea. Hearing this, everyone nodded in silent, unmistakable agreement. Yo-ho-ho. Lord Van Ku's words cut deep. I hadn't even realized it myself. After so many years without encountering another soul, I'd simply rush forward, overwhelmed with excitement. Brook recounted his past antics with cheerful nonchalance, leaving the entire group utterly speechless. Seeing the moment, Van Ku extended a direct invitation. I am the founder of the Free Guild, a fellowship dedicated to helping members fulfill their dreams of global circumnavigation. Would you join us? Truly. Then please, by all means, accept me. Brook replied without hesitation. Van Ku inwardly sighed, just as he'd expected. Brook was precisely the kind of man who would eagerly pledge allegiance to anyone he met. After all, he had long since lost everything. No purpose, no direction, merely a hollow vessel adrift. Van Ku feigned playful intrigue. Brook, you have no idea how wondrous this world truly is. Just 2 days ago, Xiaoying, the Logia fruit user, saw a whale crash headlong into the Red Line continent, right there in the Twin Strait. Yo-ho-ho, what an astonishing spectacle, that a whale should strike the Red Line continent. Brook laughed on cue, his tone rich with theatrical delight. His laughter trailed off abruptly. Twin Strait. A whale. That's Laboon. Brook carefully steadied his voice and asked Lord Guildmaster, did your party sail here from the Twin Strait? Van Ku chuckled heartily, not at all. We came from the New World. But Xiaoying possesses the gaze fruit, granting her vision beyond 4,000 kilometers. Van Ku told a deliberate untruth. Given their current position, the Twin Strait lay far beyond even 4,000 kilometers. Brook pressed further, then Lord Guildmaster, will our course take us through the Twin Strait? Indeed. We shall sail straight for the Twin Strait, then proceed onward to explore the 4 seas, though our pace may be unhurried. Van Ku spoke openly of his plans, utterly unperturbed. Brook set down his cup and said solemnly, Lord Guildmaster, I wish to share my story, with your permission, of course. Van Ku thought, here it comes, the confession. Outwardly, he remained composed. Of course I'll listen, and I'll summon the crew to hear it as well. You wouldn't object, would you? By all means, Brook replied. Soon Van Ku's guild members formed a close circle. Olympus and Jordany joined them without delay. Ignoring the assembled crowd, Brook began his tale. 36 years ago, I resigned my post as captain of the Royal Guard to join a pirate crew composed entirely of musicians. We left behind a young whale we'd adopted, there in the Twin Strait. Our entire crew perished, only I survived thanks to my devil fruit ability. As Brook's long, sorrowful narrative unfolded, every listener was moved to tears. Bobby and Olympus collapsed into each other's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet Bobby wept with stone-cold impassivity while Olympus wept with grim, feral intensity. Any outsider might have mistaken them for failed bandits caught mid-heist. Watching their raw emotion, Brook suddenly lifted his own skullcap. Ah! A fresh wave of shrieks erupted. Such a sight was profoundly unsettling. Once the commotion subsided, all eyes fell upon the conch shell. Brook withdrew from within his cranium. and fell silent once more. He calmly pressed its activation switch. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Let Bink's brew flow to your side. Like the wind, free untethered. The conch instantly filled the air with orchestral harmonies and choral voices, interspersed with muffled thuds as listeners collapsed and instruments clattered onto the floor. Gradually, the music softened. Only a lone piano remained. Then Brooke's own choked sobs rose beneath the keys. Before the recording ended, he silenced it with a quiet press. The room remained suspended in profound emotional reverie, while Brooke rose calmly, knelt before them, and bowed low. My friends, for nearly 30 years I drifted across this fog-shrouded sea, my rudder shattered beyond repair. You are the first people in 3 decades to invite me to your feast, and to welcome me into your fellowship. Lord Guildmaster, though it pains me to ask, I beg you bring me alive before Laboon. That is the sole dream reborn within me. Please do not disdain my plea. Fan Ku mused that people in this world possessed nerves of extraordinary caliber. Brooke had encountered several crews over 30 years, yet somehow never secured passage aboard any ship. Without Fan Ku's intervention, he might have waited another 20. And yet, how genuine their emotions were. Over 100 souls surrounding him now wept openly, sniffling and pleading for Fan Ku to grant Brooke's request. Such a scene reminded Fan Ku only of televised proposals, those dramatic, overwrought moments starring tyrannical CEOs. A shiver ran down his spine, but the crowd roared louder, "Say yes. Say yes." Suppressing his own embarrassment, Fan Ku patted Brooke's explosive afro and declared firmly, "Now that you've joined the Free Guild, we shall honor your dream, escort you safely to your destination." Hearing Fan Ku's solemn vow, Brooke jerked upright, revealing for a fleeting instant a skull weeping rivulets of clear fluid. Snap! Instinctively, Fan Ku slapped him, whereupon Brooke vanished beneath a flurry of sympathetic hands and bodies. Only afterward did Fan Ku realize his mistake. Brooke had been weeping not in terror, but in overwhelming gratitude. Yo-ho-ho, lovely lady. Just as Fan Ku and the others moved to locate Brooke, his mischievous cackle rang out from the crowd. All right, forgot about that. He's a panty-obsessed maniac. That slap was far too gentle. Moments later, screams and metallic clangs erupted from Olanbus's contingent. Within the endless fog, day and night blurred together. After the feast, the two groups set sail side by side, leaving the mist-choked expanse behind. In the communal dining hall of the Cullinan, Fan Ku's party sat around the table, Olanbus and Ginny among them. Yo-ho-ho. After last night's revelry, waking to such a delicious breakfast feels like a miracle, proof that life itself is pure grace. Brooke, his skeletal frame crowned with a fresh, swollen bump, spoke with serene contentment. Moments later, Bobby emerged from the galley bearing a colossal tureen. On Icon, everyone, Bobby's boiled eggs are ready. His announcement sparked thunderous cheers. Baba-sama's boiled eggs are endlessly delightful. Yes, absolutely. They're nothing short of miraculous. Olanbus, overhearing the praise, veins bulged on his forehead. He bellowed silence. This is a meal, not a circus. Respect the Admiral's dignity. Form ranks. Without thinking, Olanbus activated his ability. 10 crewmates snapped into rigid formation beside the table. Even newly recruited Tetsuro stood stiffly in line. Fan Ku glanced at Xiaoying, Lei Qing, and Crick, still seated calmly at the table, and felt a quiet swell of pride. Huh, Tetsuro, you've got work to do. And the rest of you, double training sessions with Crick. Fan Ku teased Tetsuro lightly, then issued orders to the 9 other soldiers aboard. Humph, Olanbus grumbled, then compulsively snatched one of Bobby's boiled eggs from the table and devoured it. Mwah! These eggs, they're divine. Mother of mercy. The very man who demanded silence now leapt onto the table, roaring with ecstasy. The ranked crew stared blankly at their rowdy commander, then wordlessly parted to make space for him to join the line himself. Olanbus froze atop the table, bewildered, flustered. This wasn't his ship. Perhaps he should quietly fall into formation. Sensing the awkward lull, Fan Ku interjected, "Enough. Everyone back to your seats. Let's eat. Bobby rarely cooks. This is special." Olanbus, his fierce expression now subdued, sank silently into his chair. Ginny leaned in gently to explain, "Our captain has loved boiled eggs since childhood." Perhaps Baba-sama's craftsmanship was simply too sublime. He couldn't restrain himself. At Ginny's words, a faint blush warmed Olanbus's stern, scarred cheeks, shyness rare and tender. Yo-ho-ho, truly exquisite boiled eggs. My very bones gleam with newfound luster. Brooke chimed in, having surreptitiously devoured several eggs, and capped it with a loud, fragrant belch, earning a venomous glare from Tetsuro. Tetsuro clenched his fists, seething, "Last time you ruined my wedding. Now you'll pay, you stinking lecherous skeleton." Olanbus, without drawing attention, polished off a dozen more eggs, then turned to Fan Ku, earnest and focused. "Lord Fan Ku, may I ask why you invited me aboard today?" Fan Ku dabbed his mouth and replied, "Yes. I extend this invitation in my capacity as founder of the Free Guild. I ask you to join us. Oh, yet I serve as a frontier explorer under the Standing Kingdom. Are you certain you wish me to defect? Olympus instinctively reached for his meticulously kept journal, preparing to record every word. Olympus, you founded your crew for a reason I already understand. At 20, you shouldn't be weighed down by ordinary men. Boom. Before Fanku finished speaking, Olympus's massive fist slammed onto the table. Lord Fanku, what do you mean? Abandon my comrades. His already fearsome visage darkened with gathering fury. Lord Olympus, please remain calm. Lord Fanku is not mistaken. We truly have hindered you. Jordan hastily interjected to soothe Olympus. Olympus, hear me out first. I do not ask you to abandon your companions. Fanku, realizing his words had been misinterpreted, quickly clarified. Oh, then what precisely does Lord Fanku intend? Olympus asked, restraining his impatience. Most of your adventuring company are ordinary souls without home or haven. No matter how meticulously you plan or train them, the majority will still meet their end. You know this well, do you not? And yet, before setting sail, they embraced death as their solemn vow. As their captain, I shall spare no effort to keep them alive. That was a choice born of despair. I offer a better path, one that secures their future. Would you hear it? Oh, very well. I'll listen, if only for the sake of boiled eggs. Join the Free Guild. In time we shall establish one, or even several, secure enclaves. Those unfit for the sea may dwell there, serving as vital logistical support. Then what role might I play? Olympus asked, visibly intrigued. Continue your voyages, gather the displaced into your crew, and carefully select those worthy of joining the guild. Fanku held firm confidence in this man's administrative acumen. Yet, can your guild truly deliver on such promises? Olympus suddenly recalled, wasn't the so-called Free Guild composed of barely a dozen members? Fanku leaned back with tactical flair and declared, never underestimate my guild. Among those present, several could defeat you with ease. Indeed, Fanku's brothers Lachin Crick and even Xiaoing all possessed the strength to overcome Olympus, though perhaps not quite as effortlessly as Fanku implied. Oh, is that so? Yet raw power alone falls far short of sufficiency. Though skeptical, Olympus chose not to dwell on combat prowess. Fanku gestured toward Taizolo, who had been surreptitiously glancing at Brooke. This is Taizolo, a prodigy I discovered and nurtured in commerce. Henceforth funding shall never be a concern. Startled by being singled out, Taizolo rose and pledged earnestly, rest assured, Guild Master, I shall never disappoint you. Indeed, I trust you implicitly. Tell me, have you read the latest broadsheets? Fanku nodded, then turned to Olympus. As Olympus frowned in confusion, Jordan behind him suddenly recalled something. Lord Fanku, are you referring to Moonlight Moria, the West Sea hero, who has joined your Free Guild? Precisely, Fanku replied without hesitation. Now we possess capital, renown, and formidable warriors. You shall be the final cornerstone, completing the Free Guild's foundation. A world-class guild cannot function without vast numbers. After all, masters of power are few, not every burden can rest upon their shoulders. Olympus declared solemnly, if this is true, then I, Olympus, captain of the Brevetamaria Adventuring Company, shall stand as the Free Guild's most unwavering ally. Thank you for your trust, Fanku replied earnestly. The Free Guild will not fail you. Soon after, Olympus returned to his vessel to announce his guild affiliation. Fanku stood beside Olympus and asked, where did your company originally intend to sail? Guildmaster, we were bound for the city of Water 7 to purchase second-hand vessels. Second-hand ships. Did you not receive sponsorship from the Kingdom of Standing? Olympus scratched his head. We are an exploratory adventuring company. Only when we deliver substantial value to the kingdom does His Majesty grant us modest resources for growth. I see. Then, let us acquire new ships outright. The Free Guild will cover the cost. Fanku was no mere show-off. The guild truly commanded immense wealth. During patrols across the waters of the Kingdom of Prudence, Fanku encountered 2 or 3 pirate crews on nearly every sortie, intelligence supplied by other patrol units. Over more than a year, he amassed bounties nearing 20 billion. King Elizabello II proved remarkably generous, deducting not a single coin, and redeemed the full sum in the kingdom's name. Olympus was utterly astounded. A brand new ship, gifted immediately upon joining. Truly, a guildmaster's word was unassailable. Guided by Xiao Ying's ability, the fleet swiftly cleared the mist-shrouded waters. Their next destination, Spring Paris Island, future terminus of the Water 7 Aquarelle line. Fanku stood at the prow of the Cullinan, habitually stroking his chin. Spring Paris Island, unmentioned in the canon, but judging by its name, surely a hub for handbags. Brooke, overhearing, chuckled, yo-ho-ho. If my memory serves, this island is famed as the Joyful District. Huh. Fanku's jaw dropped. Is this the Joyful District I'm thinking of? If it's age inappropriate, How on earth is it broadcastable? Crew members aboard pricked up their ears, clearly captivated. Fanku cleared his throat. The joyful district. What is it for? An amusement park? I've yet to ride a carousel. At his words, every attentive ear promptly collapsed in disbelief. So that kind of joyful district. Utterly uninteresting. Just as Brooke prepared to clarify, the kind unsuitable for minors, Fanku instantly sealed his mouth with a zipper-like ability. Brooke, there are young ladies aboard. Speak so brazenly, and I fear our ship's milk supply won't suffice to set your fractured bones. Fanku warned, gripping Brooke's collar. After a brief exchange of glances, the joyful district in their conversation became by mutual agreement a vibrant district brimming with chic boutiques and delectable street food. Xiaoying emerged just then from the cabin, curious at their animated chatter. Truly splendid. Then I must absolutely take Stella shopping with me later. Fanku broke into cold sweat. Xiaoying clearly hadn't used her ability to scan the island's interior, otherwise she'd never utter such words. A day later, a colossal heart-shaped island loomed before them. Even before docking, legions of radiant young women thronged the harbor, waving enthusiastically at Fanku's party. Oranbus's crew and Fanku's party disembarked separately. While the former's numbers obscured individual faces, Fanku's contingent totaled barely a dozen. They were swiftly dispersed by the overwhelming tide of welcoming women. 10 minutes later, Fanku, Xiao, Ying, and Bobby strolled down a bustling thoroughfare. Shops lining both sides bore retro-chic facades bathed in soft pink light. Fashionably dressed women, attired with deliberate allure, beckoned passers-by from their thresholds. Xiaoying flushed crimson and murmured softly, "This feels rather like that sort of place." Fanku waved dismissively, "Don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps it's simply a bold aesthetic. Let's step inside and see." Inwardly, Fanku resolved, should trouble arise, I'll pin it all on Brooke. Better a dead comrade than a doomed master. No sooner had the trio entered a shop named Dreamy Night than a stunning hostess in a form-fitting cheongsam swayed forward, her voice honeyed. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Our services guarantee absolute satisfaction." Bobby nearly ducked behind Fanku in fright. Xiao Ying's eyes widened, her voice trembling. "Young master, we seem to have come to the wrong place." Undeterred, the hostess clung to Fanku's arm, cooing, "Darling, don't be shy. Come in and unwind." Fanku savored the moment inwardly, yet recalled he and his brother were still minors, and Xiaoying a young girl. He cleared his throat. "Beautiful elder sister. I'm only 13, my brother here is 10. We seek the dreamy carousel. Might you have one?" The hostess froze, then scrutinized Fanku and Bobby closely. Good heavens, they really are children. Kindly releasing Fanku's arm, she smiled warmly. "Little brother, we do have carousels, but likely not the kind you seek." Xiao Ying's face burned scarlet. She had just scanned the entire district with her ability. For one untouched by worldly affairs, the district's reality was so profoundly jarring that her vision now spun in dizzying circles, her thoughts utterly paralyzed. The hostess's teasing drew several similarly attired women to gather around. Fanku suppressed his primal impulses and bid them farewell. "Ah, well then we must take our leave. Goodbye, lovely sisters." He swiftly led the dazed Xiao Ying and Bobby back to the harbor, where Lei Qing, cheeks flushed crimson, stood awaiting them. "Guild master, this place hardly matches Lord Brooke's description. It seems rather indecorous." Lei Qing rushed forward, aggrieved. "Just moments ago, I was dragged into a shop and nearly stripped before realizing what was happening." Fanku glanced at Lei Qing and thought wryly, so Lei Qing remains a pure-hearted boy after all. I should have noticed back at Fishman Island. Lei Qing, why not stay aboard with Taizolo and Stella? We've already discerned this island's unsettling nature. Fanku declared with practiced gravitas, while ushering Xiao Ying and Bobby back onto the ship. "Remain here, all of you. This guild master shall return shortly." He addressed the crew aboard. "I go now to retrieve our comrades, still untainted by folly. As a respectable world-circling traveler, I declare this island unworthy of exploration. At least, not until adulthood." After solemnly reassuring Xiao Ying, Fanku finally departed the Cullinan. Upon descending the gangplank, he found Oranbus standing nearby, his expression fierce and unyielding. Fanku looked at the distant Oranbus with curiosity and asked, "How did you end up here? Were you not taken to the Joy Street?" After Fanku's question, Oranbus immediately felt very aggrieved. Although there were over 100 people here just now, they were quickly swept away by enthusiastic ladies. Originally, Oranbus was anxiously waiting for a beautiful lady to approach him, but his fierce appearance scared them off. Thus, the once bustling port quickly left only Oranbus standing there. "No, it's nothing. Master, I just don't want to go." The stubborn Oranbus finally managed to squeeze out this response. Although Fanku did not possess the ability to hear all things, he could still sense the grievance in Oranbus' words. "Okay, Oranbus, I think we need to hurry and find our crew. Otherwise, when their bills come out, you will go bankrupt." Master, how much could a meal possibly cost? They know what they can afford. Tisk tisk tisk, of course a meal won't cost much. However, Joy Street is mainly focused on adult activities. Do you understand what I'm saying? As soon as Fan Ku finished speaking, Ornbus' expression immediately turned sour. Damn it. I have no intention of being involved with gambling, drugs, or anything immoral. Just like that, under Fan Ku's shocked gaze, Ornbus quickly rushed into Joy Street, yelling the dignity of the captain. Half an hour later, a bizarre scene unfolded along Joy Street, with teams of disheveled men and women lining up outside each establishment. Among this lineup, Fan Ku unexpectedly spotted the disheveled Brook among them. Tisk tisk tisk, even the skeleton was treated, yet Ornbus was not. Poor Ornbus must have accumulated a great deal of resentment. Fan Ku could clearly feel that his dignity as a captain had become more potent than before. Just as Fan Ku stood at one end of Joy Street watching the excitement, he suddenly received a warning through his Kinbunchika haki. Swoosh. Desert Blade. Almost simultaneously, Fan Ku teleported to Ornbus' side, helping him evade the sudden attack. A massive slash made of yellow sand struck fiercely at the fountain plaza in the middle of the street. The enormous fountain plaza was sliced in half and subsequently submerged by endless yellow sand, erasing the once beautiful scene. Ahaha. What a spoilsport, causing trouble while others are having fun. A brash laugh echoed from the source of the attack, and Fan Ku could tell, just by the attack, that it was definitely a conceptual fighter, the infamous crocodile. Fan Ku actually wanted to test the waters with this sand crocodile, but clearly the current situation was inappropriate. Crocodile, I apologize for my subordinate's recklessness. I will cover your expenses from now on. How about that? Fan Ku spoke politely to the shadowy sand crocodile, as the natural fruit's abilities were quite lethal to ordinary people. Upon hearing Fan Ku's words, the sand crocodile revealed himself, standing with both hands intact. Fan Ku raised an eyebrow. Was this sand crocodile not going to challenge Whitebeard? This seemed a bit tricky. This guy had just had an onion with Barrett not long ago, and was feeling quite inflated. Ahaha. Weaklings have no right to negotiate with me. Instead of responding to the sand crocodile, Fan Ku drew his sword Autumn Water and slashed towards the sand-filled fountain plaza. A powerful sword aura wrapped in a strange energy surged towards the plaza. When the sword aura touched the ground, a crack suddenly opened and endless yellow sand began to pour into the gap. Those near the plaza could clearly see that the area sliced by the sword aura resembled a zipper being pulled apart, with the ground on either side transforming into soft fabric, the weight of the yellow sand bending the ground as it slipped inside. Only when the yellow sand on the plaza had completely vanished did the zipper-like cracks slowly disappear, revealing the fountain and ground that had been cleaved in two. At this moment, Fan Ku's silence was deafening, and the sand crocodile began to squint his eyes as he observed Fan Ku's displayed power. Hiss. Puff. After taking a deep drag from his cigar, the sand crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly said, "If there's a next time, you won't be so lucky." Fan Ku replied smoothly, "Don't worry. What I said earlier still stands. You can spin to your heart's content. It's on me." The sand crocodile suddenly became interested in Fan Ku's identity. Ahaha. An arrogant little brat. Who are you? Fan Ku released the still shaken Ornbus and replied indifferently, "I am Fan Ku, the president of the Freedom Guild. This is my subordinate Ornbus." Freedom Guild? Never heard of it. What is it for? It's a mutual aid guild for globetrotters. You'll learn about it in due time. Globetrotting? What a ridiculous endeavor. Are you planning to play sailing house with a bunch of weaklings? We are a mutual aid guild, not something that can be compared to one person's strength. Just as the two were conversing, Bobby, Lei Ching, Klee Kubrook, and other capable members approached. Glancing at the group standing next to Fan Ku, the sand crocodile disdainfully mocked, "Humph. Boring. I'm leaving." Without waiting for anyone to respond, he transformed into a cloud of yellow sand and disappeared. Fan Ku activated his Kinbunchiku to the limit, only relaxing after confirming that the sand crocodile had completely left. Fan Ku did not think he couldn't handle the sand crocodile. After all, he had sensed the sand crocodile's aura through his special Kinbunchiku and found it somewhat superior to his own. But the problem was that there were over 100 ordinary people under Ornbus' command standing not far away, and if Fan Ku and the sand crocodile exchanged blows, the residual energy would likely kill half of them. Fan Ku glanced at the still somewhat shaken Ornbus and said, "Hurry and gather your men, head straight to the ship and wait for us at sea." Ornbus nodded obediently and hurried off to summon his subordinates, leaving only Fan Ku's original members behind. Xiaoying, having arrived next to Fan Ku at some point, said, "Young master, you are truly a gentle and considerate person." Fan Ku looked at Xiaoying and shrugged, saying, "There's no other choice. The abilities of the natural fruit are just too troublesome. I couldn't just ignore others' lives for the sake of my pride." Just as Fan Ku was saying this, a group of confused ladies gathered around them, unaware of the relationships between the sand crocodile Ornbus and Fan Ku. All they knew was that this young man who seemed just a bit handsome was powerful and had helped them drive away the terrifying pirate and the fierce-looking giant. A group of scantily clad alluring ladies quickly encircled Fan Ku. Due to Fan Ku's relatively short stature, he could only drift along with the surging tide. The people who had originally stood beside Fan Ku were quickly pushed aside, and amidst Brooke's envious and jealous gaze, Fan Ku's figure gradually became submerged in the overwhelming tide. Humph. Xiaoying, standing outside the crowd, took in Fan Ku's satisfied expression, snorted angrily, and turned to head toward the Kirin South. Spring Paris truly lived up to its reputation as the Joy Street, as the beautiful ladies here made Fan Ku feel the kindness of the pirate world for the first time since his arrival. After a long while, just as everyone had completely prepared for departure, Fan Ku returned to the Kirin South with a head full of lipstick marks. Waiting for him was Xiao Ying's murderous gaze. Sensing the faint murderous intent coming from her, Fan Ku shivered and immediately wiped the lipstick marks off his face. "Everyone, I just bought a permanent compass for Water 7. We can set sail right now." Fan Ku announced the sailing order with righteousness, then turned around with a flattering expression and handed the compass to Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying pouted displeased and took the compass, mocking, "Young master, you sure are enjoying yourself. You're still just a kid." "Huh. I can't resist such warm hospitality. I made it back in record time." Fan Ku scratched the back of his head, smiling innocently. Before long, the Kirin South left Spring Paris Island, and Fan Ku stood at the bow silently belittling his earlier self. How could a mere woman of the world so easily break his Tao heart? It seemed his meditation still needed work. He decided to go to Xiao Ying's room tonight to improve his heart cultivation. Time at sea is always dull. That night, after being kicked out of Xiao Ying's room for the third time, Fan Ku found himself alone at the ship's railing. Feeling the sea breeze, Fan Ku reminisced about the events since their departure. In just 4 short months, more had happened than in several years prior. Indeed, embarking on a global journey was the right decision. Otherwise, with the growth of strength and age, one could not stay in one island or region for too long. "Oh, master, you're still awake." Tai Solo's voice came from the deck behind the ship. Not asleep yet. What's up? Is it your turn to patrol now?" "Yes, master. How have you been feeling lately? Are you adjusting?" "It's been very fulfilling. I've learned a lot, and have also strengthened my physique." "Hee. You must have had your fair share of romantic encounters, right?" Tai Solo blushed instantly at this teasing master. "Aye." Seeing Tai Solo stammer, Fan Ku comforted him. "It's okay. Don't be shy. Oh, it's perfectly normal for someone your age to fall in love." In just a couple of sentences, Tai Solo suddenly felt as if he were facing his father, experiencing a form of care and expectation from an elder he had never felt before. Having lost his father at a young age and faced disdain from his mother, Tai Solo had never received such recognition and care, even when singing a simple song. Thud. Tai Solo dropped to his knees in front of Fan Ku and said, "I have drifted through life, lamenting never meeting a wise lord. If you do not reject me, I wish to be your adopted son." Fan Ku was stunned by Tai Zuoyuo's words, wondering, "What grievances or enmities do we have? What do you mean by that? Are you hiding the Fong Tian Hua Ji from me? I treated you as a partner, yet you want to stab me in the back." Tai Zuo, kneeling on the ground, looked up curiously after not hearing any response from Fan Ku. He saw that Fan Ku's face was ashen, clearly ready to kill. Cold sweat dripped from Tai Zuoyuo's forehead. Oh no. He had forgotten that the president was only 13 years old this year, 6 years younger than himself, and he was actually going to call him adoptive father. Ahem. "President, if I say I was just joking with you, would you believe me?" Of course I believe you." That's good. By the way, Tai Zuo, you don't have a handy weapon yet, do you? Do you like the Fong Tian Hua Ji?" "Fong Tian Hua Ji? What's that? A weapon?" "It's nothing. If you don't know, then forget it. It's getting late. I'm going back to rest." With a puzzled look from Tai Zuo, Fan Ku smiled and returned to his bedroom. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone looked at the city of 7 waters, which resembled a grand fountain, with immense curiosity. "Everyone, accelerate and aim to dock at the port before lunch." With Fan Ku's command, everyone returned to their posts, preparing to move forward quickly. Before long, Xiao Ying walked to the bow of the ship to take a look ahead and suddenly commanded, "Everyone, adjust the direction slightly to the right." Naturally, everyone followed the command out of habit, while Fan Ku curiously asked, "What's going on? Why are we changing direction?" "Change direction for what?" Xiao Ying said uncertainly. "Young master, if the ship continues forward, we will collide with someone." "Collide with someone?" Fan Ku gazed into the distance. Apart from the endless sea surface, there was the city of 7 waters, which was gradually becoming larger as they approached. Xiao Ying shook her head and said, "That's because the other party is directly standing on the surface of the sea. 1 merman and 2 young men. They have no boat, so of course they can't see us." After hearing this, Fan Ku looked ahead again and noticed that if he looked closely there were indeed a few wriggling black dots on the sea surface. An hour later, several people appeared in front of the Kalinan ship, and everyone was shocked, leaning over the ship's railing to look at them. Anakin, look, these people are actually standing on the water. It seems like they are working. Bobby curiously asked Fan Ku. Just as Bobby was asking, the yellow merman, who was originally focusing on his work, suddenly raised his head and greeted, "Ha! Welcome, travelers from afar. This is the renowned city of Seven Waters. I am the shipwright Tom." As the merman greeted them, the two people who had been helping also lifted their heads and nodded at the crowd. When the ship passed by the three, Fan Ku had a puzzled look on his face, wondering why Iceberg and Kokoro were there. Where had Frankie gone? At this moment, Bobby leaned over the ship's railing and curiously asked, "Uncle Tom, how did you manage to stand in the water?" Bobby's question made Tom even happier as he proudly pointed to the ground beneath his feet, saying, "These are the tracks I made for the sea train. They are splendidly laid out right below my feet." Wow, Uncle Tom is amazing. Bobby's words reflected everyone's thoughts. It was indeed impressive. Just as Fan Ku was thinking about how to get closer, a loud cannon sound erupted as the ship following them, the Yongta Moria, discovered a sea king lurking behind. "Fire. Continue firing. Don't let it get close to the ship." Olympus was commanding his subordinates to fire at the sea king at the stern. "Lei Qing, go help take care of it. It's more convenient for you capable ones on the sea." "All right, President. I will head over now." As soon as Lei Qing received the order, he immediately utilized the moonwalk he had just learned to rush to the back. Whoosh. Boom. Just as Lei Qing took off, a cannonball unexpectedly flew in from somewhere, striking Lei Qing in midair. Everyone was bewildered. What? The Yongta Moria didn't need help, right? If you don't need help, just say so. Was it necessary to fire directly? Lei Qing was caught off guard and was hit by a cannonball plummeting towards the sea in a cloud of black smoke. Fan Ku frowned and reminded, "It's not Olympus cannon fire, it's from the side." Only then did everyone notice a strange small warship rapidly approaching not far to their right. That cannon shot was fired from this warship. Just as Lei Qing was about to touch the sea, he finally reacted, twisting his waist to step on the moonwalk and leaping into the air. Upon seeing the distant warship clearly, he unhesitatingly unleashed a powerful move. "I am electricity, I am light. Cool and awesome beyond belief." After gathering power in the air for a long time, Lei Qing swung out a slash imbued with electric light, instantly slicing the small warship in half. Standing on the ship, Fan Ku covered his face, feeling a headache from his own mouth. Why did he have to say such embarrassing words to Lei Qing? Without pausing after completing his strike, Lei Qing charged towards the Sea King behind him, swiftly incapacitating the large Sea King that resembled a centipede. At this moment, a small boy with blue hair and a floral shirt floated out from the wreckage of the shattered small warship. He was lying on his back, clearly unconscious. Splash! Tom immediately leaped into the sea and within 2 minutes brought back the small boy. Seeing that the boy was merely unconscious and not injured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a fortunate stroke of luck to survive. Mr. Tom, is this little friend someone you know? Why did he fire at my subordinate? It should be that a new battleship made by Frankie malfunctioned. He must have intended to come to help. But the cannonball went wildly off course. Since you say so, Mr. Tom, I will reluctantly believe it. However, shouldn't you show some sign of goodwill? Of course. If you don't mind, please come to my workshop for a meal as a token of my apology. We have quite a few people, so let's just take a few senior members. That would be greatly appreciated. Soon Fan Ku, along with several important senior members, including Lei Qing, boarded Tom's small boat, while the rest were guided to the port by Cleek. Not long after, in Tom's workshop, he raised a glass and apologized to the soot-covered Lei Qing, saying, "I'm really sorry. My foolish apprentice caused you trouble." At this moment, Lei Qing appeared quite calm, stating, "It's fine. I wasn't hurt, but your apprentice's craftsmanship is indeed commendable." Mr. Lei Qing is truly a remarkable man. Tom's workshop was quite simple, so aside from drinking some beverages, the only thing Kokoro made in the kitchen was a few dishes. Once the meal was finished, Fan Ku began asking Mr. Shipwright Tom, why is someone renowned as the world's best shipwright working in such a simple workshop? Aside from Xiaoing, everyone looked shocked upon hearing Fan Ku's words. The big yellow and chubby man before them was actually the world's best shipwright. Tom laughed proudly, saying, perhaps it's because I built a truly remarkable ship." Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Kokoro, who was assisting with the drink, smiled and explained, "Tom built a ship for the pirate king Roger. So after Roger was executed, the world government came to settle scores with him." At this moment, Tai's Law, who was beside them, asked in shock, "Are you saying that the pirate king's Golden Jackson was built by Mr. Tom?" "Yes, that was indeed a truly remarkable ship. It is my proudest work." Tom beamed with pride at Tai Zualuo's shocked expression. Kokoro, rarely complaining, began to voice her frustrations, saying that Roger still owes for the shipbuilding costs. In the end, he was executed and dragged you down with him. Who told him to bring me a branch of the atom tree? No shipwright could refuse to build a truly remarkable ship with it. Upon hearing Tom's words, Fan Ku immediately perked up, as he also had shipbuilding materials from the atom tree. Kokoro, with a hint of helpless affection, said, all right. As long as you're happy, what else matters since you are the master of the workshop? Fan Ku looked at Kokoro, who, although not young anymore, still maintained a certain charm and was not as eye-watering as she would be in 20 years. So, Mr. Tom, if you have more atom tree materials, would you still be willing to build another remarkable ship? Oh, Mr. Fan Ku, do you have atom tree materials in your possession? Indeed. They should be delivered in the City of Seven Waters in the next few days. During the auction, it was said to be enough to build a warship over 100 meters long. That's quite rare. The Golden Jackson back in the day was only about 80 meters long. However, I regret to inform you that I have to decline. What's the matter, Mr. Tom? Is there something inconvenient? At this moment, Kokoro began explaining, Tom has proposed a sea train project to the world government, so he has to be checked by the CP department every month. He is currently stretched thin. Fan Ku, looking puzzled, asked, oh, then why not ask everyone in the City of Seven Waters for help? Kokoro rolled her eyes, saying, it's because Tom built a ship for Roger, and now no one dares to approach him for fear of getting implicated. It's okay. A man should bravely face difficulties. Fan Ku calmly said, the sea train is a beneficial project for the public, aligning with our Free Guild's ideals. Tom curiously inquired, Free Guild? This is the first time I've heard of it, though it seems familiar. I wonder what position you hold in the guild, Mr. Fan Ku. Mr. Tom probably saw it in the newspaper concerning Moria. As for me, I am the president of the guild. Oh, that's quite a remarkable guild. To have that West Sea hero join, I wonder what your guild does, Mr. Fan Ku. It is a guild where people with dreams of traveling the world gather and help each other. The guild assists every member with global dreams, but the premise is that your actions must be just. That truly is impressive. Mr. Fan Ku is indeed a remarkable founder. Suddenly sitting up straight, Fan Ku said earnestly, I would like to invest in your sea train project in the name of the Free Guild. In that case, you should have time to help us build a ship, right? Tom sat on his small stool, stunned into silence by Van Ku's words. Isn't it true that with this Mr. Tom can achieve his dreams more quickly? A child's sharp scream pierced the air. The crowd turned to the door, realizing that the little rascal who had caused a ruckus was awake just as he was about to enter the room, when a large hand reached out from behind and pressed down on his head. Flam, you little rascal, the reason I called you over is to apologize to others. You nearly harmed someone just now. The large hand holding Flam belonged to the iceberg that was watching over him in the bedroom. Under the pressure of the iceberg, Flam reluctantly apologized to Lei Qing, muttering about the iceberg's meddlesome nature. Van Ku observed the scene before him, noting how small and frail the future artificial human Frank appeared, seeming less monstrous than expected. Mr. Tom, I wonder what your thoughts are. If you have no objections, funding and manpower will not be an issue. Van Ku resolutely reiterated his proposal, while Tom fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, Tom spoke. I am actually under the surveillance of the world government. Once the sea train is completed, I do not believe the world government will let me go. Hearing Tom's words, Van Ku thought, so you are aware after all. Then why didn't you run at the time, allowing them to take you away? Tom's statement left both the iceberg and Flam somewhat incredulous, as Tom had previously claimed that completing the sea train would earn him a pardon. Van Ku interrupted, that's not a problem. As long as Mr. Tom is willing to join the Freedom Guild, the guild will certainly find a way to help you escape. Hearing this, Tom laughed heartily. Originally, I planned to accept my fate after completing the sea train. Since the guild leader has given me a new goal, I cannot be ungrateful. Van Ku immediately extended his hand, saying, in the future, there will be more people with dreams of circumnavigation waiting for your good ship in the Freedom Guild. I hope you can generously provide assistance then. No problem, guild leader. Tom boldly extended his 2 fingers and shook hands with Van Ku. Watching the two reach a consensus, everyone else became cheerful, especially Flam, who began clamoring for a banquet. Van Ku, naturally delighted, warmly invited the other members of Tom's studio to enjoy a feast in the Water City. In the afternoon, Van Ku met up with Kellic and the others. More than 100 people directly booked the largest banquet hall in the Water City. Due to Tom's unique situation, Van Ku ordered guards to monitor the entrances. During the banquet, Van Ku and Olanbas discussed the planning of the young Tower Moria team, starting with keeping a portion of willing individuals to help Tom complete the sea train. Then they would designate a portion to be handed over to Taizolo for business expansion in the Water City, which is the famous shipbuilding holy land of the pirate world, was naturally the best starting point for commerce. Van Ku called Taizolo over and instructed, "Next we will stay here for 3 months. You should try to learn math from Xiaoing while for business, I trust your talent." Taizolo listened attentively to Van Ku's instructions and assured him that he would complete the tasks assigned by Van Ku, laying the foundation for a vast commercial empire for the Freedom Guild. After Van Ku finished speaking, Taizolo suddenly showed an expression of hesitation, fidgeting, and feeling shy to speak. Van Ku, noticing Taizolo's awkwardness, immediately understood, "Sister Stella can't follow you for now. Oh, after all, you don't have enough strength to protect her, do you?" Taizolo had no retort to Van Ku's words. It was indeed the case that the Freedom Guild had just started, and without accompanying Van Ku and the others, he could not ensure Stella's safety. To develop a commercial empire in a pirate world teeming with strong individuals, Taizolo clearly knew it would not merely be about commercial conflicts. There would certainly be more threats of violence. Taizolo was left speechless by Van Ku's words and could only silently agree, secretly vowing to work hard to earn money and strengthen his own power. Van Ku looked at Taizolo, who appeared ready to make a heroic sacrifice, and said somewhat speechlessly, "Don't be too anxious. At most, I will bring Stella back to you in a year or 2. Upon hearing that it would be so soon, Taizolo immediately perked up and began constructively proposing some of his unique business ideas. Van Ku nodded along as he listened to Taizolo's ideas. Although he himself did not understand much about business, he felt that Taizolo's points made sense. "All right, I will provide you with 200 million berries as startup capital. During these 3 months, you can learn while attempting to start your business according to your ideas, and I will not interfere." Olambus, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but think that the guild leader was being a bit too generous. Just as Taizolo was about to express his gratitude and vow to make good use of the funds, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Paha! I am Mondo the Skull Crusher, and I go wherever I please." Just as Van Ku was puzzled, a loud laugh came from the entrance, followed by the entrance of some subordinates. Olambus glanced at the incoming individuals and immediately lashed out, pulling the 2 airborne people over to him with a whip. "Guild leader, let me go take a look first." Olambus had long noticed that he seemed to lack presence in Van Ku's guild, so this time, he proactively requested to deal with the trouble. Van Ku sensed the situation with his unique observation haki. There were many people, but they were weak, and thus he said to Olambus, "Don't damage the surrounding buildings, you will have to compensate." Olambus nodded grimly at Van Ku, then headed toward the entrance. The Admiral's authority. At the entrance, shouts from Olambus announcing his powerful moves echoed, as if he were holding back a breath. Van Ku pulled over Giordani and asked, "What's going on with Olambus? Why is he suddenly so eager?" Giordani, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the question, thought for a moment and explained, "The Admiral probably wants to show off in front of you, especially since you just sponsored Taizolo with 200 million berries. So it turns out this was all to attract sponsorship. I only dared to boldly provide money because I knew the plot," and Olambus clearly misunderstood something. Not long after, Olambus walked in carrying a large fat man. Xiaoing, without even looking up, pulled out a bounty notice. "Young master, it's Mondo the Skull Crusher with a bounty of 42 million. He isn't strong, but enjoys slaughtering civilians, and his nickname reflects his methods of torture." Listening to Xiao Ying's explanation, Van Ku sighed in his heart, realizing the world was becoming increasingly chaotic, with even such small-time criminals fetching bounties of 42 million. Van Ku took a sip of juice from his cup, saying, "People like this shouldn't be allowed to live. Let's eliminate him and turn him into the Navy for a reward." Although there was a minor unhappy incident, the banquet continued until midnight. In the following 3 days, Olambus subordinates followed the previously agreed plan. Most went to assist Tom in his studio, while a small number of clever ones were selected by Taizolo to engage in business. The branches of the Atom Treasure Tree only arrived at the port of Water City on the 5th day, and the huge commotion attracted a gang of pirates ready to loot. Van Ku and his group could only reluctantly accept the bounty that came knocking on their door. Who would have thought it was untreated treasure tree branches? These are large enough to build a magnificent 150-meter giant ship. At that moment, Tom laughed joyfully as he looked at the branches that had been delivered outside his studio. Hearing this, Van Ku was also very pleased. This was indeed an unexpected gain, contributing half to their future vessel. "Mr. Tom, if that's the case, should we modify the blueprints we previously discussed?" "Indeed, guild leader. I will go and revise the blueprints shortly. You can also upgrade the training room you wanted." After being at sea for half a year, Van Ku discovered that his strength had hardly improved, as the original ship was given by Ilya Zubair II and did not have a training room. Van Ku also had no system, so without training, his strength naturally would not progress. After leaving Tom's studio, Van Ku found Bobby, who was exchanging musical insights with Brooke. Upon seeing Van Ku approach, Brooke voluntarily left. "Bobby, I'm really struggling. As long as my body isn't trained, there's no progress at all. Why can't I just eat and drink and become stronger? Anakin, you're already very strong. Bobby hasn't met anyone stronger than Anakin yet. Bobby, with his supportive personality, though Van Ku knew it wasn't true, still loved to hear it. That's because we haven't encountered true strong individuals yet. If we do, it depends on their character. Van Ku did not tell Bobby about his previous encounters with Owl Neptune from Fishman Island and his secret search for Rayleigh and Sabaody. These individuals were all beyond Van Ku's reach at present, not to mention the big shots in the New World and the Navy. Anakin, what should we do then? Bobby scratched his head and asked. Van Ku waved his hand. That's why I decided to stay for 3 months training while waiting for our ship to be built. Oh, okay, Anakin. Starting tomorrow, let's bring Lei Chin Kellic Olanbus and Taizolo together for training. The minimum standard must be mastering the Navy's 6 styles. What about Sister Xiaoying? Doesn't she need to train with us? Xiaoying will train separately with you and Sister Stella, and since they are girls, the requirements aren't as high. And so as Van Ku and Bobby chatted idly, little did they know that chaos was already erupting in the New World. Gulalala, what is it that you two want from me? At that moment, Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick saying, Well. Ever since Gold Lion Shiki was captured, we have nearly divided up his territory. As Big Mom's voice echoed from above the clouds over the Moby Dick, 2 massive figures emerged. Oh ho ho ho. That's right. It's time to start a new war. The other figure was Kaido. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's subordinates watched nervously as 2 figures emerged from the clouds. They were Charlotte, a ruler almost as renowned as Whitebeard in the New World, Ling Ling, and the strongest trainee of the former Rocks pirates, the notorious pirate Kaido. Garara, you little brat, it seems you've grown quite strong. How dare you come before me and act like you know better? Facing Kaido's frenzied words, Whitebeard, who only desired to protect his family, felt a sense of chaos. He did not wish for turmoil, for his sons were still growing. While Kaido means we can join forces to drive the Marines out of the New World. If that happens, we shall become the kings without crowns of the New World. Nonsense. I am Whitebeard. I have no time to indulge you in such frivolous matters. Oh ho ho. War is surely on the horizon. If you refuse to join us, then you will be our first target. I wonder how many of your subordinates will survive. Well. Kaido, don't threaten recklessly. That is Whitebeard we are speaking of. Big Mom clearly had her reservations about Whitebeard and quickly intervened. Unfortunately, her intervention was a bit late. Whitebeard's family was his Achilles heel, and he darkened his face, gripping his sword Song Yunxia. In an instant, an overwhelming force of Conqueror's Haki surged into the sky, coalescing in the air before crashing down violently onto Kaido's head. Accompanying the Haki was Whitebeard's furious roar. You little brat. Are you getting a bit too cocky? Kaido, caught off guard by the sudden attack of Conqueror's Haki, fell directly from the clouds and only transformed into a gigantic azure dragon just before hitting the sea. Oh ho ho. Indeed, Haki is supreme. Old man, let us have another round. The massive dragon's mouth opened, and after a brief moment to gather strength, Fire Dragon's heat. Wait, Kaido. Don't attack yet. Big Mom was a beat too late once more. The massive shockwave of heat surged towards Whitebeard at the bow of the ship, the brilliance of the flames illuminating the entire Moby Dick. Whitebeard extended his left hand to shield against the blinding light, his face full of impatience as he scolded, Rude little brat. If you damage my ship, even rocks wouldn't be able to save you. As he spoke, Whitebeard pressed down forcefully on Song Yunxia, and with his sons watching in shock, he delivered a swift kick infused with the powerful Haki of armament, directly scattering the incoming shockwave of heat. After the heat was dispersed, Kaido's large mouth reappeared, and he felt quite embarrassed. Given the vast area of his AoE attack, he expected some respect in return, not to be treated like a kicked can. Kaido, don't lose focus. Whitebeard is coming. Just as Kaido was dazed, Big Mom's voice rang from behind. Startled by the mention of Whitebeard, Kaido quickly widened his dragon eyes in search of his location, just as Whitebeard's voice came from the side of his dragon head. Garara, let me teach you what it means to respect your elders. Voidquake Fist. In Kaido's dragon eyes, Whitebeard's fist, as large as a cooking pot, was enveloped in Conqueror's Haki. Of course, it was clear Whitebeard was meticulous about cleanliness, as his fist was also covered with a small shield of tremor fruit energy. Smack! Time seemed to freeze as a crack appeared in the space around Kaido's dragon face, followed by a multitude of cracks spreading like a shattered mirror. The space was shattered by Whitebeard. Kaido! Big Mom screamed as she watched the massive dragon body spinning with its eyes rolled back, flying far away. Old hack! Why don't you stay home and have kids instead of bringing Kaido here to cause trouble? You get a punch too. Whitebeard's voice echoed from beside Big Mom. Damn it. No way. Wave country. At this moment, Big Mom was at her peak, not something the young Kaido could compare to, and she directly drew Napoleon to strike. A violent collision resounded from the air, and the shockwave generated a fierce tsunami. Quick! Get the ship out of here, Dad is about to unleash his fury. Marco on the ship quickly ordered a retreat. Understood, Brother Marco. Soon the Moby Dick disappeared from the battlefield, and everyone on board looked towards the direction of the battlefield only to see a massive dragon rushing in from a distance to join the fray. In an instant, the entire battlefield became like a hellish scene. Earthquakes, tsunamis, lightning, flames, and gales. These natural disasters, which could take lives individually, were now interwoven on the battlefield. Huh, Brother Marco, will Dad be all right? The newly joined Reikio asked with some concern. Looking at the sky, which was already in tatters, Marco replied casually, "Don't worry. Dad is the strongest man in the world. He is just educating the younger generation." As everyone gazed at the terrifying battlefield in the distance, educating the younger generation. What kind of education is this? Is there anyone else whose descendants need such education? Directly serving in hell. News of the three great powerhouses clashing in the New World quickly reached the Marshal's office at the Navy headquarters. Marshal Steelbone Kong sat at his desk, his body wrapped in bandages. Cough, cough, cough. It truly is a time of turmoil. Just when we finally caught the red count, the New World starts stirring again. After a fit of violent coughing, the current Marshal Steelbone Kong helplessly said, "Sir Kong, you should take some time to recover. I and Little Crane will keep an eye on the Navy headquarters for you." Admiral Sengoku stood up, expressing concern. A month ago, Steelbone Kong had fought a grueling battle with the red count for 10 days and nights and returned wounded. Huh, right? Old Kong, you should really take a good rest. Leave the matters to Sengoku and Little Crane. Just then, Garp's laughter broke the serious atmosphere. It was hard not to laugh. Originally, the fight between Steelbone Kong and the Red Count was conducted in secrecy, but who would have thought that just as it was about to end, Garp, who had sneaked out of the base, would bump into it. As a result, Steelbone Kong had just knelt down when Garp rushed in without knowing what was happening and started to pound the Red Count, capturing him. "Shut up, Garp. Don't act all innocent." Sengoku's forehead twitched with anger at Garp's words. It was infuriating that the Marshal was now bound like a mummy, and Garp was laughing. This time, Steelbone Kong lacked the ability to shave over and hammer those two fools. He could only cough heavily twice and say, "All right, you two stop it." Next, Sengoku, Crane, and Kizaru will stay at headquarters while Garp takes Akainu and Akiji to the New World to assess the situation. Disperse. As everyone left the office, Akiji quickly caught up with Garp and asked, "Vice Admiral Garp, do you think we can make it to the New World in time? It's already been a day." Walking in front, Garp picked his nose and said, "Those monsters have immense stamina. It won't be over in 5 or 6 days at all. You should bring along a couple more admirals. Perhaps there will be gains." Akiji's excitement was suddenly ignited by Garp's words. "Oh, could it be like how you picked up the Red Count? It is really about to heat up. Don't always think of shortcuts. Justice's name cannot be tarnished." A voice seemingly asking for a beating rang from behind. Akiji turned to find Akainu. Senior Akainu, I can't just pretend I didn't hear your questioning of Vice Admiral Garp's justice." Akiji's expression suddenly turned cold, a chill seeping from his body. Akainu retorted fiercely, emitting hot smoke. "Pirates like the Red Count should be executed on the spot. Vice Admiral Garp even treated him, allowing him to reach impel down safely. Isn't that a stain on justice?" Akiji was ready to strike, but Garp's large hand stopped him. "Kazan, no need to be so agitated. Everyone's justice is different. You must accommodate others' justice. We are comrades." "Vice Admiral Garp, Senior Akainu is clearly insulting us." "What insult? I didn't hear anything. Comrades should coexist harmoniously." In response to Akiji's words, Garp casually replied, "Vice Admiral Garp." Akiji wanted to say more, but was pulled away by Garp. Soon the Navy's warship set off towards the New World. Interestingly, the fleet, led by 5 admirals, was clearly divided into 2 waves. One wave was led by Garp, Akiji, and Fire Fist Ace, while the other was led by Akainu and the Spider Demon. On the 3rd day of sailing, Garp's fleet experienced calm seas with nothing happening, while Akainu's side had a significant discovery. They encountered a severely injured Kaido. After observing for a long time, Akainu decisively ignored the Spider Demon's warnings and aimed to carry out justice by executing Kaido. Dog-biting Red Lotus. From a distance, Akainu unleashed a powerful attack towards the unconscious Kaido lying on the shore. Nearby, the Spider Demon cautioned, "Vice Admiral Akainu, shouldn't we first restrain him with Sea Prism Stone?" Boom. After a colossal explosion, a cry of pain emerged. "Oh ho ho. It really hurts. Who is it?" The Spider Demon on the warship felt a chill as he heard that cry and thought, "We're done for." He then cast a resentful glance at Akainu. "The Navy's justice cannot be tarnished. I will lead by example. Spider Demon, you take the fleet back. Leave the rest to me." The Spider Demon said no more and began directing the fleet to retreat while having the communication officer contact Garp's fleet. When Garp arrived at the scene with Akiji and Fire Fist, they saw Kaido pounding a Kainu into the ground. Kaido was smashing a Kainu into the ground. Akiji, seeing the scene before him, felt a tightening in his heart and was about to rush in to help, but Garp was quicker. He charged into the battlefield with a hearty laugh. "Huh, little Kaido, I heard you're quite the tough guy. You even dare to hit my subordinates." Just as Kaido, who had been knocked out by Whitebeard, was trying to regain some sense of accomplishment while riding on a Kainu, he turned and saw a fist the size of a sandbag rushing towards him. Kaido's heart sank. How could he be so unlucky? In 3 days, he had taken the hardest punches from two of the strongest in the pirate world. Boom. After a thunderous explosion, Kaido once again collapsed on the shore, rolling his eyes. Just as Whitebeard in the New World delivered a powerful blow to Kaido, and Big Mom Fan Ku and the others had just finished a day of training. The weakest Taizuo had already fainted on the spot, yet even so Fan Ku marveled at Taizuo's remarkable physique. In recent days, the members of the guild had all been assessed by Fan Ku using the abilities of the fruit, discovering that even the least talented Crick had an outstanding physique. The others possessed talents that could rival Bobby, each one showcasing an extraordinary physique, which allowed Fan Ku to train them without restraint. It wasn't until Taizuo, the least trained among them, fainted that Fan Ku began assigning everyone their own training. Just as he was about to spar with Brook, the familiar sound of a seagull echoed. Goth. It was that familiar news-giving seagull circling down to present a newspaper to Fan Ku with respect. Fan Ku opened the newspaper and curiously asked, "What's this?" "You've been assigned to the early segment." Goth. The seagull flapped its wings, energetically implying that it had come specifically to deliver it. "Now that's real love. Delivering a newspaper just for me. Is there a major event happening?" Fan Ku directly handed the seagull 500 berries. Vice Admiral Carp creates another miracle, capturing the legendary pirate Red Earl. Looking at the headline on the newspaper, Fan Ku clicked his tongue, pitying the steel-bone Kong, who had fought alone against the Red Earl for 10 days only to be outdone by the opportunistic Carp. Fan Ku thanked the seagull, and ignoring Brook's pleading gaze, launched an attack on him. 7 days later, when Taizuo fainted again, the seagull returned. Whitebeard fights Big Mom and Kaido, unable to defend against a Kai's counterattack. Fan Ku wore a confused expression, questioning what these three were up to. Moreover, Akainu actually tried to go fish. He deserved to be beaten. 5 days later, just as Taizuo was rolling his eyes, the seagull appeared again. Vice Admiral Carp creates yet another miracle, capturing the great pirate Kaido. Akainu fails to deliver, and Kaido escapes. Why is Akainu so unlucky? Shouldn't he execute on the spot, given his nature? Fan Ku observed a moment of silence for Akainu. Putting away the newspaper, he glanced at Brook, who was shivering nearby. Over the past few weeks, Fan Ku suddenly realized that every part of Brook's skeletal frame could be detached. This sparked Fan Ku's hidden obsession. Now his goal was to use different sword techniques daily to detach several parts from Brook. Although this training method greatly improved Brook's sword skills, it left him with significant psychological shadows, to the point that he later hesitated to flirt when he saw Xiaoying. "Brook, how is your research on the soul projection I asked you to look into?" Fan Ku decided to let him off the hook for today and discuss the development of fruit abilities. "Yo ho ho, President. I discovered that when I play music together with Bobby, the fluctuations of the soul are immense, giving a strong feeling of wanting to project out." Brook, upon realizing they wouldn't be practicing swords today, perked up and quickly pulled Bobby, who was tinkering with a battle axe, over. Bobby nodded and said, "That's right, Anakin. Once when we played together, Uncle Brook was singing, and halfway through he unexpectedly began to ascend with his soul." It startled Bobby. Fan Ku rubbed his chin, thinking that the Freedom Guild seemed to have quite a few musicians. Why not let Taizuo put on a commercial performance? After all, his small business hasn't made much profit yet. A performance might even serve as an advertisement. With this thought, Fan Ku walked over to Taizuo and kicked him lightly. "Taizuo, are you awake? If you're up, let's discuss something." Taizuo, who had been rolling his eyes, suddenly jolted awake upon hearing Fan Ku's voice. "President, what can I do for you?" "It's nothing major. Look, although you've thought of many plans before, business doesn't happen overnight, right?" "You're right. I will work diligently without impatience." "I believe in you. However, I suddenly noticed that you, Bobby, Brook, and Stella all possess musical talents. Do you usually communicate with each other?" "Oh, that's right, President. Stella and I dreamed of becoming singing stars when we were young, and Bobby and Brook have great musical talents. We often exchange ideas together. I was wondering if we should hold a music performance. We can make you all stars. This way, when you gain fame, it'll be easier for you to do business." Upon hearing Fan Ku's proposal, Taizuo stood up excitedly, and even Bobby and Brook looked a bit hopeful. "President, you are truly a genius. With Bobby's unique instrumental performance, combined with the three of us, we will definitely elevate the Gold Dragon Guild's reputation." "That's right. Taizui used the resources provided by Fan Ku to establish a guild named the Gold Dragon Guild, and Fan Ku did not inquire about the guild's business content. Fan Ku patted Taizui on the shoulder and said, "All right, from now on you four will form a small group researching the performance during your training. Brooke, take this opportunity to communicate more with them about music and strive to develop new abilities soon." Yo-ho-ho. Thank you so much, President. I will definitely work hard. All right. Today I want spar with you. I'll take Taizui to greet Stella. With that, Fan Ku dragged Taizui to find Xiao Ying and Stella. 2 weeks later, Taizui finally managed to keep up with the rhythm without fainting during the harsh training. Goth. The seagull was back again. Fan Ku took the newspaper and opened it, realizing this time it was indeed big news. Whitebeard and Big Mom Kaido launch a fierce attack on the Navy base in the New World. Are the Navy retreating? The great pirate Hanavza saves the Navy and accepts the world government's invitation to become a warlord. With these two striking headlines, Fan Ku realized that a shift in the balance of the three emperors and the establishment of the warlords was imminent. He wondered if prudence would be affected. It seemed he needed to call Elizabello too to check the situation. In the evening in Fan Ku's bedroom. Brew. Kaga. This is Elizabello too. Uncle Katie, it's me, Fan Ku. Ha. Little Fan Ku. It's been a while since I heard you call me Uncle Katie. How have you been these past 6 months? The world is vast, the scenery is beautiful. We are currently in Water 7. I've established a freedom guild. Oh, have you grown so much in such a short time? You truly are the son of Yondo. Ha. Uncle Katie, has the war involving Whitebeard affected prudence? Fan Ku's voice suddenly turned serious. To say there was no impact would be impossible. Just yesterday, Vice Admiral Roach stationed near Prudence was killed in battle. Only 4 people survived in the base. Who did this? Ironically, it was not those 3 but other pirates who took advantage of the situation to launch a joint attack on the Navy base. So Prudence wasn't affected. You previously led my kingdom's fleet to sweep through the surrounding seas so many times, which pirates would dare come here? All right, Uncle Katie, if the Navy is truly driven out of the New World, Whitebeard would be a good choice. Oh, you don't have a high opinion of the Navy. The chaos brought about by Roger's death is not just the beginning. There will be more newcomers flooding into the seas later on. The Navy simply won't have the time to handle it. All right, I will consider your suggestion. On the other end of the transponder, snail Elizabello too remained silent for a long time before responding. Through the transponder snail, the two chatted about some trivial matters, and soon it was late at night. A month passed and Fan Ku's birthday was just a few days away when the news-giving seagull arrived again. The Navy is retreating in the New World. Is a sea emperor about to be born? Fan Ku looked at the eye-catching headline on the newspaper. Such reports undoubtedly disrupted the last calm of the seas, signaling even more chaos in the world. Indeed, the next morning, while Crick and the others were setting up for Fan Ku's birthday party, they were attacked by unknown pirates. The reason for the attack was rather amusing: to make some quick cash and welcome their pirate emperor to the New World. Although these pirates effectively gifted Fan Ku and the others a considerable bounty, Fan Ku still couldn't feel happy. This world was too chaotic, leaving him, a peaceful person from another world, feeling quite out of place. In the following days, Fan Ku could see news of pirates attacking various islands almost every day, with Water 7 becoming a heavily affected area. As the most famous shipbuilding island in the first half of the Grand Line, it attracted the largest number of pirates, choosing this route to enter the Grand Line. During the most frenzied times, Fan Ku's group dealt with pirate destruction of the city 7 times in a single day. Most of these pirates didn't raid the shipyards, but harassed the local residents, resorting to murder and robbery at the slightest provocation. Soon Fan Ku's birthday arrived. On December 9th, nearly half of Water 7's residents came to his birthday party. There was no choice. Fan Ku and his Freedom Guild had gained too much fame in recent days. Ever since Fan Ku and the others arrived in Water 7, they had been resolving issues of pirate disturbances almost daily. Lord Fan Ku, thank you for your help these past days. Here are some homemade water meat from my family, please enjoy. Lord Fan Ku, here is some fine wine from my family's collection, please enjoy. Fool. Lord Fan Ku isn't of age yet. Lord Fan Ku, this is milk, just produced by my family's cow. Various noisy voices erupted, causing the originally 100-people birthday party to escalate to a scale of over 10,000. Fan Ku took a deep breath, looking at the sea of heads below as Xiaoying handed him the microphone. Ahem. 123. Fan Ku habitually tested the microphone, and the crowd quieted down. Everyone, I am Fan Ku, the president of the Freedom Guild. Thank you all for participating in my birthday party today. We have prepared a performance for everyone. Please enjoy your food and drinks. Well, I hereby declare the party officially started. After Fan Ku delivered an awkward speech, the birthday party officially began. Love you walking alone through the dark alley. And we are all ordinary mortals. And a laugh echoes across the vast sea. A colossal stage had been erected at Fan Ku's birthday banquet. Bobby, Trafalgar Brook, and Stella took turns performing, song after song, each wildly distinct in style. At some point, Bobby had secretly learned drumming from Brooke. Now he sat behind a drum kit, sunglasses glinting, providing energetic accompaniment to Trafalgar's vocals. But what song was it? Come on. Invincible War arrives. Fan Ku sat among the audience, watching the performers passionately sing melodies hauntingly familiar from his past life. Tears glistened unbidden at the corners of his eyes. Young master, what's wrong? Xiaoying asked with concern, noticing Fan Ku's suddenly profound, distant gaze. Haha, it's just that Bobby looks incredibly cool. I'm honestly envious. Fan Ku laughed heartily, brushing away the tear with his fingertip. Xiaoying pouted, the young master is lying. Not at all rigorous. And ignoring her playful protest, Fan Ku leaned in mysteriously. So, have you mastered that song I asked you to practice? Xiaoying blushed. I suppose. I'm getting there. But I'm not much of a singer, especially not before so many people. No problem, no problem. You promised me. I'll have Bobby and the others prepare right away. As Fan Ku dashed off, Xiaoying watched him go, her eyes shimmering with quiet adoration. Hurry and grow up, young master. Moments later, the stage lights dimmed. Fan Ku slipped silently onto center stage. Ahem. Next, a song will be performed by the most cherished person in my life, my goddess, Terry Jess. Please give her your warmest welcome. Xiaoying, seated in the audience, turned crimson upon hearing Fan Ku declare her his goddess. Steam seemed to rise from her very head. Bobby muttered quietly, Onaikan's most important family member, isn't that me? And amid thunderous obliging applause from the crowd, Xiaoying finally steadied her breath and stepped onto the stage. Fan Ku moved to the stage's edge and nodded to Brooke. Instantly the prelude began, gentle, tender, and unhurried. Xiaoying drew a deep breath, lifted the microphone, and sang softly. If I had never met you, where would I be now? Unlike the earlier exuberant, bold performances, Xiaoying stood motionless, her voice warm and delicate, flowing like a quiet stream over every listener's ears. As she sang, her thoughts drifted to Fan Ku. In her heart, the song felt written solely for her, such is the tender, overthinking nature of young love. When the final note faded, the audience remained suspended in reverie, lost in the gentle, luminous dream of youthful romance. Clap. 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 Someone broke the silence with a single hesitant hand clap. Then came an avalanche of roaring cheers and thunderous applause. Mom, I'm in love, goddess. Miss Xiaoying, you are my goddess, get lost. Your ugly face might frighten my goddess. Chaos nearly erupted. None among the crowd had ever heard such serenely tender music, and all were utterly captivated by Xiaoying, the song's radiant interpreter. Even Fan Ku, standing backstage, hadn't anticipated how profoundly moving her performance would be. He admitted inwardly that his heart had stirred. Seeing the scene descend into pandemonium, Olympus leapt onto the stage, seized Xiaoying's microphone, and boomed, Admiral's authority. Attention! Eyes front. Fan Ku stared dumbfounded as 10,000 people snapped into perfect formation, a sight he'd only witnessed before in military parades of his past life. Fan Ku stepped forward. Friends, the Golden Dragon Trading Company, under the Free Guild, will soon launch its entertainment division. Be sure to support us. Yes, sir. Rest assured, Guildmaster. We'll spread the word far and wide. Thus concluded an unprecedented birthday gala, and that very night reports of the event soared like winged messengers straight to Morgan's desk. Wahaha, the Free Guild, and the Golden Dragon Trading Company. How delightfully intriguing. This banquet shall headline next week's entertainment bulletin. Morgan roared with laughter, scanning intelligence reports from his journalists, but paid no heed to the Free Guild or Golden Dragon Trading Company themselves. The Free Guild's fame officially ignited in Water 7, and even Fan Ku himself had never imagined his birthday celebration would ignite such global resonance. While the Free Guild's renown swept across the world, Fan Ku sat alone in his chamber, probing the evolving nature of his devil fruit ability. Ever since his legendary blade Shueqiu merged with the Seeking Dao sword, Fan Ku had been experimenting, wondering whether objects bearing zippers could store items beyond time itself. Before him rested 3 iron spheres, identical in shape. 1 month prior, Fan Ku had placed a small dagger inside each sphere, one embedded within Bobby's body, one within his own, and the third stowed away in storage. Now he activated his power anew, opening all 3 spheres. The daggers inside Bobby's and Fan Ku's bodies had vanished, but the one in storage remained intact. Fan Ku picked up the 2 empty spheres, studying them intently, then abruptly slammed one onto the table. Snap! A circular dent formed on the tabletop, and precisely at its center a faint sharp slash mark traced the outline of the vanished dagger. An attribute superposition, but unstable. Likely because iron and steel share no intrinsic affinity. He stroked his chin, murmuring, "How vexing. If only there were a system. Clear explanations, instant understanding. None of this tedious trialanderer." Fan Ku decided to set the puzzle aside. For now, steady cultivation remained his foremost priority. "Young master, are you in?" Stella's voice rang out from beyond the door. Fan Ku tossed the spheres aside and opened it. "Sister Stella, why aren't you off on a date with Trafalgar? What brings you here?" Her cheeks flushed at his words. "Young master, I found this in the Cullinan's cargo hold." She extended both palms, resting atop them a devil fruit. "Oh, a devil fruit. Wait, what a devil fruit?" Fan Ku's jaw dropped. Behold, the protagonist's fortune. Since Fishman Island, he'd scoured rumors, chased whispers, hunted leads, yet found nothing. Then Stella, merely browsing a warehouse, stumbled upon one. Fan Ku composed himself and asked, "Sister Stella, do you know which type this is?" No idea. It just looked oddly shaped, so I brought it for you, young master." And why bring it to me? So you didn't even recognize it as a devil fruit. What if it were poisonous? Why not offer it to Trafalgar instead? This is a devil fruit, the ocean's fabled treasure. Consume it and gain miraculous power. Didn't Xiaoying tell you in Sugoi? So that's what it is. She did mention it, but I never made the connection. Just then Xiaoying approached. "This is the paper fruit." Fan Ku asked curiously, "Have you seen it before?" She tapped her eye. "I once discreetly observed the Whitebeard pirate's ship and discovered a devil fruit compendium in a portly black man's cabin." Fan Ku inwardly gasped. "You sneaked aboard Whitebeard's flagship and peered into a black man's private quarters? Wait, a black portly man owning a devil fruit compendium aboard Whitebeard's ship? Could it possibly be Blackbeard? Who else fits that description?" Fan Ku stepped forward, placed a hand on Xiaoying's shoulder, and praised her warmly. "Xiaoying, you truly are my goddess." "Brilliant." Xiaoying blushed again while Stella watched nearby, smiling indulgently. "Sister Stella, if you discovered it, perhaps you should consume it. Read widely, think boldly. That's how powers awaken fully." "Yes, I'm deeply grateful, young master. I'll leave you two to talk. I won't intrude." With a knowing glance, Stella departed, leaving Xiaoying still blushing, rooted in place. Fan Ku teased gently, "My dear, why must you blush every time you appear? Confess, are you secretly admiring my peerless visage?" Still dazed, Xiaoying nodded instinctively. Fan Ku froze. She actually admitted it. He'd braced for a punch, only to receive unguarded sincerity. "Xiaoying, are you serious?" Ni's own cheeks burned. In his past life, winning affection demanded relentless persistence, not this slow, tender cultivation of devotion. Realizing her slip, Xiaoying didn't deny it. Instead, she firmly patted his shoulder. "Young master, hurry and grow up. I believe in you and Xiaoying, you're imitating me now? How vexing, haha. Turns out your line works rather well. Spill it. When did you first start craving me? Foolish young master. Guess for yourself." Their banter carried far. Around a nearby corner, Stella pressed a finger to Trafalgar's lips, shushing him silently. After listening a moment, she whispered, "Let's go. Any report can wait until tomorrow. Stella, I came for you. I missed you. Naughty. Did you finish today's studies?" Xiaoying said she needed me, so I wrapped up early and came straight to you. "Nanny, so Xiaoying has been spying on the young master with her fruit ability. And what did you say?" Xiaoying never, Stella clapped her hand over Trafalgar's mouth again. "Leave young lovers be. Mind your own business." Trafalgar's eyes gleamed. Gently, he peeled back her slender fingers. "Then shall we go for a stroll?" Stella blushed. His tongue had just flicked teasingly against her palm. "Not yet. I've something fascinating to show you." 15 minutes later, as Brooke passed Stella's doorway, he spotted Trafalgar emerging from within. Yo-ho-ho-ho. What a coincidence. "Trafalgar, you irk. Did you make Stella sick?" "Get lost." Trafalgar stormed off, covered head to in vomit. Black lines etched across his brow as he retreated to his quarters. The next day, Taizwaloa spread the rumor about Stella's unfortunate incident among the guild members. "Lord Taizwaloa, I think you're quite handsome. Did you disguise yourself to scare Miss Stella?" Lei Qing asked with concern, still maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor. Taizwaluo's face darkened at the words, as this was the third person to express concern for him that morning. "Brooke, I will not rest until I deal with you." Taizwaloa gritted his teeth. The incident from yesterday was of course a classic side effect of the devil fruit. What a pity. The young couple was overly concerned, as Stella had already been enduring with a frown who would have thought Taizwal would also raise others' chins. Moreover, he shook their bodies. Gritting his teeth, Stella walked towards him, and their eyes met, both turning red in embarrassment. The originally angelic Stella could indeed spit in someone's face. It proved the old saying, even the most beautiful goddess after marriage also has her shortcomings. "Brother Fanku. Is Brother Fanku there?" Suddenly a voice from outside called out it was Fram. Fanku had just finished a nourishing breakfast from Xiaoying and exited the dining area. Oh, it's Frank. What's the matter? Brother Fanku. How many times do I need to say it? My name is Fram. Oh, I got it, Frank. By the way, what's the matter? Mister. Tom said the branches of the treasure tree are ready for processing and can be worked on at any time. So, I want you to confirm the drawings again. Alright, they'll gather a few people and set off right away. Brother Fanku will head back now. Thank you, Frank. Soon Fanku gathered important members like Xiao Ying and Bobby at the open area of Tom's studio. At this moment, the open area had been cleared to make room for storing shipbuilding materials. When the branches of the treasure tree were delivered, Fanku was there to receive them. They were massive. It was like a thick branch that had been cut off entirely, still retaining several offshoots. After everyone combined their efforts to transport it to the open area, they measured the main branch, which turned out to be nearly 200 meters long. Now this gigantic branch had been transformed into processed boards quietly lying in the originally cleared area. Ha! Isn't this the illustrious president himself? It's been a long time. Tom's voice came from behind when Fanku and the others had just settled. Uncle Tom, you really have worked hard. You haven't left the studio since that banquet. You even missed my birthday party. I had no choice. Processing the branches of the treasure tree atom into usable materials is quite a troublesome task. However, I did watch the live stream of the banquet. That was quite the banquet. What? I had a birthday banquet, and someone live streamed it. Fanku looked bewildered. Young master. A number of reporters and world government personnel mingled at the scene that day, but they were just observing, so I didn't mention it. Alright, but in the future it's better to arrange them separately. One spreads rumors, and the other stirs trouble. It's best to be cautious. Xiaoying, not being a professional in intelligence, reminded him, the people in this world tend to be rather carefree, so Fanku had to give a gentle reminder. Okay, young master. I will be more diligent. On the side, Luo, hearing Fankus' reminder to Xiaoying, also took out a small notebook to start taking notes. As expected of the illustrious president. Your attention to detail is remarkable. Uncle Tom, you flatter me. Let's go take a look at the designs. I can hardly wait. Before long, a massive design blueprint was spread across Tom's workbench. The blueprint indicated the entire ship's length was 156 meters, height 82 meters, width 70 meters, with 2 large and 3 small masts. Lord Fanku, the partition design you mentioned is indeed a brilliant idea. This ship will undoubtedly be the most indestructible vessel I have ever crafted. Uncle Tom, I merely suggested it, but whether it can work depends on your expertise. Fanku hadn't expected that pirate ships in this world lacked partition structures. No wonder they would have to jump into the sea after taking 2 hits. Thanks to Fanku recalling the structure of Zheng, his treasure ship studied during school, he proposed using a partition structure to effectively prevent water leakage into ship's compartments. President, according to your request, the entire ship's hull has been raised to prevent the future inclusion of giants. Yes, that's good. We already have a 7-meter-tall Moria in our guild. We can't let him sleep on the deck. Everyone then remembered that there was also a notable figure Moria in the Freedom Guild. Many people had never even seen this big shot. The reason I invited you here is to finalize the design and the figurehead of the ship. After all, this represents the Freedom Guild and should be decided by the president. Tom's words really put Fanku in a bit of a dilemma. He remembered that in the manga Frank didn't ask Luffy for his opinion when building ships, yet here, he had to be so involved. While Fanku was troubled, Xiaoying suddenly added, Young master, it seems we still don't have our own flag. Xiaoying, you're right. The flag issue is up to you. Don't let down the expectations of this president. Okay. Young master, I already have a concept, a very rigorous one. Xiaoying, you had this planned all along. Well, normally a flag should have been established the moment the Freedom Guild was founded, but the young master never brought it up. Stop. It's my fault. Let's move on to the next topic. Uncle Tom, I think we should carve a golden dragon head at the bow as a relief. The color of the ship should be a mix of gold and red. Alright, as you wish, President. Tom immediately took out a pencil and began sketching various dragon head designs. In the end, Fanku chose a design of a golden dragon spitting pearls, finalizing the appearance of the main ship of the Freedom Guild. President, I must remind you of one more thing. Why add an electrical power system? Well, I thought it might come in handy in the future. Who knows what the future holds? Fanku certainly wouldn't mention that he was thinking about a certain divine individual's thunder fruit. Even if he couldn't get it in the future, he could still try to trade for electrical technology with the Vinsmoke family. Alright, since it's the president's request, I will certainly make it happen. Just as Fanku and Tom were discussing the details, a particularly annoying laugh came from outside the door. Hehehe. Excuse me for the intrusion, please don't mind me. I am Rocky, temporarily serving as the direct commander of CP2. The crowd turned to the door where a tall man in a black suit with a lewd appearance walked in. At this moment, Ice Mountain also squeezed in from outside, panicking, "President, the workers outside have all been controlled." Moi. Fanku was provoked by Ice Mountain's words, instantly exuding a powerful aura towards the CP officer at the door. Originally, Rocky had walked in smugly, stroking his mustache, but he suddenly felt his legs weaken. The responsibilities of CP2 were mainly negotiations, so as a commander, he didn't possess any strong combat power. "What are you doing, President of the Freedom Guild? Are you trying to provoke the world government? Call for help." Rocky trembled as he scolded quickly, trying to summon people. As soon as the words fell, two martial faction subordinates instantly teleported to Rocky's front, confronting Fanku and the others. Fanku stepped forward and asked with confusion, "You control my guild members, and you still ask what I want to do?" "We merely received reports from surveillance personnel that a large number of unidentified individuals were active around Tom's studio. Understand that Fisher Tom is a key figure the world government has mandated to monitor." Rocky directly skipped over the matter of controlling people and emphasized the issue with Fisher Tom. "Oh, our guild members have been here helping for over a month, and only now do you come and pretentiously control my members. Are you playing dumb with me?" Fanku was not accommodating, directly intensifying his aura, causing Rocky to sit on the ground in defeat. "Lord Rocky, are you alright?" The two subordinates who originally wanted to turn around to help were instantly subdued by Lei Qing and Cly. Fanku walked step by step towards Rocky, each step escalating his aura until he stood directly in front of Rocky, who could only lay on the ground looking up at him. Seeing Rocky's defiant expression, Fanku sighed and suddenly increased his pressure. Boom. Rocky was instantly pressed against the floor, which creaked in response. I'm sorry, Mr. Fanku. I was sent by the world government to negotiate with you. I even brought a message from Vice Admiral Fire Mountain." Feeling as if his bones were about to crack, Rocky finally began to plead for mercy, and with his pleas the pressure upon him dissipated. A not-so-large hand suddenly lifted him from the ground and patted his shoulder. "Huh. So it was a misunderstanding. You should have said so earlier. You scared me. I'm just a small guild president and can't handle being frightened." Including Rocky, the others in the Freedom Guild were also dumbfounded by Fanku's sudden change of attitude. Just a moment ago, they were preparing for battle. Seeing the shocked expressions of everyone, Fanku felt a bit smug. Did they think crossing over was as easy as it seemed in all those novels? Playing the part of a big shot was something young master was quite adept at. Surprised. Unexpected. "So, Lord Rocky, could you notify your men to release my members? We can talk this over." Seeing everyone still in a daze, Fanku couldn't help but remind them. All right. I'll let them know, Mr. Fanku." Rocky, still trembling inside, immediately gestured to one of his subordinates after hearing Fanku's words. Lei Qing also took the opportunity to release a subordinate from the grip of his sword, allowing the agent to go deliver the message. As Xiaoying nodded toward Fanku, the tension that had filled the studio dissipated like mist. "Yes, Lord Fanku is right. Perhaps later Lord Fanku might have time to speak with me privately." At this moment, Luo Qi, sitting on the floor, looked every inch the sycophant, far from the arrogant figure he had been moments before. 15 minutes later, they were still in Tangma's studio. Only Fanku, Lei Qing, and Kolike remained inside. The others were Luo Qi and his subordinates. "Report, Lord Luo Qi. The perimeter of the studio has been secured." Seated at the table, Luo Qi reverted to his insolent, needling manner. He snorted at his men to show he had acknowledged the report. Opposite him, Fanku gave a dismissive humph. "Huh. Lord Fanku, forgive us for keeping you waiting. We can begin at once." With a single snort from Fanku, Luo Qi immediately slid back into the role of obsequious attendant, a consummate talent for flattering the powerful and browbeating the weak, befitting an agent of Shiji Jingfu. Then what does the CP department under Shiji Jingfu wish from this modest guild master of mine? Ahem. At Luo Qi's cough, his subordinate produced a sheaf of documents from a briefcase. "Lord Fanku, these are the records Shiji Jingfu has compiled on you over the years." Luo Qi spread the pages before Fanku. The dossier even detailed Fanku's putative father Yongda's deeds. Beyond accounts of Yuren Dao, it listed the pirates Fanku had defeated in recent years. "I have heard of Lord Fanku's deeds in Pu Lidian Sea, regularly sweeping nearby waters of pirates. Truly a young hero," Luo Qi gushed. He continued, "Naturally that has brought considerable wealth, 1,500 million bailey at least." Fanku's brow knit in puzzlement. What was Luo Qi getting at? Was he coveting my money? Fanku's frown made Luo Qi flinch. He hastened to clarify, "Of course not. Those are the fruits of your own endeavors. We have no quarrel with that. The first matter for which we are here is to express gratitude for your support of public welfare projects." This was recognition of Zhou Gonghui's sponsorship of the Haishang Litai construction. Since the project's success remained uncertain, having a patron to fund it delighted Shiji Jingfu. "It is nothing. Investing in the Haishang Litai is also to earn future fares, and our guild's mission is to help everyone travel the globe, Fan Ku said with an air of impatience. He felt they had been beating around the bush without revealing their purpose. Lord Fan Ku Tongwu the Fishman is a person Shiji Zhengfu instructs us to monitor closely. The implication is that you should avoid deep ties with him. If Shiji Zhengfu sent you merely to warn me, then message received. Please take your leave. Fan Ku rose as if to dismiss them, anxious to end the matter. No. Actually, the principal reason for our visit is that Huashishan recommends Lord Fan Ku for appointment as one of the newly established Qi Wuhai under Shiji Zhengfu. Fan Ku was stunned. What? He had committed no crimes. How could Qi Wuhai choose him? Forgive my frankness, but aren't the Qi Wuhai traditionally filled by notorious pirates? How could a guild master like me possibly serve as Qi Wuhai? Seeing Fan Ku's bewilderment, Luo Qi adopted a solemn tone as if presiding over statecraft. Lord Fan Ku Shiji Zhengfu is offering you dignity. Oh, how so? Fan Ku could not wrap his head around it. Luo Qi leaned back, ceremonially heightening the suspense. Lord Fan Ku, do you realize how many formidable pirates you have eliminated in recent years? Such prowess, yet it does not belong to Shiji Zhengfu. Fan Ku's brow tightened. He had not considered this. Perhaps he had been far too naive about the world. Now you have founded the so-called Zio Gonghui, an organization sheltering numerous powerful figures who roam freely. How do you suppose Shiji Zhengfu should respond to you and your guild? Luo Qi's words left Fan Ku grasping for an answer. Indeed, when faced with an emergent force like theirs, the government's cruelest yet most efficient option is eradication in the name of humanitarianism. As Fan Ku sat there torn, Luo Qi produced another stack of papers, bounty notices, and laid them before him. Free Pirates Captain Freedoms, Lord Kylie. Fan Ku bounty 380 million Bailey. Free Pirates Vice Captain Greeds, Scissors Molia bounty 320 million Bailey. Free Pirates Navigator Envy's Spearing Tylee Jesse bounty 160 million Bailey. Free Pirates Musician Pride's Axe Bobby bounty 110 million Bailey. The remaining notices included Lei Qing at 95 million Bailey and Kolike at 80 million Bailey. Fan Ku stared at the bounty notices, his face drained of color. He had crossed into this world without a single wrong deed, yet the government had placed a price on his head. Lord Fan Ku, do not be alarmed. These are contingency plans of Shiji Zhengfu and have not been publicly issued. Of course, if you refuse the Qi Wuhai appointment, these notices will be sent across the world. Not only Fan Ku, but Lei Qing and Kolike behind him were stunned. Zio Gonghui had for so long been a bona fide civic group. How could mere capability now lead to being wanted? Fan Ku stared at the bounties for a long time before looking up to ask, if I agree, what will I gain? If you accept, Zio Gonghui will remain Zio Gonghui. Shiji Zhengfu will require you to exert deterrence over pirate forces at sea, and when necessary, you will respond to Haijun's compulsory summons. It matched the fiction Fan Ku had read, a loose, non-interfering arrangement. He found the maneuver baffling, a group that largely minds its own business suddenly tethered to the government. What good is such a Qi Wuhai? Cause trouble for the Haijun in peacetime, then serve as the Haijun's bodyguards in a crisis. Those are decisions of the rulers. They are beyond lowly messengers like me. Our duty is only to convey what comes from above. Luo Qi proved a consummate sycophant, explaining the stakes clearly where necessary and feigning ignorance where it served him. Fan Ku opted to accept. He had no desire to conquer the world. There was no point provoking an apparatus as enormous as Shiji Zhengfu, at least not now. Luo Qi left in high spirits. Not only had he executed his mission flawlessly, Fan Ku had slipped him 2 million Bailey as he departed. After Luo Qi left, Fan Ku leaned both hands on the table and reflected for a long time. Years of smooth sailing had dulled his instincts in this world. Sigh, it's time to think. With our current capabilities, we will eventually be finished. Kolike, muster the members, call a meeting. Fan Ku muttered aloud without embarrassment, then instructed Kolike to summon everyone. Half an hour later, all principal members of Zio Gonghui had gathered in Tangma's studio. Everyone look at these bounty notices. Fan Ku tossed Luo Qi's leaflets onto the table. Bobby, who stood tallest, peered down and quickly found his own name. Sigui. Bobby actually has over 100 million in bounty. Anijiang has more than 300 million. Others looked grim as they turned to Fan Ku. The sudden bounties could mean nothing good. Friends, I will be the new Qi Wuhai. If I refuse, these bounty notices will be distributed worldwide tomorrow. Fan Ku spoke with a composed air, as if describing someone else entirely. With a thud, Aolong Busi struck the table in displeasure. Guildmaster, what is going on? Zio Gonghui was supposed to be a mutual aid guild. How have we become a pirate crew? Aolong Busi represented the legitimate adventurers of the Sitanding Wonghua and could not accept his followers suddenly branded as pirates. Ho ho ho, I don't mind. 30 years ago, I was vice captain of the Lumba pirate crew. Fan Ku waved his hand and said, "Don't overthink it, it's actually very simple." Fan Ku recounted the day's events down to the smallest detail, then turned his gaze to the silent Tongmu. "Mr. Tongmu, my earlier promise to you still stands. Once you complete the Haishang Liety, I will find a way to bring you to Zhou Gonghui's headquarters." "Ha ha ha. Guildmaster, rest assured. I fully trust you. My judgment has never failed me," Tongmu replied reassured. Having calmed Tongmu, Fan Ku turned to Along Busi. "Becoming Qi Wuhai carries more advantages than disadvantages. Zhou Gonghui will gain Shiji Zengfus recognition." Along Busi remained unconvinced. "But I understand your worries. Today I will call the king of Pu Luodianxi and declare the legitimacy of Zhou Gonghui," Fan Ku promised. "I will ask him to contact the kings of Dili Siluosa and Sitanding to issue a joint statement supporting Zhou Gonghui." With that, Along Busi's last reservations were dispelled. "In that case, I have no further objection." Fan Ku nodded, then looked at Taizolo. "Your mission has shifted. I want you to seize the Qi Shuiji Du as soon as possible." Taizolo was baffled. "Lord Fan Ku, this is the shipwright city. Establishing control there will be difficult, and my strength." Fan Ku shook his head. "Not by direct rule, but by using the Jinlong Shanghui to control the Qi Shuiji Du's economy and livelihoods." "Do you know how to do that?" Taizolo thought hard, then his eyes brightened. "Work secretly to consolidate all the shipyards, then cultivate a respectable public image externally. Over time." "Very good. I did not misjudge you," Fan Ku praised Taizolo's acumen. Fan Ku rubbed his brow. He had been enjoying a pleasant world tour, and now he was thrust into the role of Qi Wuhai. Whether this was boon or bane, he still could not tell. Xiaoying watched Fan Ku rubbing his brow with a twinge of sympathy. After spending a few years together, she could clearly sense that Fan Ku was not the type of person who harbored ambitions. "Young master, you don't need to worry too much about arranging everything. We still have time and we can take it step by step. Moreover, I will help you." The others also sensed Fan Ku's anxiety and began to urge, "Master, we can all assist you. You don't need to be so anxious." "All right, everyone. I'm just thinking things through occasionally. It's not as serious as you all are making it out to be, okay?" Bobby suddenly pulled out an eru from his body, quickly tuned it, and said, "Bobby can now play a tune to cheer up Anakin." Fan Ku was confused. "Why are you trying to cheer me up for what I did just now?" Bobby replied seriously, "Uncle Brooke said that when your mind is muddled, listening to music is good." "Everyone. Brooke, I want to practice swordsmanship. Let's go. We need to spar." "Yo-ho-ho-ho. Master, it's not like that. Let me explain." "Oh, Yamiya." Amidst Brooke's screams, Fan Ku dragged him out of the studio. 3 days later, the seagulls carrying newspapers flew across the pirate world, and that very evening the newspapers reached Fan Ku. The world government adds 3 new Shichibukai. The Freedom Guild joins as a non-pirate. Under the headline were photos of 2 other Shichibukai in addition to Fan Ku himself. Fan Ku discovered that these 2 Shichibukai were not the ones originally in the storyline. Captain of the Hurricane Pirates, Hurricane, Swordsman Moro. Duan, originally bounty 220 million berries. Captain of the Meow Meow Pirates, Smiling Abelo. Pizarro, originally bounty 160 million berries. Isn't this Abelo Pizarro the Tyrant King? The changes I made to the original plot shouldn't be too significant, which means that this Pizarro was caught later for causing trouble. Fan Ku pondered the storyline he knew and said to Xiaoying, "It seems that being a Shichibukai is not as easy as it looks." "What's wrong, young master? The world government hasn't imposed any special restrictions on you, right? The problem lies here. They give you a huge title that puts you on par with the Navy, but without any other restrictions. Without restrictions, there's naturally no protection." "Young master, do you mean that the world government is raising a goo, letting other pirates challenge the Shichibukai to win everything?" "Exactly. Although the Shichibukai can legally plunder their targets, cannot be member countries, which already counts as a restriction." "That's right. So if pirates want to plunder, they can only choose non-member countries, and in non-aligned nations, both the pirates and the countries will be enemies of the Shichibukai." "Correct. Just like that. I estimate that soon there will be a change in the Shichibukai roster." "Young master, won't this diminish the deterrence of the Shichibukai?" "Initially it will be like that, but over time, when true powerhouses become Shichibukai, guess what will happen?" After a moment of thought, Xiaoying understood. They will firmly secure their positions as Shichibukai, using the heads of those challengers to prove the might of the Shichibukai. Exactly. Just like that, promotion through action is far more effective than mere words. Thus, the Shichibukai will completely become the world government's golden enforcers. Fan Ku paused for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, what kind of person would challenge the Shichibukai? Half are arrogant fools, while the other half are potential stocks who may become great pirates in the future." Fan Ku's analysis left Xiaoying in awe, and in her eyes his image became even more handsome, to which Fan Ku could only respond with a smirk. A woman in love. Regardless, the challenges awaiting Fan Ku, or rather the Freedom Guild, would be endless until his strength gained recognition from the entire pirate world. A few days later, Fan Ku's vehicle was completed. This would also be the face of the future Freedom Guild, and Fan Ku named it the Freedom Dragon, for short dragon. After taking it for a test drive, the first thing Fan Ku did was install a transponder snail for communication so he wouldn't have to wait until reaching an island to contact others. Time quickly arrived in January of 1500, and with the help of the Freedom Guild, Tesalo had secretly acquired a shipyard. Everyone had grasped the basic skills of the Navy's 6 styles through Fan Ku's hellish training. While 3 months was not enough to significantly increase everyone's strength, Fan Ku knew they had to set sail. This was because yesterday's newspaper headline read, Sand Crocodile Dale challenges Whitebeard and fails. World government intends to invite him to become a Shichibukai. Fan Ku thought that once he gathered 7 Shichibukai, he would definitely be called to a meeting. His current strength was still too weak, and the key was that he lacked skills to protect himself. Thus, he had to set sail quickly to find the Thunderfruit in the Sky Island and hide there so that it couldn't find him, and if it couldn't find him, he naturally wouldn't have to attend the meeting. This time, Fan Ku decided to leave Olympus and Tesalo behind in Water 7, as most of the members remaining there were former crew of the Brave Tower Moria, and it was necessary for Olympus to stay to maintain order. In addition to the original members, Fan Ku selected 15 capable crew members to board the Dragon, bringing the total to 30 members. It was essential to expand to 30 members, with such a large ship, although it mostly relied on wind power. Daily maintenance still required manpower. Surely the master couldn't be the one personally scrubbing the deck. 3 days later, the port of Water 7 was surrounded by a crowd of people bidding farewell. Of course, they were all blocked outside by guild members, with only a few important members standing at the port. With a reluctant gaze from Tesalo, Fan Ku turned around and shouted, "You guys, set sail." Standing at the bow, a surge of pride welled up in Fan Ku's heart as he called the guild members "you guys" for the first time. You know what? It felt pretty good. Soon the Dragon disappeared over the horizon under the watchful eyes of Olympus, Tesalo, and the other members left behind. As the Dragon sailed upon the vast sea, Xiaoing discovered an unexpected guest on board. "Young master, it seems that Mr. Tom's apprentice is on the ship." "Huh. Is it Iceberg or Frankie?" "It's Frankie. He seems to be tinkering with something in the engine room." "Click. Go to the engine room and bring Frankie over." "Aye, Master." Fan Ku. Soon Frankie was brought before Fan Ku by 2 passers-by. "Damn, I actually miscalculated the time. Brother Fan Ku, please take me back to Water 7. Having spent 3 months with Fan Ku, Frankie had become familiar with him. Although both were of the same age, Frankie insisted on calling Fan Ku brother. The reason was simple. At this time, Fan Ku was taller than Frankie, and it could also be that after 3 months of relentless effort by Fan Ku, now everyone called him Frankie. Fan Ku looked at Frankie and asked, "What are you doing in the engine room?" "Hehehe. I secretly installed my new invention into the power system. This is my painstaking work. I was planning to explain it to you after finishing it today." "Did you finish it?" "Still a bit left. Estimate another 4 to 5 hours. "Then congratulations. You'll be traveling with us from now on. This president's worth is in the tens of millions a minute. I don't have time to accompany you back." "No way. Brother Fan Ku, you guys have only just set out for a while, right?" No. By the time you finish it will already be half a day gone. Have you had lunch?" "Stella made hamburgers today. You are in for a treat." "Oh, is there cola?" "Hamburgers with cola are the ultimate meal." Can you not say that while striking a pose? It's a bit creepy. Don't you think it's very cool and manly, Brother Fan Ku? Could you please gracefully disappear from my sight? Thank you. Okay, Brother Fan Ku. Watching Frankie dash towards the dining room, Fan Ku thought that his invention was probably the cola power system. On the first day of sailing, the weather was calm. In the evening, Frankie found Fan Ku to showcase his invention, and it turned out to be the cola power system. Unfortunately, there were no wind cannons installed on the ship. Otherwise, he could have tried out the feeling of flying a kilometer. In the vast ocean, the moonlight. Moria was standing on his terrifying 3-masted sailing ship, currently the largest ship in the world. Hehehe. Absalom, how long until we reach Water 7? Lord Moria, at our current speed, it will take about 5 more days to arrive. Absalom, do you think that kid Fan Ku will be shocked when he sees this ship? Of course. This is a super giant ship with a diameter of 6 kilometers, and calling it an island wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hehehe. I want to give it to that kid Fan Ku as the mobile headquarters of the Freedom Guild. I heard he became a Shichibukai too. Brew. Kaga, this is Moria. Lord Moria Perona is crying again. Please come back for a moment. All right, I'll be there right away. Kaga. At this moment, Moonlight Moria stood on the outer wall of the ship, 3 kilometers away from the castle in the middle of the ship. Absalom, I'm going back to check on Perona. You train by yourself. Oh, remember to run a lap around the outer wall. Okay, Lord Moria. When Moria returned to the castle, he was surrounded by a large number of people in white coats, and in the center of the crowd was an 80-year-old black-haired little girl frantically trying to soothe a small baby. "Ah, Lord Moria, you're finally here." Little Perona was crying fiercely just now. No matter how I tried to calm her down, it didn't work. As she spoke, the little girl extended her hands, revealing an adorable pink-haired baby girl who looked pitiful with tears rolling in her big eyes. Moria cautiously extended a palm, cradling the little baby in his hand and bringing her closer to himself. Moria's frightening, devilish face instantly captured the baby's attention, and soon the baby let out an angelic laugh. Looking at the baby in Moria's palm laughing joyfully, the black-haired little girl frowned and said, "Lord Moria, it seems that little Perona really likes scary things." Originally happy, Moria's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. He felt deeply sorry for growing up to look like this. "Young master, guess what I just saw?" Ing aboard the Shenlong ship found Fan Ku mid-training and smiled playfully. Fan Ku lowered the Qiushui sword he held and rubbed his chin. With nothing but open sea before them, whatever she'd seen was almost certainly someone familiar. Leaning closer, Fan Ku grinned mischievously. "Beautiful. Did you spot Moria?" "Young master, please be serious. Don't joke around." Ing blushed at his words. Haha, just tell me, was I right or not?" "Fine, you guessed correctly, but you'll never guess what he brought with him. Just another ship as massive as an island. He told me that already." Seeing Fan Ku's bafflement, Ing beamed with girlish delight. "You'll never guess, young master." Her expression piqued Fan Ku's curiosity. What on earth could have her so elated? Fan Ku swiftly sheathed his sword, wiped the sweat from his brow, and stepped closer. "Senior sister Ing, please tell me. I'm dying to know." "Pak." Ing scoffed. Ever since she'd admitted her feelings last time, this young master had grown bolder and far more shameless, in both word and deed. Taking half a step back, Ing said, "A group of scholars from O'Hara are currently aboard his ship." "Huh?" Fan Ku frowned. Why would O'Hara's scholars be sailing with Moria? Was it simply because they were all in the West Blue? In truth, Fan Ku had long harbored a quiet dread, the O'Hara Buster Call incident this year. He'd already warned Alvia as best he could when they met. Wait, were they seeking refuge? Had they turned to Moria himself? It was entirely plausible. He was after all a legendary hero of the West Blue. "Congratulations then, senior sister Ing. You haven't seen your fellow countrymen in ages. As the saying goes, fellow townsfolk meeting again, weep tears of joy. I'll have tissues prepared for you immediately." Instantly regaining composure, Fan Ku teased Ing lightly, and before long evening fell. Meanwhile, Moria reappeared atop the fortress-like ramparts of his ship, practicing with his new weapon, a colossal pair of shears over 6 meters long. He'd switched to shears at Fan Ku's suggestion. There was no helping it. Fan Ku's jacket fruit ability was nothing short of miraculous. He could even perceive others' innate talents. After Fan Ku demonstrated his power, Moria promptly exchanged his blade for the giant shears. Remarkably, once he split the tool in two, one half gripped in each hand. The motions flowed with uncanny smoothness, and he rapidly regained the mastery he'd once held in swordsmanship. "Lord Moria, I've spotted a massive vessel off the starboard bow. Come see for yourself," Absalom cried, sprinting along the towering outer wall. "Ha ha ha, another ship daring to approach. How intriguing. Come, let's go take a look." Moria swung the enormous shears behind his back. They were undeniably effective, but undeniably cumbersome to carry. Privately, he grumbled about their awkwardness. By the time Moria reached the opposite side of the wall, the opposing ship's banner was already visible in the distance. A deep crimson flag bore a nautical compass in blue and yellow, its face crossed by 2 golden weapons, a longsword and a battle-axe. Moria studied the emblem. No memory stirred. Yet the vessel itself radiated unmistakable grandeur. Even from afar, the gilded dragon relief on its prow exuded commanding presence. "Ha ha ha, what a magnificent ship. Whose flagship could this be? I've never laid eyes on it before. Lord Moria, shall we alert everyone to stand guard? This vessel looks formidable." Yes, go ahead, just in case. I'll go first." The moment the words left his lips, Moria's shadow surged violently upward, coiling across his back until 2 vast obsidian bat wings unfurled. Whooshed! The black wings snapped open, whipping up a gale as Moria launched himself skyward toward the distant ship. Aboard the great vessel, Fan Ku, Ing, and Bobby stood ready at the bow. Having witnessed Moria's flight, Ing had already alerted Fan Ku to prepare. Sure enough, Moria soon descended, laughing heartily midair. "Ha ha ha, so it's young Fan Ku. What astonishing coincidence." Flapping his wings against the twilight sky, Moria's demonic visage and immense frame sent shivers through the crew, so terrifying even children would fall silent at the sight. Before Fan Ku could greet him, Bobby gasped in awe, "Sugoi, brother Moria, you can fly." Fan Ku too was stunned. Since when had Moria gained flight? Envy burned fiercely within him. Moria landed effortlessly on deck while Lei Qing, having set aside his tasks, strode forward to meet them. Lord Moria, it truly has been too long. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Lei Qing. It warms my heart to see you again. Fan Ku now joined them on deck and asked, seeing you like this puts my mind at ease. But when did you unlock flight? Moria beamed with pride. I began researching it during our battle with Kaido, and only recently succeeded. Though I cannot sustain it for long. Fan Ku's inner world crumbled. So jackets can fly. Tonight, I begin developing my own flight jacket technique. Alright, Moria. I was merely curious. Don't get so carried away. Let me introduce you to some new companions. Oh, new companions. How delightful. I too have brought vital members to the guild. Fan Ku introduced Brook and the others. In this lifetime, Brook had never fallen to Moria, so these two boisterous souls instantly clicked. One moment their laughter echoed. Yo ho ho ho. The next it shifted to ha ha ha. A chilling duet that raised gooseflesh on every listener. Fan Ku gave Moria a tour of the free Shenlong, and Moria, delighted, immediately claimed a private cabin among its many staterooms. Ha ha ha. How thrilling. I suppose the Sky Islands truly exist after all. At Fan Ku's mention of their next destination, the legendary Sky Islands, Moria erupted in gleeful laughter. Roaming freely with cherished comrades was pure joy. Rubbing his temples, Fan Ku muttered, "Must you be this excited? You've laughed far too much today." First there was one man endlessly chanting, "Yo ho ho ho." Now another chiming in with ha ha ha. Was this not sheer filler? Truth be told, whenever stuck for content, summoning them for banter would yield a full chapter in minutes. Moria, catching the tease, tempered his mirth. What of my ship then? It carries a contingent of O'Hara scholars. Fan Ku paused thoughtfully. I'll have Ing and I screen them first. Ensure no spies or ill-intentioned individuals slip through. Then let them proceed to Water 7 as planned, where they'll resupply under Trafalgar's care, and afterward sail directly to the Florian Triangle. That region remains largely uncharted, and thus far less likely to draw attention. Moria nodded in agreement. With the Free Guild lacking sufficient elite combatants to garrison, the vessel security remained precarious. As the two conversed, the Shenlong glided smoothly into the inner harbor of the Thriller bark. The three-masted ship spanned 6 kilometers in diameter. Its central landmass measured 4 kilometers across, while its outermost rampart rose 70 meters high and 30 meters thick. Its frontal gate resembled a colossal maw, a hydraulic waterlock granting passage to visiting vessels. At the dock, scores of white-coat researchers clustered around Absalom, awaiting the Shenlong's arrival. Master Fan Ku, it's been far too long. Absalom's booming voice greeted Fan Ku the instant he appeared on deck. Turning, Fan Ku's gaze locked instantly upon Nico Robin, cradling an infant in the crowd. At the sight of Robin, Fan Ku instinctively quickened his pace, bypassing the jubilant Absalom to stand before the little girl. Hello, I'm Fan Ku. And you are? Nico Robin. Startled by the sudden greeting, the precocious child recovered swiftly and replied earnestly, I am Nico Robin, from O'Hara. Fan Ku's heart raced. Nico Robin. A goddess. Utterly, irrevocably divine. Ahem. Hello, little Robin. I'm an acquaintance of your mother's. You looked familiar, so I thought I'd say hello. Fan Ku cleared his throat, offering a plausible pretext. Oh, is that so, young master? If anyone qualifies as an acquaintance, wouldn't it be me? Ying's voice, laced with quiet resentment, drifted from behind. She'd noticed Fan Ku's lingering, intense gaze upon Robin, and it stung. Just as Fan Ku floundered for a reply, Moria interjected with perfect timing. Ha! Little Robin is O'Hara's youngest ever doctorate holder, only 8 years old. Truly extraordinary. Moria's remark dimmed Ying's eyes. She too might once have claimed that title. Sensing her mood, Fan Ku gently took Ying's hand and said, How fortunate. Our Ying nearly earned her doctorate at 10. Those 3 words, our Ying, struck with devastating charm. Her earlier peak dissolved, her cheeks flushed rose pink. Oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, perched high as he was, Moria pressed on. Now that everyone's gathered, let's begin the banquet without delay. No objections arose. Their crew embraced, feasting wholeheartedly, a universal joy across the pirate world. During the banquet, Fan Ku learned from Absalom about the O'Hara scholars. It turned out the scholars had mistaken an uninhabited island for one devoid of magnetic fields, and settled aboard their ship accordingly. When Moria returned to the West Blue to retrieve his vessel, he discovered the error, but being a man of vision, he quickly persuaded the scholars to join him instead. Thus the Free Guild welcomed a cohort of scholars, though among them only Nico Robin held a doctorate in history. So apart from Nico Robin, all the historians are still in O'Hara. Yes, Lord Vanku. It seems that Dr. Clover persuaded several leading academic scholars to leave O'Hara with important documents. However, for some reason, those historians all stayed in O'Hara, unlike other scholars who took some important ones with them. Venka thought to himself, what other reason could there be? They must be reluctant to part with those historical texts in the basement. After listening to Absalom, Venku quietly found Robin, who was putting little Perona to sleep. Little Robin, why aren't you with the others? I'm not familiar with them, so I'm just here to help Lord Moria with the child. Oh, Venka thought, it seems Robin has no friends at the moment and is being looked down upon by others. Venka thought for a moment and asked gently, Little Robin, I'm also only 14. Would you like to be my friend? Robin's eyes lit up at Venka's words. If 14 years old, that's not much different from herself. She considered him a peer. Robin raised her little head and looked seriously at Venku, feeling the undeniable kindness in his gaze. Of course I would. In that case, you are my first friend. After saying that, Robin carefully wiped her little hands on herself and then reached out to Venku, signaling for a handshake. Venka happily extended his hand to shake with Robin, saying, Then I truly am honored. The first friend of the youngest doctor in history. Seeing Venku shake her hand, Robin felt very happy. After all, the other children in O'Hara were most afraid of her hand. Brother Venku, are you really my mother's acquaintance? Robin asked cautiously. Of course. The fact that you all appeared on this ship might have something to do with me. Oh, really? Can you tell me more about it? Of course. At that time I still had Proteus. Venku directly recounted the events, but skipped over the parts regarding the historical texts, only mentioning that he suggested Alvia store O'Hara's knowledge separately to avoid mishaps. After hearing this, Robin appeared enlightened. No wonder my mother suddenly returned to accompany me for half a year ago, and left me a message to follow everyone to establish O'Hara's secret base. Oh, your mother stayed in O'Hara with you for half a year? Venku asked curiously. Well, to be precise, it was 5 months and 14 days. Then she quietly set sail again, leaving a letter with the dean for me to come out. Venku suddenly gently ruffled Robin's little head and said, You must have been very happy during that half year. It must have made up for a lot of the regrets of not being able to see your mother. Robin believed him and replied with a pure smile, Yes, that was the happiest time of my life. Huh, life is still long, and there will be more happy times to come with me. Huh. I think so too. They all say you established a guild to help everyone travel, so there will definitely be many happy events in the future. Then it's settled. From now on you will stick with me. Aren't we all following Brother Venku now? That's true. While Venku and little Robin were happily chatting, Xiaoying was glaring at the stake in front of her, furious at Venku for targeting the little girl again. The banquet soon reached its climax. Bobby took out an eru from his body, and Brooke also brought out his violin, giving everyone a string duet. Everyone sang and danced on the giant ship until deep into the night. The next morning, Venku and Moria summoned everyone for a meeting. The content was simple. Moria, Absalom, Robin, and little Perona would follow Venku to the Sky Island, leaving Kliki to command the others on the three-masted ship. After the meeting, Venku and Xiaoying began to screen the large number of scholars on the ship, unexpectedly discovering 2 spies. At this time, Venku looked at the 2 kneeling in front of him and said, Come on, contact due. Field. Otherwise you'll end up feeding the sharks. Xiaoying meanwhile took out a telephone snail and placed it before the 2 who were still in shock from having their identities exposed. 10 minutes later. Burabarubaru. Kaya. Hello. This is Du. Field. Du. Field, right. I am Venku, the president of the Freedom Guild. Oh, what could the newly appointed warlord of the 7 Seas want from me? Are you looking to borrow money? I have 2 intelligence spies you arranged in O'Hara, but they have discovered some of my secrets. Oh, what secrets did they discover? Heh. Don't you know they are currently on Moria's 3-masted ship? What? Is that even a secret? Stop the nonsense. They're in direct contact with you, so I'm calling you. You keep this secret, and I'll keep one of yours. Oh, that's quite funny. What secrets do you know about me? Let me remind you, like Caesar and Vegapunk. The telephone snail, mimicking Du. Field, suddenly fell silent. What? Have you forgotten about the charitable cause you invested in before? What? What do you know? Nothing much, so how about we keep secrets from each other? We'll have opportunities for cooperation in the future. All right, I'll forget about O'Hara, and you'd better forget about that matter too. Of course, no problem. Soon after Venku hung up the telephone snail, he had a brief exchange with this future underground king, and they were acquainted. Xiaoying, hold these 2 people first. We'll send them to the Sky Island later to serve as labor. All right, young master. After dealing with the ordinary members' issues, Venku then contacted Taizolo to inform him of the terrifying 3-masted ship, asking him to oversee its subsequent modifications. Since the scholars from O'Hara were still hidden on the ship, the modifications needed to be personally supervised by Taizolo. This would be a long-term project. In the evening, Moria mysteriously approached Venku with a long box, preparing to give him an unexpected gift. On my way to find you, I encountered a peculiar island where they worshipped a magical sword. Moria briefly described the process, saying he heard the call of the magical sword was stopped by a witch on the island and later saved the day when the magical sword controlled others to create chaos. So you brought that magical sword back, planning to give it to me. Venka thought to himself, this magical sword doesn't sound like anything good. You actually want to give it to me. I think that magical sword is very beautiful, and since you possess Conqueror's Haki, you can definitely subdue it. Moria confidently said, making Venku a bit tempted, so he asked Moria to take the sword out to have a look. Moria gleefully opened the long box. Inside was a Chinese-style long sword beautifully shaped and patterned, but it emitted a faint green light. Venku immediately widened his eyes. This was the 7-star sword that could control people right. Looking up at Moria, he wondered if this idiot was trying to harm him and then inherit my freedom guild. How about it? Isn't it beautiful? I think it suits you perfectly. Are you sure it's okay for me to have this sword? Of course. If I can handle it, you definitely will have no problem. Since Moria said so, Venku could only grit his teeth and pick it up to take a look. Venku cautiously gripped the handle of the long sword. It felt very solid in his hand. He swung it a few times and found it very sharp and easy to use, and nothing unexpected happened. From Venku's current experience, the only drawback of this long sword was that the blade was too brittle and might not withstand high-intensity strikes. Since nothing went wrong, Venku decided to accept Moria's goodwill. In front of Moria, he stuffed the 7-star sword into his autumn water sword. Venku, what are you doing? Venku's action left Moria confused. My ability can merge different things. For example, my previous Seeking Dao sword merged with the autumn water sword, and now my autumn water sword possesses all the advantages of both swords. Moria was shocked. Nanny, can this enhance the quality of weapons through fusion? Venku proudly said, in theory, yes, but to complete the fusion, you must place the weapon inside your body. Upon hearing this, Moria immediately left the room and returned after half an hour carrying his large scissors and holding a long knife in his hand. Venku, this is a good fast knife I collected earlier. Please help me merge it into the scissors. Moria's scissors were also forged by a skilled craftsman, but their quality was still lacking. After all, who would forge scissors for fun? Venku naturally wouldn't refuse. Right in front of Moria, he stuffed the good fast knife into the blade of the large scissors and then made a zipper opening on Moria's body. Moria joyfully stuffed the large scissors into his body and was overjoyed. From now on, Mom won't have to worry about where to hide my large scissors. After Moria left, Venku began to practice with the new sword. The current autumn water sword had grown to almost 1.6 meters long, while Venku himself was just over 1.7 meters. Tisk. Why does this design resemble a large two-handed sword? I hope nothing goes wrong. Venku was still a bit worried about the magical sword, so he decided not to store it in his body tonight. At night, the long sword leaning against Venku's bedside suddenly emitted streaks of green light, slowly moving towards the sleeping Venku. On the morning of the 3rd day, the gates of the terrifying 3-masted ship opened again, and the dragon god sailed out, embarking on its journey once more. Clang, clang, clang. President, go for it. Lord Moria, go for it. At this moment, on the training ground of the Shinlong, Fan Ku and Moria were engaged in a friendly sparring match. Fan Ku's long sword clashed continuously with Moria's sickle, and due to the limited space, their exchange was purely technical. The 7-meter-long giant sickle was wielded by Moria as if it were weightless, and in a fleeting moment, he seized the opportunity to draw Fan Ku into the blade's range. Take this wolf's gaze blade. At this moment, Fan Ku was focused on defending against the immense force from the sickle's long handle, and as Moria abruptly pulled back the sickle, Fan Ku leaned forward. Before he could stabilize himself, a massive whoosh came from behind, and Fan Ku could only forcefully twist his waist to steady himself. Autumn water asks the way. Long rainbow pierces the sun. His long sword thrust straight to meet the sickle's blade behind him, but Moria, having taken the initiative, ultimately had the upper hand. There's a flaw? Watch my fist. Moria exerted force again, pulling Fan Ku, who was resisting the sickle's blade, towards himself, and launched a fist technique from the heavens. Oh! Dust flew up, and the onlookers screamed, "Oh, wouldn't this punch cause severe injury?" As the saying goes, the dust is harmless. When the dust settled, everyone saw Fan Ku firmly catching Moria's heavy punch with his raised left hand. Moria, you've learned bad habits. We agreed to spar with swords, and you actually used your fists. Cut it out, didn't I learn it from you? Moria recalled being kicked in the calf during their first spar and felt a pang of resentment. Then it will be very hard for you to win against me. After all, my physical skills are superior to swordsmanship. Fan Ku forcefully broke free from Moria's enormous fist and jumped to the side. Looking at the devastated training ground, it seemed the sparring had come to an end. Moria couldn't help but tease, "So, President, shall we continue? Just call me Fan Ku, don't call me anything formal. It annoys me. I'm hungry, let's go eat." Saying this, he habitually sheathed his sword into his body, completely forgetting that there was still a magic sword inside. During the meal, Fan Ku asked about the next island. The next island was Chonglian Island. The next day, under Xiao Ying's command, the Shenlong began to turn right, and within half a day, they could see the outline of Chonglian Island from afar. Everyone. Chonglian Island consists of 10 interconnected islands inhabited by the nomadic kingdom of the Donghu tribe. After Xiao Ying's explanation, everyone learned that this was the high tide period and the 10 islands had disconnected, with the Donghu tribe stationed on the small island to the right front. Look, Anakin. The trees here are so tall. At this moment, Bobby was peering over the ship's railing, gazing at the vast grasslands and the towering apple trees arranged like formations. Fan Ku looked around and found that there wasn't even a port on the shore, so he instructed everyone to find a suitable place to dock. Just as they were about to disembark, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and dozens of colorful warhorses charged towards them. Fan Ku noticed these warhorses were indeed tall and long. He hadn't felt much when watching anime before. Now seeing them up close, it was truly hard to comprehend how they evolved. As the warhorses approached, Fan Ku saw that the riders were all strong and robust, dressed in leather armor made of animal pelts with great bows strapped to their waists. The lead man jumped off his horse and politely greeted welcome honored guests from afar. "I am the warrior Hulili of the Donghu Kingdom." After some exchanges, Fan Ku and the others followed Hulili's cavalry deeper into the island. Soon a series of yurts appeared before them, and in the scattered cluster of yurts stood a super yurt over 40 meters tall. Hulili led everyone to the giant yurt and politely said, "Friends from the Freedom Guild, this is where the royal tent of the Donghu Kingdom is located. Please wait a moment." However, the cadre members who disembarked were already captivated by the strange creatures they had seen along the way, completely ignoring Hulili's words. "All right. Thank you, Hulili." Seeing Fan Ku looking around curiously, Xiao Ying could only respond helplessly. "Hoo ha ha ha. Welcome indeed. Such rare guests. I am King Zinnerin." A hearty laugh echoed from the royal tent, and then a tall, bald man emerged, his hair fashioned into thick braids. Fan Ku, regaining his composure, politely greeted, "Hello, Your Majesty. We are travelers from the Freedom Guild. I am President Fan Ku, and these are my crew members. Hoo ha ha ha. Please come in. The chance of a passerby encountering us is only 1 in 10. Meeting is a fate." Upon entering the royal tent, everyone was captivated by the sight within. The vast interior was adorned with large totems interconnected, as if depicting a grand story. Little Robin, seeing the totems, immediately perked up and timidly asked Zinnerin, "Your Majesty, do these totems have any special significance?" Zinnerin scratched his bald head awkwardly and replied, "These are the legendary totems passed down through generations. The specific meaning has become unclear to me as well. It seems to tell the story of a hero saving the world and leading everyone to resist." Fan Ku couldn't help but look up. It wasn't that abstract warrior surrounded by flames, just Nika. Fan Ku couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, how long have these totems been here?" About 800 years, I suppose. Back then, our Donghu Kingdom encountered a great disaster, thus our civilization was destroyed." Well, it seems to be related to Nika again, but fortunately Fan Ku himself was completely uninterested. Inside the royal tent, various sizes of yurts were scattered in the open space and midair, and everyone gathered in the central area. 2 long-legged elephants stood on either side, each holding a large hanging basket with their trunks. This was the animal elevator. Their destination was a large yurt suspended in midair. Moria, being too big, transformed into a swarm of bats and flew up, then swapped. The others just barely fit into the large hanging basket, which the elephants lifted to the entrance of the aerial yurt. In the pirate world, the rule is that as long as visitors are not enemies, a banquet must be held. You wouldn't believe it if Fan Ku, who had barely left his province in his previous life, was experiencing the grassland charm for the first time, albeit the strange and peculiar charm of another world. But it was hard to resist, as they were served Mara's milk and roasted whole sheep, truly making up for the regret of not traveling to Inner Mongolia in his past life. Hoo ha ha ha. Next is our special performance. Please enjoy, guests. Of course, you can also participate if you're interested. Soon 2 incredibly muscular men, each 3 meters tall, came to the banquet area and began a wrestling performance. This display of physical prowess quickly attracted everyone's interest. Midway, Fan Ku even ran to participate with Lei Qing, as he was the only one with a suitable physique for this trip. Naturally, the performance wouldn't be complete without Bobby and Brooke's musical segment, as well as Stella's heartfelt singing. Boom. A loud noise erupted, and if nothing unexpected happened, it was bound to be an incident. The warrior Hulili, who had led everyone, rushed into the banquet scene, reporting anxiously, "Your Majesty Zinnerin, we have encountered an attack from powerful pirates. Please come and oversee the battle." Zinnerin, seated at the head, calmly set down his wine cup and said, "No need to panic. I'm going over now. Dear guests, it seems I cannot accompany you any longer. We have encountered a bit of trouble. Fan Ku glanced at Xiaoying, and after receiving her reassuring nod, he set down his drink. Since we have accepted the king's warm hospitality, we naturally have the obligation to help you resolve your troubles. Please allow us to accompany you. Just now Zinnerin had witnessed Lei Qing's formidable strength, so he would naturally not refuse Fan Ku's request for assistance. When everyone arrived at the periphery of the yurts, the battle had already intensified. Groups of prairie warriors were riding horses surrounding a group of pirates and shooting arrows while the hunted pirates remained unfazed. A pirate wielding a war hammer easily swung his long-handled weapon to block all incoming arrows while other minions were firing back. With the sound of gunfire soon, several mounted warriors were injured and fell with 3 or 4 dozen already lying on the outskirts. At this moment Zinnerin was shouldering a giant bow. Seeing the grim situation of his men, he immediately drew an arrow. Damn it! Watch my 100 stone arrows. Whoosh! With Zinnerin's immense strength, the giant bow creaked, and the moment he released it, an arrow shot out like a storm. Fan Ku glanced sideways. This king must be the strongest of the Donghu kingdom. The once leisurely pirates were startled by the sudden arrow and hurriedly raised their war hammers to defend. Clang! The arrow struck the hammer head directly, sending that pirate flying backwards several meters, knocking over a bunch of minions. The minions now toppled over, revealed the scene inside. A rugged pirate wearing a horned hat was sitting boldly on the back of a minion who was kneeling on the ground. Behind the pirate stood 2 men resembling bodyguards dressed in suits. Xiaoying stepped forward and whispered to Fan Ku, young master. This is the mad warrior pirates from the New World seated, is their captain, the berserker Nico Te, with a bounty of 310 million berry. Behind him are the Doctor Executioner Light brothers with a total bounty of 160 million berry. Outside is the shipwright and combatant Warhammer Ma, he with a bounty of 200 million berry. There are also some squad leaders with bounties. The entire pirate crew has a total bounty of nearly 800 million. Fan Ku tilted his head at this introduction, wondering how the pirate crew from the New World ended up here. Didn't the Navy care? Little did Fan Ku know at this moment the Navy headquarters' powerful forces were all gathered in the New World to save the day, completely unable to manage these pirates sneaking out. The revealed Nico Te lazily stood up, and the Light brothers respectfully handed him a cigar and lit it. Hiss! Who, after exhaling a puff of smoke, Nico Te bellowed, "Little mice of the Freedom Guild, come and play with me." Xiaoying, did he just mention the Freedom Guild? Fan Ku stiffly turned his head to ask. It seems they are coming for us. Fan Ku immediately instructed Lei Qing. Lei Qing, quickly send everyone to treat the injured warriors. We cannot let them die. I am deeply sorry, Your Majesty. It seems you have been caught in our turmoil. Leave everything to us from now on. Zinnerin said nothing in response and quickly ordered his subordinates to call everyone back. These were his beloved citizens. On the vast grassland, only the members of the Freedom Guild and the pirates of the crazy war pirate crew remained. At the edge of the yurts, Lai was reporting the casualty numbers to Zinnerin. Master Zinnerin, we have 34 injured, almost all from gunshot wounds. The enemy is powerful and seems to be toying with us. I understand. Freedom Guild. Lai, go find the intelligence minister and see what this guild is about. Since the Eastern Hu Kingdom is a nomadic kingdom, it places little emphasis on intelligence, and the so-called intelligence minister is just an old man who can perform shamanistic rituals. At this moment, Fan Ku was in a particularly bad mood. Just now he used his observation hockey to scan the injured. Although they were all alive, each had serious gunshot wounds. It was evident that the enemy was playing with their prey, waiting for Fan Ku and the others to arrive. This was the first time since Fan Ku's reincarnation that his own actions had brought trouble to others. Lei Qing, Bobby Brook, come with me. Moria, protect the others and fall back to stand by. Moria glanced at Fan Ku from a height, knowing he was currently agitated, and decisively chose to obey the order. Fan Ku took a few steps forward with the 3 of them, while the enemy stood brazenly waiting for Fan Ku to approach. Nick it right. How did you know we were here? So you are the president of the Freedom Guild. I didn't expect you to be a little shorty. Ha ha. In response to Fan Ku's question, Nickit merely laughed, maniacally mocking Fan Ku's height. After all, Nickit was over 3 meters tall. Fan Ku was even shorter than Nickit's waist, so being laughed at was quite normal. Oomph. Fan Ku was directly hit in the heart, snorted coldly, and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki at maximum intensity, pressing it toward the opponent. Crackling. The intense Conqueror's Haki rubbed against the air, creating black lightning that distorted the very space. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the 100 or so pirates who had originally stood there rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. At this point, only a few members of the crazy war pirate crew remained standing among the crowd. It was then that Nickit finally realized the seriousness of the situation. A Conqueror's Haki. How is that possible? The intelligence report clearly did not mention this. Oh, Intelligence report. I wonder where you got your information from. Mph. Enough with the nonsense. Government lackey. I originally thought the only one to pay attention to was Moria, but I didn't expect this little shorty to possess Conqueror's hockey. As he spoke, Nicket pulled out 2 hand axes from his waist, and the few people standing behind him also prepared for battle. The battle had evidently reached a critical point. Fan Ku, after scanning his opponents with his special observation hockey, reminded, "Choose your opponents wisely and be careful. The one's left for me." He then drew his sword Xiao Shui and swung it with the powerful sword Qi, directly carving through the terrain. Once the dust settled, Bobby faced Nicket, Lei Qing faced Ma He, while Brooke confronted the Light brothers alone. Fan Ku looked at the few bounty criminals before him who didn't even deserve names and felt no disdain. Even a mosquito is still meat. In less than a minute, Fan Ku easily resolved the battle. When he looked towards Bobby's battlefield, he saw that Nicket had already changed his appearance, with hair standing on end and skin faintly glowing red. "Huh, so you are the arrogant axe. Not impressive at all. Why don't you fight back? Come on, fight back." Nicket wielded his double axes and launched a frenzied attack on Bobby, while Bobby stood expressionless in place, blocking with his battle axe. Huh, it seems they won't settle the score anytime soon. From Fan Ku's, sensing their powers were quite close. "Hey boss, do you want me to send one over? I have 2 experts here." At this moment, Brooke was being chased all over the place by the Light brothers, with one using a surgical saw to attack from the front, and the other using a surgical flying knife for sneak attacks from behind. The long-range and close-quarters combat made Brooke quite overwhelmed. After watching Brooke run around for a while, Fan Ku shook his head and picked up a long rope from the ground. "Moria, use your bats to bring those people over." Fan Ku squatted down to start tying people up. While Fan Ku was tying people up, Lei Qing and Ma He were also engaged in a heated battle, one focusing on speed and the other on strength. 15 minutes later, Lei Qing jumped behind Ma He. "I am electricity, I am light." Golden flash. After a burst of sparks and lightning, he finally defeated his opponent. Looking at the battlefield, Lei Qing decisively chose to assist Brooke, leaving only Bobby's battle unresolved after 5 more minutes. At this point, Fan Ku had tied everyone up on one side, while Bobby had adapted to Nicket's frenzied attacks. Bobby was timid, so he always focused on defense first, waiting until he was mentally prepared before striking. "Hey, Uncle Bobby is ready. It's time to attack. You can still surrender now." "Huh? Who do you think I am? I am the Berserker Nicket. The longer the battle lasts, the stronger I become." Nicket was now emanating heat, his skin turning dark red and his expression becoming increasingly frenzied. Bobby's arrogance is something you can't endure. The punishment of arrogance. Bobby suddenly deflected the attacking hand axe, and a 4-meter-long battle axe swept horizontally. Boom. Nicket crossed his axes to block this strike. Huh, that's the flavor. After blocking Bobby's strike, Nicket became even more excited, pushing the battle axe slightly away with strength, and then catching Bobby off guard, he threw one of his hand axes. Bobby appeared stunned, standing still as he watched the hand axe fly toward his head. "Ha ha ha. Die, you big idiot." Nicket shouted excitedly. Indestructible fist. Diamond arm. Bang. At the critical moment, Bobby's free left hand struck fiercely against the axe blade, producing a sound of metal clashing. Looking at Bobby's unscathed left hand, Nicket stood frozen in place. Was this still a human hand? Arrogance. Radiant sunblaze. Bobby raised his battle axe with one hand, gathering power, and then struck down as if the sun were falling. Boom. This time, there wasn't as much dust, so Nicket unceremoniously collapsed to the ground, foam starting to form at the corners of his mouth. Fan Ku appeared on the battlefield in an instant, stepping lightly to Bobby's head and patted him, saying, "Bobby, you're amazing. You just defeated a great pirate of the New World." "Oh, thank you, Anakin. Bobby will keep working hard." Bobby's expression remained blank, but his words still sounded so childish. "Xiaoying, help me see what these pirates are all about. Why are they looking for us?" Fan Ku was too lazy to question them, directly asking Xiaoying to use her abilities to peer into their minds. Before long, Fan Ku sat on an unconscious pirate, listening to Xiaoying's report. "So this is Du Field finding us through Morgans." "Yes, young master. Du Field promised a suspected mythical Zoan devil fruit and sent Nicket to take us out." "Mythical Zoan? What about the fruit? Is it on their ship?" "No. That devil fruit will be delivered by Morgan's reporting Seagull, and according to their agreement, it should be this evening." "Delivered this evening? Is he so sure Nicket can take down me and Moria?" "Young master, I suspect he just wanted to test our combat strength through Nicket. If we win, then the devil fruit will be his compensation." After hearing Xiaoying's words, Fan Ku slapped his thigh in realization. Right? It was just a suspected mythical Zoan devil fruit. Either eliminate the Freedom Guild or gain a powerful ally. Impressive. This old guy isn't losing out on this deal at all. Fan Ku felt a bit of a headache just for a phone call, and he was already scheming against himself. Fan Ku instructed everyone to search for the crazy war pirate cruise ship by the shore while he waited for the reporting seagull, as it was almost evening. Sure enough, half an hour later, a reporting seagull circled down in front of Fan Ku. Upon seeing him, the familiar seagull was quite happy as the boss had sent it to deliver something without even giving extra pay. But meeting Fan Ku was different. This lord would not mistreat anyone, so it respectfully pulled out a package and handed it to Fan Ku. The boss arrangement was to deliver the package to the leader of those still standing in place, so handing it to Fan Ku was definitely correct. However, for safety's sake, the reporting seagull pulled out its camera and took a picture of Fan Ku with the package. Fan Ku didn't make things difficult for the familiar seagull, directly giving it 500 berries, making the seagull grateful. After the familiar seagull flew away, Xiao Ying and the others returned, having gained quite a lot. They collected 400 million berries worth of goods and 2 devil fruits. What? 2 devil fruits? Fan Ku was shocked. Did they really get 3 devil fruits in one day? He hurriedly took out the 3 devil fruits and asked Xiao Ying anxiously, "So do you recognize these 3? Are any of them particularly powerful?" Upon seeing the 3 fruits, clearly Xiao Ying appeared hesitant, as if unsure of how to start. Seeing Xiao Ying's expression, Fan Ku felt a chill in his heart, probably indicating none of them were good items. After all, who would leave good things to give to others? Xiao Ying took a deep breath and said, "Young master, we struck gold." Fan Ku replied, "Who trained this subordinate to speak while panting like this?" Fan Ku looked at Xiao Ying in silence, bewildered by her expression, as if she were in a state of constipation despite her good fortune. "Hurry up and tell me, what kind of fruits are these?" "First, there are the fruits obtained by the young master, the bird fruit, which is of the illusory beast type in the form of a celestial crane. These 2 fruits are the paramecia type gold fruit and the ancient type ancient giant eagle form." Fan Ku's mood at this moment was like a roller coaster. The fruits that were supposedly of the illusory beast type were indeed real, and the 2 fruits he had yet to consume were still top tier. Instinctively, Fan Ku looked around, wondering if there were any invisible golden fingers or systems nearby. "System? Call the system." Xiao Ying looked at Fan Ku, who was calling out to the air in disbelief. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" "Ahem. I was just trying it out. What if it works?" Feeling awkward, Fan Ku cleared his throat and said, "What if?" Soon after, he stored all 3 fruits into his body and brought everyone back to the edge of the yurt encampment. At that moment, Xian Erhin, who had received the news, also hurried over, having already realized that the Fan Ku before him was the newly appointed warlord of the world government. Xian Erhin felt a bit awkward. "Warlord, I truly apologize for not recognizing you earlier." Fan Ku, however, did not carry the heavy burden of a powerful person and explained with a pitiful expression, "Your Majesty, it's not that I wanted to become this warlord." After a heartfelt and elaborate explanation, Fan Ku portrayed himself as a brave warrior who, in order to fulfill his family's dreams, had to bow to the dark forces. Xian Erhin was completely swayed by this and was now shedding tears, his voice trembling as he spoke. "It's truly been tough. Young man Fan Ku, you are remarkable. You've endured humiliation for the sake of your family's dream of traveling the world. You're simply amazing. Boo-hoo." As Xian Erhin cried out in emotion, Frank, Moria, Brooke, and Bobby behind Fan Ku were also moved to tears. "Damn, brother Fan Ku, you've had it so hard, haven't you? You are the most Superman I have ever seen." Boo-hoo. The smallest Frank immediately collapsed at Fan Ku's feet, tears and snot flowing freely. The other 3 stood firmly, gazing at Fan Ku with determination, vowing to follow him, the young master president big brother, from now on. Seeing this scene made Xiao Ying feel an impulsive desire for the world to end. Fan Ku was simply too wicked, starting to deceive people again. She tried hard to look around for a like-minded person who understood. Finally, she spotted Xiao Robin, also from O'Hara, looking at Fan Ku with eyes that seemed to see through the lies. Xiao Ying quietly approached to comfort her. "Xiao Robin, don't mind him. The young master can sometimes be a bit indiscreet, but he means no harm." Robin nodded firmly after hearing this. I knew brother Fan Ku was lying. Hearing Robin's words, Xiao Ying let out a huge sigh of relief. As expected of someone from O'Hara, her intelligence was on point. Brother Fan Ku has been deceiving me all along. This is the real reason he established the guild. For the dreams of his family. I will definitely follow brother Fan Ku well from now on. Robin's following words completely shattered Xiao Ying's defenses, sighing that this world should just end soon. As she contemplated going down with the world, Fan Ku was also in a state of confusion. What's going on with everyone? Why did my story, which I spun for strangers, end up fooling my own people too? Ahem. Well, regardless. The attack on the Donghuhu kingdom this time was indeed my fault, and the 400 million berries here are our compensation. Fan Ku cleared his throat and pointed to the large package of plundered goods. Xian Erhin took a while to calm down before responding. You are a responsible young man. We cannot accept this, for our Donghuhu kingdom does not lack money. After some stubborn persuasion from Fan Ku, Xi and Erhan eventually accepted this as compensation. When the moon rose high, Fan Ku and the others returned to the yurt encampment, but this time they held a bonfire party in the open space outside the king's tent. The bonfire party only finished when the sun rose in the east, and Fan Ku and the others were also won over by the warmth of this grassland country. One by one they lay slumped on the grass, sleeping like dead pigs. Under Xi and Erhan's arrangement, except for the large Moria who remained on the grass, everyone else was carried into the yurt to rest. Wow, wow, wow. Lord Moria, wake up. A baby's cries and calls woke Moria, who was sleeping soundly on the grass. Hee. I can't drink anymore, we have plenty of time ahead. Moria, still half asleep, mumbled and turned over to sleep again. At this moment, Absalom, holding little Perona, was speechless while everyone else was busy, and Moria alone snored in the middle of the road. Little Perona, who had not seen Moria for a day on the ship, cried severely. Absalom, who was guarding the ship, had no choice but to look for him as soon as day broke. Who would have thought he would find Moria lying in the middle of the road, and even after calling out for a long time he couldn't wake him. Brother Absalom, should I give it a try, eh? Just as Absalom was unsure of what to do, Robin's voice came from behind. Oh, it's little Robin, who I'm saved. Absalom thought Robin was going to help with the child, so he happily handed little Perona over. Who would have thought that little Robin directly assumed a position, and then a series of slaps sounded. 3 minutes later. Hee. So it was little Perona crying again. It seems I can't do without me. Hiss, why does my face hurt a bit? Moria sat on the grass with a swollen cheek, smiling at little Perona, who was playing in his palm. Absalom, who had witnessed everything, didn't dare to speak. Ooh, little Robin was too cunning, and he wouldn't provoke her in the future. Robin innocently replied, Hee. Brother Moria probably drank too much last night and bumped his face. Hee. So that's how it is. I guess I shouldn't drink so much next time. Hiss, it really hurts. Moria, oblivious, truly believed he had just hit his face from drinking too much. This scene made Absalom feel a bit of fear towards the female gender. Fan Ku didn't wake up until the afternoon, when the sun was about to set. The moment he opened his eyes, a glint of green light flashed through his originally black pupils. Another wasted day. How comfortable. Fan Ku stretched and complained. As if recalling something, Fan Ku quickly took out the autumn water asking sword and scrutinized the lengthening blade, but after looking for a long time, he found nothing wrong. Why do I always feel a bit uneasy? Strange. Fan Ku muttered to himself, deciding it would be better to keep the sword outside for now. He found a piece of coarse cloth to wrap the autumn water asking sword and directly strapped it to his back. In the evening, Fan Ku and the group gathered again, with Absalom also holding little Perona sitting among the crowd. Hey, Absalom, weren't you guarding the ship? Lord Fan Ku, little Perona cried badly last night, so I brought her to find Lord Moria. Oh, I see. Hey, Moria, what happened to your face? Hee. I drank too much last night and bumped my face. Oh, is that so? Fan Ku observed closely, noticing it looked a bit like a handprint. Not wanting to dwell on such a trivial matter, Fan Ku asked directly. Our goal is to travel, so does anyone want to stay a couple more days? Everyone fell silent. As far as the Long Chain Island was concerned, it was just an endless expanse of grassland. Initially, they were curious upon arrival, having seen a few strange animals, but there really wasn't much fun. In that case, let's prepare to set sail tomorrow. But before we leave, Lei Qing, President, are you interested in this ancient type devil fruit? I am indeed interested. Then it's yours. Thank you very much. President, no need to be so polite. I have something to trouble you with too. Please tell me, President, I will do my utmost. Take this paramecia type gold fruit to Tesalo and have him use it well. Understood, President. Please give me a piece of your life paper. Lei Qing was good at everything, but he always spoke in a very formal and polite manner. Fan Ku quickly finished the conversation with him and urged him to find a place to eat the fruit and then set off to deliver. With the flying speed of the ancient giant eagle, if everything goes smoothly, they should catch up with the departing group by the next evening. Soon everyone finished dinner, and Fan Ku led Xiaoying to bid farewell to Xi and Erhan, only to be treated to another feast. In the middle of the night, after Fan Ku returned Xiaoying to her residence, he wandered alone on the grass. The moon is really round tonight. Look at this moon, it's both big and round. Look at this face, it's long and wide. Pooh. After looking at the moon for a while, Fan Ku couldn't help but make a few jokes, which ended up making him laugh. Returning to his residence, he casually took down the sword from his back and placed it beside the bed. Having slept all day, Fan Ku was not tired at all and was now staring blankly with his eyes wide open. While Fan Ku was in a daze, the autumn water asking sword at the bedside began to emit strands of green light rushing towards him. The originally spirited Fan Ku suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and soon fell into a deep slumber. The green light seeping from the autumn water asking sword increased, soon enveloping the sleeping Fan Ku in a large green cocoon. Who are you? Wake up quickly. They are coming to kill us. Fan Ku suddenly heard a girl's frightened scream, and he opened his eyes in confusion. A girl with green hair and a white dress was anxiously looking at him, and said, "Who are you? How did you end up here?" Fan Ku shook his head puzzled. Wasn't he just daydreaming in the yurt? How did he suddenly end up here? Wait, where's this? He quickly looked around only to see a misty scene presenting a blood-red landscape. Before Fan Ku could say anything, the green-haired girl hurriedly grabbed his hand and ran saying, "Hurry, they are coming to kill us." In a cave, Fan Ku found himself bewilderedly nestled in the embrace of a girl. Cough, cough. Miss, could you please loosen up a bit? I'm about to suffocate. Fan Ku patted the girl's arm to remind her. The girl, whose nerves had been taut, immediately blushed and released Fan Ku. Looking at the shy girl, now hugging her arms in the corner, Fan Ku adjusted his emotions and asked, "My name is Fan Ku. May I ask, where is this place? And who are you?" The girl looked at Fan Ku and cautiously replied, "This is the memory of the Asuka Empire, a cycle that exists solely within the Seven Stars Sword." What? This is the interior of the Seven Stars Sword. Fan Ku smacked his thigh, realizing that this cursed sword was problematic, and indeed he had fallen into its trap. Every full moon night, the Seven Stars Sword emits power, controlling everyone who approaches and igniting their desire for slaughter. The girl explained seriously, her eyes also reflecting curiosity. Feeling the girl's strange gaze, Fan Ku asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The reason people are controlled is that the soldiers in the cycle attach themselves to a person's soul. But you, however, are unaffected. Instead, you have been pulled in here. So how can I get out? And what is your surname? I am Bianca, the first witch of the Asuka Empire. You are the first person to be pulled in here, and I don't know how you can get out. Fan Ku looked perplexed, saying, What should we do? Boom. After a violent sound, Fan Ku's observation hockey sensed that a large number of people had gathered outside the cave. I can still use observation hockey. That's a good thing. Fan Ku muttered before quickly pulling Bianca to escape the cave. As soon as they ran out of the cave, it collapsed behind them, revealing an army of thousands before them. "Bianca, become my queen, and then let us out. Together we shall conquer the world." At the forefront of the army were three leaders who stood out clad in tricolored royal armor, their bodies enveloped in dark energy. Bianca hid behind Fan Ku and reminded him those three are the embodiments of the three princes' obsessions. The one speaking is the arrogance of the eldest prince. Hearing this, Fan Ku looked at the figure in purple armor among the three, realizing that the previous words had indeed come from him. The one in red is the embodiment of the jealousy of the second prince, and the one in green is the embodiment of the greed of the third prince. Fan Ku turned to Bianca with curiosity, asking, "So did you imprison them? If I kill you, can I get out?" Bianca shook her head, saying, "I am the sword soul of the Seven Stars Sword, so I cannot be truly killed. But I also lack the power to resist." "Oh, then what should we do?" Bianca thought for a moment and replied, "Originally, every full moon night, I would be captured and tortured by them. But this time you are here." After hearing Bianca's experience, Fan Ku felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pressed for more details. "Wait, are you saying that you are tortured to death each time, and then it repeats on the next full moon? And if I die, I might really die?" Bianca remained silent and simply nodded. Fan Ku stared blankly at the three embodiments of the princes and the thousands of soldiers behind them, although they were not particularly strong this number. In an instant, a huge sound erupted and Fan Ku jumped into the air holding Princess Bianca, while below them was an endless sea of soldiers. "Lord Fan Ku, you can actually fly. This is called Moon Step. It doesn't allow for flight, just the ability to jump and maneuver in midair. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. After all, I will revive next full moon. I can't bear to leave you behind, and you are my hope of getting out." Just as Fan Ku was preparing to flee with Bianca, a massive sword energy shot up from below. Raging foot. Fan Ku retaliated directly. The sword energy dissipated in midair, causing him to stabilize. "Damn it. Why does my elder brother, who already has a throne, still want to snatch Bianca from me? I'm so jealous." The figure of the second prince emerged from the army below, maintaining a sword-swinging posture. Seeing that Fan Ku in the air only swayed, but did not fall, the second prince angrily slashed down, cutting down the soldiers around him. "You lowly peasants, hurry and shoot arrows. Can't you see he's stealing my princess?" Thus, for the first time in his life, Fan Ku witnessed what it meant to be besieged by countless arrows. As he looked down at the arrows raining down like a storm, he finally remembered his conqueror's hockey. In a moment of desperation, Fan Ku shouted with all his might, unleashing his conqueror's hockey, while Bianca in his arms rolled her eyes. His conqueror's hockey spread like a tangible force, and soon the endless rain of arrows was halted midair. The arrows that had densely fallen from the sky did not affect the soldiers below, they simply stood there allowing the arrows to pierce them. The conqueror's haki seemed ineffective against these soldiers. Fan Ku was more concerned about the fact that his haki didn't even stun them. Second brother, you are truly greedy. You actually enjoyed the spoils alone with elder brother behind my back. While Fan Ku frowned in the air, using moon step, the figures of the eldest and second princes appeared among the soldiers below. Unlike the second prince's rude remarks, the eldest prince directly drew a long spear from his back and aimed it at Fan Ku. TCH. This isn't over. Unbreakable fist mountain finger. Fan Ku hugged the unconscious Bianca with his left hand, while his right index and middle fingers came together, poking towards the incoming spear. Clang. The spear tip crashed against Fan Ku's fingertips, producing a sharp sound of metal clashing. Using the force of the spear, Fan Ku soared away towards a place far from the crowd. This space was completely shrouded in crimson mist, making it impossible to discern direction or time. Fan Ku struggled with great effort to shake off his pursuers and was now hiding in the ruins of a castle. Hey, wake up. We are temporarily safe. Fan Ku gently called out to Bianca, who was slumped against the wall and still unconscious. Hiss hiss. Just as Fan Ku was about to gently shake Bianca's body, strands of black mist suddenly began to emerge from her body. Upon contact with the black mist, Fan Ku instantly felt an overwhelming fury engulf him. He was furious. Why had he inexplicably been transported to this dangerous pirate world? He was furious. Why, as a traveler, did he not have a system or golden finger at his side? He was furious. All the negative emotions that had been hidden deep within him ignited Fan Ku's endless rage. Just as Fan Ku was about to lose his sanity, two large soft entities pressed against his chest. Fan Ku was jolted back to a bit of consciousness. He looked down and saw that the previously unconscious Bianca was staring at him with red, seductive eyes. Huh. Fan Ku was startled to see Bianca still emitting black mist looking at him. What was going on? Was she also an embodiment of obsession? Bianca's body began to coil around Fan Ku like a water snake, her small hands aimlessly groping. Oh, Yame Tet. I'm still a kid. Fan Ku let out a tragic scream, but unfortunately his body obediently did not resist, revealing a hint of enjoyment on his face. Just as the strings of reason were about to snap, Fan Ku finally reached out to restrain the infatuated Bianca. Bianca, wake up. Fan Ku infused a hint of his conqueror's haki into his voice, delivering a resonating command. Bianca, whose small hands had been groping below Fan Ku's navel, suddenly regained consciousness, freezing her movements. Could you please take your hands away? Fan Ku patiently reminded her, warning that if she didn't he might retaliate. Oh, I'm so sorry. The now aware Bianca quickly withdrew her small hand that had been lingering in inappropriate places, apologizing. It's fine. Can you explain what just happened? Bianca calmed down upon hearing this. She looked deeply at Fan Ku and said, the 7-star sword is a magic sword that amplifies the emotions of others. It can grant people immense power, but they will also be controlled by it, ultimately leading to war. So your emotion is lust? Fan Ku couldn't help but tease her. Bianca answered seriously, generally beautiful women evoke lust. Fan Ku muttered in his heart, was there really this principle? He felt that Nami would likely evoke greed instead. Lord Fan Ku, you are very special. What's so special? I was just filled with anger earlier. No, you are the only one who instantly broke free from control. Your soul seems particularly powerful, and your emotions are quite balanced. This time Bianca did not express her helplessness again, but looked at Fan Ku with a thoughtful expression and said, if it's Lord Fan Ku, perhaps it is possible to subdue the 7-star sword. Subdue the 7-star sword? How do we do that? Fan Ku thought to himself. After all, he was a transmigrator. As the saying goes, the bolder the person, the greater the harvest. As long as you can endure all the emotional control and absorb them into your body. This way the obsessions of the 3 princes will disappear, and I will be liberated. Bianca's eyes sparkled with hopeful light as she cautiously spoke her method. This feels a bit dangerous. Is there no other way? Fan Ku's heart was slightly hesitant. Without a system by his side, everything felt a bit daunting. Bianca excitedly leaned closer and said, Lord Fan Ku, please rest assured and go for it. If it really cannot succeed, I will sacrifice my last bit of strength to help you escape. Fan Ku's arm was caught in the gigantic softness, and his heart began to flutter. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. When a person dies, the bird flies to the sky. If one does not die, it lasts for eternity. Let's do it. Tell me, what should I do next? Half an hour later, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the edge of the army that had been aimlessly searching for Fan Ku and the others. Boom. Countless soldiers were thrown into the air along with the sound, and Fan Ku stood there maintaining his punching stance. The soldiers in midair quickly fell down, most of them losing their breath, and wisps of green light began to emanate from their corpses. Fan Ku looked at the green light This was the diluted power of the seven-star sword, and it had to be completely reclaimed. Shave. In a blink, Fan Ku instantly gathered the green light into his hands, and as the green light entered his grasp, various emotional fluctuations surged into his mind. Oomph. Feeling the fluctuations, Fan Ku snorted coldly to suppress his emotions, then crushed the light and absorbed it into his body. Next comes the hunting time. Fan Ku twisted his neck and rotated his wrist. The next phase was a protracted battle, perfect for practicing his unbreakable fist. Unbreakable fist meteor shower. Concentrating his armed color domineering onto his fists, Fan Ku unleashed 400 to 500 punches in one wave. Boom, boom, boom. The incredibly rapid punches compressed the air in front of him, each punch-shaped air cannon swiftly flying toward the crowd. Fan Ku felt as though he had been in this space for nearly 2 or 3 days. During this time, he had been forced back several times by the sea tactics of the three princes. Of course, the intense emotional fluctuations also affected Fan Ku's performance, but fortunately, after several days of effort, only a small handful of soldiers remained from the tens of thousands. Huff. Fan Ku exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Although he wasn't hungry or tired, prolonged combat was still mentally exhausting. The three princes, now is our time alone. The proud prince in purple armor said, "Oh, I wonder how you wish to spend this time alone." Fan Ku flicked the non-existent dust from his body and replied provocatively, "I want to be killed by all of you present, or to kill all of you present. I wonder if the prince can fulfill my wish." Huh, I'm so jealous. Why can your words be so cheeky? Second brother, you are truly greedy. You want to say cheeky things too. The prince did not waste words and rushed toward Fan Ku with his spear, and only after several rounds of battle did the others follow. In no time, only 4 people remained on the battlefield: Fan Ku and the 3 strongest princes. The eldest prince wielded his spear at the front, the second prince swung his sword at the side, while the sneaky third prince shot arrows from behind. Fan Ku relied entirely on body techniques. After all, he couldn't use weapons in this space. Previously, he had picked up a long sword, but as soon as he touched it, it turned into green light and vanished. At this moment, Bianca was hiding behind a big tree not far away, murmuring to herself, "It actually succeeded. I can finally be free. Go for it, Lord Fan Ku." Unbreakable fist, diamond finger. On the battlefield, Fan Ku grasped the eldest prince's spear with his left hand and directly pierced the second prince's sword with his right hand, forcing his entire hand into the prince's body. Second brother. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The third prince, who was shooting arrows from behind, instantly exploded with rage and fired 3 arrows toward Fan Ku. Watching the rapidly flying arrows, Fan Ku forcefully pulled the second and eldest princes in front of him. Dodge, dodge, dodge. 3 sounds of arrows piercing flesh echoed. 2 arrows shot into the second prince's body, causing him to ascend on the spot, while 1 arrow pierced into the eldest prince's kidney. Tisk, tisk, tsk. Third prince, have you been eyeing the eldest prince's kidney for a long time? That was quite ruthless. Looking at the eldest prince, who was gasping for breath, Fan Ku couldn't help but tease the third prince. I will kill you, then take everything from you." Enraged, the third prince threw away his long bow, drew a short knife, and charged at Fan Ku. Oomph. Fan Ku snorted coldly and prepared to kick him, but unexpectedly the eldest prince suddenly bent down and hugged him. "I cannot tolerate anyone harming my kin. This is a disgrace to the dignity of the royal family." Unable to break free from the eldest prince's tight grasp, Fan Ku almost got stabbed in the kidney. Fortunately, Fan Ku quickly thought of a way to crouch down and avoid the crisis. Inside, he couldn't help but complain, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, why does this third prince always aim for others' kidneys?" With a knee strike, he freed himself from the eldest prince's grasp and swiftly absorbed the second prince, who had turned into black light, into his body. Off. As the black light was absorbed, Fan Ku let out a sharp scream, feeling as if he was about to explode. He was so jealous. Looking at the 2 princes on the opposite side, who were standing there in a daze after hearing the scream, they did not rush to attack, but instead looked at Fan Ku with a hint of expectation. "Bianca, this living person, do you think he will succeed?" The eldest prince, holding his kidney, suddenly asked the big tree not far away. After a long moment, Bianca's voice came from behind the tree. "Your Highness Cass, Lord Fan Ku does not belong to this world. His soul is immensely condensed and his emotions are balanced." The eldest prince fell silent after hearing Bianca's words, and after a long while he said, "That works too. We can finally be freed. Eldest brother, do you not want to rule the world and get Bianca?" The third prince beside him clearly felt a bit unwilling. It was just the temptation of the 7-star sword. The one who bestowed the 7-star sword back, then had never had good intentions. "But eldest brother, that is a god." Just as the second prince was about to argue a couple more sentences, Fan Ku, who had been offline for a while, reconnected. "What were you just saying?" Recovering his senses, Fan Ku hurriedly asked. "This is not something you should know. Since you are awake, hurry up and continue. The arrogant eldest prince completely disregarded Fan Ku and directly attacked again with his spear, while the third prince supported him from the side. 15 minutes later, the eldest and third princes were directly punched together by Fan Ku. Looking at the eldest prince who had lost his breath, Fan Ku felt as if he could see the release in his eyes through the black mist. With the jealous power from earlier as a foundation, this time Fan Ku was obviously prepared, tightly gritting his teeth to endure the impact of both arrogance and greed. At this moment, Bianca walked in front of Fan Ku, looking at him gently, then suddenly placed her hand on his chest. Lord Fan Ku, it's all over. Lastly, let me lend you a helping hand. Clenching his teeth, Fan Ku wanted to urge her to wait a moment. He was still curious about IMS matter. Unfortunately, at that moment, Fan Ku could only hold his breath and remain silent, watching as Bianca's hands radiated shimmering white light. After an unknown amount of time, Fan Ku finally calmed down. At that moment, he felt his head clear and his mental strength had significantly increased. Fan Ku focused on the surrounding environment. The red mist was slowly dissipating, and he felt a sense of rejection. Is this about to leave? Fan Ku could clearly feel that he was about to exit this space. As Fan Ku's body gradually disappeared from the internal space of the seven-star sword, the members of the Freedom Guild were gathered around the yurt. Inside the yurt, Xiao Ying and several anxious staff members were nervously looking at the large cocoon glowing green on the bed. Stella tightly grasped Xiao Ying's hand and asked, Xiao Ying, how long has Lord Fan Ku been in this cocoon? Is he all right? Xiao Ying sighed. It was already like this when I discovered him. It's been about 6 or 7 hours. Indeed, it was just dawn. Although Fan Ku had spent several days in the seven-star sword, only a few hours had passed outside. Sister Xiao Ying, will Anakin be okay? Bobby is so worried. Should we cut open the cocoon? Bobby had already asked Xiao Ying for the 7th time, kneeling in front of Fan Ku's cocoon and gesturing incessantly. Xiao Ying could only comfort him, saying, Bobby, don't worry. I can see that Fan Ku is just sleeping inside. He should wake up soon. After comforting Bobby, Xiao Ying stepped out of the yurt, where Moria was anxiously waiting outside the door. Miss Xiao Ying, how is that kid Fan Ku? Is he all right? Seeing Xiao Ying come out, Moria immediately asked her cautiously. Hearing this, Xiao Ying looked up at Moria, who was much taller than her, and stared blankly at him. Until Moria could not handle her gaze any longer, Xiao Ying finally opened her mouth with a fierce look in her eyes and said, If the young master has any mishap because of your sword, I will definitely not let you off. Ha ha ha, who do you look down on? If anything happens to the kid Fan Ku because of me, you can take my life. Seeing Xiao Ying finally speak, Moria instead smiled calmly in response. Just as Xiao Ying was about to say something, she saw a little girl suddenly emerge from Fan Ku's arms. Before Xiao Ying could react, the green light cocoon wrapping Fan Ku also began to slowly dissipate. Shaved, Xiao Ying had no time to think further and instantly teleported into the yurt. At this moment, Fan Ku slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if something soft had added to his embrace. Is that Xiao Ying? Why has she shrunk? And her hair has changed color. Fan Ku, still a bit dazed, muttered as he glanced at the little girl in his arms. A green-haired little girl. Fan Ku instantly became alert. Who is this? He quickly set the little girl down on the bed and looked around with confusion. It was still the familiar yurt, but surrounding him were Stella, Absalom, and others. Suddenly, Xiao Ying stepped out from the crowd. Little. Just as Fan Ku was about to greet her, Xiao Ying rushed into his arms like the wind. Young master, it's so great that you're okay. Xiao Ying's voice, filled with grievance, echoed from Fan Ku's embrace. Fan Ku awkwardly patted Xiao Ying's head, comforting her. I'm sorry. I worried you. And everyone else, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. At this moment, the 9 soldiers who initially followed him and Brooke were also relieved to see that Fan Ku truly seemed fine. Among them, Absalom was the most excited. He directly placed Xiao Perona into Robin's arms and rushed out. Lord Moria, Lord Fan Ku has awakened, and he is holding a green-haired little girl. Moria looked at the rushing Absalom with a puzzled expression. Is this guy joking with him? What does it mean that he awoke holding a green-haired little girl? Absalom, clarify what you mean. Absalom now realized the absurdity of his words. Anyway, Lord Fan Ku has indeed awakened. He looks fine. Is that so? That's wonderful. Moria laughed heartily upon hearing this, finally feeling a weight lifted from his heart, relieved that his own life was spared. Soon everyone in the yurt lined up to exit, including a reluctant Bobby. Fan Ku looked at the remaining Xiao Ying, unsure how to explain the situation of the green-haired little girl to her, as he himself was also confused. Xiao Ying, seeing Fan Ku's perplexed expression, chuckled and said, Young master, haven't you noticed that something seems to be missing in the room? Fan Ku scratched his head and looked around the yurt. That's right, his autumn water sword was missing. Xiao Ying, are you saying that this green-haired little girl is my autumn water sword? In fact, that is indeed the case, though it's not quite precise. Looking at the green-haired little girl on the bed, Fan Ku hesitated for a moment and gently called out, "Autumn water sword. Wake up." He discovered that the little girl remained still, so he reached out to nudge the sleeping girl. Ing! The little girl let out a soft sound and slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of emerald-like eyes that seemed to possess a captivating power. The little girl sat up, glanced around, and then suddenly stretched out her arms. "Master, hug me." The innocent and cheerful voice came from the little girl. Fan Ku was instantly stunned. After living for over 40 years and 2 lives, it was the first time he was called Master. To be honest, it made him a bit excited. "Master, I want a hug too." Just as Fan Ku was enjoying the moment, Xiao Ying's voice came from behind. Although Xiao Ying's voice was also cute, Fan Ku could still sense a hint of discontent. "Ahem. Not yet, tell me. Are you my sword?" Fan Ku asked, suppressing the urge to hug the little girl. The green-haired little girl remained in her outstretched pose and replied, "Xiao Qi is the master's sword." "How about this, Xiaoying? Why don't you hug her for a moment? Look, she really wants a hug." Just as Xiaoying was about to refuse, the green-haired little girl got anxious and jumped directly into Fan Ku's arms. Fan Ku felt the softness in his arms and couldn't figure out the principle behind it. How did a perfectly good long sword turn into a green-haired little girl? While Fan Ku was puzzled and enjoying the moment, the little girl suddenly looked up and said, "Master, it's time for Xiao Qi to go back today." As soon as she finished speaking, the green light on the little girl who was originally in Fan Ku's arms began to dissipate, leaving only a long sword quietly lying in Fan Ku's hand. The residual green light in the air quickly gathered, half projecting into Fan Ku's eyes and half into the long sword in his hand. A glimmer of green light flickered in the depths of Fan Ku's eyes, and a sense of spiritual connection with the long sword arose, as if the sword was a part of his own body. In an instant, the name of the sword imprinted itself in Fan Ku's mind: Xiao Qi, the 7-star dragon abyss sword. Fan Ku scratched his head, wondering if this name would be considered plagiarism. However, combining the names of the 7-star sword dragon slaying sword Autumn Water and seeking Dao sword, it seemed that the name 7-star dragon abyss sword truly fit the best. "Young master, congratulations. Xiao Qi seems to be quite an extraordinary sword." Xiao Ying's heartfelt congratulations interrupted Fan Ku's inner monologue again. Fan Ku threw Xiao Qi onto the bed and hugged Xiao Ying again, feeling wronged and mischievous as he said, "Xiao Ying, I missed you so much. You have no idea, I was sucked into the sword." Xiao Ying, now 182 meters tall, appeared to be held by Fan Ku, but in reality, he buried his head in her arms. Xiao Ying was startled by Fan Ku's sudden move, but did not push him away. Instead, she patiently listened to Fan Ku's experiences in the 7-star sword over the past few days. It wasn't until Fan Ku was nearly overwhelmed by the sweet scent that he finally stopped, as he had indeed been risking his life during those days with the 7-star sword. Xiao Ying patted Fan Ku's head and comforted him. "All right, young master. You should ponder over your new sword for now. We can discuss the departure when Lei Qing returns." Fan Ku also felt that Xiao Ying's suggestion made sense, reluctantly pulling his head out from her comforting embrace. Soon only Fan Ku and Xiao Qi, one person and one sword, remained in the yurt. Fan Ku placed the 7-star dragon abyss sword across his lap and silently sensed it. Sword energy enhancement, soul captivating, and spiritual connection quickly appeared in Fan Ku's mind. Sword energy enhancement was easy to understand, while soul captivating turned out to be a control-type effect. Anyone injured by the 7-star dragon abyss sword would be controlled. As for the spiritual connection, it was between Fan Ku and the 7-star dragon abyss sword. Simply put, the little Qi from earlier was the spirit of the sword, capable of understanding human speech and communicating with Fan Ku's mind. Fan Ku thought silently, "Could you also dance if I asked you to?" Swish! The 7-star dragon abyss sword on his lap suddenly flew up, twisting in front of Fan Ku. All right. I was just thinking casually, you don't need to take it so seriously. Come back quickly." Fan Ku awkwardly wanted to dig a hole right there. The 7-star dragon abyss sword really had a personality, dancing just because he mentioned it. Suddenly, an idea struck Fan Ku. He pulled out a devil fruit from his body and held it in front of the 7-star dragon abyss sword. "Xiao Qi, this is a devil fruit. Can you eat it?" The 7-star dragon abyss sword let out a soft sword cry, and Fan Ku immediately understood her meaning. She could eat it, but it would have to wait until her next transformation. "Outstanding. So when will you transform again?" "What? A month. And it depends on how well I nourish you." The sword continuously emitted sword sounds, communicating with Fan Ku like a telegraph. Fan Ku nodded repeatedly, realizing that he would need to keep her close and nourish her with sword energy. "Isn't this just a typical fairy sword? Am I cultivating a sword immortal in the pirate world?" No, this is a shounen manga, though I absolutely cannot engage in cultivation." When Fan Ku wrapped up the 7-star dragon abyss sword and slung it over his shoulder to leave the yurt, he found Moria surprisingly still standing outside the door. He, Fan Ku, it's good to see you're all right. I heard you picked up a green-haired little girl. Why didn't you bring her out? When Fan Ku ran into trouble, Moria was actually the one feeling most guilty, as that green light cocoon was clearly caused by the 7-star sword he had given. Hearing Moria's relaxed banter, Fan Ku smirked and said, "The one on my back is her originally named the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. But from now on, everyone should just call her Shaoqi sword. After all, a name that's too long might be considered filler." Moria was utterly taken aback. What was going on today? Absalom was rambling nonsense, and now Fan Ku was starting to spout nonsense too. Fan Ku, what silly things are you saying? Are you upset that I brought you trouble? Moria, knowing he was in the wrong, could only endure and smile as Fan Ku's words were a bit too absurd. Really? Come, Shaoqi. Say hello to Moria. Buzz. As soon as Fan Ku finished speaking, the Shaoqi sword behind him let out a buzzing sound. Moria, hearing the sound, although he couldn't understand it, as a former swordsman, he could indeed feel that the sword was greeting him. I must still be drunk from yesterday. How could something so unscientific happen? Moria refused to accept this. He had never heard of a green-haired little girl turning into a sword. Wasn't this just mocking his lack of education? Fan Ku looked at Moria's perplexed expression and patiently explained, "Do you know that weapons can eat devil fruits?" What? Weapons can eat devil fruits? Yes, as far as I know, there are swords that have eaten the elephant fruit, cannons that have eaten the grass fruit, and muskets that have eaten the sausage dog fruit. This is too unscientific. Can such things really happen? This is technology developed by Vegapunk. Fan Ku decisively threw this genius scientist under the bus. So what does this have to do with your Shaoqi sword? It can't be that there's a devil fruit that transforms into a green-haired little girl, right? You've got it wrong. She ate the bird fruit, mythical beast type, crane's form. It's just unstable, so she temporarily reverted. Fan Ku found it impossible to discuss cultivation with someone from the pirate world, so he could only gloss over it for now. All right. After all, that's a genius scientist technology. It's normal that you can't handle it well. Moria actually accepted this explanation just like that. Truly, his nerves were quite big. Fan Ku chatted with Moria for a while, and only after Moria was completely convinced that Fan Ku was unharmed did he leave. Phew. Fan Ku exhaled, thinking that he would need to find Xiaoying later to unify their statements, otherwise the idea of a sword turning into a little girl was too fantastical. Buzz. Shaoqi sword protested against Fan Ku, attributing her transformation to the devil fruit. All right. Shaoqi, be good. If we don't explain it this way, everyone will have a mental breakdown. Fan Ku hurriedly soothed her. Fan Ku carried the Shaoqi sword and arrived at the royal tent of Erhin, who had come to visit when he transformed into a large green cocoon. "My lord Fan Ku, it's truly wonderful that you are all right." Who, early guarding outside the royal tent, greeted him cheerfully. He and his subordinates had acquired quite a fortune of 400 million belly, and since there were no casualties, his attitude towards Fan Ku was exceptionally good at this moment. "Oh, Who early. How are the injured warriors doing? I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to you. My lord Fan Ku, you are too modest. As long as no one died, a mere serious injury is nothing." Fan Ku had forgotten that the people of the pirate world were all super sit-up champions, though as long as they didn't die at the time, their recovery would be extremely rapid. "Then please inform them. We will be a bother for another day. We will set out again tomorrow morning." Rest assured, Lord Erhin said that the members of the Freedom Guild can come and go as they please. "We will be eternal friends," Who early said excitedly, pounding his broad chest. Ha. Fan Ku, you're awake. It's good to see you're fine. Erhin emerged from the royal tent, his shiny bald head gleaming in the sunlight. Fan Ku politely replied, "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I have come not only to express my gratitude, but also to discuss something important." "Oh, then please come in. I'm just having my afternoon tea. I have some freshly fermented aged cheese." Fan Ku felt electrified at once. Aged cheese. He remembered that when Luffy came here, he was also invited to have aged cheese. It seemed to be called Dongjite aged for 10 years, and it was a delightful experience. Thinking of this, Fan Ku couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Lord Erhin, is there a young man named Dongjite here?" Walking ahead, Erhin thought for a moment, and said, "Yes, he is a peculiar person who is determined to set the world record for stilt walking." "What's wrong? Do you know him?" "Oh, I've only heard of him at the banquet. I don't actually know him." Ha. That guy clearly has acrophobia, but still loves stilt walking. Several times my warriors have saved him." Fan Ku commented, "Yes, he dares to eat cheese that has been aged for 10 years. He is indeed very bold." "Oh, is that so? Turns out he is so brave. No wonder he is a citizen of my Dong Hohu kingdom." Ha. Soon the two sat down at a tea table, and the maidens served them milk tea and brought out the cheese. "Your Majesty, I wonder if you are interested in cooperating with our Freedom Guild?" Fan Ku directly asked. Xian Erhin, holding the milk tea, asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Our guild has a project for a sea train. It can connect the 10 islands of the Long Chain Island unaffected by the tides. However, our Donghohu Kingdom is a nomadic kingdom. We do not distribute across all islands, because we are waiting for the grasslands to grow back lush fodder. But the elderly will be affected. This way we can allow the elderly to establish ports and settle down, enhancing our Donghohu Kingdom's external communication." Fan Ku's ideas were indeed more scientific. As a territory of the Donghohu Kingdom, the nation's control over the islands was simply too weak. The rotating exchange of 10 islands also made the kingdom's external communication quite closed off. Even a world-renowned warlord like Fan Ku didn't recognize them. Fan Ku had a long private conversation with Xian Erhin, successfully persuading him to collaborate with the Freedom Guild. Fan Ku also promised to provide cooperation for the learning of hockey to enhance the self-defense capabilities of the Donghohu Kingdom. After coming out of the royal tent, Fan Ku's mood was noticeably better. He had added an ally to the Freedom Guild, which would be useful if there was a fallout with the world government in the future. As a transmigrator, Fan Ku felt that a fallout with the world government was inevitable in the future, so having more strength was always beneficial. While the common folk, "I'm truly happy today," Fan Ku hummed a little tune as he arrived at the outskirts of the yurt group, intending to study the power of Xiaoqi before dark. When he reached a spot where he could see the sea level, Fan Ku stopped, raising his right hand as if holding high. "Sword come!" A flamboyant call came from Fan Ku's mouth. After a moment, the 7 stars long Yuan sword behind him remained completely still. Fan Ku awkwardly retracted his right hand, wondering what was going on. Shouldn't Xiaoqi fly into the air, tracing a perfect arc and landing steadily in his right hand? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Feeling Fan Ku's thoughts, Xiaoqi emitted a series of buzzing sounds indicating that it did not possess that feature, and asked the master to be patient. "But weren't you able to dance by yourself just now? You can clearly fly." Fan Ku retorted unwillingly. Buzz, buzz. Xiaoqi indicated that the previous movements were already its limit. Crack, crack. Fan Ku seemed to hear the sound of shattering glass. That was the glass heart of a transmigrator who wanted to become a sword immortal breaking. After a while, Fan Ku obediently took the Xiaoqi sword off his back, unwrapped the cloth covering it, and held the Xiaoqi sword in his hand. A 1.6-meter double-edged sword with a 40-centimeter handle, convenient for one-handed and two-handed grips. The sword body was snow-white and flawless, yet complex green runes flickered occasionally. Swish! Fan Ku gently swung the sword down to assume a stance, yet to his surprise a sword energy shot out directly from the blade, cutting towards the grass below. What? Fan Ku was astonished. Did a mere sword swing produce sword energy? How impressive is that? Fan Ku placed the sword horizontally in front of his eyes and muttered, "It seems that I need some time to control it well. Otherwise it could easily harm the innocent." Just after he finished muttering, a green light flowed through his eyes, giving him a feeling of being able to better control the Xiaoqi sword. When he swung the Xiaoqi sword again, Fan Ku already had a feeling of integration, as if he were born to be in sync with the Xiaoqi sword. Boom, boom, boom. Fan Ku excitedly swung his sword towards the sea, each strike carrying immense destructive power, and this overwhelming strength intoxicated him. It wasn't until the sky was filled with countless stars that Fan Ku finally stopped his actions. Who? A strong gust of wind rushed in as a gigantic eagle swooped in rapidly from the sea surface. When the eagle reached the shore, it decelerated and landed before Fan Ku. Standing in front of him was a giant eagle over 4 to 5 meters tall. "President, why are you still here?" As the giant eagle spoke, it transformed into Lei Qing, who looked at Fan Ku with great curiosity. Fan Ku waved the Xiaoqi sword and said, "My sword has evolved. So I was delayed. Now she is called the 7 stars long Yuan sword." Lei Qing knew of Fan Ku's fruit abilities, so he naturally assumed that it was the sword previously given by Moria that had been fused. "Then congratulations, President. The task you assigned has been completed. Taizolo is very grateful to you." That's good. Then let's head back." Finally, a night without incident. The next morning, Xian Erhin personally led his cavalry warriors to send Fan Ku off. A team of nearly 100 each riding a tall horse. Only under Xian Erhin was there a huge snow leopard. I wonder if everyone still remembers that the other animals on Long Chain Island grew longer vertically, but the snow leopard grew longer horizontally. Xian Erhin's giant snow leopard blocked all the warhorses behind it like a massive door panel at the front of the line. "Lord Xian Erhin, your mount is truly unique. I wonder if it will affect battles when you lead the charge." Xian Erhin still did not catch Fan Ku's meaning, proudly replying, "Ha ha ha. Isn't it amazing? This is the Snow Leopard King I tamed myself. It symbolizes my becoming a prairie warrior." As if sensing Xian Erhin's emotional fluctuations, the running snow leopard let out a low roar, and its door-like face lifted into the wind. As a result, the farewell procession was thrown into chaos as they struggled to calm the frightened snow leopard king. By the time Fan Ku and the others boarded the ship again, it was already close to noon. Fan Ku stood at the ship's railing and waved, saying, "Everyone's sending you off 1,000 miles. We must part ways. You may return. We are departing." Yo ho ho. President truly has a way with words. You've made me almost tear up. The young master can sometimes be unexpectedly eloquent. If only he could be a bit more rigorous in the future. Fan Ku turned to the crowd speechless, saying, "Isn't it inappropriate for you to mock your own president like this? I am now the famous warlord of the Seven Seas. Don't you care about your reputation?" Fan Ku's words elicited laughter from everyone as the ship quickly drifted away from the shores of Longchain Island, heading back into the depths of the sea. On the vast sea, "Stella, please prepare me lunch. I'm hungry." "Okay, young master. I'll get right on it." Watching Stella's retreating figure, Fan Ku asked the little Ing beside him, "How is Stella's recent learning progress? And her body techniques?" The little Ing, who was reading nearby, raised her head and said the progress is quite good. She is particularly proficient in the paper drawing technique from the 6 styles due to her paper fruit ability. That's good. Fan Ku had previously seen Stella's report card, and it turned out her strongest fields were singing, listening, cooking, and dancing. Almost none of those talents would allow her to survive in the world of the strong, which is why Fan Ku took special care of her. Stella was the shining angel of Taizolo and must not be lost. "Littling, we have been drifting for 3 days. When will we reach Gaia Island?" "Brother Fan Ku, you've already asked this many times." "I remember." Little Robin passed by holding Little Perona and earnestly criticized Fan Ku. "Then Little Robin, how much longer do you think it will be?" "The day after tomorrow. Little Ing has said that if all goes well we will arrive in 5 days. "All right then. In that case I will go find Bobby." Fan Ku jumped up from the recliner ready to talk to Bobby about the new song and throw a banquet to pass the time. Meanwhile, a Navy warship arrived at Longchain Island flying the flag of the Navy Elite class. "Major Guion, please accept my 3rd confession. Please go out with me." Before the warship even docked, a loud confession rang out, reaching the ears of Xian and others on the shore. Just as Xian and his group were puzzled, a louder scolding came from the warship. "Major Gigi, what are you doing again? Get in line quickly." Immediately followed a series of sounds of people getting hit. After the warship docked, a middle-aged man with purple hair dressed in a justice cloak was the first to step down from the ship, followed by more than 20 young naval officers with extraordinary presence. Seeing the newcomer, Xian immediately greeted warmly, "Susibude, General ZFA. The last time we met was..." "A last time." A group of young Navy officers behind ZFA instantly fell over. Only ZFA himself did not mind. "Ha ha ha. Xian, have you been living too comfortably that you can't even remember the time? It's been 5 years since we last met. Ha ha ha. I am the strongest warrior of the plains. Who dares to provoke me?" The two were evidently old friends, standing in place to exchange pleasantries for quite a while. "I am no longer a naval general, just an ordinary behind-the-scenes worker, training the elite seedlings of the Navy." Xian looked behind ZFA, where more than 20 impressive young naval officers stood with Gigi bruised and battered at the forefront. "Oh, are these the ones behind you? They really are impressive." ZFA seemed not to sense Xian's tone and proudly introduced, "Ha, I have uncovered 2 promising candidates among this batch of newcomers who are likely to become generals." At this moment, ZFA had already moved beyond the psychological shadow of his wife's and child's murder, fully immersing himself in the duty of cultivating the future elites of the Navy. "Ha ha ha. Congratulations. I wonder what brings you here this time." "Oh, I received intel that the mad war pirates who escaped from the New World not long ago have appeared in the nearby waters. I happened to bring out a new elite class for life experience, so I came over to take a look." After ZFA finished explaining why he was here, he also sighed in relief, knowing that his old friend was not harmed by the New World pirates. Who would have thought? As soon as ZFA finished speaking, Xian replied, "Then you came too late. The mad war pirates have already been annihilated." "Nanny!" ZFA exclaimed in shock. "Xian, they are the great pirates of the New World. Are you sure they have been wiped out?" Seeing his old friend in shock, Xian proudly invited, "Ha ha ha, since you are here, let's go to my royal tent for a drink and chat." Unable to resist Xian's enthusiasm, ZFA had to turn around and arrange, "Bastiu, you lead the team to guard the warship, and you two take a group with me to the banquet." The young naval officers quickly split into 2 teams, one led back to the warship by the tall Bastiu, while the other team followed ZFA to the island for the banquet under the guidance of a beautiful naval officer. The next morning, Fan Ku brought Xiao Ying to the cabin where the members of the mad war pirates were imprisoned. The cabin held those with bounty, while the ordinary members had already been dealt with by Xian. "Xiao Ying, Are you sure these people are not worthy of death? They are all pirates from the New World. Young master, I have checked, they all come from the endless war country of the New World. Although they are guilty of slaughter, they have not harmed ordinary people. Fan Ku stood outside the sturdy cell looking at the 7 or 8 severely injured people. Isn't the endless war country Barrett's hometown? He didn't know if these people recognized Barrett, but given the situation, they probably didn't. After all, Barrett was only about 10 years old then, while the youngest among them was already 30. Do any of you know Douglas Barrett? With a mindset of hope, Fan Ku asked the people inside the cell. The captain Nico looked up at Fan Ku and weakly said, he is the hero of the endless war country and also our savior. What? That battle maniac is your savior? Fan Ku curiously asked, did this trigger some hidden plot? You don't understand. Because Barrett killed the devil commander Douglas, the endless war country entered a period of 3 years of peace, and we were able to retire and escape from that hell. The oldest warrior Hammer Ma answered Fan Ku's question on behalf of the captain. Then what is your purpose in becoming pirates? Xiaoing can see through people's hearts. You are not murderers. Nico forced himself to sit up and replied, what else can we do if we don't become pirates? We have been on the battlefield since we can remember, and apart from fighting and slaughtering, we know nothing. Fan Ku really didn't know how to respond at this moment. Probably these people were illiterate, so they couldn't integrate into society. Can you read? Nico, however, was quite candid. The Wright brothers were medics before they can read, but the rest of us can only understand military orders. Fan Ku looked at the Wright brothers, who had been in a semi-comatose state and had not woken up. Brooke and Lei Ching had been too rough. Nico, you should have observed our situation these days. Here's an opportunity for you to join the Freedom Guild. How about it? Good. Please help treat the Wright brothers. I fear they won't hold on. Nico agreed to Fan Ku's invitation without hesitation, and Fan Ku could even feel his sincerity. Fan Ku was somewhat surprised. It seemed like his observation hockey had enhanced since coming out of the 7-star sword space, and it felt like it was evolving towards seeing through people's hearts. Although hearing others' inner thoughts with hockey like the red count sounded cool, Fan Ku did not want that at all. Fan Ku asked himself if he was a saint. He couldn't bear hearing others' thoughts all day. Some might argue that one can choose not to listen, but this can be trained to switch on and off. But it's like telling someone not to think about a pink elephant. The more you try not to think about it, the more it surfaces. With this kind of insight into people's hearts, can you really resist the urge to reveal it to everyone? Thinking of this, Fan Ku's mood immediately soured, and he instructed Xiaoing, please notify the ship's doctor to come over and arrange accommodation for them. After saying that, without waiting for Xiaoing to respond, he hurriedly left. Xiaoing was a bit dazed by Fan Ku's sudden indifference, wondering what was wrong. Did I do something wrong? But Xiaoing didn't worry for long. When Fan Ku, who was carefree, appeared again at dinner, he had already recovered his mood, playfully teasing Xiaoing. At this moment, the hurriedly leaving Fan Ku entered the bedroom alone, reaching out to untie the small Chi on his back and placing her on his lap. Chi, are you a sword spirit or Bianca? Indeed, Fan Ku felt that Chi was actually the Bianca he had encountered before, only he didn't know why she had shrunk. Buzz. Chi indicated that she was not Bianca, but a new soul created by merging Bianca and the 3 princes. Nanny, didn't they all ascend? Buzz. After nurturing for hundreds of years, the several obsessions formed a new soul, and when the obsessions disappeared, the soul remained in the image of the young Bianca. Isn't this still fantasy? Why go to such lengths? Is my observation hockey because of you? Buzz. It turned out that the 7-star Lonyuan sword had shared its ability, and it was not Fan Ku's observation hockey that evolved. All right. Hurry up and transform into human form. It's annoying to keep buzzing. With his mood lifted, Fan Ku started to ruthlessly complain, which caused Chi to buzz incessantly on his lap, no matter how he tried to comfort her. Soon it was dinner time, and sitting next to Fan Ku were Xiaoing, Stella, and Xiao Robin, while Bobby was seated next to Brooke, Lei Ching, and Frank. Absalom was sitting beside Moria holding little Perona. Fan Ku was now shamelessly leaning next to Xiaoing, saying, Xiaoing, I didn't mean to ignore you earlier, just suddenly felt a bit flustered. You know, boys have those few inconvenient days every month. Xiaoing looked at Fan Ku with a mischievous expression and replied, Young master, please be serious, those inconvenient days are for girls. Beside them, Stella was constantly smiling like an ant, but after a while she thought of her Taizolo, and a wave of melancholy came over her. Xiao Robin, with an innocent expression, interrupted, Brother Fan Ku, what's inconvenient for you? Do you need me to take care of you? With the passive observation hockey, Fan Ku could clearly feel that Xiao Robin was pretending to be naive to get closer. Fan Ku reached out to pat Xiao Robin's head, praising, Xiao Robin is so considerate. Never doubts my words. From now on, if I need someone to take care of me, I'll look for our Xiao Robin first. Xiao Robin was delighted by Fan Ku's large hand, patting her, feeling both happy and cherished. It's settled then. Originally, Xiao Robin had tried to bond with Bobby Frank, but unfortunately girls mature faster and couldn't fit in. Xiao Robin thought to herself brother Fan Ku is the best, both strong and mature. It gives one a sense of reliance. Xiao Robin's expression of enjoyment instantly triggered a sense of crisis in Xiao Ying, who looked at the young Xiao Robin with suspicion. Feeling the gaze, Robin smiled sweetly at Xiao Ying, which made Xiao Ying's sense of threat even stronger. Fan Ku was completely oblivious to the impending battlefield. At this moment, he suddenly noticed Moria and Absalom, who were trying hard to coax the child. I've been meaning to ask, where did little Perona come from? This little baby has been suffering with us. Fan Ku's question immediately attracted everyone's attention. In fact, this was a question everyone was concerned about, but no one dared to ask. Moria, who was making faces at little Perona, suddenly stopped his actions. This is something unavoidable. She is the only bloodline of my dear subordinate Abugulin, and I must take care of her personally. Everyone was touched by Moria's loyalty. It was truly manly of him to run back to West Sea to take care of his subordinate's child. Fan Ku rubbed his chin and said, if I remember correctly, Abugulin is Absalom's biological brother, right? The eyes of the crowd turned to Absalom. Absalom answered sadly, indeed, she is my brother's daughter. When we arrived at the West Sea, my sister-in-law was in labor. The atmosphere at dinner suddenly turned somber. Xiao Ying shot a furious glance at Fan Ku. Everyone had been cheerful, and he had to meddle. Fan Ku also felt a bit awkward. The manga clearly stated that Perona was picked up by Moria in the West Sea. Luckily, Fan Ku guided me, or we would have missed seeing Absalom's sister-in-law for the last time. Moria's hearty laughter broke the tense atmosphere as he asked Absalom, isn't that right? Absalom wiped his tears and replied, that's correct. Without Fan Ku, little Perona might have been an orphan right after birth. Well, I was wrong to speak out earlier. I'll pour myself 3 cups. I'm drinking, everyone feel free. Fan Ku quickly lifted his cup and downed 3 cups of juice, fearing Xiao Ying would scold him later. The next morning, the outline of Kaya Island came into view. Everyone, Kaya Island is a remote area with weak naval supervision known as the Pirate Island. Xiao Ying began to educate everyone as it was her duty as a navigator. All right, everyone, there's a town called Magic Valley on Kaya Island, a town spontaneously formed by pirates. We can go there to replenish our supplies. Fan Ku indicated that he was aware of this information, reminding as the ship approached the port. Xiao Ying, I wonder if you'd like to join me for dessert. I heard the cherry pie in the town is quite special. Since we are here, I definitely want to try the cherry pie at that bar to see if it's Blackbeard's tongue that has a problem or if it's Luffy's. Xiao Ying blushed and replied, since the young master has invited me, I naturally have to show my respect. Brother Fan Ku, I also want to try the cherry pie. Can I bring Robin along? Robin's voice suddenly came from behind, still as innocent as ever. Little Robin, I'm going on a date with your sister Xiao Ying. Let Sister Stella take you. After what happened at dinner yesterday, Fan Ku noticed that little Robin seemed a bit too reliant on him. To prevent himself from doing something too drastic to his former goddess, Fan Ku resolutely chose to refuse. Robin's expression darkened, but she obediently replied, all right then. I'll just read on the ship, brother Fan Ku. Please pack some for me. All right. I will definitely pack it for you. Fan Ku then announced free activity while Moria and Absalom decided to stay behind to guard the ship with the children. 15 minutes later, on the streets of Magic Valley Town. Hey. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the Shichibukai just announced by the world government? No doubt about it. Did you see the beautiful woman beside him? She is his personal navigator, Aang. Terry. Jiez. Oh. That's right, this woman is too beautiful. Ooh, I will never forget her. Haha, don't say that, I'm about to drool. Absolutely. I'm going to take a shot at her picture soon. Fan Ku and Xiao Ying walked side by side on the street, and the words around them, which had initially carried some fear, suddenly took a crude turn. Hey, you scumbags, do you think I'm invisible? At this moment, Fan Ku felt his veins popping as he glared at the pirates spewing filthy words. Boom. The intense conqueror's haki struck the scoundrels like a hammer, even shattering the ground they had been standing on. How terrifying. What did he just do? Shut up, lower your voice. This is a genuine terrifying powerhouse. Let's get out of here, keep your distance. Fan Ku's outburst scared away the previously chattering scoundrels who wished they could run away. Xiao Ying looked at Fan Ku standing up for her and felt a bit captivated. The young master was becoming more and more handsome. Moi. Just as Fan Ku was still fuming, he suddenly felt a soft little hand grasping his. His heart skipped a beat. Fan Ku instantly felt cheerful and tightened his grip on Xiao Ying's delicate hand, saying, Xiao Ying, let's go, there's no need to stoop to their level. They aren't worth it. Xiao Ying felt Fan Ku's grip tighten and shyly replied, I'll listen to the young master. The bar in Magic Valley Town was right at the street's corner as Fan Ku led Xiao Ying inside. Wow. The patrons gasped as they recognized Fan Ku, some even preparing to leave. Ignoring the strange gazes from those around him, Fanku approached the young bartender and asked, "Boss, do you have cherry pie?" The bartender looked almost exactly like Fanku remembered, save for a bit of stubble. Fanku was certain there would be cherry pie. "Yes, we do. Please wait a moment." The young bartender appeared calm and immediately turned around to prepare. Soon 2 servings of cherry pie were placed in front of Fanku and Xiaoying. Fanku looked at the cherry pie in front of him. Although it wasn't freshly made, it looked fresh enough and didn't seem unappetizing. While Fanku was lost and thought Xiaoying had already taken a small bite of the cherry pie. So delicious. Huh, really? Let me try. After hearing Xiaoying's comment, Fanku didn't hesitate and took a big bite. It was indeed delicious. Luffy's tongue has a problem confirmed. The two quickly devoured their cherry pies, and Fanku asked the bartender to pack 40 more, ensuring every crew member could have some. Just as they stepped out of the bar, a scream reached their ears. "Oh, please. I really can't do it. Have mercy on me." This was a young woman's voice, and through his observation, Haki Fanku sensed a hint of despair in her emotions. Can't do it. You are merely a slave serving Lord Mosol, is your honor." Another scolding voice came of Fanku, turned to see a tall pirate thug yanking the young girl's hair, lifting her into the air. "Sir, I'm not a slave. I'm the daughter of a merchant." "Whoa, ha ha ha, how ridiculous. When your deadbeat father died at Lord Mosol's hands, you became a slave." Fanku and Xiaoying frowned at this scene, feeling a bit disgusted. Meanwhile, the people passing by showed no sympathy. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust and desire. "Tch, this is disgusting." Fanku felt a bit regretful that his observation Haki was passive. It was too unpleasant that everyone around him was scum. Just as Fanku felt displeased, the tall pirate thug, sensing the excited gazes from the crowd, shouted wildly, "To prevent you from resisting again, I'll just break your leg bones." The crazed voice terrified the girl, who began to wail, "No, please don't." Tears mixed with snot streamed down her neck, reflecting light and further inciting the thug's brutality. "Ha ha, cry and scream. Let me enjoy it." The thug laughed as he gripped the girl's calf, tightening his hold. "Shaved? Sword draw." Fanku's voice gently spread. The thug, still caught up in excitement, felt a chill in his right arm, followed by excruciating pain as it was severed. "Ah!" The thug clutched his mutilated right arm in agony, letting the girl fall to the ground. "Xiaoying, please take care of this young girl." Without looking back, Fanku instructed, then stood in place, pretending to clean the blade that had originally wrapped around Little Seven with a cloth. Everyone around was stunned by Fanku's actions, except for the thug lying on the ground, crying out in pain. Fanku, disturbed by the noise, warned, "Shut up. If you make another sound, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces." The pirate thug immediately gritted his teeth and didn't dare make a sound, but his right arm, pressed tightly, bled even more. "Tell me, who is that Mosol?" Fanku's question made the surrounding people even more silent. It was a forbidden name that shouldn't be mentioned lightly. The pirate thug regretted mentioning Mosol's name and could only grit his teeth and reply, "Fanku-sama, that person is the actual ruler of Magic Valley Town." "Oh, actual ruler. Never heard of it. But from now on, Magic Valley Town belongs to me." As Fanku's words fell, an indescribable aura rose from his body. It was the majesty of a king. Emohihi. No wonder the newly appointed Shichibukai is so domineering in speech. "I like it." A sharp laugh came from a nearby clock tower, and soon a fat priest waddled out. Upon sensing the aura of the newcomer, Fanku's pupils contracted. This guy was actually a master. The arrival of this person made Fanku question his life. He had barely made it through 80 chapters and finally took the initiative to act, and now he was directly faced with a strong opponent. "Xiaoying, take her to the ship first. I'll be there shortly." Fanku's gaze fixed on the newcomer as he spoke to Xiaoying. Xiaoying had just calmed the girl down. Upon hearing Fanku's words, she looked at him deeply and then directly took the girl away. Emohihi. "Esteemed Shichibukai, I am Priest Mosol. The person bullying the young lady over there is a follower of the god. Please show mercy." Mosol completely ignored Xiaoying leaving and Fanku standing there, walking straight towards the fallen pirate thug. Fanku watched Mosol's seemingly compassionate demeanor, feeling somewhat confused. Is this really an old priest? In the terrified gaze of the pirate thug, Mosol extended his chubby right hand and placed it on the thug's head, comforting him. "What you did was not wrong. Your faith in the god is something I appreciate. God will bless you. Please, Lord Mosol, have mercy on me." The priest's words directly broke the thug, who hurriedly begged for mercy. Mosol ignored his pleas gently and lovingly, explaining, "Child, returning to the embrace of God is a blessing." As he spoke, he stood up and no longer paid attention to the begging thug, instead thanking Fanku. "Thank you, Fanku-sama, for your kindness. I appreciate it. God will bless you." Just as Fanku was about to speak, he was interrupted by the thug's scream. The thug's head was actually swelling rapidly. Bang! With a loud explosion, the thug's head burst. Boom! Fang Ku's conqueror's haki was instantly unleashed to its peak. This priest was killing without a trace of killing intent. A powerful conqueror's haki enveloped the entire street, causing everyone present except for the priest to faint. Emo hey hey. You flatter me. Ooh, I am merely a devout follower of the divine. How could I pose a danger? Emo Sora replied, unperturbed, standing still. Emo Suora's abilities reminded Fan Ku of one of Doflamingo's subordinates, the one with the explosive powers of the bomb fruit. What god do you believe in? Tell me, I might know him. Fan Ku pointed his long sword to the ground, adopting a loose yet tense stance as he questioned Emo Sir. Upon hearing Fan Ku's interest, Emo Sir perked up. Emo hey hey. That would be the greatest god, who brings happiness to people, allowing them to blossom like fireworks. You will like it. Fan Ku's face darkened. This perverse ability indeed treats people like fireworks, though the imagery is a bit hard to accept. Sensing that Xiaoying had returned to the ship, Fan Ku decided to stop wasting words and launched a strike at Emo Sir. Sword draw technique. A 3-meter-wide sword aura surged towards Emo Sor. Huh. Lord 7 warlords, aren't we chatting anymore? Emo Sor asked curiously, then calmly pulled out a human hand from his wide robes and threw it towards the sword aura. Boom. The hand rapidly expanded, leading to a violent explosion at the moment it collided with the sword aura. Damn, he really is a pervert who keeps a human hand in their pocket. Fan Ku became even angrier. A powerful pervert who had already provoked him had to be eliminated or he would face endless troubles. Another live hand has blossomed under my prayer. I love it. At this moment, Emo Sir actually clasped his hands in prayer, making one wonder if he was truly a priest. Ultimate move, rainbow piercing the sun. Fan Ku wasted no time and directly launched a full-strength thrust. Boom. The moment the longsword struck Emo Sir, he exploded, executing a perfect zero-frame start. The violent shockwave pushed Fan Ku back a great distance, and only when the surrounding smoke cleared did Emo Sir's figure begin to re-emerge. Fan Ku saw a slim version of Emo Sir. This old man had maintained a state of impending explosion. No wonder he could execute a zero-frame start. At this moment, Emo Sir was not only not overweight, but appeared somewhat slim. He gave Fan Ku a cheerful glance before vanishing from sight. Damn! Fan Ku was astonished by his speed and quickly raised his sword to block to the right front. Clang! Buzz! A heavy punch struck the Xiaoqi sword, causing the blade to hum. Fan Ku looked at the oversized brass knuckles on Emo Sir's hand and remarked, "This is the first time I've seen a priest wear brass knuckles. You aren't a cultist, are you?" Emo hey. Don't you like it, Lord 7 warlords? Actually, I quite like it. Boom. As he spoke, the brass knuckles rapidly expanded and then exploded violently. Cough, cough, cough. Although the explosion caused no real harm, a cloud of dust choked Fan Ku, forcing him to cough. Aren't you quite fond of it? Then why not let it go? Because I love it, I must help it blossom. No wonder he feels no killing intent when attacking. This pervert truly believes he is benefiting others. I actually quite like you, Lord 7 warlords, so I will certainly do my best to help you blossom. Saying this, Emo Sor began to attack proactively, his speed making it difficult for Fan Ku to keep up. Clang, 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 boom. Clang, 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 boom. Who knows where Emo Sor got so many brass knuckles, but he kept striking the Xiaoqi sword, followed by sudden explosions, repeating this process. Panting, Emo Sor commented, "Huff. The sword of the Lord 7 warlords is truly extraordinary. It remains completely unharmed." After more than half an hour of their clash, Emo Sor had no idea how many pairs of brass knuckles had exploded, yet the Xiaoqi sword showed no signs of damage. Buzz! The Xiaoqi sword emitted a hum of. Fan Ku, understanding, proudly explained, "Even if my 7-star Longyuan sword were to be stepped on by a flying dragon, it would not bend in the slightest, let alone your little explosions." Oh, that truly is a fine sword. I love it. It will be beautiful when it blossoms. Emo Sor said as he removed the brass knuckles from his hand and threw them into the fainted crowd. Boom. The brass knuckles exploded directly in the crowd. Next, let me help you and your beloved sword blossom. Fan Ku felt uneasy and hurriedly covered the sword with armament haki to prevent being hit. Clang. Once again, a crisp sound rang out as Emo Sor actually caught the sharp Xiaoqi sword with his bare hands. Fan Ku looked at his hands, which were covered in thick armament haki, its solidity far surpassing his own. Bang! Whoosh! Just as Fan Ku was astonished, Emo Sor delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen, sending him flying. Boom, boom, boom. The flying Fan Ku crashed through several buildings before finally stopping. He had let his guard down and failed to dodge. Rising from the ruins, Fan Ku felt regret. How could there be such a strong armament haki user in the first half? Emo hey. Lord 7 warlords, are you alright? It is my responsibility that you have not been able to blossom quickly. I will strive to make it happen. Mo's voice rang out from outside the ruins. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared on Fan Ku's right side. Explosive. Heavy strike. After battling for so long, Mo finally began to call out the names of his techniques, signaling his intent to go all out. The fist the size of a pot emitted crackling explosive sounds as it charged towards Fan Ku's lower back, a move that threatened the happiness of his lower half, making Fan Ku's eyes widen in shock. Unbreakable fist downward elbow. The Shaoqi sword was too long to block in time, so Fan Ku could only brace with a downward elbow. Wait a minute. A fist the size of a pot. Boom. Before he could defend, Fan Ku was sent flying again, but thankfully his lower back was spared. Mo Suar's control over the bomb fruit's abilities clearly surpassed that of the other user in the original work. At least the latter could not create localized explosions. When Fan Ku reappeared, he was left with nothing but his underwear, a typical physique of a Chinese man, the only difference being his well-defined muscles. Not far away, Mo Suar's previously exploded right hand was slowly pieced back together as he chuckled with interest. Mo hey. Lord Seven Warlords, is your body also a treasure? Fan Ku, in a flashy manner, tousled his hair and replied, have you heard of the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt? Uncultured. Oomph. Mo Suar was visibly displeased by this retort and vanished once more. The battlefield erupted again with the sounds of clang, 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 boom. At this time, the divine dragon had already moved far away from the port resting on the sea, while Xiaoying used her hands to form a telescope to observe the battlefield in Magic Valley Town. Among the ship's crew, Lei Qing and Moria were missing. Both had flying abilities, with one circling in the sky and the other lurking outside Magic Valley Town. Yo ho ho ho. That priest seems to be Mo Suar. After recalling everyone, urgently Xiaoying arranged for the divine dragon to leave the port without telling anyone what had happened. How could Brooke recognize the blurry figure of Mo Suar on the battlefield? Everyone was captivated by Brooke's words, and Xiaoying directly asked, Uncle Brooke, do you know that person? Not exactly acquainted, but he caused quite a stir 30 years ago. The cult priest, Mo Suar, the one who blossoms. I can't believe he's still alive. Back then he was pursued all the way from the South Sea to the New World by Admirals Iron Fist Kent and Steelbone Kong. The crowd was shocked by Brooke's words. How could someone survive being chased by two admirals for most of the Grand Line? Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Brooke reassured them. Yo ho ho ho, Mo Suar should be approaching 70 this year, and the reason he was pursued by two admirals was because he planted human bombs in the member states of the world government. Implying that the opponent is an old man who probably isn't that strong. Being chased by two admirals is due to his sly tactics. Xiaoying also affirmed, everyone need not worry, the young master seems to be holding his own in Moria, and Lei Qing are also watching from nearby. Just as Xiaoying was comforting everyone, the old man in Magic Valley Town was already showing off his tricks to Fan Ku, throwing human bombs at him. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Magic Valley Town was blown to ruins, and Fan Ku's underwear became increasingly shorter. Mo Suar's actions infuriated Fan Ku. This was an utter desecration of life, and today he would definitely slay this old man. Moria, take the survivors away. Fan Ku shouted angrily towards the outskirts of the town. Soon a swarm of shadow bats began to fly into the town, accurately picking up the scattered people and fluttering their wings as they flew out. Mo hey. Such a convenient ability. Let me help you, Blossom. Mo Suar instantly appeared in front of one of the shadow bats, grabbing it and hurling it towards Fan Ku. Seeing the shadow bat flying towards him, Fan Ku felt speechless. No way can this thing explode too. It indeed could explode. Boom. With a loud bang, Fan Ku finally sustained injuries, blood droplets seeping from the surface of his skin. Moria's shadows could penetrate the body of ancient giants like us, showcasing immense piercing power. Fan Ku, are you alright? The remaining bats gathered together and instantly transported Moria's figure over. Fan Ku casually wiped the blood droplets from his body and replied, you continue saving people. Today, I must personally slay this old man. Alright, just be careful. Before Moria could finish his warning, Fan Ku had already charged towards Mo Suar again. Swish. Boom. The sounds of sword energy and explosions echoed again on the battlefield. The battle between Fan Ku and Mo Suar continued from morning to night, then from night to morning, lasting a full 3 days without a moment's pause. Huff huff, Fan Ku leaned on the Shaoqi sword, panting heavily. He was utterly exhausted, having never fought for such a long time since his debut. Meanwhile, Mo Suar, standing opposite Fan Ku, was no longer flaunting his once clean and tidy priest outfit, had been shredded into tatters, streams of blood seeping from the rags. Time waits for no man. Fan Ku, you are strong, and I like you. As Fan Ku watched the unflinching Mo Suar across from him, an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. The speed of the old bidding was astonishing. Fan Ku could not land a hit merely by swinging his sword, and each attack only managed to inflict minimal damage by enduring the explosions. However, Fan Ku absolutely could not show weakness. Why aren't you addressing me as Lord Seven Warlords? It has only been a few days, and you old beating have already lost your manners. Mosol laughed in delight at Fan Ku's swordsmanship banter. Ho ho ho. You are truly amusing. I like you more and more. Come on, let me show you what a deadly chain explosion feels like. After 3 days of battle, Fan Ku's swordsmanship had indeed improved, or at the very least he now realized that his sword speed was still lacking. The Fengsuan sword was a dual-handed sword technique that Fan Ku had studied in his past life, emphasizing the opening and closing of strikes to swiftly take the enemy's life. Recalling something he had previously seen, Fan Ku found inspiration for a breakthrough in his sword technique. Coupled with his unique observation haki, he stood firm, feeling Mosol's emotional fluctuations in an instant. As Mosol charged towards him, Fan Ku suddenly thrust downward to pierce the long sword, thrusting sharply at Mosol's ankle. Clang! A powerful punch struck Fan Ku's long sword. Before Mosol's punch could explode, Fan Ku swiftly withdrew his sword and flicked it, using his waist to drive the blade in a 45-degree arc for another slash. Moi! The rapid successive strikes caught Mosol off guard, forcing him to block with all his might. The long sword swiftly swept through the crossed arms of Mosol, then slashed from the opposite side once more. Clang! Boom! This strike directly knocked Mosol's crossed arms apart, leaving his center wide open. Ultimate move, long rainbow through the sun. Seizing this rare opportunity, Fan Ku unleashed his fastest attack method. After a flurry of strikes, it was finally Mosol's turn to be enraged, but unfortunately for him, he was not the main character. Fan Ku's powerful thrust created a gaping hole in Mosol's waist. Huff! Huff! Dodging Fan Ku's follow-up attacks, Mosol stood at a distance, looking as battered as a broken windbox. In the blink of an eye, the roles of attack and defense had reversed. Shaved! Fan Ku executed a horizontal slash, while Mosol clutched his wound with one hand, barely managing to block Fan Ku's attack. Moonwalk! Stabbing domain 10,000 sword style. Fan Ku fully embodied the principle of seizing the weak to claim a life, unleashing countless stabbing attacks from all directions towards Mosol. True blood explosion. Mosol gritted his teeth, unleashing blood from his waist. Each drop was infused with explosive power. Boom! The violent explosion generated a massive cloud of smoke, and Fan Ku quickly leaped into the air to look down. Ho ho! Ho ho ho! Truly remarkable. After the smoke cleared, Mosol's disheveled figure finally emerged. His waist wound had worsened, making even speaking a painful endeavor. Old man, do you wish to escape? If you want to run, do it quickly. Fan Ku taunted from midair as he walked in the moonlit steppe. Don't underestimate the old man. Not even an admiral could take my life. Do you think you can? Soon the two re-engaged in a prolonged battle. The sound of fierce explosions accompanied by streaks of sword energy once again filled the battlefield. On the sea, dragon Stella looked gravely at the newspaper in her hands, delivered that morning. Newly appointed warlord battles, hidden powerhouse. Stella read the newspaper's contents aloud to Xiaoying, who had been intently following Fan Ku's battle for the past 3 days. The news of Fan Ku battling Mosol on Gaia Island had actually made it to the papers. This was not a good sign. Originally unnoticed, Gaia Island had now become the focal point of attention for both the Navy and notorious pirates. After hearing Stella read the newspaper, Xiaoying couldn't help but gaze into the depths of the sea, where many infamous pirates were heading towards Gaia Island. What worried Xiaoying the most was a Navy ship flying the marine flag that was rapidly approaching Gaia Island. It would arrive within 2 days at most. Xiaoying muttered, "Young master, you need to hurry. If things get dire, I'll have to let Moria intervene." After another day and night of fierce fighting, Mosol had finally reached the limit of his strength. Fan Ku was not in good shape either. His entire back was mangled and bloodied from the explosions, a result of Mosol seizing the opportunity to grab him from behind. It's about time to end this. After 4 days of intense combat, Fan Ku was on the verge of collapse. Naturally, he could sense that Mosol was in the same boat. Ho ho! Cough cough!